It wouldn't be in an inertial frame. It wouldn't start if you were on the ball. You wouldn't start viewing
Not what
things
I
from
said.
now an inertial frame.
Not what I said. I said the thing you're shaking is not inertial. It's taking the path that you're forcing it to take, which makes it non-inertial, not an inertial trajectory.
We were talking about things and how do you get the Coriolis effect. All you have to do is be on a non-inertial frame and move something, and now anything that camera or a person on that object, they would now be viewing from an inertial reference frame. This whole Coriolis thing would happen. All you have to do is move the thing.
It doesn't entirely follow. It follows that you would have Coriolis effect. Doesn't follow that would be inertial. You're conflating the two things incorrectly.
You can't get the Coriolis effect without something being in an inertial frame.
I didn't say it's not in an inertial frame. I said it's not inertial. Inertial frames contains everything. Non-inertial frames also contain everything. So either case, everything is gonna be in either case the thing is gonna be in an inertial frame. It doesn't mean that object is inertial.
Yeah, I had a point with this. You somehow lost me. We got lost in the weeds because of bullshit. And you did this to me before with my leading the target argument. You talked me out of that argument for like a half a year because you got me wrapped up in some bullshit, just word games you play. I don't know, Bacon. I'm
what?
good, bro. Just go ahead, dude. I'm good.
Oh, you created the word games.
Nope.
Yeah, I'm just trying to play the best I can. That's why
That's projection.
it sounds like a game
I'm not
to you.
playing games. I'm trying to describe the Coriolis effect and how it works, and you're playing word games. That's not you're projecting, saying I started the word games.
Do you think this whole
Bacon?
My description of Coriolis is non-ambiguous, and it can tell exactly what should happen in which scenario. But you're not asking about that. You're asking about whether or not it's inertial, whether or not it's Coriolis, whether or not that's word games. You're not asking what is actually going to happen. If this is going to hit this, or if this is going to reach this velocity. Those aren't the questions you're asking. Those would be
those are the questions he's asking. You're bringing it down to terms. You're getting caught up in this shit. You're doing this.
Give me an example. Give me an example of that.
I just listened to it, man. I don't know. It's
just
what
repeat
happens.
He's
trying to actually. Now you're gonna do it to me. Yeah.
Let's all relax, please. I got all
on the
amped
floor.
up this morning. I'm sorry. Okay.
Yeah, I'm just trying to back you up, Jeremy. Sorry. I'll settle down.
No, go ahead. No, go ahead, Stacks.
No, I mean, Jeremy is trying to come up with a real situation and trying to walk through it, and then you're saying that like you don't understand inertial. You know that's not helpful. Like you're bringing it down to like you don't understand the word you just said. You know, so I could do that to you as well, Bacon. You know?
Well, wait a minute. Let's break it down. Let's break it down to the basics because I don't really understand it either. So I won't mind because I'm sure the audience, any normies, anybody listening might be struggling too.
All right.
So inertia goes back to Newton, I guess. Yes, laws of motion, and the something that's moving continuously or something like that.
Yeah. So I mean, let's get the very basic principles here.
Yeah.
You're from like, how would you describe what velocity is, for example?
Hold on. Let me just read this real quick. This is from Wikipedia. In physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion within a frame of reference that rotates.
That's absolutely
with respect
correct.
with respect, yeah. So, in an object in motion on an inertial reference frame, and you got the Coriolis effect.
Yeah, I mean, go to the live stream. That's exactly what I was saying.
Okay, that's what we're talking about.
No, you were saying the object has to be inertial. No, it doesn't have to be inertial. It has to be moving, and those aren't the same thing.
Okay, so an object if you were to view something from that object, would you be looking at something from a non-inertial reference frame or now an inertial reference frame?
If I'm using the object as a reference frame?
Yeah, you're on the object. Let's say it's a plane.
Uh-huh.
Are you viewing
Uh,
now? Now you're viewing the guy in the ground. Are you viewing him from an inertial reference frame?
I don't think the airplane is inertial. No.
I'm done.
Don't know.
I'm good, Bacon.
Yeah, that frame is not inertial.
Okay. Well, I just read the wiki page about how it says that an object in motion. Let me read it again. In physics, the Coriolis force is an inertial or fictitious force that acts on objects in motion within a frame. Oh, I clicked the page. That
Yeah,
acts
I'm
on
absolutely
objects in
familiar with
motion.
that. Go ahead.
I think my AirPods are clipping the first part of my sentences again. I'm not sure. And that's
Oh,
why
it
I'm
was
getting
before,
frustrated.
but not now. Oh, go ahead.
I know. I don't know why it does this. But these are brand new AirPods. I'm good. Go ahead. I'm sorry I got heated. Very passionate about this.
Not a problem. Yeah, I'm absolutely familiar with that description. That's absolutely correct. You have movement on an non-inertial frame. You have pseudo forces. If that inertial frame is rotating, then those are Coriolis forces.
Yes, and you can only get the Coriolis force when something is in when you're viewing something from a non-inertial reference frame that's in an inertial reference frame. Right?
The last part again?
You can only have the Coriolis effect if you're viewing something from a non-inertial reference frame, but that object has to be in an inertial reference frame.
That second part I disagree with. Doesn't make a lot of sense.
Jeremy, quick thing. Are you saying that the aircraft is the inertial frame of reference?
I don't like it.
Yeah, it has to be. Otherwise, you don't get the Coriolis effect. That's how the Coriolis works. You have an inertial and a non-inertial reference frame. Why is it so complicated?
That part was not in the description. What
we're like
it
6
says
years
is
into
that
this.
what the description told you is that you need movement in a non-inertial frame. It didn't tell the moving body has to be inertial or that has to be on an inertial frame. It didn't say that. That's the part you're adding. And even if it said that, then we would need a better word for Coriolis than that one, if that's how it was defined. Just be a poor definition. I say you are the one playing word games because we can ignore the word Coriolis and just ask what would happen. Will this deviate? Will this deviate to the left, to the right? How much would deviate? We don't have to use the word whether or not that's Coriolis or not. None of that matters. It's just a word that
The deviation
applies
is
to a
called,
specific situation.
but the deviation is called the Coriolis effect. That deviation.
Yeah, but you're adding like some criteria, like well, it's not Coriolis if the object's not inertial, or it's not Coriolis if not X, Y, and Z. Now you're making a word game. We don't need that. We can just talk about what happens.
We know how the Coriolis effect works, though. It works when you view something from a non-inertial reference frame that's moving. When it moves in the inertial reference frame. That's just basic. I don't even know where I was going with this. We got so bogged down, Bacon. You did this to me yesterday with the star trails. Why, man?
Because you were incorrect.
Yeah,
I mean, my
I know.
understanding of these things is useful. I can validate my understanding of these things. You're not doing anything with your understanding. You're just waiting here on Discord. So, if I was just playing word games and you were the correct one, I would expect you to be able to use your understanding to do stuff, not the other way around.
Yeah, I'm terrible with physics, so I'm probably the worst person to talk to about it. But you can't help but pick up some of it just being around these topics all the time. But with all these memes you post in SE, what I understand that you wouldn't feel it if it's not accelerating, because that's what they say about because it's falling, isn't it? So, but in terms of rotation, that is acceleration, is it not, Bacon?
Yeah,
Of course it
rotation
is.
is accelerating. Yeah.
So that's when you would feel it, is it not? Oh, there's a good reason
Yeah.
why you wouldn't feel acceleration, isn't there? Sorry, you wouldn't feel the rotation.
I mean, you would feel in the sense that there is some effect that you could measure if you have good enough tools. Doesn't mean that a person can notice that. When you say
because
feel it,
what is the reason? Is it because it's moving too slow? Because because obviously the scale and whatnot. Once a day, I guess.
How easy it is to feel rotation depends on what the acceleration of that rotation is. And for the Earth, it turns out to be a very weak acceleration, but it's definitely measurable.
Basically saying if it's 1g, you might not feel it.
1g is definitely feelable, but that's not the.
Sorry, 1g, yes, but I'm saying if it's 0.000 g's or 001g, that you won't feel.
You would also
Is the
have
plane
to.
going to view itself? Go ahead, Doofus.
Yeah, you would also have to acknowledge that the direction that force is just it's in a single direction, and it's mostly opposed to the direction of down. So you just get a new down direction that's a slightly less magnitude than previous. So you wouldn't feel anything different. Your direction of down, the acceleration there would have a slightly less magnitude.
What does that mean? Does that mean he's saying that the downs cancelling it out somewhat?
Well, it means the weight for things at different latitudes would be different.
So to summarize or to make it more visual, like let's say you're in the poles. If you're at the poles, your rotation doesn't create any upward force, right? There's no centrifugal force. It's basically zero if you're at the poles, because you're just at one spot, rotating once every 24 hours. There's no centrifugal force there. Now, if you go to the equator, that centrifugal force points outwards from the rotation. So if you're at the equator, that's up. The centrifugal force is up if you're at the equator, right? And it's at maximum at the equator. Now, if you go in between, let's say you go to the tropic, in the tropic, the circle you make around the tropic is smaller than the equator, so you're not rotating as fast as if you're on the equator, which makes that force a bit weaker. Also, that force is no longer up; it's a bit of diagonal, right? It's not pointing straight up. So you have a force that tilts your straight up vector. So now your straight up vector is tilted a little bit because of that force, and it also makes the downward force a little weaker, because even though it's not pointing exactly up, it's also not pointing horizontally, right? So some component of that force is up, some component of that force is like sideways towards the equator. So all it does, it tilts your vertical a little bit. It makes things slightly lighter. I'm not sure.
That's kind of interesting. I mean, physics is just not my bag. I kind of like anything that anybody goes a bit nerdy on, though. I kind of like it. So it's just, it's a real struggle for me. So I can kind of follow along, though, sort of.
Right. Well, we can't. I mean, yeah, I think we should. I mean, if you want to understand this kind of stuff, it's best to start with the basics. Of, like, for example, understanding what acceleration is a big thing.
Yeah.
So how would you describe acceleration, for example?
Well, I think the the proper definition, I think, is something changing speeds or direction. Is it? Is it not?
Right. Yes. So let's say
major component is that it's changing over time. Yeah.
Let's say you're walking a straight line in a fixed velocity. Your speed is not changing, your direction is not changing. So there is no acceleration, right? According to that definition.
A constant, yeah.
Right. What happens now if you still don't change your speed, but now you take a circular path. You start going in circles around, let's say, a pole.
Yeah, that's where it gets interesting, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. So there is acceleration, definitely, because your direction is changing, but your speed is not changing. So what is that acceleration? How much you're accelerating? What is your acceleration to give you a circular path?
Oh, I was looking into this the other day. Something about the centripetal force. I was looking into it a little bit, yeah, and it went into a lot of maths. And again, maths is not one of my strong points, and I appreciated it, but I was like, wow, this is fucking nerdy. This is nerdy as shit.
Let me boil it down to you what that is. So you're going around in circles around the point. If you think about, let's say you stop doing that and you just go straight. Your path away from that circle would be like a tangent line to that circle, right? Just stop going around the pole and decided to go straight. That straight path would be tangent to that circle, right? But if the pole is to your left and you want to continue go around the circle, you'd have to curve left. You have to change your direction towards your left. So that's where the acceleration is pointing at. It's always pointing towards the pole. Because you're always changing your direction towards the pole. You're never pointing at it. That's where it's changing towards. So that is the direction of acceleration. It's always pointing inwards to your circle. That acceleration that tells you how much your velocity is changing towards the center is called a centripetal acceleration. So whenever we're talking about centripetal force, it's a bit more complicated than centripetal acceleration. Centripetal acceleration is a bit easier. It's just how much you're accelerating towards the center of your circular path. Doesn't mean you're getting closer to it or further to it from it. All it means is your direction is changing towards that center. So that's where the acceleration points at. It points to that center. So you are accelerating towards that center.
Yeah, it's kind of interesting to think of different forces acting on a thing and cancelling each other out in some way. Like I think they say that about Saturn's rings, don't they? Or something. There's one force pushing one way, and then the gravitational force pushing inwards. Maybe I've got that wrong. I don't know, but it is interesting to me. Well, somewhat interesting.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know much about Saturn's rings, but.
Well, I tend to go and look into these things, and then it depends. Like, for instance, spirituality, I can look into that, and it's not an effort. I just enjoy it. It's just, there's no effort in it whatsoever for me. But whereas when I look into something like that, and especially when they start doing equations, I'm like, okay, this is a bit beyond me.
Right. Well, but I mean, those equations are
that's okay.
Like they reflect in reality. So to give you an example of the centripetal acceleration, that centripetal acceleration tells you how much something has to accelerate towards the center of a circle to keep moving around that circle. So let's say you have. Go ahead.
You can use it practically, like if you had a weight on the end of a string, calculating that centripetal force will tell you how much force is actually on the string too. So it has practical applications.
Mm.
Exactly. Or something more impactful. You can think about this acceleration. Like if you're rotating a tennis ball with a string attached to it, to keep the ball accelerating towards your hand, you need to constantly apply a force, which is what the string is doing, by pulling the ball towards your hand. And if you know how heavy or the mass of that ball, and you know the acceleration, you can easily work out what that force is, just like Doofy said. And that's the amount of force the string is going to have to sustain in order to keep that rotation. So if you have a string that can't sustain that force, it's going to snap, right? So you can know exactly how strong of a string you need, given how fast you want to rotate that tennis ball without snapping the string. If you go any faster, that string is going to snap. Like when you're building stuff that rotates, you have to know how to work out those forces. So you use the right material so the things won't collapse, won't break. Like all of this has real life application in many fields.
Yeah, for sure. I can appreciate, like, just thinking about engineering and say a cog turning, or maybe something in an engine, say, and thinking of revolutions per minute. I can definitely appreciate the physics and the maths that goes into that. I think where flat earthers struggle, though, is where we talk about a body going around another body where there is no string, so to speak. There is no connection whatsoever, physically anyway. But the connection is the bending and warping of space-time. I think that's where we struggle a little bit.
Right. Yeah, well, you don't have to complicate that much. Like the bending and warping of space-time is just the model that makes better predictions than thinking about gravity as a force. But you can think of gravity as a force, it pretty much gives you the same predictions to what should happen. And it's not that hard to think about the thing going around you without the string, because like we have invisible forces that we can play with. Like we have magnets, right? If you throw a magnet close to another magnet quickly enough, the path of that magnet is going to curve around the other one. If you don't throw it quickly enough, they're going to stick. If you throw it too quickly, it's just going to like deviate the path, and they're going to move away from each other again. But you can see that you can have an invisible force that pulls things towards each other, right? And that creates a curved path if you try to move one close to the other one. So gravity is not much different than that.
Describing it like a field, then.
Yep. Magnetism operates in like what you would call a field. Gravitation does the same kind of thing. If you would say the bending and warping of space-time, another way to look at that is all that's really describing is how things conceptually are falling towards other things or accelerating towards other things. That acceleration is just a consequence of the mass being present. That's all.
Yeah, it's interesting for sure. I mean, I can't help but think of Newton, though, and that little, I've got it somewhere, where he don't want anything to do with this idea, does he? Clearly.
The bending and warping space-time?
Yeah, what do you, I mean, the idea of something acting on something else without any contact or any, what do you think of that?
Yeah.
Right. He said that although I can measure this relationship, I don't really know exactly what's causing that to happen, and I don't want to be known as someone that just says that things just pull on each other without anything in between. He didn't have an explanation at the time, so he didn't want that explanation attributed to him.
No, that's a good way of putting it. Yeah, that would be, because there's a lot of hyperbole that comes from, like, I was just thinking about that with the whole we're flying at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator and things like that. It's I don't know. It's just language that sets people off, isn't it? We aren't really understanding it. Because if you just said, hey, it's just, if you think of it from the perspective of revolutions per minute, it's not that fast. I mean, it's a one turn a day, so it sort of changes it, doesn't it?
So, I mean, remember when I said there are real applications of these forces, like the centripetal acceleration. We can use that to determine like how strong of a string we need to make something rotating this fast. And you can use that same equation, no change, just apply the same equation that we use in real life applications to the Earth at the equator. And what you get is actually a very small acceleration. Like we're not just saying it. We're not just making up math. That is the same math that you're going to use if you're going to do real things. It's not a special math for Earth. It's the same physics. Exactly the same physics. That's what Newton found. He found a way to use the same physics to explain like the moon and the sun and all like the celestial bodies, their path in the sky, using the same physics that we use here on Earth. There's no special laws for Saturn. No special laws for the moon. Same F equals AM, the same big G times M1 times M2 over R squared. All those are the same for everything. That's why, like, this model is so compelling, because it unifies the physics on Earth with the physics of the celestial bodies.
Just so we're clear for the audience, it says, and this is one reason why I desired you would not ascribe innate gravity to me. That gravity should be innate, inherent, and essential to matter, so that one body may act upon another at a distance through a vacuum without the mediation of anything else, by and through which their action and force may be conveyed from one to another, is to me so great an absurdity that I believe no man who has in philosophical matters a competent faculty of thinking can ever fall into it. so yeah, he really didn't want anything to do with that idea, did he? So
yeah, the specific idea he didn't want anything to do with is that the masses are pulling on each other with nothing happening in between them, and that there's nothing that's actually causing that. But he didn't want that ascribed to him, but he did describe as much as he could about the measurable relationship between masses and accelerations.
And so he would have loved Einstein then.
Yeah, that would have been wonderful if they could actually
had
had conversations with one another. That would have been awesome.
Yeah.
But I mean, they're throwing relativity out though now. I mean, that's the last physics guy I was listening to, and he was a mainstream guy, and they were talking about how, well, it just doesn't work. It doesn't work at the galactic scale anymore. So,
we're not entirely sure about that. It only doesn't work if our inference, the way we infer a mass, was correct from the start. So if we're inferring the amount of mass correctly, then that model doesn't work at the galactic scale. But a lot of people are putting their bets on, like, we gotta improve how we're inferring mass. That's the whole idea of dark matter and all that stuff. It's just that we're inferring how much mass is incorrectly. Because there are some galaxies that do work even with Newtonian mechanics. Like at the galactic level, Newton and Einstein make the same predictions. So if you're breaking one, you're also breaking the other. And there are like few exceptions, but there are some galaxies that have very little amount of mass, and they do work with Newtonian mechanics or general relativity. Yeah, so scientists are much more willing to accept that there's more mass than we think there is, than that there's a problem with gravity. Gravity does seem to be where the problem is. It's still possible. There are scientists working on finding new gravity, like Mond, or other ideas for how gravity might change at the galactic scale, some way. So those ideas out
what's
there.
Mond again? I forgot. Sorry, what's Mond again?
Mond is basically they copy paste Newtonian gravity and added a third factor. Sorry, a second factor. And that factor is very small at the scale of the solar system, but it starts to dominate at the galactic level. And we're using that equation instead of the original Newtonian one. The movement of the galaxies does make sense. You can explain the galactic motions using that equation, that variation on Newtonian law. However, that breaks down on many other observations. Like those galaxies that I said are less massive than the other ones, where there doesn't seem to be any dark matter. That equation doesn't work there. Also, that equation doesn't do anything to account for the gravitational lensing in some spots where there seems to be no matter. Like there's a lot of things this equation can't account for. So even though at first it appeared promising, now there are not many scientists that give it a lot of attention. Like it's kind of not a big thing anymore.
Modified Newtonian dynamics is what I was looking for. I mean,
Exactly.
you did explain it well,
Sorry.
Bacon, but yeah, no, that's what I was looking for. I just couldn't remember what
They looked at the movement of the galaxies and said, well, what could we add to that equation without breaking up in the solar system and also comporting with the galaxies at the same time? They found this factor they could add to the equation that would do nothing for the solar system, so it would continue to work here, but you would be able to solve the problems in the galactic level. But it's not that great of a solution. But it's out there. I mean, scientists are considering the possibility that gravity might be wrong because they're working with models like one. It's just
the
not
guy I was listening to. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
The guy I was listening to, he was talking about there's no evidence for dark matter or dark energy. They were talking about throwing it out completely.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I heard about that. As far as I've seen, that there's a simulation that they ran, and the simulation used our best idea of how dark matter works, our best current idea of how dark matter works, and that didn't match observation. And then what the confidence level was that it really didn't match observation. That was a very high confidence level. But the problem, there are some problems there. One is we might just got the wrong explanation of dark matter because we just used our best ones and it didn't work. But there might be very completely different ways to think about dark matter. We just kind of rule one of them out. And not even necessarily that, because it's hard to tell if the simulations are giving you the correct prediction when something is very complex as dark matter is. And it's something that takes place at such a large scale as the galactic scale. There's a lot of simplifications you have to do in the simulations if you want to get a prediction. And that might actually end up giving you the wrong prediction. That doesn't necessarily falsify that model. And even if it does, falsify that model particularly, which doesn't mean there's no dark matter. It means that model of dark matter doesn't work. Yeah, it could be that there is no dark matter. It's just something we have to adjust, something we have to fix in gravity. Maybe we can find a better description of gravity that doesn't need dark matter.
Yeah, I like that. It seems honest to me anyway. I don't know. I'm sure any flat earthers are listening and be like, what the fuck? Yeah, it's all bullshit. but I like the idea that, well, they're looking for an interpretation and this one might not be the right one. Yeah, I kind of like that.
Yeah. But what I'll give to what I hear from flat earthers that are actually going to concede is that there's definitely gaps. There's definitely stuff we're getting wrong about gravity and physics, the galactic scale. So the laws we found here that work on the Earth and the solar system, even though they're very good, they're not the correct ones. They're probably something we're missing, or maybe entirely different way to calculate gravity and the subatomic particles that we have to just start from scratch compared to what we have now. I'll give that that's possible. That's definitely possible. But I don't think they had any impact on whether or not the Earth is like orbiting the sun. I mean, or I think heliocentric model is not going to be affected by any of that.
Anyway, I'm going to make another cup of tea. Let me know when the Israel-Palestine conversation gets started. I'm joking.
Yeah, that's the guy I saw as well, talking about like 5 sigma, whatever.
Pretty damning, huh? This little short has triggered so many people, like it's not even funny, bro.
I don't think it's that. I think he's trying to make it sound a lot more impactful than it actually is, and it's convincing people. I mean, it's convincing you at least. That is like a nail in the coffin for dark matter or something. I don't think it's close to doing that.
Yeah, I know you guys don't think that, yeah. But one of the leading scientists said.
Well,
But
like
I mean,
I've been saying for the last 5 years, dude, dark matter is just a euphemism to get away from explaining or talking about the ether.
no, that has nothing to do with ether. Come on.
Yeah.
You might say that about like bending of space time, but dark matter, I mean, that has nothing to do with that.
Describe dark matter.
Oh, it's the missing amount of mass. If you use general relativity to infer how much mass you have in galaxies.
I don't know. Somebody was echoing or something, but you said it's the mass or something about a galaxy. I don't know.
Yeah, if you use like the laws of I mean, you don't even have to use general relativity. If you use Newtonian mechanics to infer how much mass you need in galaxies, there's a gap compared to what we can observe. Dark matter is that gap, is how much mass is missing.
And how big is that gap estimated?
80 something percent. I don't remember exactly. It's a large number. Or 75%, I think, of the galaxy would be dark matter.
So you've got a 80. Who the fuck is echoing?
Irish.
I thought it was Asimotro. Oh, no, it's Irish.
Yeah, let's fix that. So you've got a hole, an 80% hole in your explanation, and you think Newtonian physics is going to help that?
It didn't say it's going to help that.
Okay.
I was answering to you saying that it's related to ether.
Well, what I'm telling you is that you're 80% wrong on your explanation or even description.
Okay.
So you're going to have to go back to the
75,
drawing board. Yeah, you're going to have to go back to the drawing board.
But there are many
yeah,
scientists
Bacon,
on
you
the drawing board.
personally have to go and revise general relativity.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bacon personally, for sure.
I mean, if I was a theoretical physicist, that would make sense for you to say that. But there are already theoretical physicists in the drawing board trying to figure out like a different version of gravity.
Well, maybe they should figure out what magnetism is first, and then maybe all the pieces will start falling into place. You guys should stop avoiding that.
That's a good maybe. I mean, I don't think anyone's avoiding it. I just don't
good
think
maybe?
There's no reason.
A good maybe. You really? When everything in the entire universe is magnetoreactive, yet you can't explain magnetism, and you want to talk about dark matter, you think that's a maybe? Okay, I'm gonna back out now.
Yeah, it is a maybe.
Okay. Magnetism is used for a lot of useful things. If you're saying the explanation is not complete because it doesn't agree with Ken Wheeler, that's another discussion.
That's not what I said at all, but nice straw man. Show me one thing in the universe that's not magnetoreactive, be it ferromagnetic, diamagnetic, or paramagnetic.
Yeah, all of those magnetic effects are applicable to all things. That's wonderful. However, that doesn't explain why things fall.
Okay, and you're going to say that prematurely without giving an explanation behind a said phenomena, i.e. magnetism. Good job, dude.
I don't have to explain magnetism to know that magnetism, as experienced, measured, and described, doesn't describe why things fall.
Says the person that hasn't given a concise explanation upon the one thing that's intrinsically connected to everything within the universe. Good job, dude.
I just explained how it's not the one thing.
Okay, keep avoiding it.
Didn't.
You are. You haven't given a concise explanation yet, but yet you want to hand wave dismiss any notions of magnetism being the key factor in explaining dark matter. Yeah, real honest.
Yeah, so you go with the virtual photons, doofus, I imagine?
Nobody goes with virtual photons to explain dark matter. I have no idea why you even said that.
We're talking about magnetism.
Magnetism. Yeah.
He keeps trying to avoid it. It's cute.
You're trying to link magnetism and dark matter too. That doesn't make any sense either.
Oh, really? even though we've already agreed that everything in the universe is magnetoreactive. And you can't explain magnetism, but you want to explain dark matter. Wow, putting the cart before the horse really works. Good, huh?
What cart and what horse? This conversation doesn't even involve any specifics on anything.
You're trying to explain dark matter when you haven't explained magnetism. It's that simple. You keep avoiding the 100-pound gorilla in the room.
Magnetism, as I mentioned already in this conversation, is used to do a lot of useful things. For example, electric motors, CRT TVs, by the way, which debunk Ken Wheeler, and all sorts of other cool things. But none of that explains why things fall to the earth.
Okay, so you're going to jump to gravity now.
Right, because you want to talk about dark matter, which is the conversation in which gravity is, it's involved.
So how does dark matter explain gravity? Or does it?
Not necessary. Dark matter is just in the conversation of relating to gravitation.
And do you know why it's in the conversation related to that?
Because of observations of distant galaxies and their motions.
Correct. The inaccurate observations according to the model of the motions, correct? They were wrong about the prediction of the motions of the galaxies, correct?
The way that you should phrase that, and I find it curious the way you did phrase it, the way you should phrase that is that the observations don't match the amount of matter that we observe of those galaxies. That's the proper way to phrase that.
Okay, so we were incorrect in the amount of matter and in the way that we thought that gravity worked. So in order for us to, not us, in order for the model makers to not admit that they got that wrong, they had to add a substance that is invisible, immeasurable, no color, no radiation, except that it affects gravity. Stuff like, so that is the more accurate way to phrase it, no?
I want to focus on one specific thing that you did. That's hilarious. I made a statement. Then you tried to say that statement back to me, but you added something of your own to my statement as though I said it.
Well, yeah, I had to correct you there because you omitted the part that they got it wrong. So that's why.
No, I didn't actually omit that at all, SE. What I said was that the motions that they observed didn't match the amount of matter that they had observed. That was my complete statement. And then you added on to that they were wrong about how gravity works. That's not a requisite part of my statement. You added it because of your own biases.
So then why did they have to add dark matter to get their theory to work correctly of how much mass and how much rotation there should be in the galactic arms? Why, if they had it correct to begin with, why did they have to add dark matter?
For the exact same reason that I already mentioned. The motions didn't match the amount of matter they observed, so there must be some other matter present, according to that explanation.
Isn't it more correct to say the motion didn't match their prediction? Isn't that more accurate way to say it? That the motion that they thought with their predictions was wrong. What's wrong with saying it in that manner?
Because you're trying to be vague about it. You're saying prediction as in it applies to the entire prediction. I'm specifically saying the predictions didn't match because the amount of matter they observed doesn't match the motion.
So they got the matter, the amount of matter wrong, or their gravitational predictions are wrong. Something went wrong there. You can't just brush it away, right? In order for them to add 37% of what we see out there, just like that, boom, to fix their prediction. I mean, can't you see that, doofus? Why is this even an argument?
The thing that you're forgetting is that the amount of stuff that needs to be added is a non-uniform amount, that it has varying amounts of density. And something that is manufactured to fit a formula doesn't have non-uniform density like that.
Yeah, okay, that's that. What does that have to do with the fact that they still got the prediction wrong and they had to add something that is totally ridiculous, which, you know, a lot of people are saying doesn't even exist now. They're trying to use superfluid and other things, but let's not get into it. The fact of the matter is the prediction of the galactic rotation was wrong, the speeds, and they had to massage, they had to invent 37% of everything we see. They had to invent it, doofus. You can't get away with that, bro. I mean, be honest.
It's not invented if it's a measurable quantity that has a non-uniform density.
But you can't measure it, bro. You can't measure it. You can't smell it. You can't touch it. You can't see it. You can't feel it. So how have they convinced you of this? You're not a dumb guy. You're a smart man.
Because it has non-uniform density. Do you know what that means, Essie?
Non-uniform density is irrelevant. What does that mean? You added something out of the blue that has non-uniform density. So what? It's not dense all evenly. Big deal.
So there has to be some stuff somewhere. Otherwise, if it was just something to tweak a formula, it wouldn't be a non-uniform. It wouldn't be non-uniformly distributed.
Or could it be that the formula is incorrect? The space-time fantasy fabric formula, could that be incorrect? I'm just saying.
It works pretty good for all the stuff we have locally, especially in our solar system.
Yeah, except when we observe the galactic rotation. Doesn't work at all there, does it?
It appears to, if our assumption is that we are observing less mass than there actually is in those locations.
I don't know if that makes sense to you, bro. Like, really, I don't know. I don't think you'll be able to convince any logical person that there's something out there called dark matter. We can't see it, touch it, smell it, but we know is there. To me, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard, but that's just me.
That's why I gave you the name Mr. Incredulity Man.
Yep, you sure did. But really, you have no explanation for it. You're just rambling on, just making shit up. So I don't think, maybe you think you're doing good here, but I don't know, bro. How good do you think you're doing explaining this dark matter stuff?
What did I make up, Essie?
Dark matter. You're trying to legitimize dark matter, are you not? And I'm telling you, I don't see how this is possible. And you're telling me I have incredulity, and I'm explaining to you various things that are logical. You have something that you can't see, touch, smell, interact with, and you're telling me I'm incredulous by not believing it. I mean, it's amazing to me. It's like, right, you're telling me,
you don't have to touch, smell, or taste anything in order to be able to measure its quantity.
How are you going to measure it? If it doesn't interact with matter, how are you going to measure it?
At a very basic level, it does interact with that and matter in the sense that it causes additional gravitation. That's the explanation that we're going with, Essie.
Yeah, that's the only thing that you can say, bro. It doesn't, we can measure it, touch it, smell it, blah, blah, blah. But in this case, it interacts with the arms of the galaxy. I mean, hey, if you want to believe that and you're going to try to convince me, and when I say I don't believe it, I'm incredulous, I mean, I don't think you got a leg to stand on, bro. It's like you're asking me to believe in a unicorn.
Right. Again, that's your incredulity. If the stuff that would need to be additionally present that we don't observe has a non-uniform density, there's a good chance that there's actually stuff there that has to be there because, again, if it were just to fudge the numbers and make the formula work, it wouldn't be It would have to be a uniform density, and it's not.
How much stuff are you missing?
SE quoted 37%. I mean, we can go with his figure if you want.
Well, they just did a thing, and now they're coming to the conclusion that cold dark matter isn't even a thing.
Yeah, that's how this started.
The modified Newtonian dynamics people said that, but okay, sure.
No, this is like a recent finding they did. What with the JW, the James Webb Telescope?
Okay, I would be interested if the James Webb Space Telescope, had said that cold dark matter is no longer a viable explanation.
All right, well, SC, where's the thing? Pop the cold dark matter thing up, will you, SC, so we can see where it came from. This 5 sigma thing.
I can do that. Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure that's recent, pretty recent, but whatever, we'll see.
Actually, it's there. 47 past the hour. I don't have to post it. Just scroll a couple of things up.
Give us the breakdown of it. Who found it? When did they find it? Like, is this a recent thing?
Yeah, this is a recent thing. This is what, a few months ago, this scientist here found it. He did an experiment. I forget exactly what it was, to be honest with you. And they found that by 5 sigma. That means 1 in 3.5 million tries, this and that. It's not there. Dark matter does not exist. They can't find it.
Right. We were already discussing the modified Newtonian dynamics video, but Jeremy brought in the James Webb, so I thought maybe there was something else that we were talking about.
I was just talking about how they recently found that dark matter, cold dark matter doesn't exist. That's all. I thought it was with the James Webb, whatever. I don't know how they did it.
Right, but as I was saying, the modified Newtonian dynamics people say that. That's their model.
So they're not using the lambda CDM model?
Not for modified Newtonian dynamics.
So it all depends on what model you use. If you have this model, dark matter is not a real thing. If you have another model, it is a real thing. So we're just going on what exists in reality by what model you have in your head.
To be honest, I don't know what the modified Newtonian dynamics model completely encompasses, but I do know that their entire shtick, the reason why that model exists, is because they don't want to. Well, okay, I'll have to look at it more in order to make a statement based on that particular model.
I mean, I'm reading an article. I just did a quick Google search. It says NBC News from 2021. Maybe dark matter doesn't exist after all. New research. Might have been some recent things that happened with this. I mean, I don't. Hard to believe that people, depending on what model you use. I mean, we're talking about reality. Is cold dark matter a thing in reality or not? I don't care what model you got in your head.
It seems quite a complex thing. I don't think you could really do a quick Google search and have any. You couldn't really understand it with a quick Google search, could you? I don't think.
Not trying to understand it or know how they didn't come up with it. We're just trusting the Google search on what the scientists that are studying, like, dedicate their lives to trying to find dark matter or saying now. That's all the Google search was for.
Yeah, we're just trying to figure out what the mainstream says. I don't fucking believe anything these guys say. But when you're arguing against people that believe everything they say, then you can use that.
I don't think it was ever found. I just think it was made as a placeholder to give them mass and to give them matter out there to make that filler. I mean, I've heard percentages up, dealing with gravity as high as 96%, but that might be a misunderstanding. But I don't think they ever found it. They just theorized it, and then now they're trying to find it and can't. So they're going away from that theory, it seems. I don't know. It's just the layman's perspective of what I've read and seen and heard and understand, or just think about. Of course they would have to come up with a filler, right? when something doesn't work, that's what they've done in the past, you know, best theory or best guess or whatever, and then try and prove that true. And when you can or you don't, just move on to the next thing.
The objective is to try and disprove things in science.
Yeah, which proves or, you know,
No, not
your
yeah,
theory.
no, that's not the objective in science. If we just ran around trying to disprove things, we would never be able to do engineering, because engineering uses the science that's proved things. So we know how things work, so we can do engineering and have cell phones, bridges, all that stuff. If you just ran around trying to disprove things, then and you never prove something, you'd be able to do engineering.
I think we understand how gravity would work, right? Like, I think those things are kind of pretty well gone over. It's just proving the cause of it. I don't think you'll ever do, because I don't think that's what exists. But, you know, the theory is pretty cool.
How do you do applied sciences? Apply sciences, when you didn't prove anything, you've only disproven something. What would be there? What would you apply?
Right. We would use the explanations that have not been disproven.
So you're not going to apply anything that's been proven. You're going to apply only things that have been disproven. So if you wanted to have some kind of engineering thing where there was boiling water involved, thing that we know how water boils, you would want to apply ice and all kinds of other things that we've disproven it.
It's weird that I said we would use the things that are not disproven, and then you changed that to we would use the things that are disproven. I don't know why you did that. Why I said something and you said the opposite.
So we would use things that aren't disproven. Okay, that's cool. So we would use, let's say nobody's disproven styrofoam to cause water to boil. We would use that.
I could put styrofoam in water and immediately disprove it. So yeah, we wouldn't use that.
So now it's disproven. So now we're not gonna. So we're only gonna not use the things that have been disproven. Are you sure we wouldn't want to use the things that have been shown to work?
Until they're disproven.
That don't work.
Yeah, I don't know. I think
weird we would apply things that don't work when we're trying to make stuff work.
Right. I'm not applying things that don't work. Again, that's not my position. Don't do that again.
You don't want to apply the things that do work, the proven things. You want to apply something else that I don't know what else is left besides the things that have been shown to not work.
How do you know when something works if it's not proven to work?
I don't know, dude. This is a weird word games, bro. This is word games all day with these dudes.
We use the things that have not been disproven.
How do you know there are things that are not, dude? Like, are you?
Who says that? Who talks like that? Not been disproven.
A double negative. What? Are you serious?
It's not a double negative because it's not logically equivalent to using things that are proven.
So not and this is not a double negative?
Correct. And the reason for that is, and I'll say it one more time, when I say I'm not using things that are disproven, that is not the same logical statement as I'm only using things that are proven.
Okay, so if nobody ever disproves that styrofoam causes water to boil, that would be something that's not disproven, right?
You could instantly disprove it by putting styrofoam in water, and there you go. The thing that you said is no longer something we would use.
Okay, so we would have to check to see if it was proven or disproven before we applied it for engineering, right?
Yeah, and we would use the things that are not disproven.
You wouldn't know if it was disproven or not until you disproved it.
Great. Well, we've had some time to disprove things.
So we have some engineering thing that we want to make water boil with it. Let's say nobody's ever tested if styrofoam has made water boil.
Great. Someone tests it and it doesn't work, and then everybody else knows, well, we don't do that because that doesn't work.
It's been disproven. Use the things that are disproven. What are we going to use? We're going to use the other things, right? Because using things that haven't been disproven, you don't know if that's going to work or not. They apply the science. Applied sciences.
Yep, and they use the things that have not been disproven.
Oh my God.
That's just wrong, in my opinion. I think you're absolutely wrong, and I think applied sciences engineering uses the things science has already done, known to work, and we know how physical reality works. So they apply that to engineering, and then we get stuff that works. Obviously, you want to get stuff that works in engineering. You don't want to get stuff where you don't even know disproven. So you don't even know if it works. You don't want to do that. You want to use the things that we know work.
I noticed how you changed your wording in that last statement, because you said we use the things that work. You didn't say use the things that are proven.
Here's how engineering works. They do science. Okay, that's a whole different thing. This is before engineering even starts. They're scientists. They do science. They figure out how the world works. They say, oh, if you get water hot, we can make water boil from getting it hot. Engineering will take that fact, reality works, and then apply that to do something. So work.
Now this is where
styrofoam and a whole bunch of shit that's never been tested. Apply that. Why would you apply something that hasn't been tested? You don't even know. It doesn't even make sense, doofus. I'm sorry. In my mind, it just doesn't click.
Right, but this is the reason why I'm disagreeing with the word using what's proven. Because if I were to have only ever been at sea level, and I were to find out that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, and I never checked any other altitude, I'd say, well, it's been proven that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. There's actually, in reality, counterexamples. So you would never say proven in science.
Well, who cares what
That's
you say?
incorrect.
I mean, you get water at 100 degrees, whatever, it's going to boil, right? If you're at sea level, or even anywhere near sea level. What if you're 1 degree off? It's still going to boil.
Okay, but let's not get bogged down in the boiling of the water thing. The point is, when you do engineering, you're going to be whether you don't want to use the word proven or not, they're going to use the things that have been validated through science. They're not going to use anything where they don't know or it's never been disproven. They're going to use things from science that have been validated, aka proven.
Yeah.
Okay, not aka right proven, because then I gave you a good counterexample of what would be not proven.
Yeah, and engineering wouldn't use things that haven't been proven. They wouldn't use things that haven't been not proven. I can't even talk like this. I don't know. Whatever. Go ahead, Elmo.
So in science, you say they don't use the word proven or proved or anything like that, right? That's what you said.
Right, because there's always the possibility that there's some future understanding that could change that understanding.
Well, check this out. Germ theory states that specific microscopic organisms are the cause of specific disease. The theory was developed, proved, and popularized in Europe and North America between about 1850 and 1920. In science, you don't use the word proved.
That's from
who's
Harvard.
writing that?
And that's Harvard University.
Okay. Well, that's don't.
Deep, Elmo.
Yeah, they didn't do it right. That's all.
Didn't do it right.
Yeah.
They're wrong.
Okay.
He's calling Harvard up.
Harvard didn't do it right.
Call him up.
Doofus is the scientist that does it right, but the scientists at Harvard don't do it right.
Right, and if you ask the person who wrote that article whether it's possible for future understanding to modify current understanding, they would say yes. Right?
That has nothing to do whether it's proven or not today by Harvard. Like, that has nothing to do with the proof that they have right now that this theory has been proven. It could be changed in the future, but it's proven right now under the standards that we have right now. It's proven. You can say what you want. You can twist it. You can word stock it. You can, say all scientists do this and say this. You're full of shit, man. It's proven. Sorry.
Proof typically means not something that has some sort of expiration date or some point becomes false later. Proof typically means it's always true forever. And that's not something that you say in science.
But you can't prove that.
Yeah, you can't prove it. That's the circle jerk. That's where science have the get out of jail free card when they're freaking wrong so many times, which is cool, right?
It's not about
Here, this
proof.
is from
That's
Wikipedia.
The whole foundation about science is not about proof. It's about evidence.
Yeah,
Well,
what
let
do you
me
think
read
proof
this.
is? What do you think proof is?
This from Wiki.
Yeah,
I know what proof is. Proof is something that's used in math. Mathematical
No.
proof. Yeah.
Proof is
Don't
evidence
don't
or
talk over
argument.
me. Don't
Stop.
talk over
You
me and
just
tell me what
you
I'm
said
thinking.
you already said
Oh.
proof is something that's used in math. All right, and
He doesn't want your explanations.
Revert.
Hey guys, you hear Jeremy trying to get in? He's reading your he's got a Bible verse. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, it's all good. Go ahead. Let's just go one at a time, please.
Tell us, dude, what he said, Jeremy.
Because I asked, what do you think proof is? And then he quickly jumped in. Like I was asking him a question. I said, what do you think proof is? He said, proof is not evidence. Then I said, well, hold on. Here's what it is. Definition, evidence, argument. Shut up, Sanik. Shut up, Sanik. Shut up, Sanik. Because I'm reading. Evidence or argument establish or helping to establish a fact or the truth of a statement. That's what proof is. That's the definition of proof.
Right. So like mathematical proof is a good analogy to that.
Well, evidence. So in science, do we not use evidence?
We use evidence.
Okay, so that's proof.
Would you stop doing that, clipping me? It's really annoying. Why are you doing that? Are you like on coffee or something?
I mean, you started
clipping
me.
All right, Zanik, go ahead.
So evidence is used in science to support a conclusion. Like, for example, does this table exist? Is this table really in front of me? Well, you can then provide evidence for why you could say and support why it's in front of you. It's not it's not really to give you absolute proof because anything's possible. They're not trying to give you a definitive answer like a mathematical proof is 2 + 2 = 4. Then you can provide support for that proof in math. This is not a proof. This is about supporting evidence based on conclusions that you're making for an observation and an effect and a cause.
In any way did I say mathematical proof?
No, I gave that as an analogy.
Okay, well then check this out. Proof in definition and it's synonymous with evidence. By definition, proof is evidence.
You're getting that from a dictionary. We're talking about physics.
Okay,
and science.
It's words.
Words have meaning and they have context. In the dictionary,
yes.
you can find definitions in the dictionary for certain words, and they have context to them. In physics and science, a lot of these words have, like for example, pseudo. Pseudo in science does not mean fake or phony. In science and physics, hold on.
Oh my.
Pseudo means something that has no orientation, or it's reference for independent, or something like that.
Okay, so you're saying there's a different dictionary for physics and science. What's the dictionary? All right, what's the dictionary? Okay, what's the dictionary?
No. Metaphorically,
yeah. What's the dictionary? There's a different dictionary for science and physics.
Yeah.
Like for example, what's the name of the book?
It's called Physics. University of Physics, for example, is a dictionary.
University of Physics is the name of the dictionary that's going to have a list of words and all their definitions.
Yes,
Jeremy, you see this. You see this when you search for. You see this when you search for a word in Google. You say, Google, hey, give me the definition of a force. And then it gives you a bunch of stuff and you hit show more. One of those sections, the subsections in there is going to say physics, and then it's going to give you that definition. Because physics typically has its own definitions for words.
So you're saying, Zanik, that pseudo does not mean fictitious in science.
Well, that's
he didn't say that.
I have to applaud you for coming back with that. Fictitious has multiple meanings as well.
Yeah, but I googled proof and it didn't have a different.
It does
I
mean,
googled proof and it didn't have a different definition for physics or science.
I want to go back with this one. So yes, pseudo does mean fictitious, but fictitious also can mean fake in the Webster's dictionary, as can pseudo, because they are synonymous. But in physics, pseudo, fictitious, L. Lambert, These are all inertial. These are all words for types of forces that are pseudo, fictitious, L-Lambert, which are reference frame dependent and have no source. It's very specifically different than you would say if I have pseudoscience, or I have a pseudo answer for you, or whatever the fake, putting fake in front of something like Webster would dictate.
Okay, but doofus, as to what you just said, I just Googled proof definition. No, there's no physics or science definition for it. So what does that mean?
Well, I mean, that doesn't disagree with what I said, that you wouldn't use the word proof in physics.
So if I Google the definition of a word and it doesn't have a physics definition, then they don't use that word? Is that how it works?
No, it's not enough information to come to a conclusion either way. You just don't have enough information is all.
Where is is there a book? Is there a book? Like, we have Webster's dictionary. Is there a book that just has the physics and scientific definitions?
I wouldn't say there would be one publication. Typically, when papers are written, they actually define their own terms.
All right.
And why is there a problem with, you guys know this intuitively, logically, that in physics, that the great example, pseudo forces and things, these are words and terms. They have specific meanings in physics. They're different than how they're used in day-to-day life outside of physics, right? I mean, why are we fighting about this? Why are we even arguing?
Fictitious and pseudo it means not real in science, regardless of.
No, that's not true.
Hold on, though.
Yes,
if there's a different definition, definition, then why am I not getting a different definition when I look it up in all the dictionaries on Earth?
Proof is probably not too different. I'm making a guess here. In physics, it's rarely ever used. I can't remember seeing the word proof in any of my physics books.
Okay, so we're going to use the definition of proof that Webster's gives then, because you guys don't have a specific definition for it in physics, right?
Okay, let's go along with it. Okay, fine. So what?
Different definition. Why would we not use the one Webster's gives? Then what? You're making up a definition? Like, what are we doing?
We're not using proof in physics.
Right. I gave an example of why you wouldn't use the word proof. That water boiling example was perfect for that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
So it is an evidence that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius at sea level?
Now, if you listen to the entire explanation I gave, if everybody had boiled water at sea level and they said, well, this is proof that water boils at 100 degrees Celsius, and then they go to Denver, Colorado, and they find out that's not true, it's not proven anymore, is it?
They're not at sea level.
The statement that was originally made, that was proven because everybody did it at sea level, that proof is now wrong, which means the word proof was improper to use in the first place.
No, it isn't. It's still proven at sea level to boil at whatever temperature they boiled it at sea level. It's still proven to do that. Because you can't go to sea level and boil water or try and boil water at that temperature and have it not boil. So it is proven at sea level. Now, when you move to Denver, Colorado, you've moved the variables.
No,
right. Now listen one more time, because you changed it again, because I don't know, because you do that to me every time.
No, I know how you try and
hold on, let him
Doofus
respond. Brachia, hold on.
Yeah, I'll let him respond, but
you can go next.
First.
Hold on,
Brachia. Oh my God.
Dude, let him respond. You did stop.
Okay. The original statement was everybody did it at sea level. The proof they came up with is water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. Again, your point about, yes, they changed the variables, that's my point. The statement, the original proof, was water boils at 100 degrees Celsius. That's it, full stop. Now, when we go to somewhere else, we find out that's no longer a good statement to use because we have a new additional information. So the word proof was not proper to use in that context.
So what if I say water boils at sea level? It's proven that water boils at sea level at a certain temperature. Is that true?
No.
No, because you can be at sea level and then put the water inside of a vacuum chamber.
Or you could have a pressure change. Hold on.
Why are y'all
Pressure
changing
change.
the parameters? I'm talking about
No, not
at
change.
sea level. What if I
Bracket.
state all my parameters in a pot, in a certain stainless steel pot, certain thickness, using a certain type of water? Water will always boil at this temperature with this applied flame at sea level. Is that proof?
No, because the next time you make all those specifications, then somebody brings up cavitation, which also is effectively water boiling. So that's why the word proof doesn't really make any sense to use here, because new information changes the validity of those statements.
And by the way, Rakia, you can always have the pressure in that sea level position change day to day. It changes. So if you want to get hyper specific, we could have a day where there's a little less pressure, so the water temperature would be a different temperature for it to boil, or a higher pressure.
Yeah. What if I say
cavitation? Hold on, real quick.
Boils?
Cavitation is just hold on, real quick. Cavitation is just a pressure change, like we said. If you
no, it's actually
if you have the pressure,
the effect of a pressure change.
If you have the pressure, hold on, Zanuck. Pressure constant, you're not going to have cavitation.
You can't keep the pressure constant, because the whole reason you have cavitation is because you've lowered the pressure, and the water then boils and then collapses when that pressure is removed.
Yeah, we know.
So what's
it's
the
a
definition of
non-sequitur.
boiling water?
It's a non-sequitur because we were
hold on,
talking
guys. We're
about
going off
keeping the
course
pressure.
here, man.
Well, it's more than a change of state.
Let Rakia answer the. We're going off course here, man. Let Rakia answer the question.
Yeah, it's still proven though. You change the parameters all you want, and that changes the variable. Then that you might have used proof in the wrong way. But when I say I can boil water at sea level in this pot with this temperature and I can even give a very, like 0 to 200 degrees, water will boil. It's proven.
Why would you make it more vague?
Yeah,
that's the whole point, though. You don't have to make it vague. They're trying to make it vague.
You know what
you can make it very specific, and that water will boil every time. Proven.
Who's trying to make it vague?
What if I put it on ice cube?
How do we know that water boils at sea level at that temperature if it's not proven?
We have evidence that has not been disproven that that's what happens.
How many times? Who has gone to sea level and boiled water at that temperature and it didn't boil? Who is this person?
Right. Which is why I said which has not been disproven. It was in my statement, Rakia.
You can twist it to your statement.
Reki, you're kind of confusing the logic in physics with logic in the legal system. So if you were a lawyer, you'd be like a good representative for this particular defendant or plaintiff that is trying to say that, you know what, in this situation, we have evidence that the water was there and the temperature was such and it did boil, and he can provide all the facts and things that you've provided since we've been arguing about this, and you'd be right. In a court of law, that would be proof that water boils at sea level at 100 degrees C. I have no problem conceding that, but that's not how physics looks at proof. We don't look at it that way in physics, for all the reasons Doofus has been explaining.
Let me try this for clarity. How about if we say we control all the variables, the temperature, the altitude,
perfect,
the sun, everything. If we control all the variables, can we make water boil at a certain temperature? If we control all the variables, yes or no?
Yes.
What if somebody finds another variable?
Like what?
But he's saying all of them. Doofus, he's saying all of them. If you were to do that, then you'd just be following the physics books, that this is what happens. This is the charts that we get. Are looking at physics books and see these charts, or where the triple point is, where water boils, where it freezes, where it changes states, all these things. Yes, that would be, I don't know if you want to call it proof, but that you'd be defining what the physics books are defining. But they don't call it proof.
And if somebody gets a bunch of neutrinos together, then we've got a different issue, because now we've got a new variable, right?
Yeah, neutrinos. Yeah, way to go there, Doofus. Yeah. From water, you went to neutrinos. I mean, seriously, man. Come on. Are you
because if you fire a whole bunch of neutrinos at something.
We're talking about water boiling, bro. And we can
Fancy, we're on the same topic.
Yeah, S.A., can I ask you a question? Is it possible to control every possible variable in any situation.
In this one, I believe we can. I mean, what do you have?
What?
You have altitude, you have heat, you have pressure. I mean, surely we can control these things, right? Surely.
No, you can't control every single variable. There could be gamma rays that are coming from the sun that are affecting this effect. I mean, there's also, we can say that why clouds are forming. You know, there has to be particulate in the air for this to happen. You can reduce the number of particulates that there are, solar cosmic particles that are being bombarded with from space. I mean, there's so many things. It was kind of a rhetorical question. The answer is no. We can't control every. We cannot control every. We cannot control every single variable. We cannot. It's not possible because they're variables and we know we can't. So why are we even talking about it?
Stop bumbling on, bro. You said yes before. Now you're saying no. We can't.
No, because we can't do that. I say if we could, though. You said if we can control every variable. You said this. I said yeah. I agreed. Doofus didn't really, but I know where he's coming from. But I'm saying if you could, which is impossible, yes, you might be, have a point. But it's not a point because you can't. So why even bring it up?
Okay, let me ask you this then. When, let's say a group of engineers want to build a bridge, right? Do they guess at the load weight formulas of how much load that bridge is gonna carry and be able to support, or they calculate it and they're sure exactly this much concrete, this much steel will support this much weight under these conditions? Is that a guess, or are they know for sure?
It's a guess.
It's a guess. So that's it. I back up.
Guessing games when they're building bridges.
Can I ask you a question about the water
They just throw some shit together and. Oh, hold on. You're telling me they just throw some shit together and they're just guessing. They have no idea how much weight.
I didn't say no idea. I didn't say no idea.
Wait a minute.
Right.
We were
It's always going to be the best.
one sec. We were talking about
Abby,
science improving things.
They must know.
Can I clarify?
Hold on, guys. They must.
You're talking about engineering.
Can someone mod to stop the over talking, please? Thank you.
Yeah, come on, guys. They must, and surely engineers must know how much weight the bridge can hold and what materials and stuff to use so that it can hold that much weight. Surely they're not just guessing.
Well, can I clarify then? I didn't mean guess like blind guess, educated guess. I mean, they estimate. Everything's estimations. There's no absolute specifics on anything they're doing when they're building a bridge. They know generally the strength of concrete, but concrete has variables. Concrete's consistency could be changed. How it cures, the materials used. Everything is estimated, and they have a reasonable level of confidence that when they build this bridge based on all these components, these thousands of components, millions probably of factors, that they are confident within 0.999%, maybe 5 sigma, that this bridge will support the loads that it's designed to support. I didn't mean like they just guess, let's throw it together and hope it works. No. But they never know.
Engineering is a fun example because of tolerances. Tolerances are built into every single thing that's done in engineering.
Exactly. So his question was, do they know exactly? That's what Rick SE mentioned. And I said, no, they do not know precisely and exactly what's going to happen. They estimate it. And it's based on the tolerances, as Doofus just said.
Can I ask SE a question about the waterboarding?
Sure, go on.
How do you know it's causation and not correlation with the heat?
Because every time we put heat to it, it boils?
That's correlation, though, right?
Yeah, when you want to cook dinner, and you go over to your stove, are you saying, let me see, is there going to be a correlation tonight? Am I going to be able to make my soup? Like, do you think before you talk, bro? Seriously.
Yeah, that doesn't show me that it's causation and not correlation.
So you're wondering now, if you're going to go and turn your stove on, you're like, what? Is it a causation? Is it a correlation? Am I going to have supper tonight? Let me throw the dice.
I don't think people look for cause when they're trying to do things like that. It's a different. You're creating two different concepts.
Well, I don't know about you, but I know cause and effect. When I turn on the eye of the stove, I know that's going to cause electricity to flow through and it's going to heat up. Or my gas one, I know when I open it and I put a flame to it, I know for sure it's always going to light unless there's something wrong with my gas flow or I don't have a spark.
That's
a fact.
Now
That's
you're
100% proof. It's going to happen
now you
every
are,
single time.
and now you're talking about the cause for heat, not the cause for boiling.
Who cares? What's your point exactly?
Who cares? Well, if you don't care about your scientific method, then I'm sure. I mean, you don't have to.
What scientific method, bro? I turn on the stove, the power comes on, I get heat every single time.
Okay,
When I put water on the stove, it boils every single time. That's how I have coffee in the morning. I know every morning I can have my coffee because the water boils every single time.
And every morning when the rooster says his thing, the sun comes up. So it has to be the rooster that's causing the sun to come up, right?
Bro, that's got to be the most lame thing I've ever heard. I mean, if you think you're making headway, sure, go for it, bro. If you're comparing a rooster crowing to me making coffee, that's pretty good.
No, it's showing that you can't differentiate between correlation and causation when you say that heat is the cause. You don't know that for 100% certain. You know,
I do 100%. Yep, I know 100%. Every time I turn on that stove, it's going to make heat. It's either going to be done through electricity or gas. And every single time, that heat makes the water boil. You call it heat, call it whatever term you want to use. I know for certain it will work every single morning.
What's your
Hey,
conclusion?
I don't know who it is. I'm just sorry to interrupt. I'm just stepping in
It's
because of
Moleman.
this this unbearable sound that's like ringing to my ears. So sorry.
He already muted.
Thank you very much.
He was in his grinding room, I think.
Oh, that sounds awesome. Whatever it was, it sounded really badass because I like machinery and using our hands and all that fun stuff. But sorry to interrupt. I was just getting a headache. Yeah.
Yeah, it was kind of loud.
I'm starting to change my mind on this whole thing actually because I really didn't like this argument. The science prove things. To me, I was just always thinking, well, yeah, of course it proves things, and if you change something later on, then you're changing the variables. I suppose that's one way of looking at it, or you're just building on already proven things. That was what I was thinking before, but now I'm starting to think of it a bit differently, like because I'm not sure we can really figure out the cause. Like, I really don't. I think we just see effects and we put an interpretation on it. That's what we do. We put an interpretation on something. I mean, what causes light?
That's not the issue, bro. The issue is proof. Proof. They want to get rid of proof. They gotta say 99.9. Why do they do that? Simple. They save their ass. They want to give themselves a way out. That's the only reason. If you can't have proof, you can't have life. It's as simple as that.
So you think that science and physics are based on ego? People care about having outs and being able to not be proven wrong?
Today's science is absolutely based on ego and funding. It's a good old boys club. That's exactly what it is. Everybody knows that.
It's amazing. Isn't it amazing, Essie, that over the last 100 years, science has advanced to levels that almost unimaginable. You're unable to comprehend the level for which things have advanced. The things we're doing today versus 100 years ago. And so I think it's a little disingenuous of you to say that somehow these scientists are all they're all phonies. They make things up to cover themselves. Nothing gets done. It's just trying to swamboozle everybody, make them believe that they're smarter than they really are. But somehow we've now got the power of a room-sized computer in a child's hand in a $100 device.
Check.
I mean, it's amazing. Trillions sometimes of bits of information stored in the palm of your hand. It's mind-boggling.
You're good, bro. Stop, Bazanik, please stop.
Yeah, we can hear you,
You guys can
Jeremy.
hear me good, though?
That's engineering.
Yeah, good.
Why is my light not turning off, though?
It's weird.
No, bro. You sound good, though.
Maybe jump out and come back in as well.
Zanuck, you know what a Schrader valve is?
I do.
They've been using them for what, maybe 90 years? Same thing?
Yep.
They all fucking leak. They're fucking garbage. We all have to struggle with tire pressure because of that. In my business, I use the same things in my water tanks, and I have pressure problems all the time because
maybe you should
they
get a new
just
Schrader
made
valve.
a decision a long time ago to go with a cheap product for this. And we've yet to take all the science in the world and fucking fix the Schrader valve.
Well,
because
my
it's too
tires on
fucking cheap. It's too
my
cheap
tires
to
on my
fix.
car have not changed in over a year. So I guess you might need to get better Schrader valves. There's different types, different kind of O-rings. The O-rings degrade. You've talked about the degradation, outgassing of rubber. That can actually be a huge problem when they change your tires. They're exposed to maybe forces that they bent. The mechanic hits it or something and dislodges it, makes it move, creates a little friction, creates a little wear. It can create a small leak. There's a million reasons why these Schrader valves. They're a cheap little product. Now, if you wanted something
too
that
cheap,
hold on.
fix.
If you want
They're
one
too
that does
cheap
not
to
leak,
fix.
there are. Hold on. If you want one that does not leak, there are those that are available that will not leak.
I'm just trying to show you how even with advancement, sometimes things don't advance.
That's a false statement. Even Schrader valves have improved and evolved engineering-wise over the last 50 years.
They're all leaking, and there's
They don't all leak. You're making false statements. You're making disingenuous
really?
statements.
You don't hear about people checking their tires all the time?
They don't all leak. I just got done telling you mine don't leak.
Every season,
my race car
bicycle out.
In my race car, the thing will sit for 6 months, and the tire pressure won't change 1 psi. So it's not leaking. So I'm not one of your test subjects that has seen this defective Schrader valve leaking situation.
Okay,
well,
I'm wrong.
I mean, the question is, are they? Could it be that they're holding back advancement to fit the agenda?
God, I think they're doing the opposite. They're throwing things out there, and people are going, "What are you talking about? You're crazy to think this." And then suddenly these concepts start. Even quantum mechanics, that was like fantasy world, 50 years ago. And now they utilize quantum mechanics, the things that superposition and all these things that we kind of joke and discuss here. They use it in technology today so that your computer can work. If they didn't have a good handle on quantum mechanics, we wouldn't have personal computers that can hold.
What do they use when? Okay, Zanuck,
2
when they're making
terabytes of information on something the size that fits in your hand.
Okay, Zanuck, when they're making a computer, these engineers, when they're making a computer, are they using this stuff that science has determined to be true about our physical reality, or are they using things that haven't been disproven to make the computers and stuff?
I think the latter would be a more correct statement.
The stuff that hasn't been disproven, that's what they're using to make computers?
Yeah. Because saying that's been proven.
So they're not using the stuff. So they're not using the stuff we deem to be true about physical reality. They're using something else. They're applying something else.
I mean, it's a play on words. I don't know. Both could be true, I guess.
Play on words. Science, you can either validate a hypothesis, or you can either prove your null or your alternate hypothesis.
Well, it
right?
depends on
The
the
null
question.
is the antithesis. The null is the antithesis, right? Like heat causes water to boil. The null is heat does not cause water to boil, right? So which one are they going to be using? Which one are they going to be using when they build a computer?
Well, I don't think there's much water inside of a computer, so I don't think either one.
Which hypothesis are they going to be using? Which hypothesis are they going to be using when they make a computer? The null or the other one?
Probably
builds
the other
stuff?
one. I mean, what's your point?
Builds like that? Like, that makes no sense. Like when you build a house, Jeremy, do you build it using hypothesizing stuff? Like that's just the dumbest shit I ever heard.
Is
I gotta give them credit for
engineering not
creativity.
applied science? Hold on, is engineering not applied science?
It is an applied science, but when we are building things, we don't work based upon hypothesizing. We based upon things we already know. You already know that if you put bricks together with cement, you're gonna stick. We ain't gonna perform an experiment to see whether or not that's true. Like, come on, man, that's the dumbest shit.
Okay, so when we do engineering, we're applying the sciences that we know to be true, right? We're not applying things that we haven't tested or we don't know or we haven't disproved, right? We're applying the things that we know to be true about reality. Is that what you're telling me?
I think the word "true" is a problem.
Is that what you're telling me, Nate?
We apply things that are within our knowledge base, within our foundation of knowledge. Yeah.
That is supported by evidence.
Yeah,
and
things we know. We
experience.
wouldn't apply something we hold on, Zanuck. We wouldn't apply something we don't know, right? Things we haven't disproven or
Why?
whatever.
Why even ask that question? It is such a stupid question to ask.
Because there was somebody in here earlier telling me that when you do this engineering thing and they apply the sciences, they're applying things that haven't been disproven yet. It's stupid, right? I know, Nate.
I mean, isn't that a given, Jeremy? What? Like, you do things that you believe to be, based on the fact you believe this is true, right? The route you take to work every day when you're driving, you believe that route will take you to work because in the past it has. It hasn't been shown to you or disproven that route doesn't take you to work. No, it's like you asking silly questions, man.
No, dude, there was somebody in here earlier saying that applied sciences, they're applying the stuff that hasn't been disproven yet.
That a controversial statement, though?
I didn't agree with it either. I know.
Oh, I'm not saying I don't agree with it. What I'm saying is, what is so controversial about that statement?
Because you're going to apply something that hasn't been disproven. So something that we haven't disproved, you're going to apply that. Wouldn't you apply the things that we know to be true, things that have been proven?
What is the difference between them? I'm applying something that hasn't been disproven. I'm basically saying I'm applying something that's been proven, but it hasn't been
what that
disproven.
sentence means?
Proven, right?
Are you sure?
What does that sentence mean to you? That's what it means to me. What does it mean to you?
I don't know. The guy, it was Doofus, and it sounded like he was trying to get out of saying that.
But when he says it, how does that make sense in your head? Did it make sense to you?
I took it to mean that we're not using the things that have been proven because I was getting the gist that he was clearly against that sentiment, and he was saying no, we were using the things that haven't been disproven. Why wouldn't he just say we've used the things that have been proven then? Because we were arguing about it for a few minutes.
Okay, maybe that's how he wanted to word it, Jeremy. And it sounds like what he's saying is grossly wrong, is it?
You would think.
I think this is like a silly hill to have an argument on. Like, you really want to live and die on this hill, bro. It's not that deep.
Like, what does science do?
How we
build. How is that not a hill to die on if this whole conversation is ensconced in the idea of what that is?
It doesn't sound like this conversation was about what does science do. It sounds like the conversation was about how do we build things.
The conversation is whatever Zanuck dragged it to.
No, I'm talking about the conversation Jeremy and Doofus were having. That Jeremy just, told me about right now. I don't know if you just joined, Snacks. It had nothing to do with Zanuck.
We were just talking about what science does.
Like I mean, I've been here since there was one person here, so no, I have been listening, Nate.
It was about what science does?
Jeremy asked
things with things that are proven and not proven?
Right, and then Zanuck said that there's a metaphorical science dictionary, and then we asked for it, but it wasn't available. I don't know. Checked out a library.
I didn't say that, by the way.
You so did that I made a meme of it. Okay, it's fine. Don't worry about it.
Metaphorical?
And then Jeremy told me the wrong thing. I'm sorry, Snakes.
No, I didn't tell you the wrong thing. Hold on, I didn't tell you the wrong thing. That's the conversation me and Doofus had. I was trying to say engineers use the things that, science has proven, things we know to be true, and not things that we haven't disproven. Like, have we disproven that bumblebees, have we disproven that Bic lighters cause water to boil? No, we haven't disproven that, right?
So we then use Bic lighters to boil water because it hasn't been disproven. Like, what is controversial about that statement, Jeremy?
Okay, there's engineers that they're about to apply something that hasn't been disproven. What does that look like in your mind? What are they going to do? What are they about to do?
They're about to apply something that hasn't been disproven. It looks like they're about to build something. They're about to make shit. They're about to use a Bic lighter to boil water. Because the claim that Bic lighters boil water hasn't been disproven. And like, come on, bro.
Okay, let's say no one's ever put styrofoam in water, right? Now that's never been disproven. An engineer's not going to use a styrofoam if they need water boiled, right? They're going to use some mechanism where we know that can boil water, right?
Well, if you're saying that this is something that's never been done before, that's a very different case then. Then obviously you can't use the claim it's never been disproven because this thing has never been put to the test. Doofus said it's never been disproven. He means there's a claim, a hypothesis, a guess that has never been proven to be false. Because we've never proven it to be false, we can rely on it. But what you are now giving is an example where no hypothesis has been made. This thing has never been tested before. There's no reliability around it. It's never been proven or disproven. It's never been put to the test. And that's a very different situation here.
You've heard of water being cooled to below freezing and not freezing, not changing state. That's a small example of what we're kind of alluding to here. There's certain situations where this idea of proof doesn't fly in physics because there's always some certain types of exceptions. Water being cooled below 0 C and not freezing is an example of that.
Why does that happen?
Do you not
know how
the super cold? There's such a thing.
I've seen the examples. They tap the bottle on the side of the counter, and the thing instantly freezes.
Right. You've seen it. You've probably seen it yourself in your own freezer.
I'm just asking if you know why.
I know why. Do you know why?
No, I wouldn't have asked you.
So would you say that it's a valid proof that to say, and that's why I don't like this word proof, and you've been using it for boiling, and it's a different situation than freezing slightly. There's different reasons for that, but the proof makes no sense in physics to say that because that's a good example. You can have water brought down to 0 C and have it not freeze under certain circumstances. Same pressure,
does anyone use AirPods on an iPhone? Anyone in here right now? Okay, never mind then.
This is amazing, man, for the audience. Not knowing what water boiling is, not knowing what proof is. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this, man. Thank you, guys. You made my day. You made me laugh so much, man. What's next? What is, or should we contemplate what the word "the" means?
Well, let's talk about the water freezing. I think it might be a good one for you to talk about, SE. SE, does water freeze at 32 degrees at sea level at standard atmospheric pressure and temperature?
I guess so. Yeah. There's a certain.
Now, what if I showed you water that was at 25 degrees and not freezing, not frozen?
If you change the pressure, you can do that. Yeah.
No. The pressure is not changing.
What?
Pressure didn't change. I think you heard me the first time.
Okay, so what changed?
Nothing. Well, nothing that we're controlling between you and me in this particular example. I have water and I'm lowering the temperature in a freezer, and it doesn't freeze at 32 degrees. But you've asserted that we have proof that water freezes at 30 because you've done it every day. Every day you wake up, you look at your ice cubes in the refrigerator. The refrigerator set at 32. All your ice cubes are frozen. But this one time, it doesn't. So you didn't have proof that water freezes at 32 degrees.
Well, technically it did freeze because it went down to that temperature. It didn't solidify, and that's why I was asking why.
No, now we're talking about definitions. Freezing.
Yeah, and I asked you what was going on.
No, it's not frozen. Frozen is explicitly a word that tells you the state of a substance.
But that freezing water did not solidify.
Define freezing then.
below freezing in temperature.
No, they're being an idiot now. Stop it. Come on.
Okay.
No,
one
that's
thing
not what
is
it
temp.
means.
One thing is
Freezing
temperature.
means it changes state. Hey, stop it. Freezing cold water means you're talking about the relative temperature, but it could not change state. When you say something freezes, that is implicitly saying that that particular substance has changed state.
I just think for understanding purposes, you haven't really told me why.
No,
it's
you're
improved or how it
obfuscating. I'm trying to get
immediately
SE. I'm trying to
goes
get SE.
solid.
I'm trying to get SE to come to terms with the fact that these things that he's talking about are not proofs. And freezing water is a great example of this.
Well, the boiling water is a great example too.
No, it's
In
not,
other
because
words,
it's more.
if we go
It
to a
doesn't have as
different
many
altitude, if we go to a different altitude and get a different boiling point, we're going to think it was the altitude. We don't know about pressure. We're totally capable of making these mistakes.
No, that's why he controlled as many variables as possible. I am talking about that as well. Now, if you control all variables, then both situations could be true. But he's not. He's saying he's using, and he's being very clear, being very apparent, transparent about his intention to tell us that he feels that these things are proofs because every morning he wakes up and makes his coffee and he boils water and he knows that it's going to boil at 212 degrees. You
use the word all the variables, and Montreal is aware that he may not know all the variables.
But he still says every morning is proof because every morning he wakes up and boils water at boiling temperature. And it always
Every
boils.
single morning.
At sea
It's
level.
always going to happen. I'm always going to have coffee. You know what? Tomorrow.
He's validating my point.
Listen, my turn to talk now. Listen up. Tomorrow, guess what, Zanuck? I'm going to make coffee. I know for sure the water's going to boil and I'm going to have coffee. Now, if that offends you or triggers you, get offended and get triggered.
I'm not offended. I'm telling you now, what if you had to make, for your kids, you had to put ice cubes in their bottles because they like cold water, like cold juice or whatever. And you went to the freezer and you had all this water in there and it wasn't frozen. Even though every day before that it was. This one particular day it wasn't.
Okay, let me answer that. Then I would absolutely assume that my freezer is broken and then I would have to repair it.
Well, there we go. I'm glad you gave me that answer because that's actually wrong. Because you can have
That's
water
wrong.
that is below. Listen very carefully, and I'll explain to you why you're wrong. There are situations when water will not boil at 32 degrees.
Okay, and
not related to pressure.
What does that have to do with my freezer lacking electricity, not being able to make ice?
No,
yeah, water doesn't boil at 32 degrees, Zanuck. It freezes at 32 degrees. So
Did
you
I
might
say
want to
boil?
state that. Yeah,
I'm
you
sorry,
said boil.
I'm just flabbergasted. He's not grasping the concept that freezing. The water would not freeze. Your freezer's fine. The expert mechanic came over and looked at it and said, "Yep, your freezer is definitely bringing the water, the temperature of the freezer chamber to below 32 degrees. It's at 30 degrees. It's at 28 degrees. We verified it. It's not broken. Yet the water didn't freeze that one morning. It was in the containers.
Tell us why, then. Tell us why. Enlighten us.
No, I'm not going to tell you why. I want you to concede that there are situations that you're not aware of, that you've said there's proof. You've used boiling water as an example. I've given you another example of water not doing something on the other end of the spectrum, and you can't grasp the fact that maybe you're wrong.
Well,
I don't give a damn what you think, bro. State your case or don't talk.
If it's
No,
the
I'm not gonna,
same
that's not my
type
case.
of water,
My case is you.
If it's the same type of water, then it should be the same. But if you have something like an increase in the salinity of the water, then it's going to require not much, but a cooler temperature in order to freeze, because the salinity is gonna increase the rate in which that water will freeze.
No, same type of water.
Decrease.
Same type of water.
Same condition, same exact conditions as the previous day.
Everything's the same. Yep.
So there you go. He doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Well,
It can only be one
not
cause
exactly
of it.
the same condition. No, I mean, the
Oh,
water
not
is the same, but
exactly
there's a
now.
different. There is a different.
Oh,
The
I
point
told
is,
you-
there is different.
I told
There's
you
a
understand.
condition that you didn't. There's a condition you didn't understand or know about that we're talking about. We're not talking about the water type. We're not talking about the temperature, all the pressure. something else. So that's why when you mentioned controlling all the variables, which is impossible, you could have a point. But it's stupid because you can't control the variables. That's why we don't call it proof. That was the whole point of the entire conversation to this point.
Okay, do you see the difference between your freezing temp and your frozen water? It has to do with the type of water and another 10 degrees that it would take. No. Yeah, well, it does. I'm reading about it. I posted it. So our assumptions aren't always correct. Water doesn't always freeze at 32 degrees. Pure water has a harder time freezing.
It's irrelevant. Every time I put water in my freezer, every single time the water froze without exception. I've been doing it for over 40 years. I never had an instance where the water, under the same conditions, didn't freeze, Zanuck. So nice try,
so what's your
bro.
hypothesis?
Yeah, same thing with
the fact.
It's the same thing with boiling.
Yeah, do that with neutrinos. Okay, Essie, you've made a statement very clear. I guess you're not gonna concede. So you tell me now your quick 30-second pitch on the hypothesis of why water freezes.
There's no hypothesis. I merely stated a fact. Listen again. Every day for my entire life, every single time I put water in the freezer under the same conditions, it froze every single time. Now you're talking about
one sentence.
I'm talking about fantasy. That's on you, bro. And you, of course, you're going to interrupt.
Tell me the.
That's a fact.
Go ahead, Essie. Finish it up.
Yeah. Again, every single time, and I mean every single time without exception, that I put ice in the freezer, water in the freezer, it froze every single time.
All right. Zanuck, let's go one at a time. It's the same thing with boiling. The water always boils on my stove.
Yep. Without
exception.
What's
the fact? The fact is, can you just tell me in one sentence what the fact is? That water always freezes at 32 degrees? Is that your fact?
The fact is this. Every time I put water in the freezer, it freezes. That is a fact. A fact, not an assumption, a fact, Zanuck.
Okay, I'm trying to understand what your point is. Okay, I agree. Every time I throw water in my freezer, it freezes too. Sometimes.
So that's proof. That's proof of water freezing every time.
Not every time.
Put in
it doesn't.
It does every single time, bro. Every time.
Well, he said it doesn't. It doesn't do it all the time. Can you explain to us the times it doesn't?
Yeah, I put a bottle of water. I freeze bottles of water, and I put bottled water in the freezer, and I shut the door in the morning. I wake up, and it's not frozen.
Maybe you need to turn up the.
No, it's like 20 something degrees.
No, go ahead, dice low.
I was just saying, maybe you need to adjust the temperature, bro.
Nope, it doesn't freeze for a specific reason.
You might need to call, Maytag, like Jeremy said.
Now you're talking like SC. Come on, we've already agreed. And in fact,
the reason why you're
Dan even. I think
okay. What's the reason why your water doesn't freeze?
Clip in there about why water doesn't freeze at 32.
What's the explanation behind it?
Pure water has a different freezing point than water with mineral content because of how it wants to crystallize the beginning formation of ice.
Okay, Zanuck, what's the reason why your water's not freezing?
No, that's not. I don't want to talk about the reason. And it's not the different freezing point.
What do you mean?
Freezes. You move it, you disrupt it, and it freezes. That's your hint. But that's not the point. The point of this is you're saying that for a fact, I put my water in the freezer and it freezes. And I've said those situations where it doesn't. Water. Now, certain types of water. Now you're going to get specific of the type of water. And then I think someone mentions, it was a dice low, someone mentioned the salinity. I mean, all these little facts. So there are certain conditions where these facts are not facts. That's all I'm saying. I'm not saying anything more than that.
Why doesn't your water freeze when you put it in the freezer? Is your freezer broken?
I don't want to talk about a whole other topic here. We're talking about
the same thing.
Philosophy that Essie has adopted, that he knows that these things in science are facts, and that's what I'm debating.
We're talking about water freezing in your freezer. It doesn't freeze all the time. We want to know, why is it not freezing? Is your freezer broke? Are you using a different kind of water? Did you leave the freezer door open? Like, what's going on with your freezer?
It's the physics of why. It's the physics of why things change state. What needs to be present for a state change to occur? and where the energy goes, where the energy is released. I mean, there's a lot of things that are going on that are completely being dismissed by SE, being almost simpletonish if it's in his logic. That I know I wake up and I make coffee, I boil the water and it always boils at 220, 12 degrees. I know if I put water in the freezer every morning, it'll always be. So it's a fact. That's the part we're arguing about, not about why it happens.
Yeah, and you're saying it's not a fact. There's times where you put water in your freezer and it doesn't freeze. So what are you doing different than we're doing?
That's a whole nother topic.
I always got.
I don't want to go into the details
always
of this.
Freezes too.
It's a whole other topic. I want to talk about the philosophy that SE has mentioned that these things are facts because he wakes up and knows that he can depend on that water boiling every time he wakes up and makes coffee. Or every time he wakes up in the morning and gets an ice cube, he knows that water's made ice cube because he's put it in the freezer every single time.
Everyone
never failed me, not once, Sonic. Never failed me one time. I'm sure everybody here has done the same thing and has gotten the same experience. Hands up, who has tried to boil water and failed? Or who has tried to freeze water and failed?
Me, I just told you I did. Put water in the freezer overnight, and in the morning it was still liquid.
Everyone on Earth. Why is it cutting off the beginning of my sentences? Fucking A.
It didn't.
I didn't do anything.
It didn't do it. You were fine. You're coming through, Jeremy.
Yeah, you're coming in a little low, Jeremy.
It's cutting off the beginning of my sentences. I have an issue. I don't know.
No, I heard it. You were fine.
Yeah, just your light might be late. We hear you fine.
1, 2, 3.
You're good, bro.
Everyone on Earth. Everyone on Earth.
Everyone on Earth. Earth.
Everyone.
My mic's not
Okay,
lighting
let him
up when
go.
I'm talking. I don't know if you guys can hear me or not. I'll be
We
back.
could,
later,
bro. We could.
Jeremy,
why is my mic not lighting up, Ken?
It doesn't matter. You're good, bro.
It is on our end. Fine. We see you. We hear you.
We'll tell you if you have a problem. Go on.
Somebody's told me I have a problem, and now I'm trying to figure out what's going on. But if you guys are saying there's no problem, that's fine.
Just roll over everybody,
So
Jeremy.
everyone on Earth, they boil water. They went to sleep the night before. They wake up, their water's frozen. You're the only one, Zanuck.
Only one what? I'm the only one what?
Waking up with your water not frozen.
No, other people have seen this before. It's not an unusual phenomenon, by the way.
I think I know what he's talking about. Okay, I got you now.
Okay,
I think
Mr.
I know
Google,
what he's
what'd you
talking
find
about.
out?
He's talking about, you ever see that thing where they take water out and then they tap it and it freezes? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah, he's talking about makes a slush.
Of course.
Yep.
Yeah, gotcha.
Why is that funny? I just got just telling you that
nitpicking
water can be in
about
the freezer.
crystallization. That's why.
Well, yeah, and tapping it starts this chain reaction in the water. It's very interesting.
It crystallizes. It crystallizes.
Didn't I just say that? Didn't I just specifically say?
No, you keep flip flopping. I don't want to talk about it. I'm talking about it. I don't want to talk about it. Can you explain it? I don't have to explain
that.
Okay,
Dan, you're like a petulant child, Dan.
No, I've explained it in chat. I've explained it to you.
I've referred everyone to your little.
Right, so it requires different temperature when the water is pure. 32 doesn't apply directly. So when we're talking about variables here, Montreal's right. He's got the same water and the same heat source, so he gets the same reaction for his coffee every morning.
You completely obfuscated the point, changed gears, and gave me a non sequitur with.
No, because you're talking about different water types and different temperatures.
No, I'm not.
And you're mixing the two. You're mixing the two.
I'm not.
Yes, you are.
I'm not. I'm not. I'm absolutely not.
You don't have a consistent product. Different water will freeze at different temperatures. Correct? Correct.
That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about. You've already posted one. You posted one. God, Dan, you're impossible.
We're talking about freezing, boiling.
You will always find me impossible.
Dan, I already referred people to your little. I saw that as we were talking that you had an article kind of based on what we were talking about here. The point was the philosophy. Hey, no, because that's not what the point is. SE says every time he puts water in the freezer, he didn't say anything about what type of water. He said every time I put water in the freezer, it always will freeze. Always. Fact.
Well, he's in Canada. We already know it's not pure water.
All right. Anyway,
I'm talking
the
about
point is,
obviously
there are
the
things that
water
can
that I
change where
use,
that doesn't
Zamek.
happen. All right.
Zamek, I'm obviously talking about the same water I use all the time.
I'm talking about the water that's in a bottled water.
Yeah, two completely different things, bro. So,
Okay, so
I
now
mean,
it's a fact. So it's a fact that. So here's the fact. SE's fact is the water I use every morning. I can count on it being frozen in the freezer without any chance of it not being.
no,
frozen.
it's the water my neighbor uses, or the water that the scientist down the street in the. Are you feeling okay, bro?
No, I'm
Seriously.
agree with you. All the water that you guys are using, all these people that you know, everyone that you know. Here's the testimonial logical fallacy. All of it, all these people that I can talk, my neighbor, people across the world, they all use this water and it will freeze, guaranteed in the. So it's a fact that water freezes at 32 degrees. The problem is that statement. It's not a problem that I disagree with what you're saying. You're saying truth. I totally agree with what you're saying. I count on my water being frozen in the ice trays when I fill it up from the faucet. But I'm saying you said water put in a freezer will always freeze. It's a fact. Now
I
you're
said
saying,
one
oh, the
eye.
water I
Yes,
use.
I said one eye. For the past 40 years, I said every time I put water in the freezer, it freezes. Correct.
What's your
And
conclusion?
that is a fact. That is
So
not a
the water
maybe.
that you use freezes, or the water that everyone. What's your fact? What's your hypothesis? Make a statement without having to give me a story.
I said it 100 times, bro. The water that I use, every time I put it in the freezer, under the same conditions, same water, same conditions, it always freezes, and it's been doing so for decades.
So
Never has it changed.
the fact is the water you use always freezes. I would agree with you. Fine. It's a
Yes,
fact that you will always
you like
freeze
it like
water
that.
when you put your water in the freezer. You will always have it freeze. I agree with you, SC.
So
What
that's
have you
proof,
accomplished?
100% proof. When I do it, it freezes every time. That's 100% proof to
In
you?
court, you would have a strong point. So if this is evidence for whatever the problem was, whatever this case was all about, if one of the particular parts of evidence was the fact that Montreal always has water freeze in his freezer using this water that everyone else uses in the neighborhood, we all would agree, and the jury would agree as well. There's your evidence.
But in
Thank you.
science,
I've had better experiences pulling teeth, but thank you.
It's a fact. Great, it's a
but in
fact.
science, are these not variables that we could control? Could we not control the type of water SC's using, the pressure he's freezing? Could we not control these variables? Are these totally uncontrollable variables that we would have no idea what we're doing with in science?
No, but you just can't control all variables. That's what we're saying. So that's why we call it evidence.
So you're saying we can't control all the variables that SC's got going on?
It's a fact that he will always, if he can control all the variables, every single time he freezes water, it would freeze. We don't know if there's other variables we haven't discovered yet that may cause it not to boil or to freeze.
Don't appeal to the unknown. There must be a fallacy there. Appeal
That's
to
why
the
they
unknown.
don't say it's a fact.
There's not other variables we would find in SC's example, because variables freeze. We're never going to find a variable with SC's experiment that doesn't make it freeze because it always freezes.
There could be we could have some type of cosmic ray that suddenly starts bombarding the earth that causes it not to boil or not to freeze. We don't know. That's why in science they don't do it like that. It's just I don't know. It's almost philosophical, I guess. I don't know. You're fighting.
Okay, watch
weird
this one.
argument.
Watch this one, Jeremy. Watch this one. Here, I'll make another statement. Try to disprove this one. Every time a samurai swordsman chops the head off a person in the old days, right? Let's not get gory. We don't do that anymore. But isn't it a fact that if a samurai chops off somebody's head, they will die every single time? Proof?
Yes.
Sorry, that was quite low.
Yes.
Did you say yes?
Yes. You remove the head of a person and it will die. There's no way that it can support life because all the blood leaks out, and eventually you need blood to survive. So yes, you had by just simple logic, removing the head off of a living being, that being will die.
So that's a proof statement. 100% proof, correct, Zanik?
Yes, 100% proof.
Wow, I can't believe it. You know how much fights I've had on this one?
No.
Doing something in science.
So the head is the cause for life.
Sorry, there we go. Wait for it. Here it comes. Say it again.
Yeah, so the what's the dependent variable and the dependent variable? Yeah.
What's the dependent variable? I guess the
Make it science.
yeah.
The
I guess
dependent
the
variable
sword.
would be
Go
variable is the guy's alive. We're witnessing this guy. He's alive, walking around, being alive. The independent variable would be the chopping off of the head.
Or the
chopping
blood
off the
leaking
head causes so chopping off the head causes people to walk around because your observation was the guy walking around.
Chopping off of the head, people. Oh, sorry. The dependent variable would be death.
Okay, so chopping off the head. Chopping off the head causes death.
No, the death.
You got it, bro. Zanuck stamped it and approved it 100%. That's a fact.
He's gonna walk it back now. Give him time.
Walking it back.
Go, Zanuck. You were ready there, no?
You had the dependent variable of what? What's the dependent variable?
Death. We see people die in nature. Things die in nature.
So the process of dying.
Something being dead, not alive. Being dead. Something being dead, not alive.
An independent variable is removing the head.
Yeah.
Chopping off of the head. Yes, you chop the head off, they die.
Oh god! But there's also
So
there's a lot of
removing head
there.
causes death. Yes, I think we all would agree that is a true
Yeah,
statement.
that's one. I don't know. Mole Man's laughing like it's funny and shit, but you're saying yes, this is true.
I'm laughing too.
100% proven.
No,
you chop someone's head off, die.
Yeah, I mean, I agree.
Removing head equals death. I think we all agree.
So we finally.
Then again, my grandma still had her head when she was dead, so it doesn't always apply.
That's true.
Let's not bring relatives into this. Come on, guys.
So So removing head doesn't always. So removing head doesn't always cause death. No, death doesn't always require removing head. Yeah, death doesn't always require removing head. Yeah.
Yeah. So your IV isn't. The IV isn't always that easy because we've seen people dead with heads attached.
So there's a possibility of a detached head and a body being alive.
No one.
No, dead head.
Not
dead
yet.
body.
Not yet.
No,
I guess. But hold on. I guess in the future we can like surgically remove your head, but you'll still be alive. But it'll involve like a lot of tech. But not now.
Yeah, now we can agree that if a samurai chops off somebody's head, that's 100% proof that he will die. Can we agree on this statement? Yes or no?
Just like when Hamas takes the heads off babies, they die too.
Doofus? Yeah. Oh, hallelujah. Hallelujah. Okay. Wow, we're making progress.
So no one said it was the only cause of death, like your grandma died and she still had her head. Yeah, of course. The only cause of dying. But we're saying that this will definitely be a cause of death. We can cause the independent variable to happen. Or sorry, the dependent variable to happen. I feel like I got to talk mad fast and get it out real quick, and I'm struggling to get in. I'll be back later, guys.
Yeah.
Funny. It's so funny.
Wow, this is a watershed moment. We had agreement with Doofus. Was it Doof? No, it wasn't Doofus. It was Zanuck and Moleman.
Zanuck and Moleman, yes.
Nice. All right, let's not make this a habit. What do you want to argue over with?
Good job,
Montreal. Would you say that science isn't provisional?
Say again?
Would you say that science isn't provisional, that it's not subject to change because it only proves things?
No, I definitely wouldn't say that. No. Science, the pursuit of knowledge is definitely subject to change. Obviously. I mean,
But how can it change if it proves things? Do you mean that proofs are subject to change?
No, not proofs. I mean, unless you find out some other form of physics, right? Then you can say that. But if we go by physics, I mean, I don't see how you can change that.
Can you give me, like, when science is provisional according to you, can you give me one scientific fact or scientific knowledge that is provisional, that you think it can change?
Well, that's easy, yeah. In your paradigm, gravity.
No,
that's definitely
something
subject
that you
to,
accept.
yeah.
Something that you accept, not me, you.
Something that I accept as proof that's subject to change. I can't think of anything at the moment.
Something that is scientific. You said science is provisional. So something scientific that we know that's subject to change.
Well, isn't everything only in this state because of temperature and pressure? Don't all things look to change under different temperatures?
No, I guess not, because heat causes water to boil every time. So that's proven. So you can't change that.
Because his conditions didn't change. His variables in the morning are going to be the same variables as today.
Yeah, unless that changes, then no. I mean, the variables have to change, or physics has to change.
Let's say he has low electricity value. A different gas maybe would take longer if he had a different gas on a gas flame, or if he had low electricity, it could take longer. I mean, he needs a variable to change. There are certain constants that we're used to. I'm not sure they're constants, but variables and conditions.
We can take the water boiler. Like, is that a fact that is the heat that's causing the boiling? You can't change that ever in the future.
You could, but he's not, he's going to be able to identify what happened. If he's not boiling water at the same rate, he's going to sit himself down, go look at there and go, oh, one of my coils is broken on the kettle. He's going to find something has changed.
Something's definitely changed when something starts to boil. Obviously, something's changed because there's a phase change, but just wondering for the cause.
What is their claim now, Montreal? I thought you swept the floor with this.
Well, that was I swept the floor with the head and the body. They can't go against that. This, they can find little details, the water thing. But we agreed on the water, the samurai head thing.
Yeah. If you don't have a head, you die.
That's it, yeah. Now, the water gives them stuff to play with, you see?
Well, sort of does the head too, because you said that your dependent variable was someone dying. I've not seen people die. I've seen dead people with heads attached. So always your IV is always your IV.
Yeah, but the end result is death every time, right?
Yeah, every time you lop off the head, the end result is death. Yep.
Yeah.
Sure. So then your dependent variable would be chopping off the head. An independent variable would be someone chopping off it.
Yeah, and if it happens every time, it's proof.
And if it happens, if it happens all the time, have you tested it all the time?
Say what?
You said that if it happens all the time, then it's a fact. But we haven't done it all the time. We've done it up to this point.
Yeah, well, that's a get out of jail free card, which really doesn't work, right? Because, I mean, logically, you're not going to chop everybody's head off, but logically, you can know that. I mean, the head must be on body. So now you're changing your mind. You're trying to wiggle out of it? I thought we came to an agreement.
No. I said that you can use induction, but then again, there's a problem with induction.
Yeah,
that's more of a philosophical thing. But with the water boiling, are you saying that can't change? That it has to be the heat and it can't be anything else?
No, we know that it can be pressure, lack thereure. We've seen it.
Sure.
We know other things.
Sure.
Yeah.
But like, what would you define boiling as? Like, what do you say is boiling? What's the definition for it?
Well, boiling, I guess, would be the best way to say that would be outgassing, off-gassing, water changing a state from liquid to vapor or gas or whatever you want to call it.
Sure. I guess that's fair, yeah. Because I've heard a lot of people just define it as, well, water heating up and like phase change, but that's assuming the cause. Because obviously, if you do it in a vacuum, then there's no temperature change, so it's not that. But yeah, outgassing may be a better term than.
I think that is the correct term. I think that is the best term. I think
boiling and cavitation the same thing.
I don't think.
Good question.
It's heat related, though, right? Yeah.
Maybe boiling is just defined as cavitation due to an increase in heat.
But then, if that's the definition, then.
Oh, I don't know if it is.
Yeah, that's because if you define it as a change in heat, then you're assuming the cause for you from the experience.
No, I'm just saying the process when somebody's asked like what would you consider boiling, right? If as he's saying it's like an off-gassing process, then technically I guess it could all be wrapped up under the term cavitation, because in order for the bubble to appear there has to be a cavitation and an expansion of the gas to create the bubble, and then
What causes the cavitate? What causes the bubble? That's the key point here.
Right. So the cavitation can be caused in various different ways. I think when it's an application of heat, we call that boiling.
I don't think cavitation is a heat effect.
I didn't say dude. Listen to the words that come out of my mouth before you tell me I'm wrong.
Yeah, go ahead.
I said that I think the process of boiling would be considered the same as cavitation, right? The appearance of bubbles in the water is a cavitation process, but I think we call boiling cavitation that takes place with the application of heat.
No, cavitation specifically is a process that occurs when the pressure becomes so low that the water turns into a vapor, and then it usually is in respect to moving objects through a medium. So specifically in fluid dynamics, I don't think it's related to. For example, what's the difference between? We talked about this before. The difference between boiling and evaporation. Boiling and evaporation. They're not the same, right? I mean, they both have involve a change of state.
Evaporation does not require the bubbles. The bubbles would be what would denote the boiling. Bubbles appear due to a process which is typically called cavitation. That cavitation process caused by the application of heat is defined as boiling, in my opinion.
You guys ever heard of dry water?
No.
It's well, yeah, it's not actually water, but it's a clear liquid. You can like basically put a napkin in this thing and pull it out. It won't be wet. It's essentially what they use in the fire safety sprinkler systems for like museums and libraries and such. Because again, like it doesn't saturate anything. Also, what they use in like high tech server rooms and stuff to like essentially submerge the computer components to keep them from not only having a fire, but to keep them. It's pretty neat stuff. It's not actually water, but it's kind of neat. Anyways, sorry about that. I just thought I'd throw that out there.
So is it a more dense liquid, like a highly dense liquid form that doesn't allow for the permeation of the water into materials, or the permeation of the liquid into the materials? Is that how it works?
I feel that that's kind of on par with what the conclusion was. I can post the video where I saw it, but basically it talks about all these different substances that defy physics as we know it, and science is like on the cutting edge of developing this stuff. Another one was, over 100 years ago called was it called aerogel? But now they're working on graphite aerogel. But yeah, I can post the link if you're interested.
Oh, so like a graphite aerogel would be like a strong, lightweight material.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
I've looked up how to make that.
I'll post the link.
Is it an introduction of like air pockets into the material as it hardens, kind of thing? Somehow?
I think it's something like that. I'm posting it right now in live text 1. Yeah, there it is. Pretty cool video.
Cool. Like that stuff that you can make with, what is it, like cornstarch and water, where if you try to hit it really hard, it basically becomes a solid, but it's a liquid that you can fall through with.
Non-Newtonian fluid.
No, I know what you're talking about. No, I don't think they covered that one in this video per se, but they did go over like a ferrofluid, which is super fucking neat. I want to get some of that. When you apply like EMR to it, or just electricity to it, voltage, it takes like weird shapes and stuff. It's like this black liquid. I forget what it's called. And then they did another one with gallium and 2 other ingredients that they basically submerged the droplet of this gallium and then added these 2 other ingredients that counteract each other, which causes the beat of gallium to pulsate, kind of like a heartbeat. Really weird shit. Yeah, check the video out, dude. It's good.
Interesting. I'll check it out. So, anybody other than Zanuck have any ideas as to whether or not the bubbles that are formed within the process of boiling water, if that forming of that bubble would be considered cavitation?
Okay, you remember blowing bubbles when you were a kid?
Like Michael Jackson?
Bubbles?
Because he called, Zanuck. He's looking for your number.
Someone say bubbles?
I remember blowing bubbles when I was still in my mom's belly. I was blowing bubbles in her fallopian tube. What's the fucking point about that? What's cavitation got to do with blowing bubbles?
Why do bubbles occur when you have cavitation?
Well, Bubbles is out of jail now. You could ask him.
I was gonna say I remember when Bubbles blew me, but anyhow,
she was sweet. She blew me too.
She. If you are the women, where are your vages? Vages? We don't got no vages.
Bubbles.
We don't have to show you those.
There's a similarity between there's a similarity between why bubbles occur through cavitation versus why bubbles occur when water is boiled. And there's a certain phenomena why that change of state occurs.
Temperature.
I didn't ask that. I was asking anybody other than Zanuck if they would consider the formation of bubbles in water with the application of heat and what we call boiling, if we would consider that process to also be cavitation.
Like, you know, like bubbles will just like form like on the sides of a glass if you leave it there long enough. But that's not boiling, is it?
No, bubbles won't just bubbles don't just randomly form on the sides of, like, are you talking about the interior of a glass? Usually it has to have some sort of like carbonation.
Well, depending on the surface of the glass, like a lotus leaf will actually create an air pocket underneath the water upon the leaf. So technically, there is a bubble between the surface, and they cover that in the video that I posted.
Talking about the spontaneous formation of bubbles within the water in the boiling process, would that spontaneous appearance of bubbles be considered the same as cavitation?
I've been thinking of that, bro, and I don't think so.
Well, that's why I asked earlier.
Hold on, bro. Only because I think they break outwards, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, that's why I specifically talked about why those bubbles occur through a boiling process or through cavitation. Cavitation can't be considered boiling, but you could figure out through this question why the bubbles occur. There's a certain, in fact, I think Dan Waterman just actually has a definition of site for cavitation, which is a good hint of what I'm talking about here.
Yeah. I didn't. Hold on, man. This is why I didn't want you to fucking be involved in the conversation. Because I wasn't asking whether bubbles formed through cavitation could be considered boiling. That's the exact opposite of what I was asking. I was asking if the bubbles formed through the boiling process could be considered water cavitating.
Yeah, that was pretty clear. I don't know why you didn't get that, Zanuck.
I did get that, and I won't. He want me to not engage, so I won't. But I would say no.
Yeah, because what you did is completely flip the question on the end and tell me why water bubbles via cavitation is not boiling. Like, no fucking shit. I didn't ask that question. Sorry. Anyways.
And boiling is not cavitation.
It's not? Why?
Because cavitation specifically requires forces, and boiling doesn't. It only requires heat or change of pressure. It's a dynamic fluid.
I thought you could boil water with friction, which friction could be considered a force.
Pressure's a force too.
Pressure is the force, right? Yeah.
Well, it's a specific type of force on the liquid that cavitation specifically talks about. It describes. So, I mean, the effect is still the same, but the
are you talking about low pressure?
Is not the same.
You're talking about vacuum, low pressure. Is that what you're getting at?
Yeah. You could say that there's a low pressure created by through cavitation, but that's done because forces are involved. There's actually movement through the fluids that are causing this pressure, and because it's basically ripping the covalent bonds apart.
So through the heating process, does that cause a variance in pressure? Because we know that the amount of heat that you would apply to the water varies depending on the atmospheric pressure in which the water is residing. So it seems to me that pressure would be involved in the boiling process as well.
Pressure is not really involved in boiling. I mean,
get the fuck out of here.
No, pressure needs to be kept. If pressure is constant, then you start raising the temperature. There's no pressure change on the water because you kept the pressure constant, but there's still change of state. But in cavitation, the boiling this change of state is caused by a force, which causes the pressure to change, which causes the water to change state and vaporize.
You guys
Isn't
hear
there
about
some
that?
sort of relation between pressure and temperature as well?
No, the pressure is kept constant. The temperature can change.
You guys hear about that material that absorbs like 98% of all EMR? It's like I think they call it Volcrum or something like that. It's like the darkest
Yeah,
substance.
bro. Yeah, I seen it.
It's crazy shit, huh?
One of those guys does it smarter every day, or one of those dudes. Yeah, that's freaked out stuff, man.
That Masai Black stuff, the paint, you mean, or?
They call it the blackest black or some stuff like that.
MUSAI Black? Musai? You robot in my face.
Say it again, Dyslow.
If you haven't figured that out.
I was just saying it was like some kind of nano tubular structure that essentially allows the light to pass through it but not escape.
Allows for the cutting out and roboting to take place.
Carbon nanotubes.
Am I any better?
We're always accused of being anti-science, but we're the ones that always bring the science. How freaking weird is that, eh?
We're asking the questions at least.
Yeah.
Yeah, those flat earthers, they hate science, huh? Science deniers. Pretty funny. They say
It's
that.
the complete opposite. It's too funny that.
Well, they have to say that. They have to say that. That has to be the trope so that people don't look into the subject. Because calling somebody anti-science is like blasphemy in the Church of Scientism, which everybody seems to get indoctrinated into through the schooling process. So you don't want to be excommunicated from your religion in such a way and be called anti-science.
That's why they do it.
So today we learned that ice cubes always freeze, water always boils, and a person cannot live without his head. What a day.
Now, what you didn't key on is the scientific development of the guillotine to remove variables. So you didn't have weird shit like this. You'd have to swing differently. You'd have to swing twice. You'd need this axe. You need that. The angle, the weight. They tried to standardize that so there wasn't any other factors included.
The only variable you need to remove in the samurai situation is the head.
That's it. Yep.
But yeah, it's funny when people discover that I read the Bible. One of the most common things that they say upon that discovery is, "Oh, well, that's ridiculous. I would never, ever." It's one of the most common things that people say to me. Like literally, basically saying that that's their religion is what they call science. I don't know. It's weird.
God's making you robot.
Oh.
No, he wasn't robotic.
Oh, okay. God made me robot to tune that out. Sorry.
Yeah, it's only for those with ears to hear, Dan. Okay.
Evidently. Evidently. Fuck.
Open your Bible, bro. Come on.
Damn, I just got thumped. I just got Bible thumped.
So, by the way, does anybody here consume alcohol from time to time?
You mean like
I've
daily?
been known to sin.
Not anymore, but I used to daily.
You got
So
some proof?
sad.
It's proof of
Yes.
alcohol. It's a joke.
Yeah. Since we were talking about proof and Snacks so eloquently provided the proof via alcohol in the text channel, it got me thinking. So I tried this rum last night. Literally the best rum I have ever had in my life. Ridiculously good. It's called Centenario, 30 year. So it's aged 30 years. Oh, phenomenal. Phenomenal.
Where from the Dominican? Where is it at?
Costa Rica.
What'd you drink it with? Did you mix it?
Oh, no. This is something you drink neat. It was it's sweet, but it's not overly sweet. And it's so smooth. Like the only burn that you get is late afterburn, deep throat, not up front. Phenomenal. Literally the best rum I've ever had in my life. I'll post a picture of the label.
And how was the buzz?
I don't just drink for the buzz. But good. Phenomenal. Let me see if I can find it.
I wonder if you drink different types of alcohol, if it changes the way you feel. Probably not.
Oh, yeah, I think so. I'm pretty sure lots of people have experiences where it's like, if I drink whiskey, I'm a totally different person. But then they're fine on vodka. They're happy on vodka. They're mean on whiskey, or vice versa. I think that happens quite a bit.
Yeah, beer people are beer people. Scotch people are Scotch people. The pros all drink vodka.
I was a gin and rum person. Yes. Gin, good gin is like good rum. That I'm like salivating thinking about listening to that description you just gave of that rum. Man, one day, or I can dream again.
Pretty heavy drug, alcohol, to be honest, compared to other stuff. I mean, it works real fast in low dosages. Fucks up your life pretty quick.
Yeah, usually when I get drunk, bad things happen to me, so I kind of stop drinking.
Heard this young kid on the air 2 days ago here, and he was like, I guess he doesn't normally speak, and he had a stutter, so he was really nervous about that. And then he got drunk and decided to talk, and I didn't notice he had a stutter, but later when he got drunk, he accused everyone of knowing and how awful we all were for exposing him. But he just kept going into drunken attack mode, lashing out at his feelings outward, his insecurities, and he started attacking everyone. It was just the booze. It was just going to be till tomorrow. He was okay.
It's funny how we allow certain drugs and other ones we don't. Example, alcohol was once banned, then got brought back. Marijuana was supposed to fry your brains. Remember Nancy Reagan? Your brains before marijuana, your brains after. And now I can go to my local store here and just buy marijuana off my government. Isn't that weird how we do that?
Can you send some over?
Yeah.
Bottom line is, just help me get more weed. Yep.
Like literally, I can go and buy like 20 grams right now. Get off my chair, go to a local drug dealer, my government, and by the way, only my government can sell this. Anybody else is off limits. Just imagine that, bro. Just imagine that.
But
my biggest thing that's weirds me out is because I like guns and the ability to buy or whatever with guns. Got my permit, but yeah, people that I know that have their, like in Missouri at least, but when I was there, they just gladly gave up their ability to ever own a firearm or buy a firearm in order to get their weed card, which is so fucking weird to me. I just don't get that. But I was like, dude,
Well,
that
now
sucks.
weed's
You're
recreational.
now officially owned by daddy government there. But yeah.
Now it's recreational in Missouri now, so
No, I
they
mean
don't
it
have to
didn't
worry about
matter
that anymore.
unless that happened like very recently.
Dude.
But yeah,
You know what
initially,
else?
yeah, you had to get a card.
Yep. Well, I mean, the shops there are all super, super regulated. It felt like I was visiting an inmate or something when I went with him. It was really weird, but it was very different than Colorado. I'll just say that, you know.
It's not really a drug, though. You can't OD from
But
it.
yeah, it's funny how, like you're saying,
You can't hurt yourself on weed.
SE, where it's like,
You can't get
hey,
in
nobody can consume this or sell it
Mm-hmm.
until we figure out how to corner the market and ensure that only us government can do it. Okay?
Yeah. And you can't fight back if anything goes. Exactly. Right. It's just fucking weird. Just fucking weird from state to state. It's so weird. But yeah, that's a whole other story. I'm just still in awe of the melted red brick buildings as mountains everywhere around me now. I'm freaking out. I'm like, damn it. I can't avoid looking
I
at
get
it.
I wonder if I can get reparations because I got so many tickets when I was a kid for like possession of marijuana, possession of paraphernalia when I lived in the state of Missouri.
Intent to sell and all this. Oh, really? In Missouri?
Yes. Yeah, so I wonder if I can get reparations since now it's illegal. Can we go back and just go ahead and
Was it Jackson County where I was, or was it a different one?
No. St. Louis and St. Charles County.
Oh, St. Charles is bomb though. Maybe you could try. They have dope ass law enforcement out there. I'm not gonna lie. Like St. Charles was probably where I wanted to be, but
they have a little too much law enforcement in St. Charles.
Gotcha. Pretty streets though. Gotta say.
Yeah, I mean it's not a bad place
It's gorgeous,
to live,
but I can see. No, I've been there in Cincinnati. That's what they gave me there, so I can understand exactly what you're talking about. I was in jail a lot for being poor and getting denied an attorney and being like the pretty girl stick from the judge who was a female who had like a personal vendetta against anyway. It was just a mess. But you learn a lot, don't you?
Yep. That shit's always fun. Yeah, there's spots in St. Charles County where it's like, yeah, I mean, like
I'm so dangerous. Jeez, you're so dangerous too.
So much law enforcement per capita, and it's like they will write you a speeding ticket for 5 miles an hour over the speed limit, no matter where you're driving.
Even if you're visiting, yeah. Yep.
I clocked you at 4 over. Consider this a warning, and you're lucky. I'll let you go this time.
Right.
But
then they constantly look at your plate too from that point on too. It's like
4 miles an hour over gives them an excuse to pull you over just to case
Absolutely.
your vehicle to see if they can find
there's cause there because you're so dangerous for reckless endangerment with the vehicle, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, I've gotten pulled over for driving at 2:00 in the morning, coming home from the gym because the gym was open 24 hours, and I got pulled over. Why did you pull me over? Well, what are you doing out on the road at 2:30 in the morning? I'm coming from the gym. Why did you pull me over? Yeah,
bro, that's fucked up.
Well, I'm just wondering what you're doing out here. What's that in your center console? What are you drinking? That's called Red Bull. It's non-alcoholic. Yeah.
Man,
all kinds of shit like that. I don't miss law enforcement.
Yeah, and I've had real bad experience with it because they were just in a real bad jurisdiction. I've had a real good experience because I had an attorney who like owes me one still from a different state. It's just terrible. It's been terrible. Whatever. My parents had no idea like I'd be in and out of jail for over almost 3 years over when I was 18 for calling the cops because I was late for curfew and banging on the garage because I had a beer. Oh well, and whatever. They had no idea, but it's okay. I'm out of that state. But yeah, I was in there with like crazy ass junkies and just too many stories. It's like I'm the lead. I just read Star Trek books and slept. It was the best. So I traded artwork for commissary food and cosmic brownies. That was about it. Because nobody was there to put money on my books. No, sir. Anyway.
Yeah, I never had to
You
do
gotta do
like
what you gotta do.
I never had to do prison time. Just some jail time. So
Thank God. Yeah, same.
yeah.
Another weird thing is when they don't do time, they don't offer time served like my judge, which is just, it seems like, how is that legal? I still don't know, but she never did time served. So it was like the max I was at was 180 days. I did over 180 days for the woman in total over like 7 years. It was crazy.
Wait, what were you sentenced for?
My first DUI.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
And I was 20. I was underage. It wasn't my first alcohol charge because of what happened when I was 18. My parents didn't know. Underage consumption. No, I was late for anyway. Long story short, totaled my Audi when I was 20. It probably really wasn't totaled, but I didn't know anything about anything. And then I was without a car and got pulled over from different jurisdictions because I never lived in that township again outside Cincinnati. And yeah, about 7 years of and then eventually we got an attorney because my dad was just fed up with it. Like, hey, the shit's going on here, and yeah, that made it just go away basically because the judge just did not care. He just never did time served or not time credited. I mean, it's weird.
Yeah, I mean, I got pulled over with alcohol when I was 20 years old. Got a minor in possession of alcohol. Missouri is a zero tolerance state. Had to go through all this BS, spend thousands of dollars to go through rehab.
Yeah, that was on the first time, the first offense with there.
For a minor in possession of alcohol when I was 20. Mind you, I'm now going to rehab.
Yeah.
At legally able to purchase the alcohol that I'm having to go through rehab and get piss tested for.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Was that the shit where you had to call? I had to call in every day for one of the charges from like, and then wear the bracelet on my ankle, and it was like a broken one, and I could have been drinking the whole. Anyway, man, I'm sorry, man. I feel you. I feel for you. I can empathize. That ain't no joke. So what happened after that? Like reporting probation for after the mandatory rehab, and then what? And then it was just like, okay, now you're done.
Yeah, everything. Once I went through the whole entire process and had to go through the certification of this rehab and all that kind of stuff, then everything was like, I guess, quote unquote, cleared from my record or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But either way, it was a ridiculous process.
Did they take your license away too?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, right. That was probably the worst part. I mean, I didn't really think about it at the time because I blew a .275, but they didn't even take me to jail the first night, thank God. But yeah, wow, I wish they did in hindsight. I'm just like, that would have been a lot easier. Maybe I could have like talked to the tow people or talked to people in jail and like figured out what to talk to the tow people about because my car was definitely not totaled.
Yeah, I mean, when my brother got a DUI, I mean, everybody I know and grew up with got a DUI because they would just wait to pull people over at, after 10 p.m. Like I said, if you're going 4 miles an hour over, if they saw you leaving a bar, they would just pull you over to try to give you a breathalyzer.
And that's a real tough area too. I feel like St. Louis as a whole, because it's like, oh, it's right buddy with Chicago and the crazy ass drivers there on the crazy ass highways never being finished and that nobody knows how to drive on. That whole like little tri-area or whatever that you call that, I forget, just on the borders there. I feel like they're just a mob in very shiny, polished, pressed uniforms,
Oh, 100%. Yeah. My brother blew up. So the legal limit changed at some point. It used to be 0.1 and then it changed to 0.08 for the legal limit to blow on a breathalyzer in the state. And right after that change, my brother got pulled over and he blew a .081 or something like that. So it was literally like less than a sip over the legal limit. I had to pick him up from, getting booked and all that kind of stuff. And he was so pissed.
Oh, yeah.
He's like, I'm not even fucking drunk. He's like, I literally had 2 beers over a 3-hour period at somebody's house.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Man. Yeah, I got a love-hate relationship because I feel like, I've known a lot of good people, that actually, but I've known a lot of real dicky people too, and most of them were females. Like the actual in the jail officers, all the female ones were just terribly It treated us like pigs and called us like swine. It was like to our faces. It was just crazy. But Ohio is just really weird. I recommend nobody going there unless you're like segueing out or like just passing through, because it's just really like a tainted energy, something bad about it. I was like spiritually and physically just sick the entire time there. Like it was, I don't know. Some people just live there and are sick forever and just die there sick and don't even care. Then their kids do the same. It's just a weird bird. I swear, Ohio's weird. It's not for lovers. That's for sure.
So many people from Ohio moved to Florida. There are a ton of Ohio people.
If they're smart, I will either Florida or they go and just sell their soul to Satan like Carmen Electra and Dave Navarro and go to Hollywood. But I worked with Dave Navarro's sister actually, who owns a hair salon in Cincinnati. Funny enough, she's actually quasi normal, like just maybe a little like like kind of twitchy, but not like. She's well aware that she's not for Hollywood, like her brother.
She hasn't tattooed a Leviathan cross on her throat like Dave Navarro has.
I don't know, but she has many tattoos. They look very, very similar, like in the eyes and the jaw. It's creepy, but she's about my height, so she's pretty petite. But I think he's a pretty small man too. But yeah, yeah. Cincinnati.
Are you saying Ohioans are good or bad?
Oh, I mean, it was terrible for me. I really feel like thankful to God every day that I survived 15 years living there. It was just,
you just left. You just left.
Well, I left 4 years ago, went to Missouri, to Kansas City, and then had so much progress made there. Then I met my husband, and now I'm back in North Carolina where I grew up. So it works out.
Well, guess what? I just moved to North Carolina.
Good for you, Kakalaki. Yeah, I grew up in near Raleigh.
Ohio sucks. Yeah, Ohio's just getting worse every year.
Well, it's so toxic, and it's like I don't even think the people understand it because their frequency has been lowered so much, and like literally, I don't think that they know that anything's wrong. That's the weird thing.
Nope. And you know what's sad is Ohio used to be in the top 10 most economically sound places in the United States, and now they're
farms. The farms are still they're just deserted. They're just yeah. So sad.
Morality's dropping. Abortions are going up.
The false flag of the fire that never really happened there. That was weird. Remember that? That was weird.
Oh yeah.
That was weird.
And then another weird phenomenon is all the major cities. Everyone's abandoning all the major cities, and then they're either going to other states or to Columbus. But what's happening now is Columbus is becoming just a cesspool because it's just
it was already a cesspool, man, with one good school that they just ruined with the fast food industry there.
Yeah, it's just and immigration's out of control. It's just everything's just completely lopsided at this point.
It really sucks because there's so much buried and melted, literally, like Tartarian and just otherwise. Like the real history, a lot of it is in Ohio, and we can't even get to it because of all the garbage and the people that are running it, and intentionally making it so you can't get to the melted under our feet, basically, of that entire area. So,
yeah, I feel you. Well, it's good that we both left Ohio.
Absolutely. Doesn't your soul feel a little bit brighter just by the day?
Oh yeah. I feel I'm already happier just because
you'll be more productive too.
Yeah, because I'm trying to set up a piece of land just an hour away from Durham, North Carolina. And
I grew up in Cary, right there, like right next to Durham. Mm-hmm.
So once I get that finished, I will never go back to cities ever again. I'm fed up with all of it.
As you shouldn't. Yeah, I'm not either. The goal is to just work right now for both just making whatever crazy moves for like the next 12 months, buy a plot of land that nobody can fuck with, like just over on the other side in Tennessee, and then just do the homestead thing, find some water.
That's what I'm doing. Yeah, it's hard work because you have to do a lot of the labor yourself to save costs. Yeah. But you know what? Once you get done with like a little project, like it gets done, you look at it and you're so satisfied. It's like you really truly now understand what freedom is. Like you will actually feel it in your blood.
Oh yeah. And I'm also gonna, I'm waning off years of being, maybe this is TMI, but getting off all the big pharma stuff in my body, and that's gonna be great too. So it's gonna be a good year. Sounds great. Congrats for you as well.
I wish you the best. Yeah, I
Thank you.
want people to get back to a natural state of affairs.
And it's something that you cannot force. It's just you gotta
Yeah.
feel it and it be your entire ethos, and then it'll happen.
Exactly. I agree.
Make babies and grow your own food. That's how you beat the devil every time.
Yeah, you know what I did? The quickest way to learn what land can do is just buy like 300 varieties of different seed and just throw it everywhere on your land and see what naturally grows. And then basically, the first step is write down what grows quickly, naturally, so you already know like what kind of soil you have. And then then you start modifying and try to find out like how can I get these other seeds to grow. And at that point, you're gonna have to start like using compost and modifying your land and all that other stuff. So
Right.
But
Just
like
step
cilantro,
by step, little by little.
tomatoes, cilantro, peas just took off. Like they're just spreading like wildfire at this
Yeah.
point.
Well,
I
lettuces
didn't
do
do
really
anything.
well in some areas, and certain lettuces can't even grow in others, and depending on the state. So I find that really interesting too, because I'm a big greens person.
Exactly.
I literally like almost blew up this past March and April, like in and out of the hospital with unknown gut problems, and I'm like, nope, let's correct this. And so slowly but surely, it's gonna happen, fix itself. But it's all exactly what you said. So.
Very nice. Very nice. Yeah. Well, you need
North
to
Carolina is the shit. Yes.
stay in touch because I want you to send me your homesteading pictures as you do projects, and I'll send you mine.
That sounds great. I'll have my husband know, and we'll be on board. Yeah.
Yeah, just whenever I'm in Discord, just kind of like be like, I have a few pictures, and then I'll try to
For
take
sure.
pictures. I bought a finally a GoPro, or what do they call the Hero? What do they call those things?
I'm bad with technology because I think it's
I don't
all the
know.
devil. But yeah.
But I bought it so that it's so I can record stuff so that I can then, because I'm an hour away, so I need to be able to like put it on a computer and then like analyze what I'm doing so that I can make better decisions.
That, and also I would post that shit because there's lots of new homesteaders by the day. I feel like that all need a little bit of instruction.
Oh yeah.
The water system is going to be I think that's our favorite challenge.
Yeah.
Really the only
let me tell you how I did it, because I don't have water. I don't have natural water on my land. I have to get it from the rain, which is 44 inches of rain every year.
Yes, This
is what I did. I just went to Dollar General and I bought like big, like what I call the clear bins, because some of them go on sale for like $3 or less. I just bought a whole bunch of them. I went into my forest. I just started digging holes everywhere, and I put them everywhere. And they're and then what happens is they'll just get filled up with water, and you will always have water to be able to use it for like projects like making like cement mixing or clay bricks or other things. You might not be able to drink it unless you had it properly filtered, but at least you have water access now, and you can use it for plants and for pretty much everything except drinking water. Like,
that's just as much, in quantity for when you have your own homestead, for sure. So good tip.
That's the first step I did. Now I'm working on the second step, which is setting up just enough water for myself and filtering it and figuring out like where I'm going to put that.
And there's a lot of different use the water that you collected from the Dollar General bins to mix with the cement to make a pad to do the water thing after.
Exactly, because I need to first make some infrastructure with the cement before I can because it's just I got to make sure it can be contained and it will not get poisoned or no feces or deer will get into it or stuff like that.
Correct. There's actually less deer here and more bear where I'm at, but I like that too.
Oh, wow.
They don't really fuck around. People, and it's very interesting. They're super gentle. Like I've seen them up close, even in the backyard here.
The bucks. We have a lot of bucks. The big males are around.
I tell you, Ohio's deer. What about that? That's a problem there. They're in the geese, man. The geese and the deer there. It's just people just treat them like garbage.
I can get right up next to the deer in Ohio. It's crazy.
Well, that's a good thing, but the people generally just treat them like garbage, like the geese, and they don't respect them at all, or the deer. And I was like, what the hell's wrong with you people?
It's a crime. If you harm a goose from Canada, that's a crime. That can land you in jail for 2+ years.
Well, I wish people had more of that mindset, because a lot of the aviary species really, you can't get a building and call it an aviary sanctuary and and encapsulate all of what harm is being done to all of them. I feel so bad for all the birds and the trees. I'm one of those people. You know,
birds are already struggling with the magnetic problems in the air because they have a different compass inside their body and their.
Just look at the snowy owl. I know that thing has had to change its whole species around.
Yeah, I mean, all the power lines, all this telecommunication. This is all interrupting their ability to travel properly. So, yeah, I know. I feel you.
It is fascinating to think. I'm not one of those like save all the whales type freaks, but it is really weird what limits we love to think we have and pride that bad people like to use that harms everything around us on the surface level. It is weird to think about like what the hell's going on with our ancient aquatic friends too. I don't know. I just think about that from time to time.
Oh, it's a disaster. The
I don't
whole
even want
planet
to think
is.
about that because I just think about all mammals like people. Not, you know what I'm saying? Like not like people, but you know what I'm saying? Like in that same, like I don't want to be forced to birth a completely backwards of my entire collected conscious. Like I don't want, anyway.
I mean, even agriculture, like all this agriculture across the United States has completely wiped out bird species and certain species from coming back. My land, luckily it's a forest. So, but the problem is it's surrounded by agriculture. So now I have to figure out how can I use the land to lure birds and other species to come back into the forest and not be afraid to go across these agricultural areas.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's probably way more important and figuring out a way to do that safely than any sort of like dust particulate of fertilizers,
Yep.
That'll be fun though. I think that'll be fun.
Yeah, I want to bring back the hummingbirds first, so I'm trying to build a whole bunch of these little nests everywhere, and I'm hoping that if I can get enough, what's it called? This flower. It's called what do they call this flower?
Honeysuckle.
The honeysuckle and all the ones that they can stick their whole tube into. I think the trumpet vines.
Yeah, the honeysuckle's my favorite, man. Those are going away. You got to get some seeds like now.
Yeah. Well, I found a trumpet vine, a wild one, so I'm gonna go grab it from West Virginia because I drove through West Virginia's mountains and I found a wild version of it. So I'm just gonna grab a little bit of that and then have it spread on my land on the edges, and then hopefully it'll just spread like wildfire, and then they'll come back. That's what I'm praying for.
Because it has a scent that carries extremely far too, so that's a good idea. It was one of my favorites growing up down here, even right outside Raleigh, and it would just be like right on the church grounds that my mom was the organist at. So I would just like eat that as a snack, sharing with the birds, just all of us chilling, and also sap out the tree. That was a good snack too. And now it's like, we got to get back to that for sure.
Yeah, honestly, if you really think about what this planet already gave us, it gave us plenty of food. There was no shortage of food in Mother Nature. It was just I would call it mostly hidden format. Like you actually had to learn to figure out like which roots you could eat and which you have to figure it all out. But it was all there. It's all there.
There to give to us anywhere you look. That's true.
So I don't know why we're trying to grow only just a few staples of something globally when it's just limiting our genetic makeup and diets.
That's how Satan do. It's all about limiting our ability. But at the same time, I'm just like, I look at the old circuit board Earth now, and I'm like with new eyes, and more of like, I guess they call them eagle-eyed people. I don't fucking know. But I'm all about like seeing the melted evidence of like, well, we had too much pride and we did too much. It was like everywhere you look, it was like a Tower to Babel, type thing. So we got to find some happy medium. And but point is, trees can grow and foliage can grow, and plants in nature and animals are on top of what was, melted building everywhere. So I think that's interesting too. What can survive and what will always provide for us too.
Yeah. So you also mentioned, I heard about, what was it, 20 minutes ago? I heard the word Tartarian. I love the Tartarian Empire. Can you give me your perspective on what aspects you focus on?
Absolutely. Well, because of a lot of things that I have learned, including from family members that are in government agencies that are not bad guys, but the entirety of that 3-letter agency is kind of people look at like the devil. I think you know which one I'm talking about.
Yes.
There are very, very, very good Christian people like my uncle and others that do it and know that they are fighting an internal and an external spiritual battle every single day. In fact, we've gotten into pretty heated conversations when I was kind of waking up about 3 years ago to the child the child abuse, the child sacrifice. That's something that honestly he hates to talk about and look at too, but he knows that it goes on. That's something that's unfortunately kind of out of his control. But I think that I really focus on, because I listened to, for a while there, I was thinking that Michelle Gibson was all that, but she's not. She likes to make you think that a melted building of red brick is a big giant dead tree, and I think that's nonsense now. So I think that there's a lot of, I think that the Bible, because I believe in it and because I'm a Christian, I think that, and more by the day, I'm figuring out kind of answers to all these things and how they intertwine with the videos that we do have about Tartaria, anything. A lot of it's just AI generated bullshit for 9 hours that I go to sleep to, and I'm like, this guy's making up artwork with AI. This is bullshit. So I don't focus on that minutia, but I focus on really what they were trying to do with these buildings that are now caves and cities nearby anywhere we look.
I mean, I have seen remnants of Tartarian structures that were really old in forests. Like if you've ever gone to certain national parks, you still see the walls and these little weird looking
And it
rails and
bothers
these.
me that they're national parks, you see, so they had to put that grip of control. I think that they rewrote the timeline, of course. That's my big thing, because I know that, because I can't find dick about my own family, okay, on both sides. This was what I was working on for about a year before I even got on Discord in June. So I'm at my breaking point there, because I kept getting stonewalled, right?
Yeah, I feel you.
DNA testing didn't do dick for me. It actually just inserted more lies, and records I can't find on both sides. So something happened there with the timeline reset. Could have been, these assholes, survived the grid meltdown, did something or other with, the ether harnessing, damaged the moon in the process, something like that, maybe.
Yeah.
And then, just tried to overlay it. But I know that Jesus existed. I know that the great floods happened. The biblical texts are definitely a clue for all of us to look at every day. So I am having fun with my husband too, just looking, reading the Bible and figuring out how the timeline fuckery happened with the biblical events that are very well documented, So that's where I'm
the
focusing at.
Tartarian Empire covered 70% of the world. It was a utopia. It was a utopian, free, what I call shared everything. Everyone shared things. Everyone was creative every day.
So
It
I'm
wasn't
thinking
about
something
survival.
happened, obviously, with divine intervention being needed because of the dicks at the top that, obviously were spawns of Satan. Because that is extremely real too, and I have many testimonies to that in my own personal life. So that is all true, yes. And it's crazy because we can try to focus it on dumbass things like aliens and globes and flat all day, but that's really so small compared to the real truth, which is, okay, why did we get smited? I mean, obviously we were trying to do too much to this perfect realm. That's really where I'm at. So thank you for asking me that. That makes me happy.
Definitely. Yeah, I don't get to hear that word very often. People actually think it's conspiracy, so it's nice to hear that someone actually resonates with that.
Well, it's point blank in your face every day. They've lied about everything. The Dark Ages were not the Dark Ages. I'm under the impression maybe Jesus already reigned for that time, and then after that we got all cocky and satanic again, and that's when the grid meltdown happened. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
But
and this is why, and I think they've been covering a lot, like all these structures you're talking about. They've covered as much as they possibly could. Obviously, if you look at Russia,
or make them protected national forests. Yeah.
And look at Russia, though. They still have the remnants of their Tartarian Empire in their cities. You see the beauty in their architecture and the weird spirally buildings and stuff. They have not hit it. And I think this is part of the reason Putin and Russia is being attacked. It's not just for economic and resource reasons, but because they have probably an immense amount of truth about the Tartarian Empire, and Putin
and it could be
possibly
covered in
expose
snow, and there could be a lot we don't. Absolutely, absolutely.
And I think he wants to expose it, but I think he's being very careful about it.
And I used to be involved in politics, and this is exactly why I left, because people have a hard time understanding the macro simplicity of the divine things going on. It's very, very easy I've always just been one of those weirdos that just is generally very comfortable and can understand these things. And I get really pissed off when people our people and just think so small-minded. It makes me so angry. So I left, the politics, realizing that's just so damn small. We got to be looking at it as the bigger biblical, spiritual thing. So the timeline altering is really where I get stuck. But that's where I'm focused every single day. I'm trying to look at, for that. So that's where I'm at.
Oh yeah, like and I see. I collect photos of the Tartarian Empire, including how large, like not only the giants. There's proof of giants, but also large
No, I'm
vegetables.
all, and
There
that's
were
the thing.
vegetables that were
It
the
can
size
fit
of a
right into
potato
Genesis
of a
too.
house.
It can,
Yeah.
that can fit right into Genesis with the stupid ass cocky angels that came maybe after like what's already in Revelation's already happened. Of course, Jesus did his thing for however long he could. Then there was this glorious battle with whatever they call it, Gog and Magog. I don't remember. And there had to be the wiping out. I think the Old Testament with the Revelation, it's like the time has gotten so messed up in between like they shouldn't be in that order. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it says very clearly in Genesis, like Gary Wayne does a good rundown. I don't agree with everything he says, but there could have that event happening was to erase a lot of the fucking species. God just hits the fuck off.
Oh yeah.
And it's not to do with no, we're only at this one little portion in this circle of this clock. That's the smaller portion circle that just spins around really slow. That's the dumbest thing ever. I gave that mind, a couple years ago too, until I realized that's part of the PSYOP team. But that's horseshit too. So looking at it like that, everything going on, and people being Satan doing his thing for that short while, like they mention it in those words in Revelation. We'll have his fun on here for like a short. I think we're at the end of that short while. I really do. I think
we're in the end times. I think
absolutely.
we're in the last 1,000-year reign, and I think technology. When I look at technology, it improves our lives.
That's all it is Satan, bro. I've had conversations with the dead internet, man, that got demons in my house. I'm serious, man. I could talk about that shit all day and how real that very much is.
But what I'm saying is, like, even though it improves our lives in some ways, if you look at it holistically speaking, could I live without technology? Yeah, I don't need it.
I don't need it at all. It puts a roadblock. It puts a roadblock in the invisible space physically, like between us and our Creator instantly, and everything else. Our entire body system, being the chakras, what they are. We're a big toroidal field, just like in a big donut, just like our realm is. So
I agree with that. Yep.
That's completely it. That's all it is. So anything that they can do to block
and
it.
You can't escape it, because like you everything has to be done through a computer or a tablet or a cell phone. And if you don't have these devices, nobody will hire you. Nobody will let you participate. Nobody will let you feed yourself. Nobody will let you. It's insane.
And so in my mind, that's the mark. Obviously. Because but even in
CBDCs. Don't forget about the CBDCs, or I think I got the letters wrong, but the digital currency.
That's a big porn thing too. But I know it's happening.
Yeah, and so I don't know, and like I think we already have a social credit score that's hidden, but I don't think the United States is going to expose it like China does with their population.
No, but that's the thing. That this whole thing in Israel going on is the best for the PSYOP creators of the news. Whatever the news is, it's definitely not the truth. That I believe it's like the only thing the Israel lie of the Jew and the Holocaust. That's their religion. Okay. So that whole thing is being exposed more by the day. And that has to happen before the prophet of Satan, or whatever they call it, the Antichrist, before either of those motherfuckers can do their thing. So that's probably right around the corner. That's my opinion.
Oh, it's coming. Yeah, I think it's coming before I hit 70.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, me and my husband talk about that all the time. I mean, it's been something that God's been inserting dreams into our lives, and my husband never dreams. Me, I've always been a dreamer, so I get a lot of things that way. But a lot of things, overall, it's going to be wonderful for us. We just have to stop being so... honestly, make your peace with God in your heart and accept certain things that you might have just for societal reasons or for family angst reasons, like my sister and her husband, they're coming back to God. My sister is gonna get back to God, so that way my atheist brother-in-law can get to God. The point is, get right with God in your heart, accept it, certain inalienable things that are just that is how we are alive in the first place, for crying out loud. And then this whole thing that's about to happen, it might just seem like an overlay we don't even notice. We could, you know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
A lot of times people have a hard time understanding that you can have a total realm change right before your eyes, and it won't. And it just starts with these whole Bible changing Mandela effect things. That's just how it starts.
Wow, you are
Satan's fighting hard.
You have awakened, young lady.
I have. I got my last
I'm
spiritual upbringing
extremely
was about
pleased.
June. Yeah.
Shoot, if my mom heard you talk, like, because I talk to my mom about stuff like this, and she shuts me down nonstop.
Oh,
If
so
she
did my
heard,
parents, and they're both
I
avid
cannot. Yeah,
Christians. Yeah.
they think I'm nuts. They think that
Yeah.
that I'm wasting my time and that I don't value anything in life that's meaningful. Like, they tell me that.
Yeah, and that's the thing.
crazy.
It's okay to make peace with the fact that earthly parents are just earthly parents, and that the divine spark in us, and what I think my
do you
place. I
think?
truly feel like a high angel just stuck here. That's what I feel like.
Do you
To
think we're
go through a
experiencing?
lesson.
Do you think we're experiencing what Jesus experienced, where he had a earthly father, but he had nothing? He couldn't really relate to him. Do you think that's what we're
Absolutely.
going through? That our parents
Of course.
are just kind of like
Yes,
NPCs or something?
Yeah, and I've made peace with that just with my own genealogy, stonewalling on both sides, and my uncle being my uncle is more of a father to me than I even realized until about 3 months ago, protecting everybody in the family because of me, whoever the hell I am. So
nice.
And he's and I brought this up to him. It's not because I want to feel special. I actually would rather hide in a corner and nobody look at me ever.
Yeah.
That's generally how I am, to be straight up. But I've been without friends too for all of my life as well, and that's been fine. I don't feel like I think my last best friend was when I was 16. Not like I feel like I'm lacking anything. Certain people have a purpose much higher up, and I think that it's going to be just kicking it as the high angels, just bowing every day and praising God. That's where I'd rather be. So I find
agree with that.
the most peace reading Revelation. I find like that's where my home is. That's where I feel like I done fucked up good under God, and I have to learn this lesson here, and it's all becoming manifest now, at least with what I've learned and how it resonates with me. I feel so terrible when I hear people speak and I don't feel a Holy Spirit in them. I don't feel a soul. They don't feel a soul, and they can't even grasp how metaphysical God interacts with us. And it's saved my life in many different times. I can tell you crazy stories that I'm here today because of having these situations and miracles happen. I didn't know why. And, it's not because I want to be bragging about it. That hell no. I have to talk about it just like now to even remember that these things happened to me 13 years ago. And, it's not meant for just me alone, of course, but there are certain things with certain people. I feel like a higher realm home, and we are just here witnessing all of this and having to get to our own individual, divine origin facts with ourselves and God.
I think this battle really is between God and Satan, and we're all what I call collateral damage, but God's not going to allow this collateral damage to go unrewarded for having to bear the bullshit of Satan's plan.
Yeah, because you and I are at that generation where it's like, okay, it ends with us and it starts with us too.
Yeah.
So you'll find your if you don't already have your lady, I'm sure you'll find your lady here soon. That's just my little. I'm also a professional psychic, but I have 3 different credentials in it, but I don't ever use that anymore. But you're going to find that shit very soon.
I have 3 degrees, and I can't use any of it because it's just like I can't connect with my work because the environments are getting so toxic, and
it actually taints our bodies if we try to. Yeah, no, you're right. That's exactly why I stopped.
Yeah, it's getting bad out there.
It is, but I literally, I don't know. Man, I'm just so thankful every day because, man, it would have been a lot easier to just succumb. And I wasn't allowed to by God. So, I tried my best many times. So I feel very awakened. I appreciate you talking with me.
Oh yeah, I definitely appreciate coming across you. It's a good thing I showed up.
Yeah, we got to smite these demons in one way or another. So might as well stick together.
Oh, those demons better stay. Oh, demons hate me. Like they better stay far away.
Oh my God, they try to get through like other people that are close to me. I'm like, you guys are just pathetic. Pathetic.
I know. I have to deal with my sibling, who is the direct source of that.
Bro, Oh man, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I thought it was my sister for a long time.
It sucks because I have to be merciful every day because God's reminding me, like, be merciful, be merciful. She's completely
All
lost
in
her
time, they
mind.
will come around. All in time, they will change.
Yeah.
Like my sister, I never in my wildest dreams thought that she would, after everything she, made me believe as a kid, and my mom was really the cause, but it's like not even her fault, So it's hard for sure.
Yeah.
It's okay though to just not speak to anybody in your family unless it's absolutely mandatory. I had to do that for a few years.
but then I get it. But then I'm also accused for the last decade or so of being antisocial, inconsiderate, lack
But
of empathy.
that's where wisdom from God comes into your
It's
life.
crazy.
Like I don't think you'd be speaking to me as an equal right now, like, with such a surety, had that not happened.
Exactly.
I love my alone time, bro. People can make fun of it all they want, but I got God and I got this is like the most people I've ever had around me is just my stepdaughter and husband.
There's really not enough time to worry about anything else except trying to like repair your soul. Like all I have time for now is to just like slow down and like find out how the essence of things through me works in the world and like my soul.
That was said really well, what you just said, with you have to shrink it down to the, like, what am I eating right now? To that level. And then everything, but that does such wonderful spiritual transformation instantly. So when I hear people just yapping and fighting on Discord about, well, Israel's the new Jerusalem and you just got to be a cook to that and just accept that because the spawns of Satan themselves say that we need to. No.
Thank you.
No, thanks. That's like the, no.
No, thank you. I'll walk into the wilderness.
They've been trying.
Thank you. Yeah.
Man.
I'll walk into the wilderness and you guys do your thing.
Yeah. I would rather believe another news story and let me laugh about it because it's ridiculous that you do.
Honestly, I'd rather go if things get really bad. I'd rather go and just like mold myself partially into like the Amish community because they'll be the last one standing anyway.
Yeah, and I decided I'm going to stop voting too. After I left politics, now I'm just whatever. Fuck it.
Yeah. What good is voting if you can't feel the weight of your vote? Like, what is the point of it?
It also is sacrilege if you think about it. It's all sacrilege, and it's all heresy. If I want to be accurate in my spiritual wordage, it's all heresy. And I hope, and this is not directed at you, I promise.
Sure.
Because of me being very followed, like a lot, even in this state, it's for protections purposes. Whoever's listening that's an asset in this chat, I hope you're loving every minute, and I'm glad for the update time that we have here. So thanks for the. Hope you got your update.
Well, maybe it's good to vote in local elections, but not national.
Yeah, I agree. Because school boards are important if you're going to put your kids through that. I'm gonna homeschool here and get certified by the state next year. But wish I didn't have to do that either. Yeah, bro. Ain't messing around. We ain't got no time, as you said. We ain't got no time.
This is how you dismantle the whole system. You literally do the complete opposite.
Yeah,
literally.
no, it's true. Yeah. And then and be joyous in it because, literally the more joyous you are, even if you don't believe it at the time, like I didn't want to live for the longest, it's amazing how much reward comes instantly tenfold to you for enduring it, looking at it for what it is, whatever that hardship or attack is, and then understanding, thank you, God, for that. Like that was the shit. Now I can talk it like this in a room and be more resilient instantly and not regret or misstep on any words that I'm using. Same to you. So good on you. Yeah. Fuck yeah, God is good. He's the greatest, and
the great I am.
The great I am. That's correct. And people that overanalyze that even. And my dad, by the way, went to Duke Divinity School here when I was growing up here. He's an ordained minister, but he's always been a full-time chemist first, and to this day he's a chemist. And he's working with like Lockheed and all these other big things. It's crazy. But even he knows God is good every single day. You know what I'm saying?
I would give up everything I have if God told me to drop everything, like even my clothes off the back on my back. I'll do it immediately if I ever hear God's voice.
Yeah, absolutely.
Like, I'm out. Yep. If God told me to even walk into the desert of, let's say, the Arizona desert, butt naked with no food and water,
you can look at all the dust and the sand of the melted buildings and say, "Hey, God."
Yep. I'm gonna do it because you know
That'd be
what?
dope.
I'm starting to understand what faith is. Like faith is really,
Yeah.
it's
It moves
really,
you. It moves you.
yeah. It's
Yo,
a,
real quick
it's
though, what if God told you to kill your? What if God told you to kill your son?
he wouldn't do that.
He wouldn't do that.
God doesn't have evil in him. There's no. If God put me in a predicament where I was tested against my own flesh and then I died,
Yeah.
that wouldn't be for killing me, but for
No.
releasing me from something that was
To get to wherever
unpure.
we got to go on the realm with him,
Yeah,
we're
it
supposed to
would be
be
a
at.
purification
Yeah.
system. Yeah.
Yeah, I totally agree with that. And I've always
So God
just
would
like
never.
that biblical story. I've always considered that a mirage of Satan. Honestly, I thought that was weird. And that story in particular is like not in the right book, in the right order of that book. And
Yeah.
I'm steadfast on that.
Yes. Remember, God
Man.
can reach your heart, even if God puts the weirdest circumstance that seems extremely violent in your mind.
Yep.
God can reach your heart, and if you're pure of heart, He will stop it
Yep.
at the last second.
That's exactly the miracle like
Yeah.
I'm talking about. So in 2010, I'll just say it. I've never really shared this, so it's part of my book. So I had a heart attack when I was 16, and that was fun. It wasn't, but it was a symptom of depression and eating disorder and stuff. Then I got better, but I never saw the world the same. Graduated high school a year early to get the fudge out of there and those mean people. Because I didn't need the credits. I had lots of transfer credits. Anyway, I can be smart when I apply myself. But the point is, by the time I was 19, I was like a functioning alcoholic and I had to go to the hospital each day before my night shift job just to get Valium shots in me. It was bad. Then by the time I was 20, I was so stubborn, addicted to my Adderall that I chose to be homeless for 6 months, turned out to be, living off 3 duffel bags while my entire family went back up to Ohio and my sister went from UNC to New Orleans. Point is, I had to get hit with the humility stick lesson real quick. So within like 2 days, I had been kidnapped, I had been roofilined, I had been robbed. I was in a house I did not know in Chapel Hill, right by the university here.
Wow.
And literally came to in the bathroom about 20 hours later with my Adderall bottle in my pocket, shoes on. I had cemented something. I had Jimmy rigged the door closed, so I was like safe for that moment. I had nothing. I had no phone. Took 3 days to beg to get a phone call to get help. To get out of that house. The point is, all 4 or 5 of those people of the family and their friend, it was like 2 sons, their dad, and this female, they're dead or in prison now. I had not so much like dissociation, but more like it was a divine force that was there. And then within 6 months of learning a lot about myself and being at this point where I was just wanting to stay anywhere but where I was staying with these awful people that were truly demons, a Harris Teeter grocery store, Divine Spark, I call it like Holy Spirit glitter, was like making me look at a certain place. I went in the Harris Teeter with these 2 demonic assholes and I separated from them. I went to the fish counter. They went to go do normal grocery shopping. By the time they were done shopping, I was out of that store with this miracle person that was, I know, an angel or a saint. And it was using a vessel. Said that he went to high school with my sister. Never did. We couldn't find the guy. Didn't want anything in return from me. Talked to my dad, got me in good standing with my parents so they would let me go back home. Got me a plane ticket with his frequent flyer miles and a hotel room with his travel points that he had from this mystery job I never found out because I couldn't find him. His name was Michael, of course. And then somehow was a narcoleptic and knew I was out of my Adderall. He had 1 Adderall for me to get my ass up to make the plane, to get to the flight, to get home. Within 26 hours of that Harris Teeter experience, I was out, I was home, I was back in my parents' arms. And that is just like, what? And then about 2 months later, I got rewarded with sobriety and meeting another prophet of sorts, and got sober for the first time in like, I don't know, almost 7 years. That is a story, and that actually happened. And that was the first of 3 now awakenings that God has inserted into my life because I deserved it and I asked for help and I knew I wasn't crazy and I knew I deserved not to die. So
Amen.
I did not have any self-worth at that time. I now do, thank the Lord Almighty. And if I am just one person with many stories that I'm sure are out there like this, you know. So
would you be able to describe that potentially as a temporal nihilist state that taught you to heal through the power of God?
Absolutely, that's exactly what it was. My entire life ethos should be like summed up in that manner.
Yeah.
And you can also look at it in the Buddhist sense, which is, you know, you have to go through the many struggles or the many oh gosh, what's the word? Oh my God, I'm blanking right now. Where you You have to attack yourself. You have to be attacked by others, and you have to. There's a third one.
Yeah, when you're attacked, persecuted.
Isn't that just for the men though?
Persecuted.
I don't think.
Well, when you see that way, you can see it from all sides. The experience of the event, or the trauma, or the hardship, or the test by God in my mind was all to get here. And then I feel like I started my life at 33 this past March, and then within 6 months met the man of my dreams, got married, and now I'm about to start like the life of purpose, I think. And that's a big part of it, is sharing my story. So thank you for listening. That's a very small snippet, but that is the first one where God made it clear to me that I can't run away from the divine purpose here for me. So I get real angry when people suicide. I've lost many people to that, but that's a whole other story. Never once thought about doing it to myself. So yeah.
Yeah, that's fascinating.
Yeah, I have no patience for it, man. I get fucking pissed. People even like mention it if they're not going to do it. How dare you fucking insult your creator like that? You know, I get so mad.
Don't
Yeah.
even get me started about that.
The angel in me wants to just take God's, power and just smite myself, that person, like instantly, and then I have to ask for forgiveness for that thought. But yeah,
I know. I have days where I just I pray that God will just give me a superpower for one day so I can fly around and just take out people.
Man,
why?
But then I would literally, I can already feel the regret, but I've had those thoughts all the time as well. Yeah.
Which one of God's children would you kill and why?
Oh, I'm going straight for all the wicked billionaires and trillionaires that are causing all this havoc. I'm going straight for their throats.
And I wouldn't,
Really?
because I'd be like, I think God's divine justice with God, I think, is the ultimate punishment. That's what I take comfort, and like I salivate at that. Like I get super excited at pleasure, thinking about what's coming to them, and that makes me happy with this with this soul that they wasted and sold, smited instantly.
I love the positivity of the conversation, but I'm hearing so many things that are just patently wrong and confusing. As a fellow Christian, like angels are neither feminine nor masculine.
That's
Vengeance
true.
is God's. Like so on the day of judgment, at your summons before the Creator, and He asks you, "Why did you go around and kill people?" The young gentleman's
well, we're not
was
going to do that.
I'm
not talking about like that. I'm saying if God gave me permission to hold a powerful weapon.
Dude, you're just walking.
You manipulated my words.
No, I think that you're misconstruing it, Platypus. Yeah.
He said if God could give me a superpower for one day, I'd fly around the world taking people out. I said, which one of God's children would you kill?
Because God would allow it. God would know what my intentions were.
Are you like, all right, I'm sorry. I didn't know you wanted to have a conversation with yourself, but I'll go ahead and just...
Well, then you're not listening very well. Anyway, it is what it is.
How about you let him finish the sentence and then correct him? Just saying.
I'm driving right now, so like I'm not trying to do mod stuff. I just was trying to bring up a valid point, I think, and that is that if you believe in a God and you believe that vengeance is His, you shouldn't be like fantasizing about having superpowers to take people out, because
that's not a fantasy. That's not fantasy. That's called righteous. That's called righteous indignation.
You're not supposed to judge those people, is what I'm trying to say.
It's not about judgment. It's that if you know that you have a pure state of affairs and you're asking God to allow you to have the opportunity to use that window of opportunity and to wipe out some evil, and God would sense that in your heart, let God do it. And if it is, then it shall be. And then if I have a day, I will take full advantage, and I will not waste 1 second. I will go enemy to enemy to enemy to enemy until God basically says stop, and then I shall stop.
All right, that's insane. I'll pray for you.
That's not insane. That's perfectly legit.
Supposed to be, isn't it Judgment Day? Like, why? I mean, I get people have like nefarious intentions.
You don't understand. If you take out one person,
can I talk divine essence, like you just keep over talking everybody. You just need to let everybody finish their sentence, and then you can come back and clarify. That's totally fine, because we might be not understanding what you're saying. So that's where, like, I get where Platypus is coming from, because yeah, there's nefarious people and things like that, but isn't that the whole point? Like, leave it to God to deal with those people. Why? You can go ahead and clarify what you were trying to say, but yeah.
You don't understand. God is going to allow a day to come where you will be part of the participatory process. And God will sense the hearts of those who truly understand how much you hate wickedness. And God will let you participate. God will allow you to be part of the vengeance process that will not be seen as vengeance, but as a purified state of affairs that's temporal to allow you to take out wickedness. And then when God says to stop, then you shall stop. It's that simple.
Okay, is this written somewhere? Like, where did you get this? Like, I haven't read the Bible in full, so like, I'll admit
That
that.
is
So
what I
where is
discern
that
through my
written?
prayers. These are the experiences that I have through my prayers.
Holy
I know a day will
shit! I
come.
made it up.
No, I didn't make it up. It's called
Nice,
spiritual
dog.
discernment prayer.
I made it up.
Well, then you
Hey,
laugh.
it's a
Go
totally
ahead,
valid
mock and
source.
laugh and scoff at
No,
prayer.
it's
That's
just
fine. Mock
okay.
it.
Like, we're asking for, and that's fine. Everybody's experience is different, right? But when you're going against like, biblical teachings and stuff like that, which again, show me where it's written, right? Because
This
my
is
understanding is like I said, I haven't read the Bible in full, but like my understanding is like, and that's what gives me peace in my life, right? Like, I'll
right, but
pray
I'm
for
not.
that
I don't think
person and
everything is
God
just
will
biblical.
deal with it. I thought I was talking, right? And God will deal with them at the end of the day, right? Or Yeshua, or however that hierarchy works. So
Not
you're saying that
everything is.
that's not correct?
Not everything's going to be biblical. Okay, there are what you call hidden meanings that will be presented to us at some point,
It's
and the
called
only way to
Gnosticism,
obtain.
bud.
No, it's not Gnosticism. It's called
This is where it
esotericism.
gets tricky
And
with your
esotericism
discernment, right?
is in close proximity of the natural world which God created and the divine nature within yourself connected back to God. And if you cannot pick up on this, that's your problem, not mine.
Well, I just don't understand how like inflicting harm or wiping people
It's not
out.
harm. There is no such thing as harm when you have been granted the power to go after the enemy. God doesn't want you to be the coward that goes and hides and cowers. If God lets you go after the enemy and you have the willpower to do so, and God gives you the weapon to do so, you have the right to use it. That's it. There is no right or wrong. It's just, it must be done.
So I was in the garden like 2 days ago, and the garden is a great place for me to do like self-reflection. And I had this realization that at the point where I am in my life right now, my worst nightmare is that I would have gotten all the things that I wanted as a younger man. And if you're a younger man in your early 20s, I want you to hear what I'm saying. You're a young woman, either way. My worst nightmare. Now, this is not going to apply to everybody, right? Probably a very few select retarded individuals like myself. But literally, my worst nightmare right now is that I would have basically got what you're talking about, dude. The A-OK from God to go wipe people out. It makes me sick to my stomach thinking about it. And I love you. God loves you. And all this nonsense you're talking about like you're praying and finding out who the enemy is and like secret knowledge, just like secret stuff from like thinking thoughts in your head is a dark road, brother. And I don't want you to go down it. But you might not listen to me and you might have to go down it on your own to like really figure it out. Because I did. I had to go down it on my own. I had to go hurt people and fucking buy guns and say retarded shit and push friends and loved ones away from me and then like alienate myself from what is natural and good. And it is a long recovery process and the scars are not visible. So I would just say good luck to you if you're not going to heed my warning.
Okay, so all I'm going to say to that is good luck to your subjective stance. Clearly, you are not in a state of discernment yet. You clearly have an immense amount of fear that you are still not able to resolve. And my experience does not in any way, shape, or form pertain to your experiences. So the fact that you have this audacity to water down my reality and think that somehow it's in a wicked place is just pure vomit. And it's not of spiritual nature. It's not of God. And even if you believe in God, you clearly are not the same caliber as I am. You are not of the same categorical divine need to accomplish certain goals. And God says, if you shall ask, it shall be given to you if you are pure of heart. So if you're not ready to take on such responsibilities, that's your problem, not mine. And that's all I got to say. So stop watering down my reality and keep it to yourself.
I don't think anybody's watering down your reality,
That's
right?
how
I
I
mean,
perceive it, and that's how it's going
that's
to be.
fine. That's how you perceive it, right? But he was just giving you advice, right? And it's the whole
That's
thing.
not
Like, be
advice.
careful
That
what
was
you wish
wicked. That
for.
was
You just
utterly
might get
wicked
it,
what he
right?
just
And
did.
it's different experience. Okay, well, whatever. But everybody's reality, right, is different, and that's fine if you think
That's
your
fine. If he wants
discernment.
to live
It's
as a coward,
interesting.
let him live as a
Hey, we'll
coward.
thank you.
Hey, Redford, how's your garden going?
It's currently under snow.
That's awesome.
Yeah, we've been getting snow on and off. It like rained yesterday, so pretty much all the snow went away, and then we got another dumping of it yesterday. It's still snowing right now, but luckily, I kind of left it a little bit late. But I got my garlic in just as it was snowing. So, but at least I got that in. So we're good. How's
Yeah,
your
that's
garden
awesome.
going?
Oh, it's blasting. I'm on my way over there right now. I'm just about to get off the freeway. My corn is like 3 feet high, like super late season corn, but I'm going for it.
Whoa.
My pumpkins are just like blowing up right now. I have pumpkins in the front and in the backyard, which is super cool. Boston pickling cucumbers are starting to trellis. My Oregon snow peas are starting to trellis. What else? Mulberry trees are throwing fruit. The figs have all thrown their fruit. Passion fruit's just been dumping for like a month.
Wow.
Yeah, we made passion fruit butter the other day. So we took some raw cow butter and just basically mixed passion fruit juice into it and then froze it. And it kind of reminds me of those Otter Pops you got from the ice cream man, like in the 90s, but like a real version. Like it's delicious. It's like a creamsicle pop, basically.
That's amazing. I'm kind of jealous actually, because like I won't be able to grow anything now till probably June. Wow. Yeah. That's
I used
awesome
to
though.
I used to live in the snow too, and I would if you're trying to get your fix, just get a couple of those grow lights, those cheap LED ones. They're like
Yeah.
$20.
Oh,
And
I
just have
I
a
have a
plan.
bunch. That's my next task now that I've like kind of gotten everything cleaned up from the snow because it came early. We got snow like a couple weeks early. So I wasn't prepared at all. And yeah, I have a little greenhouse. It's like a 4-tier greenhouse. I have a few of them in like for indoors, and then I just bought grow lights off Amazon a few years ago, like LED ones. And I think I'm gonna start growing microgreens again, and then start growing all my seedlings in like I don't know, February, March.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. My greenhouse that I'm working in right now is just full of pepper plants and a couple of cabbage that I didn't get to put in the ground space.
Nice. That's awesome.
I don't know if I mentioned it to you or if you heard me talking about it, like because I kind of was. I got into tanning sheep hides and sewing leather over the last 3 weeks.
Way.
Yeah.
That's wicked. What have you been making?
So right now I'm wearing the first thing that I ever made, which is a leather sheath for my multi-tool. The old one that I had was super ratty, like 6 years old, falling apart, held together with duct tape. So I taught myself how to do a saddle stitch and a French seam, but I did not end up using the French seam on this particular item. And then I've been like watching a bunch of leatherworking videos, and I have an idea. Somebody wants to take it and make it better than they think. If they think it make it better, do it. I don't care. I'm not worried. Basically, hooded vest. Like, okay, you know Uggs.
Yeah.
The outside of the vest is that brown leather color. The inside of the vest is sheep's wool, and it's like with a hood. It's basically a hoodie minus the sleeves, and I think they would look great on men and women.
Oh, yeah.
Like Renaissance fairs.
Mm-hmm.
Like those LARPers or whatever, the kids that like to dress up as their Chinese characters or whatever. All of that stuff. I think they would be into it. And I just want one because I had the AI mock up some concept art, and they look freaking sweet.
Well, even like Canadians, right? Because like now it's like hovering around 0, which is like 32 Fahrenheit. So I don't even need a jacket. I just want like a hoodie and I wear like a vest. That's like all I wear. But that sounds like that would be super warm. Yeah, that'd be nice.
Yeah, well, I was supposed to be slaughtering 5 sheep today and getting 5 hides and starting that process, but we had to push back till next Thursday. So a little bit of hurry up and wait. It's cool though. I got other projects. I'm building a butcher's table. It's 14 foot long, 4 feet wide, and it's made out of a slab of bowling alley. So it's got the arrows on it. It's like a bowling alley lane slab. It's gonna take like 8 guys to lift it into place when I'm done with it. But I'm basically just sanding and welding the frame.
That's awesome. You're just crushing it over there, Platypus. Nice.
Honestly, I have kind of been crushing it this last couple months. There's just been like a serious uptick in like motivation and productivity. I think it's all thanks to God. I've been going to church and being a good boy and keeping my hands busy so that I don't go and been drinking less, smoking less, praying more.
Oh, that's good. That's always a good reminder. I know those vices just get us all the time. But yeah, if you can do other things. Actually, Blaze, I think I was talking to messaging Blaze and I've been reading I can't like the Bible is just such a long book, right? And I just really wanted to read Revelation. So I started reading Revelation, but I was asking her about it if she wanted to do a study. I think we're going to study it tomorrow at 6:30 if anybody wants to come and join us. Well, 6:30 Central Standard. There's an event.
Yeah, I said that I'm down because it's
nice.
dark at like 4:45 here now. So I'm so pissed.
Did you do the time change too? Sorry, I can't remember where you are.
Yeah, I'm in Los Angeles. It's filthy down here. The time change has it getting. It's what time is it right now? It's 12. It's gonna be dark in 4 hours, basically 4.5 hours.
I'm actually it gets dark around like 5:30. So 3.5, 4 hours. Yeah, about for me too. I know it's so depressing. I hate the time change. It's like, just leave it alone.
Yeah, but it's fine. I can leather work and stuff at night to stay busy.
Oh yeah. My goal today is to make a chocolate zucchini cake and a pumpkin pie from the pumpkin that I grew. So that's my goal. It's like a mini blizzard, so I can't really do much outside. So I think that's what I'm gonna do today.
What's your crust recipe? Because I'm gonna toot my own horn here. I'm really good at making pie crust.
Okay, well, it's so annoying. I'm allergic to gluten, so I actually found the Betty Crocker pumpkin pie recipe. I just Googled it. Actually, this is like a few years ago. I just was like, oh, I'm gonna make a pumpkin pie because it's like my favorite kind of pie. And I came across the Betty Crocker gluten-free pie recipe, and I tried it, and it tastes like exactly like my favorite store-bought pumpkin pie, but it's gluten-free. So, I mean, I'm always up for like new recipes and trying different things, but so far that one's been the best one that I've tried. And then my chocolate zucchini cake is just my auntie's recipe that she always used. But yeah. What pie
Nice.
recipe do you use? Do you have one? Because you can send it to me. I can always like make it gluten-free.
Yeah, I literally just use butter, salt, flour, and a few teaspoons rather of ice cold water as needed. And I don't measure anything. It's all texture and taste of it. I grew up eating my mom's dough. She'd always make a pie, and I'd be like, oh, trying to like steal the dough. And she's like, no, not gonna have enough for the crust. I don't care. And so yeah, I just learned what it's like and feel like.
Oh, that makes sense. Yeah, I've been pretty good. I've always followed recipes most of the time for baking, but for cooking, I never follow a recipe, but except for certain things when I bake. I always put like extra cinnamon and stuff like that, and I don't follow that. But the gluten-free baking is a little tricky, but I've been working at it for a few years, and it's definitely It's definitely I'm better at it than I used to be.
So what are you using? Just like almond flour or something, or I'm a little confused.
Actually, so what is it? Bob's Miller Red, whatever that brand is.
Yeah.
I don't know. Yeah. I used to use that one, but I actually found there's two different ones. There's like a 1-to-1 baking, and then there's like an all-purpose. And the all-purpose has like garbanzo beans in it, so it really changes, like it's chickpeas, and it really makes the batter gross tasting. It's not a good tasting batter, but it bakes really nice. So I use that for like cookies, but then I found locally there's this store and they make their own blend, because I was making my own blend. So I was using like rice flour, brown and white, and then tapioca starch and different types of things like that. And this one's like got a good blend. I think it has like pectin in it to help with like the moisture, because that's like the biggest thing with the gluten-free flour is that it's very dry. But I do use almond flour for certain recipes, but I found it's not interchangeable because it is more a dry flour as well, because it's just ground
Kind
up.
of has that grainy texture too.
Yeah.
I've noticed. I tried to mess around with some of the alternative flours during a little cocoa pandemic. Everything was off the shelf. Everybody got into baking. It was ridiculous.
Right.
So
baking and planting. I know.
yeah,
it was good.
But I thought, yeah, that was definitely a silver lining. But yeah. Did a few batches of the crepes with like almond flour, and I was like, ooh, this is not good.
Well, I found like there's certain recipes. There's one actually, it's I think it's by, if anybody like wants to go look this up, it's like Oh She Glows. That's the brand or the people that made the recipe. It's their website, and it's a cinnamon toffee cookie bar, and you use almond flour in it. And like honestly, that is probably like one of the best things that I've found, like gluten free. And everybody that I make for it, like they love it, and they don't even know it's gluten free. So I found, unless the recipe specifically calls for like the almond flour, same thing with coconut flour. That one's a different one too to bake with.
Yeah, I haven't tried coconut flour. I do use coconut oil though as a substitute. Sometimes I have a friend who's like deathly allergic to dairy. He goes into like shock. So
Well, I'll see if I can find this recipe, because it doesn't have dairy in it either. If they even still have it online.
I just pulled up to work and I came inside, and the guy I work for has a bunch of like really crazy books that he buys, and I just see a new one here. It's copywritten 1908. It's called. It's from the Purity and Truth Self and Sex series. What a Young Wife Ought to Know. It's well, I saw it. I was like, oh, I bet you there's a recipe in here. Yeah, 1908. I'm going to read the titles of chapters. Chapter 1, Intelligence of the Young Wife. Chapter 2, Home and Dress. Chapter 3, Health of the Young Wife. Chapter 4, The Choice of a Husband. Chapter 5, What shall a young wife expect to be to her husband? Chapter 5, The Wedding, the Presents, and the Homemaking. Meal relations, preparation for motherhood, preparation for fatherhood, destruction of infant life, the moral responsibility of parents and heredity, ailments of expectant mother. I mean, this just goes on and on, actually. There's fucking like 50 chapters in this book, so I'm not going to read all of them, but kind of crazy knowledge.
That's interesting.
Good on him for getting it. Yeah.
The intelligence. I like what was it? The intelligence of the wife, or what was it?
Oh, yeah, here. It said, I was like skipping around. It is Chapter 1, Intelligence of the Young Wife. Out of girlhood into wifehood, the setting up of a new home. A woman's exalted place. Her earlier influences. Importance of intelligence.
woman fitted by the Creator for wifehood and motherhood, the position of reproductive organs in the body, dangers of crowding contents of abdomen. I have no idea what that means. What all young wives need to know. Premium previously set upon ignorance, heredity, failures and success of our ancestors, faults and virtues transmitted through heredity. Well, pretty much, what's the term? Politically incorrect the book, basically.
Yeah. Yeah. Some of that stuff, the old stuff. It's interesting. It's interesting to read it as a female. I don't know.
Oh, I'm
Sometimes.
sure.
Sometimes
I'm
you're like,
sure it
oh
is.
yeah, that makes sense. And sometimes it's like, wow, no wonder the feminists were like, let's go.
Well, I'm a feminist in the sense where it's like, yeah, y'all don't need to be wearing corsets. Y'all can wear jeans. I'm not going to freak out about that. It's like the neo-feminism where it's like, screaming about toxic masculinity.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I just see everything through a Christian perspective now. So it's like some of these arguments have totally lost their luster, like, for me. I'm just like, oh. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe y'all should go to church.
Maybe.
I will admit it's an easy position to play. Just saying, like, saying that you don't know and you should ask somebody who does. It's way easier to do that than to try and actually give an answer of your own.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I don't know. I guess it depends on. I don't know. It's tricky. Like it is tricky, in a way. But what kind of church are you going to, by the way, if you don't mind?
Oh yeah, no. I was sola scriptura, just me, my Bible, and my prayers for like 6 years. And I'd been to a couple churches. I didn't like what I saw. I was very much like, oh, all these people don't even know that the earth is flat. Why would I go pray with them? Like, just being retarded. And so, yeah, I needed to shed a lot of pride and gain a lot of humility to go to a church. And so I went to this Orthodox Christian church, which basically claims its apostolic origins with Christ's apostles. Like the first fathers of the Orthodox Church were the apostles. Obviously, the main guy is Jesus. But like, yeah, it's no gay stuff, no funny business. The women are wearing head coverings. The men have to stand for the entire service.
Wow.
I've been catechized, which means I took a vow in front of the entire church that I renounce Satan and all his ways, and this and that, and so on and so forth. And I'm on my way to being baptized. And it's an Eastern Orthodox church, so there's a lot of Russian people there. I'm not Russian. I speak a couple Russian words, but it's not like, oh, I'm going to go try and become a Russian or Eastern Orthodox guy. It's like, I've been reading my Bible, and every time I get to the part where it says, go to church and worship with your brothers and sisters, I just have been telling myself I'm too good for that. So I specifically chose a church that was going to give me a lot of problems, like, bowing to pictures or, standing the whole time. I don't like being told what to do, but that's why I need God so much. And that's why I chose this church. And, yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. But I think, what you said though, where I think a lot of people from my observations in these servers, that people do think that they need to be surrounded by people that believe that the earth is flat. How I can't go, study or, be part of something where if they don't believe everything I believe. And I don't know. I think when you can get past that, because I just find that we just limit ourselves and we can't everything is based on our perspective, like in our experience in this realm, right? Not everybody has the same beliefs and views because not everybody has the same experience. So, no, that's good. I have some friends who are Mormons, and they've been wanting me to go to their church. I'm gonna go just to go and see what the service is about, but I've told them I'm not joining anything but a lot of the churches here are, well, right, Catholic, because Canada. There's lots of French
Yeah.
people around in the rural communities, so it's kind of. But then also too, we get Mennonites and stuff like that too. But I don't necessarily believe. I'm not on the same page as all of them either. So.
Yeah, I hear that. I'm friends with all the denominations pretty much. Christian Scientists, Catholics, Amish, Reformed Amish, Mennonites, people who just read a proverb a day and call themselves Christian and have never read anything else. And I can get along. I try to get along with everybody and with all of them. I'm just doing what works for me, and I couldn't say that it would work for everybody else.
Oh no, and that's awesome. That's so good that you found something, because I think that that's just such a lacking part, is that community, right? And a lot of us segregate ourselves based upon what we know. And sometimes it's just like, yeah, you can go have conversations with people that don't believe everything, and that's okay. That's okay.
Yeah, that was a big hurdle for me that I only just started getting over. Like, all the jobs that I've been applying for are with the most, sorry, I got a phone call, liberal people you can imagine. And I want to be around them. I want to get along with them. Not because I want to get into an argument with them. Sorry, hold on one second. I gotta take this phone call. I'll be back. Sorry about that.
No, it's all good.
The refrigerator drop-off people were blowing my phone up, and every time I get a call, it cuts me out. I don't remember what I was saying.
Oh, what were we talking about? Well, the churches and stuff like that, but yeah.
Oh yeah, I was talking about liberal.
Oh yeah, the jobs you were applying for, yeah, because you wanted to surround yourself with liberal people.
No, it's not that I wanted to. It's just that I felt like it's time to stop isolating myself. Like, just because I see liberal people doesn't mean I should like head for the hills. I should be able to get along with everybody. And these days, when I get asked about like politics and stuff, and I can just tell, like, if I give them what I really think, it's going to be a bad time. I just say that I have a lot of ideas that should be challenged, but I'm not at a point in my life where I'm ready to like face those challenges. I know that's kind of vague, but it seems to work almost every time. Just like, oh, okay.
Well, no, that's it's not, yeah, and it's just like a lot of the people that have liberal views, they like to get sometimes a little more elevated than others. So sometimes it's better to just, yeah, say something like that. I gotcha.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things that drew me to permaculture and living holistically was like, because it's logic. Like, don't plant a tree where you don't want a tree, right? Don't go have sex with somebody who you don't want to make a baby with. You know, like, things started kind of making sense to me from a Christian from a permaculture standpoint, and a lot of that was what drove me to Christianity. It's just like, don't do it if you don't want the results of that, and then like how to plan your day and your life in accordance with everything that you do. Those are all seeds that are all growing. They're all going to grow into something and produce fruits, be them good or bad, and like you're gonna have to reap what you sow. So yeah, kind of what I was trying to tell that guy earlier. I don't think he's here anymore.
No, I think he left.
It's too bad.
Yeah, it is. It is too bad. Because I mean, it is like I don't know. Everybody can have their, like, obviously their own opinions and their views and whatever, but it does get a little interesting.
I've called Christians cowards and cucks before when I was a younger man. So hearing that, like, oh yeah, you deserve this. Just let him do it. There's nothing I can say to him that's going to change it.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he has to go through his journey and come to whatever realization or whatever the path is that he's supposed to be on, right? And that's where it's kind of like, just dust off your boots or whatever and just let it be, because there's really nothing that I can do or you can do to change his mind, or not that I even want to, right? Because I guess that's his own experience, and how much do I really want to interfere in that? And if he's not ready to hear it, then who am I to say anything or do anything?
That's why I prefaced it. Like, I realized the other day that my worst nightmare is that I would have gotten everything that I wanted as a younger man. And I was like, please hear this, But I don't know if I would have heard it when I was a younger.
Well, yeah, it depends how loud that ego is, right?
Oh, yeah.
And it's definitely a struggle. I know we all struggle with it. But that's why praying and going and having community and all that kind of stuff is good.
That's something I've really been missing in my life, is having a community. Like, I've been, the place I work, we've been having some of the old, like, Russian ladies from church come over and use the kitchen there, because it's a bigger space than the kitchen at the church. So on Saturday when I go into work, there's just like all these Russian ladies like cooking food. I don't know. They just crack jokes. They're like politically incorrect. I get along with them really well. The only thing is they're always trying to like find me a wife, and they'll be like,
oh yeah,
they'll like, yeah. It's just they're always doing awkward shit. Like, oh, this is Christina. She is single, and you are single. And I'm like meeting somebody for the first time, and it's just like, okay.
Awkward, just a little bit. Yeah. Like, I didn't sign up for an arranged marriage just yet, okay?
Well, yeah, no, I'm literally just trying to make it through my weeks,
Yeah, but I think the community thing is such a big part, and I definitely, like, I do wanna, like, I'm not as active in the bear community as much as I would like to be, and it's interesting just to, like, I mean, I struggle with, like, the quote unquote, if you will, communities on Discord, which I have kind of come to the realization that they're really not. It's just, it's interesting. But yeah, I think the bear community, and it was interesting because I was like struggling with this. I'm like, oh, it's about the people and whatever, and why don't people see that? But, I always get this where I'm thinking of something, I can't find the answer. I'll turn on like Owen Benjamin and he starts talking about it. And he's like, and it's that whole thing where, what's your intention? Like, are you seeking the good, the true, and the beautiful, or what are you doing? Like, what is your goal? Like, what are you focusing your life on? And I don't think a lot of people in certain quote unquote communities have the same goal, which then kind of doesn't really create a good community.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's easy to go online and just be like, oh, you think the same thing I think? Oh, we can agree about this, and then we can like argue with people that disagree with us. That's really easy to do. But to form a community where there's actual substance, like where people are like meeting up, it's very, very difficult. I've only met a couple people off Discord, and I'd say half of them I will never see again.
Oh, really? Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
But you tried though. That's the thing. You're making the effort though. And you're not always gonna like jive with everybody, obviously. And that's fine too. And that's what like I've kind of realized, just a lot of people, like, we have similar interests, like say we know that the earth is flat or whatever. But like beyond that, yeah, you don't really have much too much in common. But again, it depends on the person. But I don't know. I guess when I joined these servers, I kind of went in a little naive. But it is interesting too because you do have to be cautious with people online. They hide obviously their identities and whatever else they're hiding. So you just never know. And then when something happens, or you know, you know, I don't want to say names, but say there's an individual that kind of should be not necessarily, I don't want to say like shunned, but has done something detrimental to the community. Well, everybody just still accepts them and whatever. And it's like, well, where's the repercussions for that? You're making it not be a community that you keep saying that it is, but you still allow this to continue. Anyways, I'm being kind of vague, but we can move on.
No, I get it. I'm
Yeah.
filling in the blanks, I think.
Yeah.
Well, my whole thing is now, I have friends. I've had friends for over 15 years. Same. We've lost a few to death and to just falling away, falling apart. You know, we're not friends anymore. But I still have a good couple of friends, a good handful of them, for over a decade and a half, and it's nice. And I do make new friends, but when I make new friends now, there has to be some type of like, the thing that unites us has to be related to work ethic.
Yeah.
Because you can say all the right things to me, and I will be like, "Oh my god, wow, you're such an amazing person." But then we like go to do a small task, and you're like standing there, like it just reveals so much. And I think when you connect with people based on the skill set that you have or the skill set that you want to acquire, it's way less fake. Because I've had people tell me, oh, I believe this or I believe that, and then 2 or 3 years later they believe something else. But all the people that I've made friends with, who were like, we became friends because we were both milking cows at the same time. We became friends because we were both learning how to propagate trees at the same time. Like, all those people, we're all still on our grind, and we think different things. We don't always agree, and it kind of sucks because I would love for those people to have similar views as me. But in terms of like, gun to my head, who would I want on my team? It's going to be the people with the skills that I don't necessarily agree with on everything. And I think that's something that we see a lot here in Flat Earth. It's like talk is cheap.
Yeah. Oh, it totally is. And I think that's where I get frustrated too with it. And I know that's my struggle, right? Because it's like, why do I let it bother me? But it's all about the actions. I mean, I can tell you whatever I want, right? I can spew whatever garbage, and anybody can. But at the end of the day, it's your actions. Like, well, what are you doing? What are you actually going to do? Are you going to hold up to your word? Or are you just going to spew whatever you feel like? Because I mean, so many people in this FE platform, they start just to complain like nobody does anything. It's like, well, what are you doing? You're sitting on Discord for freaking 12 hours a day complaining about it, right? Like, and that's fine if that works for you. But I just don't think that that's necessarily the right way to do it. But that's my opinion.
Yeah, well, I learned a big lesson. I met a real young man, like he was like 19, I think, on Discord during little Coco, and I invited him to live in my home under the, under the premise that he would get a job. He had like a unsafe life at home. And then I got him a job working for the same dairy that I worked for. And it went really wrong. Like he ended up like shoplifting like during our drive across the country and like turning into a total monster. It was really weird. Very, very dark. He was super fake with me for like a month, basically. Like praying with me, coming to church. Got a job in 3 days. Like, very motivated. But as soon as we like crossed out of Texas on our way across the country, it got bad. But anyways, I learned an important lesson from that. It's just like I said earlier, people talk is cheap. They can say all the right things, but when the rubber meets the road, you'll know.
Yeah. Oh, totally. I agree.
And I, of course, had many faults in that entire fiasco. I was a young Christian. I was a younger man. I had different ideas. I was a lot angrier, and I don't know. I probably could have handled things better. So, Meth
Well,
Doomer,
it's
if
all
you
part
can.
of the experience, right? I mean, I don't know. I think that's kind of, you figure it out almost as you go. In some, well, from a lot of people.
Yeah, that's kind of how I learn. I'm a fail, and then do it better the next time.
Or learn, right? I don't like to say fail, but yeah, I know. I get what you're saying. Winter rain is that? I don't know if I'm singing her. She keeps posting Tim Hortons stuff. I don't know. She's making fun of me because I'm Canadian, but I can't have donuts. That sucks. I would definitely like to have one.
Yeah, cut it out with them Tim Hortons. I can I'm in like 2 minutes drive from, well, everybody in Montreal is, right? So cut it out.
Yeah. Oh, I know. There's like every corner.
Yeah.
Every corner there's some. Did you get any snow, SC Montreal? Probably
Yeah,
not.
today I looked out my window and I go, oh boy, here we go.
Yep. Here we go.
And the funny thing is, I think this is the first time ever most of the leaves are still on the tree.
No way.
Yeah.
Wow. That's interesting because I'm pretty sure like everything was really early here. Like the leaves started falling off pretty early, I thought. And then we got snow. We usually don't get snow here till after Halloween. And we got snow like a week and a half before. And it's like stayed. That doesn't usually happen. So I'm hoping we'll get an early summer and maybe I can start planting in May. But I don't want to wait till June. We'll see.
Yeah, I hear you. Here it's
Yeah.
the complete opposite. My tree is in like the first stages, like there's a couple of hundred leaves, let's say, right? But 90% of the leaves are still on the tree. I've never seen anything like it.
Yeah, that is weird. Did you guys have like a hot, like a warm fall compared to normal?
Yeah, it was. We had no fall. Like I said, the leaves didn't fall.
Didn't even fall.
There was no
Wow.
fall this year.
Yeah, our fall was very short actually this year too.
I've never seen anything like it. It's insane.
Yeah.
Like for example, I bought a weed. I bought a leaf blower, and I haven't used it yet. It's like, what the heck?
You can use it to get the snow off your deck. All the old elderly people do that, so they don't have to shovel.
I'll use it in reverse. Yeah.
You know, that's actually been a phenomenon I've noticed recently of not getting a chance to pick the leaves up. It didn't happen with me this year. I mean, most of mine fell, but I still have a lot on the trees. But that has been happening where it's like I don't even get a chance to get the leaves up because it just goes straight into winter.
Wow.
Yeah, bro.
But if you let the leaves decompose, it's good for the grass and stuff. I for the last few years I'd never took up my leaves because apparently it breaks down and provides nutrients. So I don't know.
I grind mine up with the lawnmower.
I was gonna
Absolutely,
say,
I go right
yeah.
over mine with the
Oh
lawnmower.
yeah,
No
I
problem.
do that. That's true. I would do that too. I always mulched. I never would bag anything. Yeah.
If they come back with my John Deere tomorrow saying that it's beyond repair, I'll let you know if the leaves just laying there for the season are beneficial or not.
Okay, sounds good.
When I bought my house, my lawn was terrible. It looked brutal, and now it's like it's actual like green grass. It's all looking like way better, way better. Just chop the leaves up. That's it. I don't do anything crazy.
Yeah, I used to
Jeremy's
have.
not telling you about the broken water pipe under the fucking
Yeah,
grass that's watering everything.
yeah. I was gonna say that's exactly what happened to me. I had a fucked up septic tank. I had one good line, so I had one good line of grass going down the backyard. I dug it up, fixed it. Now all the grass is good. I knew which line was working and not broken by just looking at the yard.
So Jeremy, if I was gonna start doomsday prepping, what would be the first thing I should get?
Oh, hi.
Paracord.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, you want about 10 rolls of paracord.
10 rolls?
10 rolls, about 5 Bibles.
Come on.
And go ahead, Jeremy.
Does it matter which translation, or do I
it.
just get a mix, like all of them, so I have them, or?
The question.
You definitely want to get Vaseline.
What would you put in a bug out bag?
Yeah, that's what I want to know. That's good. That's a better way to put it.
Vaseline and duct tape. That's all you need. Vaseline and duct tape.
Yeah. You coat yourself fully in Vaseline so nobody can get you. But you got the duct tape so you can get them. Exactly.
I mean, there's the obvious things. You know, you go on a knife, some rope, a way to make fire. But the unobvious things are like socks. Like bring a pair of socks. Maybe bring a little bit of toilet paper or something. You know, it's light. It does take up a little bit of space, but it's light, very light.
Oh yeah,
Jeremy's got a paracord.
You want to be scrambling for a leaf? Well, you don't want to be scrambling for a leaf if you're like, you know.
Yes.
Imagine if your getaway vehicle is electric with a battery.
Oh gosh. Oh, I've seen. I don't know why. This is not the climate for it. I've seen a couple Teslas like in the fall. I'm like, what are you guys doing? But anyways, each their own.
You mean there's no plug-in station in the woods? Oh,
well, there
dang.
is, but I thought like, it's weird because even like in this small town not that far from me, they've had a plug-in station for a long time. But I mean, I've just heard like the batteries like in the cold. Well, it'll be interesting to see if their car will start in -40, but maybe they have.
But think about it. You want to be going away from plug-in stations when you're bugging out.
Oh, I know.
I watched this video yesterday, and these Russian guys chopped down some trees and basically used the logs in lieu of like the car frame and body. So all they had was just like the motor, the wheels, steering wheel, and a seat, and everything else was just fucking organic. It was pretty cool.
Yeah, but oh man, what was I gonna say?
Paracord.
Oh,
socks.
Another big thing you're gonna want is like you can eat calories as a 30-year shelf life. Like it wouldn't hurt to have a couple packs of them. You also don't want to be scrambling for food or whatever. At least for a minute.
What did you say you have? You kind of cut out for me. I'm going to turn you up. You said something about calories. I heard that part, but what specifically?
There's different types of like calories you can get. I have like little survival tabs. They have like a 35-year shelf life. There's also other just like some kind of like bricked up survival food. Like they make it for like life rafts, so that like they're not affected by like temperature or whatever.
Oh yeah, you know what? Actually, I remember seeing that at one of those outdoor stores like years and years ago, and it was like a ridiculous shelf life, and I was like, well, yeah, I should go get some now. At the time, I was like, who needs that?
Yeah, the tabs.
I say
yeah, the tabs I got have it. The tabs I got have a 30-year. You're definitely gonna want something with like a 30-year shelf life. You don't want anything that you gotta keep replacing because you're not eating it. You're not gonna be eating it on the regular. So
yeah,
you just want something that's just gonna be there.
I say salt and lard. Those two things are heavily overlooked in prepping situations. Lard traditionally has been used to preserve meat for like a very long time, and all it is just rendered pork fat. But you could stick a piece of meat in lard in a jar, and that shit'll last a long ass time, dude.
Yeah, it's cheaper than Vaseline too. So.
No, Daiso took the words right out of my mouth. Get yourselves like 100 pounds of salt and a 14 cubic foot chest freezer, and just fill that with meat. Eat the meat and keep replenishing it. And if something goes bad, power goes out, salt it all, and just make jerky or whatever. And yeah, have that lard too.
Flour.
What about what do you how do you feel, Flat Up? What's about a home remedy of onions marinated in honey? Is that is there any oxidants helpful?
I've never done it before, so I couldn't say.
She was asking about it. Yeah, but
breaking up.
Oh,
Jeremy, your Faraday cage is working like really well. But
I have a Faraday bag already.
Yeah, but she was asking about like a
You know what it
blowout
is?
bag, like you
It's
know
all
what I'm
that
saying? If
fucking
you got and you're within like 3-4 hours.
Yeah, what I seen was the the onions with the honey as like a antibiotic type of thing. So like so you guys are covering the food. Seems like this you take the onions and then you put it in a jar with honey and when it breaks down, if you consume it, it serves to heal your body from the inside out.
well, I do believe that food is medicine in its like purest state. Animals really only get sick when they eat something that they're not supposed to. So aside from like broken bones or whatever, it's like if you're sick, probably something that you're eating. So onions and honey, never tried it. I'm down, but I would just say naturally raised meat. Like we're supposed to be eating meat.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely should be eating meat. But the onion and honey, that sounds interesting. I think I might just try that just in general. Because I mean,
Sounds good.
when you think you can put, isn't it like you put slices of onions, or is it onions and potato, or one of the two, on the bottoms of like your feet, and it's supposed to like draw out like toxins and stuff like that. So, and I know since I started eating more onions and garlic, the mosquitoes leave me alone.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
I can
Actually,
attest to that.
well, and it's funny because I was at the feed store. We're getting like a block of salt, and they had one with garlic. And I kind of said to the guy, I was like, "Oh, is that to keep the flies away?" And he's like, "Yeah." I was like, "Oh," so they put it. I guess they infuse it into the salt licks or whatever salt blocks for the livestock, and it's supposed to help keep the flies away.
Another cool trick that I used just last week. We had like a really bad mosquito problem because I think one of our neighbors has like some water just sitting. Anyways, we got one of those electric bug zappers, like the blue ones that just like hang. It's like a little lantern. It was kind of working, like every 20 minutes you'd hear a little pop, but it wasn't working that well. So we took we heard mosquitoes are attracted to carbon dioxide. So what you do is you take a little sugar, water, and yeast, and you put it in a cup and just set it next to the bug zapper. It was like every minute that thing was going off. And yeah, we don't even have that. We don't even have it plugged in anymore. They're gone. A few days of that.
Wow. So that was, what was that? Water, yeast, and what?
Sugar.
Sugar. Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. Actually, a bunch of mosquitoes were actually getting into the cup and getting like stuck in the mixture.
Wow.
Yeah, it was interesting.
I think we were talking about that, the dragonfly, like where you have like a picture, like a brooch of like a dragonfly, it's supposed to like deter them. Has anybody ever actually tried that?
I've heard mixed
Oh,
things.
okay.
Yeah, I heard it don't work. I've heard it do. So.
Yeah, all you really need is paracord, just to keep it real.
Okay. 10, a pack of 10, was it, Tyson?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you want to, 10 100-foot rolls. Just wrap it all around yourself. That's what Jeremy does. That's why he's got such a bad signal. It's all that fucking aluminum in that shit.
Jeremy's like unwrapping the paracord from his phone right now. He like made a phone case out of it.
That's why he can't unmute. That's what's happening.
They actually make a paracord now that has a fire starting strand in it. You know how it's got all those strands? Well, they make one that has a one of the strands in it is like a huge for like fire starting. I think it's called fire cord.
Great. Jeremy's gonna start the next Paradise Fire.
All right, a fish and fire survival cord.
That's another thing you want to have in your. That's another thing you want to have in your bug out bag or whatever with you. It definitely helps to would have some fishing hooks.
So there's going to be
fishing hooks.
Yeah.
Couple fake worms for bait, right? They don't go bad.
And I've got
Jeremy's
waterproof matches already.
Gummy worms, fishing hooks, and paracord. One of the biggest overlooked things when prepping is is information, sourceable information, like in the bug out bag. Like it could be something as simple as what type of naturally existing edible plant life is around you in your particular region, because it kind of all varies depending on your location.
Yeah, that's
stuff
a good
like
one.
that.
That is highly overlooked.
Yeah,
highly overlooked
that's
what plants
actually-
you can eat.
That's a good point. I've been actually just trying to learn more about it, and there's one plant here. I don't know if anybody has it. It's a plantain, like broad plantain leaf, and that is like one of the most amazing things. It like if you any infection or anything, it just pulls the infection out. I mean, you can eat it. It's not the greatest tasting, but you can eat it.
There's a lot of
that
stuff
that would definitely be good. That would definitely be good to
Yeah.
have when you get to your location is what plants to eat, but like on the way, like that's why you got the survival tabs or whatever.
Yeah.
But you need
You don't want to be scrambling
paracord
while you're
around the book to protect the book too, so the book survives.
Yeah. Well, and I have a medicinal and edible herb or plant book for all of North America, I think. Or it's
there you
just
go. It's
one of the
perfect.
two. Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
perfect. What you actually do with the paracord is you make it your shoelaces. That's like a nice easy way to carry paracord, and you also have the strongest shoelaces on earth, basically.
Okay.
So I made a batch of comfrey lavender oil. Comfrey has been used to like treat mastitis on cows and stuff. I'm actually using it right now. I got a bunch of cuts and scrapes. It works pretty well. And comfrey grows like prolifically.
Yeah, it's actually it's
heavy.
I've been. Oh, sorry. What were you saying, Jeremy?
No, go ahead. No, go
I
ahead.
was just gonna say, Blaze was talking about comfrey, and actually in Canada, it's an invasive species. However, where I am, it doesn't grow. It's not grown here, but I definitely want to get some seeds. That's what I want to get is that comfrey, and it's actually I plant something called borage, and it's of the same family, and I know there's medicinal benefits in that as well. And the bees, oh my gosh, I have never had a plant attract bees to my garden like borage. So just if anybody wants to grow that, it's very easy to do.
Another thing that is really overlooked in prepping is bleach tablets. So like one tablet makes like X amount of gallons of bleach when mixed with water, and the thing is like you can survive a lot longer with no food than you can with water. So like having drinkable water or at least water that's treatable and knowing how to treat the water, like that specific information is really overlooked when it comes to a lot of preppers and stuff. So something to consider.
Oh yeah, I got a life straw. I got a life straw in my bag. It's
Yeah,
good for like 10,000 gallons of water.
yeah, but the problem with that, Jeremy, unless you've got the attachable pump system, you're only able to drink the water. Like you can't basically store the water. Like you couldn't suck up, if there was 10 gallons sitting in this puddle, you couldn't suck up the 10 gallons and put it in a bottle or anything with that. So that's the problem with those.
Yeah, but you just put the 10 gallons of water in the bottle, and then when you want to drink, pull out the life straw.
Yeah, all right, smart guy.
Yo, the bleach tablets are good to have. I'm not debating you on that. That's good to have, but you don't want to be fooling around with that if you're, I know, something for a bug out bag that like you're gonna be
Yeah, dude.
traveling and stuff, so
Yeah, a
you're
couple
not gonna have a
tablets.
10-gallon thing.
No, you won't. But something
Well, maybe it depends on how you're traveling.
That's true. But something to sanitize the water with, that's fucking crucial, dude.
Yeah, some iodine or bleach or whatever. Yeah, whatever they use
Oh
for
yeah,
those
that's the other
tablets to
thing.
just purify water.
Iodine
Those are good to
tablets.
have as well.
Yeah, iodine tablets with all the shit going on in the world nowadays, with all this nuclear threat. I don't know.
How do you plan on protecting your bug out bag?
Karate.
Taekwondo.
Yeah,
Throw some bleach.
and karate, bro. You'd be surprised.
Make a bleach mix and throw it in their eyes.
There you go.
Booby traps.
Multifunctional, multi-purpose.
Yeah, if you're waiting until the point to where it's like that, then you're probably gonna not be doing too hot. But the idea would be to just go as quick as you can and just I mean, I don't know. A lot of us probably have guns and stuff, but
I'm going to the nearest gun-free zone and getting everything I need.
that's a bad idea, bro.
As Wheeler likes to say, it's all about the 3 Bs: bullets, beans, and band-aids. Just to kind of simplify it. medical supplies, that's another thing that's heavily overlooked. Like surgical type supplies.
I got med kits all over the place.
I'm not talking fucking band-aids and Neosporin, bro. I'm talking like clamps and shit. Like, what happens if somebody gets a fucking artery that's severed and shit? Like, you got to clamp that bitch off. Like, you have to have, hermetically sealed clamps that you can pull out of your bag, bro, and save somebody's life, dude.
There is
one of my friends has a med kit like that, but go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say that just reminded me actually, because I don't know if I don't even know the name. It's like some weird name, but they're pills that stop bleeding. So I guess during the Korean War, they would give it to the soldiers to stop the internal bleeding
Isn't that Midol?
and get them to the hospital. What is it?
Midol?
No. I actually used it before on one of the animals to stop the bleeding. I'll find the name of it.
Is it a powder or a pill?
No, it's it's a powder. It's in a capsule.
Oh, okay.
And then
I know
there's
what you're talking about.
another one that it comes with. You know what I'm talking about?
I don't know the name of it, but I've got some here at my house. Like when we clip the dog's nails and shit, sometimes like, they'll bleed and we'll just like dip it in this powder. But there's also something else you can use if you don't have that. I forget what it is. I don't know.
But yeah, that's what it's called. That's what it is. I'm just trying to find. I had it in my cart, but they were sold out of it. Because I always like to have some of that with me just in case, because you never know.
I mean, definitely have a med kit with you. I don't know how intensive you want it to be because it can start to get pretty big. I mean, if it's me and Die Slow and he clips an artery, he's just dead. Like, I don't know. Sorry, bud.
Well, I got the shit already, bro. So you just gotta.
I'm just saying, if it's me and you and I have the stuff, I know, but if it's me and you and I have the stuff, and you just sitting there bleeding out, like you're dead. I don't know
just
what to
take
do.
your shoe off and tie it with paracord.
Yeah, like this
I could
is
tie
where
a limb off for you.
this is where having basic survival information readily available in your pack, and not just stuffed in your pack, but like in one of those baggies that's like a waterproof type baggie, is going to be, highly essential, in surviving. Because you're not going to have all this information, and even if you did have all the training and information, who's to say you're not going to panic and just like fuck up? So having that readily sourceable information available is crucial, dude, in any bug out bag.
But do you know how stupid it is that we are this technologically advanced and possibly needing a bug out bag is even a thing? That shouldn't even be a thing, dude. We should be all set up so that there's no reason.
What, like an air tag, and you could just tap into the iCloud and shit? And what are you talking about, bro?
Just transport to wherever you want to go. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, no, that's exactly what I'm talking about. I'm talking about we're this technologically advanced, and there might be a reason why you need a bug out bag still. Like there shouldn't even be a reason.
I hear what Jeremy's saying. The first people that flew airplanes were wearing animal skins to stay warm. It's like sometimes we still need some stuff from the past, even if we're dealing with some futuristic technology.
I mean, I could see if there's like a hurricane, like Katrina, obviously people had a bug out, right? That's reasonable. But you shouldn't even need a bug out bag. Like we should be all set up for stuff like that to happen. If only there was some agency that was prepared for an emergency. That would be neat. But
well, look at what our forefathers did, dude, when they traveled cross country and they got over here to settle the land. Like they didn't have all this technology, bro. They relied on the skill sets that, they acquired and just basic stuff, how to improvise using nature, and like all that information is like for the most part lost within these later generations. So,
dude, isn't the story we would have died if the Indians didn't save us?
Oh yeah, William and Clark, or was it Lewis and Clark, whatever the fuck, they got brought in. They were like on the brink of death. They got brought in by a specific Indian tribe. They stayed with them for a few months. They actually made a truce, or whatever you want to call it. They had like an agreement between each other. And then shortly after 1876 is when we started rounding them all up into reservation camps. And but we definitely relied on the Native Americans a bunch of times to pull us out of shit.
I named my boat after one of them. The Indian god Sacagawea.
Found the name of those capsules. If anybody's interested, I just typed it in the chat. If anybody wants to try pronouncing that, go for it.
Is it talcum powder?
No, no.
I'm just saying, bro. There wouldn't be any need to like have.
Is Jeremy for y'all? He needs to bring an antenna in this bug out bag.
Yeah, I'm like waiting for it to catch up. Maybe we'll get it all, but it doesn't seem like it's catching.
Dude, the jokes are kind of fire right now. He said, I almost spit my milk out. You said he needs to bring it in. Well, thank God he won't have. I mean, there's not going to be Discord in the apocalypse, so he'll be all right.
Yeah, we'll be too busy doing other things, trying to survive. We won't have time for it anyways.
Pressure and time is all you need. What about super glue? You ever thought about that? That was heavily used during the wars to.
Wait, pressure and time. Pressure and time. What's that? Is that from Shawshank Redemption?
You better believe it.
Oh, dude, I was like, that sounds so familiar. Nice, dude. Nice. Andy Dufresne, my guy.
One of the best movies ever made.
Yeah. When he crawls out of that, yeah. The lightning's going off. I got chills just now.
Yeah, good movie.
That movie should be mandatory for every teenager thinking of committing a crime.
He didn't commit a crime.
Exactly.
No, he's talking about Morgan Freeman's character. That's how I interpreted it. Morgan Freeman, his character's like central theme is one of regret, and it's a beautiful part in the end where he makes it to Mexico. He spent 50 years in that prison or something like that. 40 years.
Something years. I can't squeeze a drop without being told to go pee.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, you're excused. You got a blizzard going on. Make an exception.
Well, I thought I muted. I went to mute and it didn't mute as I'm like coughing. I'm like, oh, dude, I'm sorry, guys.
I answered the phone that way to somebody that I don't know very well, and I have no idea what they thought. And I was just like, oh, jeez. I was like fumbling for the mute button. It wasn't there.
I know. I must have. Yeah. Anyways. Oh, Jeremy's back. Let's see.
Jeremy, we decided you need an antenna for your bug out bag so you don't robot so bad.
All right, I just came back. Where did we leave off?
Oh, we were just waiting for Jeremy to get his antenna going.
Yeah, he's all wrapped up in paracord right now.
I know, he's unraveling. But this website, I just was like, oh, what do you need for a bug out bag? It tells you to bring documents, USB and paper, waterproof paper and pen.
Yep. Yeah, that's another one.
Hat, socks, nail clippers, toilet paper, condensed Campbell's. Or no, wait, what is that? Oh, condensed camp soap. Oh yeah, soap. Okay.
You know what you want is you want a Leatherman, okay, like a Wave or a Wingman maybe. The Wave is the best. I would get the Wave. There's like I could
dude, it's
saw
the
down
Surge,
a tree
bro.
with a Wave.
I've had my Surge for like 5 years. I swear by it.
Does it have a saw blade on it? I could cut a decent size tree.
Of course, it has a saw blade on it, dude.
Okay.
Get a Swiss Army knife, bro. Okay.
Do not get a Swiss Army knife.
Why not?
I just wanted to say that.
It's got a toothpick in there, tweezers. It's got that
Dude,
little.
they used to give those out on planes.
Really?
You remember that? Yeah, dude. I remember like if you flew with United, I believe they give you like these little bags that have like a little thing for your eye. You put over your eyes for when you're sleeping, like some soap, a toothbrush, and then a fucking little Swiss Army knife.
Oh, in case like the plane goes down, you could survive or something.
In case, yeah, I guess, or you want to change your flight or whatever.
What Swiss Army has? You know what
What's
Swiss
that?
Army has that's neat is they have a little credit card style thing.
Credit
that can
card
fit
stuff.
in your wallet. Now it's pretty thick.
Oh, I know what you're
Probably
talking about.
What's up?
You're breaking up a little bit, but I know what you're talking about. It's like a credit card with the cutouts for all the bullshit that you need. I think that's what he's talking about. I've seen that.
No, but the Swiss one has like just stuff inside of the card, like a knife, a flashlight, screwdrivers, a needle. There are.
I got one of them.
Awesome card.
Robot and bro. You gotta
you can like
undo some of that paracord, bro. You're all fucked up.
tear apart, and it'll be like fishing hooks and like cool little stuff like that.
You roboted most of the way, but I think we got the gist.
Yeah, fishing hooks. Imagine living in a place where you don't get phone service.
Well, that's what I was just gonna say. Having a handheld like shortwave radio, just like a handheld CB radio, and then the kicker is you can buy a like a coax cable, like a 50-foot, 100-foot coax cable, and what that does is you can attach it to the radio, and then attach the other end to the antenna, and you can fucking throw that antenna up in a tree branch, and significantly increase the distance of your broadcasting or reception. So that's another thing to have is a way to communicate in the time of need.
That's a good one. You know what else? I don't know if you guys brought it up.
You're gonna say mirror. You're gonna say mirror.
No, close though. Okay. My Swiss Army knife, the little one there. Of course, that's a last ditch thing in your pocket. But what it has is a magnifying glass to start a fire.
Oh yeah, that's a big one, dude. Yep. That'll never run out of fuel or nothing.
Yep. So that's a must-have, like along with your flint, a nice magnifying glass.
Well, they actually make these little credit card size Fresnel lenses that are awesome.
Yep.
I mean, they're super.
I got one of them.
Super thin.
Yeah, I got one of them.
Super thin. Like they make tons of cool little credit card size things that are would be pretty.
Yeah, but that shit's gonna break, Jeremy. You don't want some flimsy fucking bullshit.
As soon as you're trying to get your antenna out of your bug out bag, you're gonna break all your little glass credit card things.
Right?
Yeah, Dyslow's got us walking around with 800 feet of coaxial cable. I mean, dude.
Fuck. All right. Well, what if they made paracoax cable, Jeremy? Now we're talking, right? How about a couple pot seeds in your bug out bag? I think that's definitely crucial.
My weed.
Could you imagine, bro?
You know what would be your best friend in that scenario? Crossbow.
Crossbow?
Give me 40 acres of pasture and a cow far removed from everybody, and I take that over an AK and 10,000 rounds. That cow's just going to eat grass, and I'm just going to sip milk. Chill.
Yeah, but
you guys can bring your guns to protect me. Gotcha.
Oh, I see.
You know why crossbow? Because you can hunt without making noise and give yourself up. Plus, you never run out of ammo. You could always grab a tree and just whittle yourself a weapon.
Yeah, I mean, as long as you've got the knowledge, you can just make one of those. I don't know about a crossbow, but you could definitely make a bow and arrow.
You can make a bow out of paracord as a string.
It's so multi-use.
I'm not joking.
So many uses. No, I know it's true though. You could. That'd be good.
You could just transmit that you need a crossbow by your coax cable 40 feet up in the tree. Just call your buddy a couple 100 miles away to tell you to bring you one.
Yeah, if you bugged out with 80 feet of coaxial cable, you're just going to be having to call for everything because you ain't going to have room for nothing else.
All right. You got no supplies. You want to make a bow and arrow. You got no fucking paracord. What are you going to do, Jeremy? Let's hear it. Let's hear how you're going to.
Dude, why would you have no. If you're walking around with no paracord, that's your own fault.
Well, let's just hypothetically assume all the paracord's gone, bro. Okay. How are you going to make this bow? Do you know the old school technique?
Sinew? Out of sinew?
Yep.
I can't make a bow out of sinew. I don't even know what that means.
Most people don't know what the fuck sinew is, dude. It's kind of scary.
It's some part of inside the animal. I know it's inside an animal somewhere.
Yeah. Yep. It's the tendon or ligament of like of an animal, which doesn't degrade like, the rest of the body. So it's kind of unique in that sense.
Yeah. The crazy glue was a very good idea for cuts. Also, you guys heard of liquid Band-Aid?
That's just super glue.
Yeah, the super glue is good. You could probably use that for fire starting and to heal, and if your equipment gets messed up or something. Yeah, super glue is just all around good.
Yeah, but that's only going to deal with like small lacerations. Like if you've got something that's significant, you're going to want fucking like gunpowder or something to fucking
well, you got gunpowder in your bullets, or if you're carrying tannerite, but you got duct tape, you just super glue that son of a bitch together and duct tape it, and it'll glue together. It ain't coming apart.
I mean, you're walking around with 80 pounds of coaxial cable. What are you worried about? You could just call in a chopper.
Just tie it with paracord and pour some super glue on it. That wound will stay closed.
If you super glue your eyebrows, you get better reception, apparently.
We use liquid Band-Aid. My wife is a nurse, and we never really got stitches anymore. We just butterflied it together and poured some liquid Band-Aid on it and let it rip. Turned into skin in like 3 days.
Well, you guys seen those, I forget what it's called, but you could basically stick like a shotgun round in it, and as the trip cord gets tripped, it like basically spring loads this shotgun round to fire off, and it's basically like an alert system for like a perimeter of your bug out area. Those are pretty cool. Just kind of lets you know what I mean, if somebody's coming.
Yeah, I like how they labeled it as alert system. I hope you're using blanks in that.
Have y'all ever used tannerite?
I've heard about it. You know who's big on tannerite? That Moya guy. He used to shoot that all the time.
Yeah, he sounds like one of those kind of guys.
It's the funnest stuff around, man. Who needs 4th of July? The fireworks that they sell these days are amazing too. Those artillery shells, crazy.
Oh, are you talking about mortars?
Yeah, I mean it's nuts how strong they are.
What about flares, dude? Nobody said a flare gun. They got that shit at Walmart, dude, for like
How
10
big
bucks.
of a backpack am I gonna need here?
Well, you're gonna have to put on.
So when you is the flare good? So when you call in the chopper knows where to land with your 80 pounds of coaxial cable you're carrying around.
Yeah.
No, we're way past that. We're into the bus territory now.
Aren't we supposed to be hiding? Why are you bringing flare guns along?
I don't know. You never
Well, I
know.
gotta know what mountain Jeremy's
Dude,
gonna
how's the
be
chopper
at,
gonna
so I
know
can
where to
go
land?
find him.
All right, I got
Get
it.
to the
I got
chopper.
it. We do a flat Earth Survivor. You can only bring your bug out bag. It's like 2 weeks, and just see how you do.
Can we not do it in
Jeremy's
Canada though? That'd be great.
Jeremy's got a
Oh yeah,
theodolite.
this is a SoCal event. This is we're
perfect.
not.
Then I'll survive. That sounds
2 weeks. All you need is like some coax cable and a couple Snickers bars for 2 weeks. Talking about 2 years, man. Like 2 weeks ain't gonna get you nowhere. I mean, it's good to have bug out bags. Don't get me wrong, but long-term planning is essential.
Right. Yeah.
Having people you can trust and count on, a place to go, a way to survive in that place, like knowing all the ins and outs.
Right.
And
right.
then
How to get
everybody,
there.
how to get there, where you're going to meet, who you're going to meet, who you're going to leave behind. These are
That's
tough
another
decisions.
thing. That's another thing that most people don't even have in their vehicle is bolt cutters. Like you think in a fucking chaotic situation, you're just gonna go down the street and take these main streets. No, dude, you're gonna be taking fire roads and back roads, all of which are fucking fenced off with locks. So you're gonna pull up there with your paracord, dude, and think you're gonna do something, and you're just gonna be stuck.
Start a fire and eat a
Bro, I'm gonna use the
Snickers bar.
paracord rappel. I'm gonna rappel right over that shit with the paracord.
Where would you guys head for the ideal bug out location?
I would head to an interconnected cave system, something that's like got multiple exits. I think that would be the best bet.
He's gonna go find El Chapo's old cave.
Me, you know what I think? I think if you can get to water, and you have like a boat, doesn't have to be like a Rakia style boat, anything, even a paddle boat, right? And you have an island picked out. That would be the least traveled thing. Is a river, a lake, something like that.
You said an island?
Islands.
Gilligan's
An
Island?
island, yeah.
Bro, that
an
is
island,
the best.
bro. Of course.
Dude, that's the best. That's the best place you can go to. Definitely 100% is an island. I don't know. There's gonna be a lot of pirates now, though. So I don't know.
Right.
My plan is the Adirondack Mountains. Like I'm like 3-hour drive from New York City right now. That's not safe. So if I can get the Adirondacks is like 3 hours north, so that's a pretty safe distance.
You don't think everyone and their mom's going to be having the similar idea to get to the largest body of water in the highest elevation? Like that's just kind of a natural default.
Doesn't matter if they don't have the boat and the plan. they can wish it all they want. But if you have your boat, let's say you have your little 4x4, you have your little kayak, you have it all planned out, right? And let's say Rakia could make it to his boat in time. It's over, man. You ain't never gonna catch him.
I'm just saying, you gotta hope you're the first one there.
Yeah, but that's your least amount of people you got to deal with, right? He can load up his boat with a 50 cal, have a location, right? How many people that have boats are gonna make it to that same place? Whereas if you're on land, yeah, everyone's heading to the north, everyone's heading to the woods, right? I mean, think about it. You got to go to the least.
Or you ain't hitting nothing. You ain't hitting nothing with that 50 cal on a boat, and he's not. I know Rocky is not going to correct for Coriolis.
Yeah.
I'll be too busy pointing my theodolite up at a star trying to get what direction I'm supposed to head in.
Exactly. You're going to be looking up. Yeah. So yeah, it makes sense. You got to go with it.
This is a good start. I'm enjoying this. So carry on. As long as I got paracord, I'm good, is what I'm gathering from the conversation.
Yeah, it makes sense, right? You want to be where the least amount of people have access to. Now, if you have a plane, that's a whole different ball game, right? But yeah, how many people have planes?
Let's just assume we survive this, right? Like, we're gonna have to repopulate now. So I don't know, like, you know, who wants to climb in my bag here, but we're gonna have to make this happen. Don't get quiet now.
You're done. You got 80 pounds of a coaxial cable in your bag. What are you doing?
I got
Not room for anything else. Jeez.
If you need to send a message, bro, I'm your man.
I'm not climbing in your bug out bag, so get that out of your head.
Look, there's these paracord shoelaces. The tips, you know how the tips of your shoelaces have this little like tape hard part on it so you get it through the holes? Well, in this paracord shoelace, that tip is a ferro rod. Comes with a little striker. It comes with a little striker. Yeah, I bought a couple pairs of them. It comes with a little striker that go in between the laces. Like the striker, it's all in your laces. Like these are the best shoelaces on earth.
Pretty cool. That actually is a good idea. I'll have to look for
So what happens when it gets cold as fuck, Jeremy? Is that paracord gonna insulate you?
No, but you could build a shelter with it. You could use it to build shelter.
Yeah, but you can't just sit in the shelter, bro. Whether or not the fucking season, like you're gonna have to get out there and, you know, hunter-gatherer shit.
Yeah, we got the string. We got half of our fishing kit right there. All you need is a hook and some of those rubber fake worms, and you're good.
How are you gonna get around frostbite though?
Bro, I just told you I got shoelaces that could start a fire. We're good, bro.
Yeah, were you gonna put that in your shoes and just go out there and catch a deer or what?
What are you trying to do?
It's freezing, you know.
Okay.
Let's just say a bunch of months. And
Okay.
you gotta feed yourself. You ran out of supplies, dude. Like you can't just sit there in the shelter, bro. Like you actually gotta get the fuck out and go get some stuff. How are you gonna deal with that?
You put your clothes, you have clothes on and you go outside.
Well, Walmart's not there anymore, so whatever clothes you've got are pretty weathered now. You know, you only got them Nike Jordans that you bought with the paracord, and that
like
shit ain't
7
holding
years
up.
later. It's like 7 years later. We're just tattered. Our shoes are falling apart.
It's like Walking Dead,
I don't
bro.
know.
Yeah.
Then you just like the Wim Hof method, right? You just do your deep breathing and you're good. And you're good to go. You can go barefoot in the snow and go get that deer. You'd be set.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if it's that long, you'd be conditioned to the cold by then, right? He would have adapted to it.
To a degree, yeah. The mitochondria would have adapted within your body to a degree, but not enough to like deal with, you know, severe enough conditions. You know,
Well,
where
if
like
if it's been 7 years, he's probably unraveled all the paracord from around him anyway. So yeah, he might be chilly. You'll have to wait and find out.
he's just got like a warm, cozy rat's nest of paracord. He's just hanging out in. I don't know.
Or you go out and do your thing, and then come back to the fire. You're not. What are you trying to bring the fire with you while you're out hunting and gathering and stuff?
Bro, there's not just gonna be food sitting 100 feet away waiting for you to come get it. Like you're gonna fucking have to. You ever hunted for something, bro? Like, you know, you're gonna have to get out there, bro. You know, that shit's far, a couple miles probably, dude.
Yeah, it's gonna be cold. Yeah.
Snow.
Well, hopefully you brought some clothes with you, and then you just isn't naked and afraid.
No, this is naked and afraid for sure, bro.
Oh, see, I watch Alone. They have clothes on there in the, in the north. But yeah.
Show we're shooting.
You ever see that show where they put them out? And,
I mean, dude, if it's in the north,
you're in New York, bro. It's cold as fuck there, bro. that snows there. You get the fucking seasons over there. I'm just saying, dude, when civilization collapses, bro, and there's no coming back from it. Like, yeah, you got clothes on you, dude, but you're not walking around in fucking snow gear in summertime, bro. And this shit happened in summer, and now winter's here, and you don't have all that. Like, you've got to figure it out now.
How many of us do you think would survive, bro? We're city slickers. You ever see
That's
that
my point.
show? You ever see that show where they put them out and they do a competition to see which one's gonna last longer? How many days? Oh, he's roboting, isn't he?
Oh, he is roboting.
Cold climate.
Oh.
You're roboting a little bit, Jeremy.
No, hold line.
What show? There's a few like that. SC Montreal. Are you talking about Alone? Have you watched that? That's where they they're usually in Canada, like off. Well, they've done a few places. Vancouver Island. I think they did Labrador. I didn't even know there was polar bears there, but apparently there is. Who knew?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the one, but it's a show like they have a competition. You win like I forget how much it was, 100,000 or something, or 200,000. The last man standing, like they put him on different environments. Like they'll fly him to an island, and they'll have like medical teams just go there to check on them once a month, and whoever lasts longer wins. And you get to choose like what we're talking about. Are you going to bring fishing hooks? Are you going to bring flint? Are you going to bring survivor bars? Whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And let me tell you, without exception, like they go there 200 pounds, and within a few months they're like weighing 140, 150. They're like ready to die. Like it's like,
I know, and they're like all for like the family and the money. I'm like, your organs are shutting down. Like you should probably leave. But yeah, I know.
yeah.
It's like, oh geez. But yeah.
I wish I can remember the name. Like everybody should see that show. Like it's freaking amazing, and I hope there's more seasons. I want to watch more. I don't even know what happened to it.
Well, I know the one. Well, that sounds like Alone. I mean, I'm sure there's multiple shows, but the one I watch is on History Channel, and it's that, and it's been for a few years. And I always made a joke when it first started. I'm like, "There's 10 contestants." I'm like, "Well, do they have 12?" And then if something happens, we still have like just the 10 they follow. But I guess no one's ever, everyone's been okay.
It just kind of dawned on me, dude. On all those shows, when you see them like catch something and cook it, how do they cook it? Like 99% of the time, just directly over fire, right?
Well, I mean, some of them bring like a pot, right? Because that's
but the pot's for water. They always use the pot for water. I mean, I've watched a lot of Naked and Afraid, and it's like every single contestant group I saw that had a pot, it was specifically for boiling water, to rid it of Giardia and whatever else. And all of the meat they cooked was directly over open flame. Like they just kind of shish kebabbed it and like kind of like made their own little, makeshift rotisserie type of deal or whatnot. But the point I'm making,
losing a lot of nutrients.
Yes, you're losing all the fat.
Make like smoke little shacks and they put their stuff in there to smoke it. I don't know.
I saw some fish get done like that, but no, like as far as the meat went, like it was always like kind of over open flame, just kind of char broiled style. But the point is like all that fat's just dripping off, and like they're not, that fat is crucial, fucking crucial, like more crucial than the meat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but you gotta catch it first before you start.
If you don't have that fat, like if you just eat rabbits don't have that kind of fat, so you get like this sickness from just eating rabbits because
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, it's all protein. It's called protein poisoning or whatever. But that fat's crucial. It's like more crucial than the meat. And on top of that, to answer the other question about frostbite, I think that's like another characteristic of lard is that it doesn't necessarily freeze. So like if you layer your skin with that that's like another layer of protection to prevent frostbite, you know, when you don't have the necessities required. So something to consider. But yeah, a couple jars of fucking lard, dude. Like, you can go a long ways, dude, with no food. Breaking up, Jeremy.
If you're
Yikes.
Should I hot mic him? I'm gonna hot mic his ass.
Yeah, you can do that.
Getting hot mic, Jeremy.
Yeah, do it.
You rotten son of a bitch. Move to hot mic.
Oh. But yeah, actually, I think one of the seasons of that show, the guy killed, I think it was a moose or something. And the Wolverines, he had like the fat stored separately, and the Wolverines were coming and eating all his fat, and like the guy's dying because he has no fat, but he's got all this meat. So yeah, it's definitely, you definitely need that.
For sure. Yeah, no, that's crucial.
The thing is, don't be worrying how much fat is on a rabbit. Be worried about if you're gonna ever catch that rabbit or not, or that fish, or that. Like I said, we're city slickers. It's easy to talk this stuff, right? But try doing it.
Oh, I know. And I don't consider myself a city slicker, but I know what you mean. Like, even that, like, I mean, just your survival, it's a totally different, like, playing field, right?
Yeah, I can't speak for all of us. Yeah. I speak for
But
myself. I'm definitely a city slicker. Yeah.
I've gone to my friend's cabin, like, no running water. We have hydro, right? But minimal because it's not insulated. And like, you wake up and you're cold. Like, you have to go stock the fire all the time. And like, that's literally that's all you focus on is like survival and like staying warm and like making food, getting wood, all of that. Yeah, it's really intense.
Yeah, if you're a hunter, you're definitely one leg up than most people, right? If you've hunted and skinned an animal, you know, and gutted it and all that, yeah, you're definitely on your way. Like, that's the most valuable thing right there.
I don't know about that. I would say somebody who's an Eagle Scout probably has the best chance of surviving over any specific category of group.
Well, you'd figure the hunter knows all these things, bro, right? You've started fires, you've been in a wet environment, you've been in the cold. Yeah.
I mean, you'd be surprised. Like, modern hunters, dude, like, I don't know, they're pretty fucking lazy, bro. You know, they're baiting a lot of the animals in, and they're up in tree stands. Very few people actually get out there prior to the opening season and actually track the animals and find out where they're bedding and all this stuff. Like, I've got plenty of friends that are hunters. I'm not myself, but I go out with them just for, you know, getting out. And so I see a lot of the methods and stuff, but there's not a lot of people following that, you know, the actual old school practices of finding the game trails and honing in on where to be and at a specific time, and which is what's required to efficiently hunt.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, a lot of these guys just, you know, they get their tags and they show up on opening day, bro, and it's, you know, most of these guys come back with nothing. You know, it's not every season you're gonna fill a tag unless you really know what the fuck you're doing, you know, the area, you know. But you know, hunting's kind of a dying breed, dude.
Okay, didn't know that. I thought it was still a popular, you know, a popular thing. Like,
I'm not saying that there's not a lot of hunters, but as far as like legit traditional hunters, no, there's not a lot of those guys. Most of these guys are just kind of trophy sportsmen, you know. They just kind of want it handed to them. Like, a lot of them will pay to have the guide take them, who knows all the ins and outs, and kind of like all they really do is just get in front of the thing and take their shot.
oh, that's disgusting, bro. That's
It's
like cheating.
yeah, dude, it is disgusting. And furthermore, like, they're fucking, a lot of them are like hunting, like let's just say, for example, bear. during hibernation season with dynamite. Like they're not even fucking shooting these things anymore. Like they're just blowing them out of the cave and shit. It's pretty sick.
Well, I know here, like, conservation would sometimes set, like, a trap up, right? Where they have, like, a deer on the side of the highway, fake deer, and then, yeah, the guys will shoot it right out of their truck and they catch them.
That's the most cowardly thing I've ever heard.
Yeah, it's a
really
big problem.
Disgusting.
Yeah, I forget the term for it, but most animals killed by quote unquote hunters is through poaching, and a lot of it is just like roadside shooting. Like they pull up with a spotlight right out of the passenger seat and they just they'll shoot it. No tag or anything. So yeah, there's a lot of sick people out there, bro. And they won't even render the carcass, bro. Like they'll just fucking leave it. Like they'll shoot it just to shoot it, bro. It's wild, bro. Yeah, it is sick.
Yeah, it is. It really is. There's no respect, right? That's the whole premise. That's what I liked about, like, the indigenous, like, Aboriginal way. Like, it's like they're thanking you for, like, the animal, getting the animal and that type of thing. Like, there's such a respect. And now everyone's just, yeah, poaching. It's gross.
Yeah, like what could be like more sacred than a hunt, right? That's what we're designed to do. Yeah, and respect the animal.
Most of the shit they go after right now is the gallbladder or the horns, you know, the head, like mountable type stuff. Yeah, it's all disgusting poaching shit, bro. But that's what's going on, dude. Look at the rhino. You know, thing's just been fucking wiped off fucking certain continents and shit. I mean, we're running a number on this fucking planet. And that's why I'm trying to say, like, if you think shit hits the fan and you're going to go out there and there's just going to be ample amounts of migratory animals that you're going to be able to resource, like, it's not going to be there for you. Like, think about all of the different natural bodies of water and flowing water that's being contaminated, not including all the fucking fish. I mean, just everything's getting decimated. Birds, like we've got weird shit going on with just flocks of birds dropping dead for like the last fucking decade. Nobody's really like touched on. Like, yeah, food ain't gonna be there like you think.
And the bees too, right?
All of it. Bees are responsible for like, or pollinating animals are responsible for like 1 out of every 3 bites of food you take. And they've just been decimated. They're trying to say it's through the neurological pesticides, but I don't know.
Yeah, deers too, bro. They got something similar to mad cow disease. It's spreading. I seen a video on it, and somebody was showing. I don't know why they had me watch it, but I had to watch it for some research or whatever for my job. Probably because sometimes we work near the wood. We're working in the woods sometimes when we're building stuff. But like if a deer dies near an area and they have like mad cow disease, but they call it a CWD, I think, or something like that. Let me see. Hold on a second. It's called CWD, chronic wasting disease. But it has to do with the prions, like the proteins in the brain and stuff, bro. And like when the animal dies, those proteins are on the ground, like they never go away. And if another animal comes and eats that area where the grass is, I guess they can get infected with the prions. Apparently, it can't be passed on to humans yet, but it has alerted the authorities, and they are looking into it because they're worried that eventually it can morph and infect humans, bro.
Dude, I would say that it already does, and that chronic wasting disease is the largest natural disaster that the United States has ever experienced, and nobody's heard of it. So I'm super stoked that you just said that, because nobody's talking about it.
Because they don't want people knowing about it, bro. But if you see like a lot of deer, bro, they're like, you can see them, they have it, bro, because they just kind of walk into the street. And like before, like they were more alert, bro. And now it's like they're getting dumber, and it's because they got that. They start walking into trees and fences and stuff. They weren't like that before, bro. And it's spreading through the deer population in America. So yeah, it's almost like all these things are all happening all at the same time, bro. So if let's say there is a social collapse, right? Like it just happens, the deer just happened to have this weird disease that they never had before, all at the same time. Like it's weird, bro. It's almost by design. Like they don't want us surviving on deer meat.
How many people can an alligator feed?
An alligator?
Yeah, what do you
Listen,
got? Alligators or crocs? Are they crocs
I
down
could be
there?
starving to death. I could be starving to death, and I will not eat alligator meat, bro. I
I
honestly
would.
wouldn't.
You say
had
that
it.
now, bro. You
Not
say
bad.
that now. You'd be fighting. You'd be fighting for the last piece, bro.
I'll just
Guarantee
say
you.
Nah, I
I've
wouldn't.
eaten horse, snake, alligator, eyeballs, brain. I've eaten tons of crazy shit.
You
Alligator
forgot
is
about
fucking
the B&B.
delicious.
No, I was thinking before when you were saying there's not enough food. I mean, you guys could feed on alligators for what, 100 years? Probably and not run out down in the south. That's just one animal.
You know what it takes to catch an alligator?
Yeah, one bullet.
Wow.
The crossbow dice though. I'm gonna go.
Isn't there a state that has alligator burgers?
Louisiana, gotta be Louisiana, bro. New
Yeah,
Orleans,
yeah.
they eat alligators over there.
We got
But
a Cajun
it's funny.
festival every year, and that's one of the staples that's made is alligator meat. And I'm on
It
the
comes
West Coast.
it comes from the Caribbean for sure, because in the Caribbean they're eating iguanas and alligators and stuff like that. Florida, I don't know, Florida caught on yet, but they must have, man.
Just don't eat bat soup, guys. All right. That's the only thing you can't touch.
I think all that food is problematic, bro. Honestly, it's gonna eventually, if that's all you're eating, you're gonna end up having problems, bro. Reptile meat, bro. We're not supposed to eat that stuff. Same thing with rabbits. People think you can survive off rabbits. Good luck. You're gonna end up
you
getting
just
sick.
get kosher over there to fucking bless it, dude, and it's all good.
That's what I'm saying. You can't. There's stuff wrong with that meat, bro. There really is.
Rabbits? No, bro. What you talking about? I
Yeah, bro.
remember
Rabbits.
my aunt in Europe. We used to go over to her house. She used to have chickens. We used to have fresh eggs. And every once in a while, she used to slaughter a rabbit and make rabbit stew. Bro, they ain't nothing
I've had it.
tastier.
I've had
Yeah.
rabbits too, bro. I know. My parents from the country too. But if you eat it consistently every day, bro, if it's like your staple diet, bro, you're gonna have problems down the line. I guarantee it.
You ever had possum chitlins? I was on Beverly Hillbillies.
Rheumatism medicine.
The thing, rabbits, they populate so fast. They'd be ideal to support a population, right? Like you just have a couple in a cage that keep interbreeding, and then all of a sudden you have hundreds of rabbits within a couple months, dude. You know what I mean? You have a rabbit a day. You can have a rabbit a day, dude. For each person. That's how fast they populate. But that's why there's something wrong with the meat, bro. They populate so quick.
Nothing wrong with the meat, bro. All you need is chicken, rabbits, and a couple of pigs. You're good to go, bro. And you have your garden. You're surviving.
I've heard multiple
And
hunters
surviving
or multiple hunters that I know personally that have almost died from eating rabbit meat, bro.
What specifically is wrong with the meat? I'm so confused.
I'm honestly, I don't know. I think that there's some sort of parasite in the meat that rabbits, only specifically rabbits, carry, bro. Some say it's only during a certain time of the season, a certain time of the year. I don't know, because while you're preparing it, you can get infected.
It's during summertime. They've got these fucking larvae that are attached to the undercoat of their skin. So like when you defer them or whatever to skin them, there'll be like these long ass fucking maggots hanging off them essentially. And it's usually during summertime. But the main issue is like if you're only relying on rabbit meat, it's the lack of fat. Like you run malnourished from what's called protein poisoning. So you have to
That's why you
have
have eggs, bro.
you have to have X amount of fat in your system, but mainly what most people overlook is salt. You got to have like I think it's like a teaspoon a day worth of salt for your brain to function and process properly. That's why I say like lard and salt.
Bear meat too.
What were
Bear
the
meat
homesteaders doing?
can be dangerous.
What were the early homesteaders surviving on? What animals did they have? They had chickens, right? They had pigs. They had cows. Did they have
I mean,
rabbits?
it would depend. You know what I mean? It would depend. Like in South America, they eat guinea pigs, and there's people that eat beavers and possums and squirrels. And the further south you go, like if you're in Louisiana, they'll eat all that, bro. Telling you, so those people down south that be spitting in jars and making moonshine, they don't care, bro. They'll eat whatever.
That's what I'm saying, bro. It's all edible. It's all the only reason why people don't eat things is religious, like pork and all that stuff.
Yeah, but there's wisdom. It's not just religious. There's a reason why. I don't know exactly why, but these guidelines were given to us for a reason. It's not just because they felt like pig is not good for you. You know what I'm saying? Or rabbit's not
Well, they
good for
say
you.
it's not clean and it has worms and this and that. But
Everything has worms, bro. Everything has parasites.
Yeah.
So that's not why. That's not why. All fish, every single fish, even wild caught fish, have parasites in them. So it's not because they got worms in it. There's other reasons, bro.
Okay, why not pig? What's the reason for not eating pig? Because I eat pig and it's freaking delicious. I mean,
Yeah, no, me too, bro. Trust me, I know. As
But
as
what's
I
the
get
reason?
older, as I get older, I start realizing the reasons why. You know, there's here. I'll pull up the data on it though. Give me a second, because I heard that pigs specifically have, like rabbits, they have a specific parasite, right? That's larvae is not destroyed by cooking, which I find very hard to believe, right?
That's
Because
yeah.
you're cooking something, you know, at 150 degrees, 180 degrees. You expect all the parasites to die, and even their larvae. But there appears to be certain parasites that this is just now coming out though, right? This is recent, bro. That's what I'm trying to tell you. There's things that we think we know it all because as human beings, we know it all, right? And there's guidelines that have been passed on to us, that wisdom that comes from, you know, from above, and then people they catch on over time. Oh wait, like these people were right. You know what I mean? So hold on, let me pull up the research on it so I can show you that there's certain parasites in pigs that don't die by the flame, bro. At least the temperature doesn't reach a certain enough height that it would kill the eggs.
That's why I always cook my meat well done. And I shiver when I see people eating like raw, almost like blood coming out of the meat. It freaks me out when I see that, bro. I don't know how you can do
Well,
that.
think about it. Think about it for a second. If you're making a stew, right? How hot is that stew getting? Think about it. When water boils,
boiling,
boiling. And what temperature does water boil at?
Okay, good point.
Is that temperature hot enough to kill this specific egg or specific parasite? Probably not. They were designed to survive.
Well, let's see what the first time I hear this.
Yeah.
Let's see
Yeah,
what parasite
I don't know.
can
I'm not a
survive
doctor, so
boiling.
I don't know the name. You know, they got the weird, and like even the one with the rabbit, toxoplasmosis. Like, what kind of name is that? So they have these weird names that I can't remember. So I'm like,
Yeah, toxoplasmosis is specific within felines, i.e., cats, and it's
and rabbits
well, yeah, I think
and
rabbits
rats.
fall within.
They all
Yeah, I think
have it.
rabbits. Okay,
Yeah.
bro. Yeah, I think rabbits fall within the category of a varmint or feline. So
Oh, really?
yeah, they're varmints, and cats fall within the category of varmint. So that's
Vermin.
why vermin. Yeah, even
That's
cats are vermin.
hilarious.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's why there's not a lot of animal cruelty laws that are applicable upon cats, which is unfortunate because they're considered vermin.
So what's this parasite? Did you find the temperature?
Yeah, hold on. I gotta look it up, bro, because I don't have it in front of me. It's gonna take me at least 5 minutes. All right. But water boils at 212 because I don't remember what degree water boils at, but it says 212 Fahrenheit, that's higher than I expected. Most people don't even cook beef at that temperature, right? Don't
Well,
people?
what temperature does oil burn at or boil at?
Let me see.
Because I think it's higher, and usually if you're cooking meat, it's it's going to be in oil.
You know, we should know this, bro. I just forgot. It's been a while. I learned all this stuff in high school.
I know. It's just the shit that you don't hold on to because you don't use it. But yeah, definitely, it's definitely a lot higher than water. So
Yeah, so probably if you fried it, like you're saying, it'd probably kill it. So oil, I just put regular oil. It says it's difficult to determine oil smoke point, but there's a range that can provide a good estimate. Some sources put the smoke point of olive oil somewhere around 374 degrees Fahrenheit to 405 degrees Fahrenheit. That's pretty hot. This makes a safe choice for most cooking methods, including most pan frying.
I'm lucky. I get the best olive oil in the world. I'm extremely lucky, and it's pure first squeeze.
yeah, but you don't need like to introduce oil. Like the meat's gonna have oil readily available from the fat melting down into its own lard and oil. It's gonna fry itself. Unless it's rabbit, then you're fucked.
Rabbit prejudice, man.
Fnetty. Is that Ed? Is that Ed Freeze? Looks like one of his avatars that he'd use. But yeah, I don't think a lot of people would survive SE.
Yeah, I know I'd be one of those struggling, that's for sure.
I mean, unless you got on the bandwagon right now and you started sourcing information and stockpiled that, like I said, into a waterproof bag and into your bug out bag, you'd have a fighting chance at that point. Because yeah, like we're not accustomed to a lot of that stuff being city slickers. So having that information at hand is going to be key, dude, in survival. And that's a big thing that a lot of people overlook. You know, they're thinking about paracord, Leatherman, fishing hooks, and not necessarily how to improvise with what Mother Nature's got to offer.
Yeah, it depends where you're at too. If you're up here in Canada, you stand almost zero chance, right? Because of the weather. Now, if you're down south, you have a way better chance of survival. But still,
Well, I mean,
you
that's
got
not
to know how
even
to hunt and
necessarily
shit.
true. You could use the weather to your advantage in other senses of like, protection. Like, you're not going to have to worry about millions of people flooding into an ice zone, in hospitable conditions like that. So you got that going for you. Whereas like somewhere like a tropical fucking island with, all kinds of resources, like that's going to be a prime fucking spot for a lot of people to want to hunker down. And you can only have so many people on an island with limited resources. So there's kind of an issue there.
Yeah, for sure.
Even though it's ideal, you know what I'm saying? Like it's it's a little too enticing for the people that aren't prepared to want to take over and turn it into a Lord of the Flies situation.
Yeah, definitely. If you got stuff and people don't got stuff, that's your biggest worry right there, of course. What's the use of getting something, hunting it down, and then you start a fire to try to cook it? Well, everybody within 5 miles of that location is going to get a nice, good smell of your food.
Yeah,
So,
and most people
there's more
don't
than
have
just
stuff. I mean, I go into I go into a lot of people's houses every day, and I see how they're living, and they're fairly modest. Like they don't like everything's pretty organized. They don't have stockpiles of shit, that they're storing. Like pretty clean and orderly. So like, yeah, a lot of people they're not ready for what's coming, dude. They're so dependent on the system, and it's just not going to be there to bail them out.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Like we're so dependent. Like right now, I'm thinking, right now, the lights go out here, right? It's like 30 degrees or something over here now, 28, something like that. Within like an hour or two, your house is like you're starting to shiver. Now I'm lucky; I can take out my generator, assuming my O-ring doesn't fail me again. I have power, right? But most of my neighbors are going to be up, what creek. Some of them have fireplaces. It might get warm, but the rest of them, it's like you're done. You're finished. You can't go 5-6 months like this here in the city. It's game over. -20, -10. It's like, phew, man, you're in a whole lot of trouble.
You gotta have an emergency blanket and clear plastic, and you'll
To
be
make a
fine.
home?
Clear plastic?
Yeah, listen. They did it on Dual Survivor, I think was the name of the show. I think it was the first episode of the first season. I'm not sure. It was with Cody London. It's the guy that walks around barefoot everywhere. Anyways, if you take an emergency blanket and a piece of clear plastic and you put it together right, you can make it so you have a shelter that's just you just be sweating in it.
Yeah, like if you had a single candle in a trash bag, you could put the candle between your feet and the trash bag over yourself, and that would be enough to just keep your body warm. There's a lot of ways, you can improvise for warmth, but
Iceland's gonna have you living in a trash bag. All right, you got 80 pounds of coaxial cable, and we live in a trash bag.
I think with your paracord, fishing hooks, and Bible, I think we can make it, Jeremy.
Okay, now you got your bag, you're warm. What are you going to eat? It's minus 20 outside.
I don't know. Jeremy looks pretty tasty.
Cannibalism, yeah. Like
Yeah,
the story with
that's why I say, like, having some sort of like understanding that all those animal populations aren't going to be there for you, and like trying to think for like 10 steps ahead past that's going to be crucial. And most people aren't doing that. Like, they're just thinking, oh, I got bullets, I can go just hunt something, when everyone and their mom's thinking the same thing. Like, it's just not going to work out, dude. But something like knowing how to culture mushrooms could be a good way to have consistent source of food, or even what mushrooms are even edible in nature. That's a big deal. So like I said, it always goes back to information, dude. Knowing what plants are edible. I mean, like, this isn't shit that we just have in the back of our heads because this is what we do every day, as modern man. So having information, dude, is going to be imperative in this sort of a scenario.
I mean, bro, I left the house with enough food for like a month in those survival tabs, so I don't know what you guys are doing.
Yeah, but you've got fat on your body, dude, from, years of abuse, and, all that shit's going to go away, bro. So you're a little fucking...
Bro, I'm chiseled rock like a gargoyle, first of all. I'm like 0% body fat.
Yeah, so you make it with your chiseled self to the Adirondacks. You have a month supply of food. Then winter hits, starts snowing. What do you do?
I mean, the
You got
plan
no
was to
food
just go
now.
live in the woods.
What?
I'm saying you ran out of food now, right? You bug out during the summer. You have all your bug out food, whatever. But now it's getting winter, right? And what are you gonna do for food? Let's say you found shelter. Let's say you dug whatever. You got water, but you ran out of food. Winter's coming. What do you do?
I mean, bro, if we're just living in the woods now and that's what we're doing, you got to build fishing traps. You got to build you got to get snares. You can build natural traps, pitfalls for animals to fall in, stuff like that. You can hunt food.
You're trying to kill everything, bro. Like, what about fucking, trying to have a fucking a farm, like where you're farming the food sources that you got right there. Like,
Bro, I don't know. I
put
thought we
some
were
thought
in the
into this
woods
shit.
with a bug out bag and it's wintertime, bro. You're gonna set up a farm?
We're trying to recolonize here,
with
bro.
cable.
Bro, we're in the woods. The scenario is you have your bug out bag, you're in the woods. And it's winter.
I know you guys got a shit ton of rats out there, bro.
There's tons of rabbits. I could catch 2 rabbits and then go from there if you know. You get protein poisoning though if you got to eat the bones. You can actually do it off just rabbits if you eat the bones.
Jeremy's walking around with 2 rabbits in the hat. All right.
I'm just saying, this is very important information. If you eat the bones of the rabbits, you won't get protein poisoning.
I don't see how you can survive if you haven't prepared in the summer, with the salted meat and the canning and all that stuff. I don't see how you're going to survive winter.
Why you can up? Well, if you have a farm going, you can up a whole bunch of jars of tomato sauce, and you smoke your meat. You got. I don't know what's the problem.
I think SE's talking about the first winter.
Yeah.
Like let's just say shit collapses in summer. This is your first winter.
Yeah, you go out.
We're
you do
all
what
dead.
I said. Are we all dead? I'm gonna be hunting rabbits. I have a stockpile of food now. I have fishing traps and stuff set up. Like I'm good.
If you prepared, you survived the first winter. Yeah.
And you got Wu-Tang Clan over there trying to fuck with all your shit, bro. What are you gonna do?
Dude, I'm going to the Adirondack Mountains. I'm not
So
going
is
nowhere
everybody
near New
else
York.
in New York State?
That's what I'm trying to tell him, bro. Like, you think you're the only one that's, I'm just gonna go a step further and go, an hour further. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah, I'm 3 hours away from New York City right now. I'm trying to get another 3 or 4 hours north, more away. And what? You think I'm trying to get close to? You think I'm trying to get closer to Montreal?
You got all those zombies out there on bath salts, bro, just roaming around the fucking woods. I don't know, bro.
Don't forget all us people here in Montreal that say, there's a lot of New Yorkers probably headed out to them mountains. Let's head south where it's warmer. And we run into Jeremy's camp.
That would be a high target destination. I'm guessing most people from New York would go south because, why deal with the winters and stuff? So that's why I'm going north.
Then you got to deal with the Canadians coming south.
That's fine. Wait, do you guys even have guns there now, or? Dicelo got the Mac 10. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, you definitely outgunned us.
The idea is to just set up your own infrastructure so you don't have to really go anywhere. You know what I'm saying? If you have a spot where you're making food and you got your water and food, you're good. Like, we could set up the scenario so this shouldn't even be a thing right now. Like I said, we're supposedly so far advanced. Like, this whole idea of even having to do that is ridiculous, other than a natural disaster. Like, it shouldn't be living in the woods and all that. Like, we should be set up to just be good. Like, that's stupid that we're not prepared like that.
Yeah, I think if you're a city slicker and you don't have a plan, there's no chance. You ain't surviving. Sorry to tell you. If you don't have a location, everything like worked out, stock and that, and you're in the cold, you ain't surviving. I guarantee you that.
Bro, I know right where to go. I used to go hunting and not hunting, but fishing and all kinds of different spots up north. But you would see there's tons of animals running around, so you could just easily make traps for the animals. Like, it would be so easy to survive in an area like that. The wildlife is just abundant. Now, if everybody went there, then I don't know. There's a lot of land up there though.
Look, if you build a cabin, right, during the summer months, you build a shelter, you build a fireplace, get a nice chimney, you know, best you can so you don't die. And, you know, you prepare, you salt some food and fish and that, you store some, you pickle some vegetables. You can do it, but you got to know how to do all this stuff, and you got to do it like within months. You got to have the
Bro, all you
stuff
need is a
ready.
clear.
Yeah.
All you need is a clear piece of plastic and an emergency blanket, and you're good.
Yeah. Okay, Jeremy. Yeah. Uh-huh.
You're thinking
I'm
about a
telling
shelter,
you,
Jeremy. Like you keep missing the fact that you're gonna have to get out of that fucking shelter, bro, at some point and go get something. Whether it be firewood, water, food, something. Help.
all right, but that wasn't SE's point though. SE's point was you got to build a whole giant log cabin and a fireplace. Like, yeah, that'd be ideal, but you don't have to. You'd still be good with your little shelter.
You think you can live out of a bag in the winter? Seriously, with the
No,
rain and the...
Guy Slow said a garbage bag, dude. That's stupid. I'm talking about building an actual shelter.
Have you ever
You
been
use
wet
the
in the
clear
cold?
plastic. You use the clear plastic. Face where the fire is. You have the fire, then the clear plastic. Then inside your shelter, you have the emergency blanket angled, and it provides a very hot area.
Yeah, but my idea is fucking mobile, bro. You're stuck, bro. You got fucking Genghis Khan fucking rolling in, bro. You're fucked, dude.
You're walking around in a garbage bag with a candle inside the garbage bag. That's your idea.
Just saying, bro. I got an idea to warm myself up, bro. You're stuck in some fucking hole, you know, with shiny fucking wrapper that says Hershey's on it. Come get. You know, I'm mobile, bro. I get cold, bro. I fucking light that candle up, throw the trash bag on, bro. Give myself 30 minutes, dude. I'm ready to go, bro. I'm just saying, bro. You guys haven't thought about a lot of this shit, dude. Society's fucked. You know, we're on the brink of failure here.
I mean, our system is pretty fragile, even though we are so advanced that the way we're going about doing it is very fragile, like growing all the food in one spot and then shipping it all over the place. Now, if you have a problem with that whole infrastructure, you know, you could have a serious issue. Whereas if all the food was being grown at least somewhat locally, you know what I'm saying? I realize, like, yeah, that's tough for New York City to grow its own food. Okay. But there should be just surrounded by farms. You know what I'm saying? Or you could build a couple skyscrapers in New York City to grow food into, you know, like a greenhouse thing. I don't know. I'm just saying, like, the food should be getting grown and the water should also be getting supplied right there.
How do you
I don't
think a
know, bro.
vegan would react? Let's say you had a vegan in your camp and was all hunky dory in the summer, but now it's winter and you only got meat left. You think they'd eat it?
Well, they'd have to.
No, definitely.
Yeah.
I'd bet them their life they're going to eat.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, hey Jace, what's that PhD gonna do for you, dude, when the shit hits the fan, bro?
When what shit hits the fan? What are you talking about?
When the 3-hour tour turns into Gilligan's Island, bro, and you're fucking stuck in some situation, dude, where, you know, you can't fucking phone home like ET to get help. The fuck you gonna do, Jace? You gonna do some quantum mechanics, bro, and just figure shit out? Predictability, bro.
Yep.
Just saying, bro. You're gonna maybe accurately predict when you're gonna fucking die, but that's about it, bro. So better get right, you know. Start figuring shit out, bro. I had to fucking survive like a man, dude. We're gonna put you through boot camp over here, Jace. Jeremy's running a survival course, bro.
I already was in the military and did survival stuff.
For real? What'd they teach you over there?
Just land nav, evasion, the seer training, whatnot, that kind of stuff.
How about eating and drinking and shelter? What were you taught for that?
We were taught like how to build just like a basic structure with grass and leaves and sticks and twigs and whatnot. Not to start a fire.
Yeah. Sounds about right. What's the first thing you look for your location? Where to set up camp?
It's a good question. I would say somewhere that's covered, right? So you're not exposed.
Actually, it's water. It's the first thing you look for.
Yeah, of course.
Did you do any winter survival training at all?
No, not really. My best friend that joined with me, he did, but I didn't. I was never at cold weather places. I was always where it's hotter than fuck.
Like, did they teach you hunting, fishing? You said you did it in the army. So what did they teach you? I'm curious.
They taught us like SEER training, like survival, evasion, and escape training. So no, we didn't learn how to like hunt. It wasn't like training for like living out in the woods. It was like you get shot down in a plane or a helicopter, or your convoy gets separated and you get separated somehow, and now you need to survive and evade the people trying to capture you. That's the kind of training that I got.
Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
What's the best natural resource for cover in a situation like that?
Depends on where you are. If you're in the woods, obviously it's the trees. If you're in the desert, it's a little bit more hard. It's a little bit harder. You have to improvise.
Yeah, that's one thing I don't see a lot of on a lot of these survivalist channels and shit. Like they're always like in the woods and shit, but hardly ever do they go out to the desert. Yeah, and the desert doesn't always have to be somewhere hot. Remember that part. But yeah, I think that's like should be like the ultimate survival challenge. Desert environment. How would you source water in a desert environment, Jace?
Um, eating at the moment. I would say either like in the military you have water with you, you know, maybe not. You have enough to survive for a little while, but not too long. You just have to find a water source, river, lake, pond, you know, whatever. You have to be lucky enough to find something. Depends on where you are.
Yeah, you're in the desert. There's no puddle of water there for you.
Yeah, you could just be screwed.
Really? You're just gonna throw the towel in that quick? With all your knowledge?
You should look for a water source if you can't find one.
There's no water source, bro.
Really?
And the closest water source, dude, is you would die before you got there. So now you're gonna have to think quick.
What kind of desert?
It's a hot desert.
Like, are we talking about the Sahara? Are we talking about Arizona? Like,
Yeah. It's like
if you're in the
Mojave.
dunes, you're dead.
Like
no
a
matter what.
chaparral. Nah, no dunes. I'm not gonna put you in the dunes, dude. We're not in Saudi Arabia or something, but or the Gobi, but we're in like the high plateau chaparral.
Yeah, you'd have to survive on cactus.
Yeah, that is one thing.
But that only goes.
But there's other alternatives. There are other alternatives. I'm just seeing if Jace is witty enough with his with all his formal education to contrive some or come up with some sort of a
There's this strike a rock with the rod.
How about just using like some sort of means of harnessing the dew in the air, like a like a hole.
You didn't
like
specify.
A hole, like
you didn't specify though. Like, do we have?
No,
tools?
I did. I said there's no body of water. You're gonna have to come up with a way. That's all I said. I just left it open. So something like digging a 3-foot hole, right?
Yeah.
Or maybe even deeper, and then maybe like a clear piece of plastic. You got a cup. What are you gonna do, Jace? I just gave you some clues here. I think
This
you're
is
tapped
easy
out.
one. This is easy one, Jace. Come on. Even a city slicker like me could figure that one out. Maybe he can't talk.
Yeah, could be.
So tell them, don't keep everybody in suspense. You dig a hole, you put the plastic over, and then
maybe you put a cup under it to kind of like is your crucible or your device to kind of capture the or render the water, and as the sun comes through and heats up that hole between the exchange of the hot and cold temperature change and all this whatnot business, you're gonna get some moisture popping up on the inside of that clear plastic, running down and dripping off into that cup. Might not be a lot, but it's something.
Yeah, I mean, it all depends on your location because some areas You'd be digging pretty deep to get anything like that.
Oh yeah, for sure. Pretty dry too.
I've been to some deserts that like there's just cracks everywhere because it's such dry heat and there's just literally no moisture. The ground is just cracked.
Well, there's always going to be vapor in the air. You can't take that away. And when you have a hot and cold temperature difference, you get condensation. And that condensation, exploiting that condensation into some sourceable way to condense it down into a liquid form of drinkability, then you're in business. So
I wonder how much output that would be though, because
well, yeah, I mean the relative humidity is going to play a factor. Like there's factors involved, but you'd be surprised like the moisture content in like just even wood per se.
Oh yeah.
So
for wood, yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, just sticking like organic things in there, grass, fucking whatever you can find.
That's why like you'd have to be looking for some type of trees where moisture's around, even more so.
Yeah, I mean that's all going to play a factor. But there is definitely water flowing underground, even in the desert. Just how far underground it is what's in question. I have seen people on videos use like dowsing rods and shit to source water. Thought that was kind of cool. I don't know how true it is, but it seemed interesting.
No, it works. It definitely works. Plumbers use it.
It absolutely works. I know for a fact. I had an uncle that made a living doing it.
You can test it if you have a house. You can test it in your front yard, and it'll pick up all the pipes that hold water.
Yeah. So I don't know. Desert's a tough one though.
That's why no one lives there. Really. They had to build desalination plants to live there. That's why when I challenge Muslims all the time, especially when it comes to like where they say their Medina is, or sorry, Mecca. And it's like, you look at Mecca and you look in the history, like Mecca never existed, and where it exists now makes no sense because it's the most out of the way thing.
The Mecca's never mentioned in the Quran or any of the hadiths. It's
called
it was Becca or something like that.
And
right,
Becca
which is not Mecca.
That's the most common like city name, like for many areas.
All right. They also believe that Kabbalah stone or whatever the fuck it is supposed to turn into have like legs and arms and eyes or something, like some weird shit.
Yeah, it'll grow eyes and a mouth, and it'll start speaking for you. It's your intercessor, along with the Quran will turn into flocks of birds. I don't know. They're pagans.
Yeah. Oh yeah, for sure. There's a lot of paganism involved in Islam.
What's this about the Kaaba stone turning with legs and where's that?
You didn't know that?
No.
So it's,
oh yeah, bro.
And they kiss it, and they smooch it, and they make out with it because they think it's going to take their sins away.
Well, every Muslim, should I say, is supposed to make a homage at least one time within their lifetime to Mecca, to circle that fucking stone in the chances of being able to get close enough just to touch it. And I think it's like every year there's like X amount of people that get trampled to death in their pilgrimage to seek it. So it's fucking insanity, bro.
Yeah, I know that part, but the legs and the face, and where'd you guys get that part?
It's in the Hadith.
Oh, it's yeah, it says it, and it's supposed to like basically cleanse their sins, and
because that's why it's black now, is because it took the sins of man.
right, it changed. It wasn't black when like I don't was it fucking Muhammad or something that founded the stone?
I think they say Abraham.
Okay,
but like Abraham isn't mentioned. Like, no, it's so dumb, dude. Like, talking to Muslims is
it's a
harder.
meteorite. It's
than
actually a
talking.
meteorite.
That's what I heard. It was a meteorite. Yeah.
No, yeah.
Well,
they
yeah. I
say
mean, by definition, because it fell from the sky.
but I think it was Abraham that found it, supposedly. The whole thing does make sense. They're the hardest people to talk to.
Yeah, go check out the archive, Essie. Check out his channel. He covers a lot of this stuff.
Yeah, Sam Shimon, dude. He's killer with them.
Yeah, this is too funny. The thing growing legs and arms and talking to you. That one slipped by me. I don't know how, but yeah.
Yeah, and it's funny. They talk about how, like, in the Hadiths, it talks about how Muhammad saw them practice, like, saw pagans doing this, and then he picked up on it, and then somehow it's good now. So he literally took a pagan practice and then just.
It also says in their Quran that the reason why they cleanse their nose like 3 times before they do their prayer in the morning is because Satan resides in their nose at night, meaning that Satan's omnipresent. And then if they don't wake up in time to do their prayer and all that, it's because a demon whispered in their ear while they were sleeping.
But Dyslo, but Muhammad was such a fluent, like, eloquent speaker. Have you not heard that the eyes are the leather strap of the anus?
Wasn't he illiterate?
I think
Dude,
so. Yeah.
Muhammad didn't even exist, dude. He wasn't a real person.
Yeah, but the fake Muhammad was illiterate.
Supposedly. Yeah, that's what the book says. You know, his name is only mentioned 4 times in the Quran.
What about the fact that it doesn't talk about his mother at all?
No, but
it doesn't mention her name.
Yeah, the only woman.
It doesn't mention her by name. Yeah, the only woman that's discussed
Well,
is.
She was a kafir. She was a whore.
Yeah, yeah. She performed in what do they call it? Mahadufa or some shit.
No, it's no, it starts with an M.
Right. She's a whore or something, a prostitute or something. But yeah, bro, it only talks about Mary.
And you know how he died?
Hmm.
He died by poisoning. So he went into battle, killed all these Jews supposedly, and then took a woman after killing her husband and children, everything. He raped her, and then she started poisoning his food. And so what's so ironic is that Muhammad said, if you die from your aorta or like get poisoned from your aorta, you are like going to hell. And he died the same way. He died by poisoning a Jewish woman.
It also says that he was demonically possessed. And what else is? There's a lot of shit in there, bro.
So when he saw visions, he thought that he was demonically possessed. And then his wife said, No, that's God, that's Allah. Yeah, keep doing it. And so then
one of his one of his wives he took at 9 years old. She was still playing with dolls, and when he died at like, what was it, 54 or whatever, like
Yeah.
I think she was 18,
And she couldn't
and yeah, she couldn't remarry or anything. Like she was just to be widowed and shit. And, yeah, bro, crazy, bro. Like you're literally allowed to have a contractual agreement with another Muslim to marry your daughter at like, I think as young as 4 years old.
No,
And
it's any age. You can marry literally any age. There's no requirement.
okay, well, yeah, and then
Yeah,
but
I think
you can't have intercourse until it's she's able to physically.
So she's physically able, yeah.
Physically able, which could be at any age, as early as like 4 or 5. Maybe that's what it was.
Yeah, I met some guys at the skate park with that situation. It was funny because they were like truthers too. That's why we kind of like got into talking. But then he's telling me I got to get back to my wife, and I'm like, dude, you're 15. He's like, yeah, she's 9. All right, man. It's weird.
What? Where was this?
At the skate park.
In America?
Yes. I'm just saying. I mean, I don't think that would do anything. I mean, you know how it is, man. Arranged marriage shit. Their parents had them married. It's just like they didn't choose each other.
There's a lot of fucking.
I can hardly
people
blame
that
him.
still do that shit. I think even the Indians do that stuff, that like arranged marriage shit.
Yeah, they do.
Like Eastern Indians.
But yeah, they could be truthers all day and long, but the moment you start poking holes in their religion, dude, it's like they don't even become human. They're just robots. Like it's insane.
But yeah, the Muslim religion's pretty crazy, bro. Pretty crazy. And I think it even says in there like women can get the beating and shit. They can catch a beating if they act out, like wives and shit.
Well, hey, Aisha wrote, "No woman suffers more than the believing woman."
Oh wow, that's prophetic, dude, for sure. But yeah, women are either under the control of their father or their husband, and they remain under the control of their father until they're married. So no matter what, you catch the beats.
Yeah.
They're passed over like property. And a woman, believe it or not, can shame the whole family. An act of one woman can shame the whole family.
Oh, is that why they like stone them and shit out in the front yard if they fuck up?
Yeah. Your sister's a hoe. Yeah. Your sister's a hoe. You can stone her to death. Yeah. And guess what? The father gets the honor to throw the first stone.
It's crazy that I've like from a very young age I've known the expression like stone him, but like it's hard to believe that actually happens. Like what
Even today,
what
bro.
a brutal I know, that's why I didn't say back in the I said it's hard to believe that even happens to someone who grew up in my neighborhood and like I mean I can say my country, but you know what I mean, in the bubble that I live in. It's like just hard. Like imagine having rocks thrown at you till you die. I mean that is brutal.
I think you're pretty much knocked out after the first few, but still.
Yeah. Like they did an interview on Joseph Bet David's podcast, or Peter Bet Joseph, or whatever his name is. It was 2 Christians and 2 Muslims, and they admitted if they took over, they'd kill the apostates. It's like, there should be alarm bells ringing, man. Like, why are we letting them in?
And you got the Jews talking about destroying fucking Amalek in the future. It's like you got 2 different religious groups, bro, posing as religious groups, but by definition, default are terroristic organizations. So it's like, what the fuck?
Well, you know who the Amalekites are, right?
Huh?
You know the Amalekites are, right?
Who?
The Muslims.
Oh, okay.
They were described as sand people who what's it called? Who were warmongers. They would, or raiders. And it's the exact same region that they're in right now.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely a warring religion. Christianity's the only one trying to promote fucking peace and love and shit. Until you get like the really crazy ones. They're like, I don't know, bro. I'm thinking all this shit's been prophesized and it's got to be fulfilled so the Messiah can return. So I don't know, man. Whole thing's crazy. So, but I guess there's radicals in every religion. So, but I think Christianity's the best so far.
It's the best, period, brother.
May you live in interesting times. Isn't that a Chinese saying?
I don't know. I never heard that one. Sounds good. It's like fucking something I'd read off a fortune cookie or something for sure.
Do not pass go.
You could say, yeah.
I'm trying to find my favorite Muslim name.
It's crazy yesterday, dude, to hear how many people were backing Israel's crazy behaviors. Like, I don't know, man. I was pretty beside myself.
Yeah, bro, that blows my mind. Yeah.
Right? And it's like, wow, dude. Like, holy shit, man. Where's the humanity here, dude? Like, how are you so justified? Like, I get fucking, you know, bad shit's happening on both sides, but like, let's address that to start off with, and not like justify, because everything yesterday was just justification for the craziness, and I don't know, man. It's pretty eye opening, dude. In this day of age, with quote unquote truthers and Glovers, like both sides fucking in support
Well,
of it. Just
that's the power of propaganda, bro. You witnessed it full, and that's good people. They're not bad people, right? They're good
right,
people.
yeah. No,
Yeah, that's
our everyday people.
Yeah.
I mean, fuck, for crying out loud, like my own mom's like fucking, yeah, you know, like in support of Israel. Just like, not that I'm in support of Hamas, you know, I'm not in support of any of it. That's the whole point. Like, Hamas is disgusting, and what Israel's doing is disgusting. Like, 2 wrongs don't make a right. You said it yesterday. I don't know, man. How are you gonna build the 3rd temple and preach all this coexisting after all this bloodshed? Like, it's contradictory.
Yeah, it's hard to make sense of it. Yeah.
Innocent people, mind you. I mean, I give two fucks about Hamas. I'm just. It's all about the innocent people on either side that are in the way of it, and that's the fucking. That's always the hard part, is seeing that. And it seems like they're always the majority in the situation of casualties.
Yeah, what I find hard to understand is how somebody cannot see that it's apartheid. Just blows my mind. Like, it's there, it's plain, it's in your eyes. I mean, how can you not understand apartheid? Like 70 years of apartheid, like, and how can you see apartheid in South Africa, for example, and not see it here? This is what I find like astonishing. Like, nobody has a problem saying the South African state was apartheid. At least I hope not. But for some reason, it's not apartheid here. The same practices, the separation of people, apartheid, apartheid. I mean,
What does that word mean?
It literally means the separation of people. Amongst
Like,
other things.
What do you mean, like city and state level, or like what do you mean by
No, blacks and
separation?
whites. Blacks and whites.
Oh, just a division.
Yeah. Or I don't know, Chinese and African, let's say, whatever. Pick any two races, right? Yeah. Where one people subjugates the other people because they're different than them. Like, perfect example, Israel. What Israel is doing to the Palestinians and the West Banks for 70 years. Perfect example. Or what South Africa did. Of course, now the black people in South Africa took their country back. So,
well, somebody brought up the Native Americans yesterday. That was pretty fucking funny, as if that was somehow going to justify their point. Like, what was he saying? Like, what, should we just give them back land or something? That's crazy. I'm like, what the fuck? Oh fuck, dude. Oh, the level of insanity, bro.
this is what happens when you're convinced. You see, nobody would be able to get away with this, right, in the real world. But if you convince somebody that God gave him that land, well, then it's game over. How
Or
could
even
God be
better,
wrong? Yeah.
even better, you convince them that God, they're God's specially chosen people. So, anything's for the taking for them specifically. I mean, fuck, look out.
Yeah,
it's like the epitome of supremacy.
Yeah, well, Netanyahu did use that card. He held up the Bible when asked, "What's your claim to this land?" He held up the Bible. He said, "This is the deed for the Jewish people," and he held up the Bible.
The Holy Bible.
Yeah.
Not the Torah, not the fucking Talmud, whatever they're on about, but the Holy Bible.
I believe so, yeah.
I mean, that's if that's not saying fucking U.S. is my puppet, then I don't know what is. I mean, why in all books would they hold that one?
Yep. Unfortunately, bro, yeah.
I mean, we're a Christian founded nation. Where in the book does it say fucking anything about his justification for pointing that at that?
Yeah, well, the Zionists figure out that if they get the evangelicals on their side, I believe that's the denomination, they say, that they were very well connected. And yeah, the rest is what we see now. Unconditional support for Israel.
No, but I'm just wondering if there's like a specific scripture and verse where it states that.
There is, but it's misquoted. They cherry pick the Bible because the verses that do talk about Israel reclaiming their land, it's talking about the millennial reign, bro. Like, but like we can all agree that that used to be Israel's land, right? And then they were pillaged by the Romans in 70 AD, and then for 2,000 years they ceased to exist as a state or as a nation.
Yeah, but hold on before you continue, and I don't disagree with that. Why are you starting at that particular point? Because before the Israelis, there were the Canaanites, I believe, there. So they took that land. The Israelis took that land. So why are you starting at that particular time?
Well, even before the Canaanites took it from Shem, because it was supposed to be Shem's inheritance, and the Canaanites inherited Africa, but they didn't like their part. They wanted Shem's land, so they took Shem's land. So if you want to go all the way back to after Noah's flood, that's what happened.
Who's Shem? I never heard of these.
One
What's a
of
Shem?
Noah's sons, the Shemites. That's what anti-Shemite is. You know, when you're
Isn't that his oldest?
No, that's his youngest.
Oh, is it his youngest?
So hold on. You're saying now that there's in history there's a people called the Shems that were there before the
Shemite,
Canaanites.
bro, that's where you get the word anti-Semite from, bro. Anti-Shemite.
I'm pretty sure it's Jacob and Esau story that like is what he's
way before that. Way before that. Yeah, Jacob and Esau. That's way before that, bro. We're going back to literally right after the world flood.
No. I know. SE's taking it back there. I'm just saying, like, was Netanyahu referring to Jacob and Esau, or is he going back further?
Netanyahu just cherry picks scripture, bro, where it talks about that being the land of the Jews and et cetera. But when you actually read the whole chapters, bro, this can't be the land that scripture talks about, or the people that scripture talks about. There's numerous reasons why the statehood that we see today in Israel is not the one mentioned in the scriptures, bro. For one, like North was talking about yesterday, that the actual temple measurements, bro, don't match. The way that things are supposed to go down don't match. Because it's supposed to be initiated by the Messiah's return, bro. And there's going to be peace on earth and all this. And there hasn't been peace on earth for 70 years. Like, there's all kinds of stuff. I'm not an eschatologist, so I don't know the exact chronology. And the chronology is, everybody's going to debate the chronology, bro. Nobody has an agreement on the chronology, but I know for a fact that that's not Yah's people. I know that much. They don't even accept the Messiah, bro. Come on. What were you asking me, Essie?
Did I ask you something?
You said something about the Canaanites. You mentioned the Canaanites.
Oh yeah. How are we? So are we to believe now that the Canaanites are not the indigenous people? Who were the indigenous people of that land?
Well, the thing is, the only text that we have regarding all of this is the Hebrew scriptures. So I can turn to the text and show you, right?
So what does it say?
But so you talk about
that
same land is the same land as the Assyrians, right? The Assyrians, the Sumerians. Well, before the Assyrians and the Sumerians, guess who you had there? The Canaanites. But before the Canaanites, there was a covenant made where the Yah through Noah, right, distributed the land on earth to one of each son, right? So he had 3 sons, and it was very specific geographically which son inherited what land. Canaan did not inherit that land; they stole that land, and there was curses for them doing that. Here, I'll pull it up, bro. Give me a second, bro. I mean, I don't really want to read scripture, bro, because it's a lot, dude. It's a lot, and you're gonna, you know what I mean. The attention span is probably 10 seconds, if that, 5 seconds, and then you're gonna start. You're gonna tell me to stop reading, so I'm not even gonna start.
No, give us a breakdown. You don't got to read the whole thing, bro. You have knowledge.
I just did.
Okay.
So
all right.
so Shem was supposed to inherit that land that we know of as Israel, but Canaan took it from Shem. Canaan was supposed to inherit parts of Africa because Canaan was one of Ham's descendants. Ham was the one who inherited most of Africa. His sons inherited. So you have Mitzrayim, the name where we get Egypt from in the Hebrew, Mitzrayim. Mitzrayim was one of Ham's sons. And then Cush, we hear Cush. Well, Cush was another son of Ham. And then you had Put and Canaan. Those are 4 sons that all came from Ham. And all those sons inherited different parts of Africa. But Canaan wasn't happy with his portion, and his descendants weren't happy with their portion, so they started taking Israel's land. Or Shem's land, more specifically. Israel wasn't established yet till after the Exodus. It's complicated, bro. It's very, very, very complicated. You need a degree in theological history to be able to understand all this stuff, bro. Most people aren't willing because it's boring to them. They don't really want to look into it. You know what I mean? Because it is boring unless you're passionate.
Point of the fact is you got 2 groups of people, right? One's been there before the other. Let's just say it goes back and forth, right? Just to be fair. I'm not arguing about who was there first, but let's just say it's kind of gone back and forth throughout the ages. And most recently, it was 700 years of Palestine, and then Israel took over in 1948, under the Balfour Declaration. Now there's conflict. How do we resolve it?
That's easy, but it's going to take the American politicians to de-chain themselves, and I don't see that.
I mean, not like the plan of action and the recourse of changing, but like what's going to be sufficient enough for both sides to agree upon a decision. Like, is that even possible?
Nothing. No, it has to be forced on them. There's no way that it's ever going to happen. It has to be forced on them. There has to be what I call the Cyprus solution. You tell them, this is your land, this is your land. Jerusalem belongs to nobody. You put a UN peacekeeping force, end of story. You force
Is it the Dome of the Rock? Is it Jerusalem,
No,
or is it the Dome of the Rock that's non-negotiable?
Oh, no, sorry. That is there. Yeah. The Dome of the Rock, none of that. There's going to be no building and no temples. All that stuff that's there is sacred. It's going to remain that way forever, and it's for everybody. So Jerusalem, where the Dome of the Rock is, all that area, those are international areas.
Yes,
Anybody
UN.
can come there.
UN, yeah.
UN, Cyprus solution. You don't ask them, you tell them. That's the only way.
Right.
You want to
That's
prevent
what
World War III? You do that.
That's what UN needs to come to the table on. But the problem is we already know, how interweaved Israel is within the modern world's, economical system. So no, I don't think anybody's like got the balls to say anything. That's kind of how it seems to me. I could be very wrong, but that's how I'm interpreting the whole standoff between everyone kind of like coming to some sort of like.
It's one country that's doing it. Your country. Your country has the power tomorrow to order them. You get a president with cojones, and you fly him down there and you tell him, look, as of next month, the 1st of September, whatever, this, and this is going to happen. That's the only way, bro.
I don't disagree with that. But my point is the United Nations is comprised of multiple nations. It's not just one nation, even though like supposedly America's the superpower, let's say. But point is all it's going to take is a collaboration of the United Nations, like a few of them chiming in and saying, look at, like, why can't we just do this or that? Like, nobody's doing it though. Why is nobody doing that? Like, why isn't this a suggestion on the table right now?
Because of America, bro. That vote already happened, what you're saying. It was 147 to 15 and 40 sustained. That already happened. It's the United States that's not making it, that's not allowing it to happen, bro. The whole world wants this, except the United States.
Yeah, but I mean, are they considering the fact that there's a bias with the United States and Israel? Like, because that should be taken into account. Just
Everybody knows
like
the score,
neighboring
bro.
country.
Bro, everybody knows the score. That's the funny thing. Everybody knows that the States is the problem and that certain group has them by the cojones. Everybody knows this, bro. The whole world knows this.
Why aren't they talking out then? That's my point. Is the whole central banking system is that everybody's dependent on currently is, they know that they, if they start talking out, that could be the difference in, what they're going to get next year or not. So that's how I'm seeing it, bro. Like that's the point I was making.
I hear you, bro. My pizza arrived. I gotta take a break. But yeah, look, it's all America, bro. It's all America. You guys are the deciding factor. The rest of the world is ready right now. All you gotta do is dictate to Israel. You don't ask them, you don't suggest, you order them, and very loudly, and you point your finger while you're doing it. That's the only way it's gonna happen.
So does it have to be the standing president?
Yes.
I believe that. I believe that would happen if America stood up to Israel and said, Israel, stop it, right? And sanctioned them, Israel would stop it, bro. But America's not going to do that, bro. They're not. Because Israel owns America, bro. Low key.
Yeah, the American government is actually insolvent. It ran out of money. Like,
yeah, exactly.
190 years ago, the American government became insolvent. It became a debtor nation to the banking cartel. That banking cartel being a Zionist institution, America is actually owned. Like, America went bankrupt and was bailed out and is now owned by the Zionists.
Yeah, so when a company is in bankruptcy, and they get bought up by a bigger company, that bigger company now owns that smaller company, bro. Right? And that's what happened to us. And our Constitution was basically usurped, bro. Like, all the Bill of Rights, all that stuff, like, yeah, it's still in play, and there's still judges that uphold it, bro. But for the most part, we know that the Ninth Circuit Court, District Court, is tyrannical. There's many tyrannical judges. There's tyrants all over the country on behalf of these Zionist Yahudim, bro. It's and this whole political agenda that we see, this theatrics that we see play out, they're the ones pulling the strings, bro. And we all cut up, oh, we're going to vote for Trump. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And they got us exactly where they want us, bro. You know what I'm saying? And if you just study a little bit of history, it just takes a little bit of time out of your day to know that they bought us out 90 years ago, bro. Now it's the United States of America Incorporated, basically. It's a corporation. They own us, bro. Unless the grassroots, unless we all stood up, right?
So that's kind of going back to the point is like when SE is trying to point the finger at the United States and saying that like this is all it's going to take, which seems nonsensical when you obviously realize the fact that the United States of America is no longer the United States of America. It's Israel's little sheepdog, but
yeah.
So it's going to take the other United Nation parties to like come together and kind of like come up with a formal resolution and like he said, like distinguish like who gets what land, and like this one middle area. He said Jerusalem is going to be, you know, neither owned by either side.
Where's Issa at, bro? Issa knows this is his lane. But bro, like it would have to be a grassroots movement. Like all the conservatives, the farmers, you know, the Kumbo people, the Bible Belt, they would have to wake up from their spiritual stupor and realize that Israel is not who they think it is, which isn't going to happen, bro. All these people would have to rise up and overthrow our government, because our government is basically in bed with Israel. So like but until that happens, bro, we're not going to see any of these changes.
Yeah,
that
but
he's
like I
talking
said,
about.
like why does it have to be the United States? Why couldn't it be just a collaboration of other nations within the United Nations? Like it could just be a handful.
I mean, I guess, but they're in the same predicament that we're in. Israel owns them too, for the same
That's my
reasons.
point. Yeah, that's my whole point, is the fact that Israel owns the entire fucking world economic system, like our current system. That's why it's so crucial that this whole, you know, digital fucking system comes into play like quickly, dude, before, you know, all this shit just spirals out of control, because it's like everybody's beholden to the whole World Bank and central bank system. So I think that's the only thing that's going to save it.
They act like the victim. They act like, oh, we're just this little country over here. Please help us. But really, they're like the cabal. That's the head of the beast over there, bro. Literally, like, not China. I mean, China's powerful. Russia's powerful. But that little country over there, that's the head of the beast, bro. One of the many heads. But that's like one of the main hubs over there, bro. For real. For real, for real.
Right. So I don't know. I mean, it's just everybody should be seeing this, though, you know, like the fact that no other countries are really stepping in. Everyone's just kind of relying upon the United States, which is no longer the United States. So, I mean, I just, good luck waking up everybody to that. But clearly, that's what has to happen.
I thought
Either that or
Trump was.
they
I
lose their
thought Trump
power.
was doing that, bro. I thought he was detaching himself or helping the country detach itself from the feds when he tried giving back the power to the United States Treasury. You heard about that, right? He was taking power away from the Federal Reserve and giving it back to the United States Treasury. I was like, whoa, like I was still like kind of, I had hope that Trump would actually be the man to change these things around, but nah, man. Then I seen him at the wall.
Oh, yeah. Look at his
And then
fucking son-in-law.
Yeah, and then I found out about his son-in-law, bro, and I'm like, oh, here we go. But yeah, that old saying, follow the money, bro. Follow the money. See where it leads you.
Well, that's what I'm saying. The quicker we get off this fucking and onto the whole digital system, I think the less power that they'll have to kind of flex on everyone else with.
It's sounding very anti-Semitic up in here.
Nah, we're just trying to figure out how to prevent World War III from fucking unraveling here, dude.
Since it's quiet, I guess I'll read the those couple verses that I referenced earlier. This one's from Jubilees chapter 10, talking about Canaan and who the Canaanites were. This elusive group of people that used to basically inherit that land that we know of as Israel today. It says, "And Ham and his sons went into the land which he was to occupy, which he acquired as his portion in the land of the south." This is Africa. "And Canaan saw the land of Lebanon to the river of Mitzrayim," Egypt, "that it was very good, and he went not into the land of his inheritance to the west, that is to the sea. And he dwelt in the land of Lebanon, eastward and westward from the border of the Jordan, of the Jordan, and from the border of the sea. And Ham, his father, and Cush, his brother, and Mitzrayim, his brother, said unto him, You have settled in a land which is not yours, and which did not fall to us by lot. Do not do so, for if you do so, you and your sons will fall in the land and be accursed through sedition. For by sedition ye have settled, and by sedition will your children fall, and you shall be rooted out forever. Dwell not in the dwelling of Shem, for to Shem and to his sons did it come by their lot. Cursed are you, and cursed shall you be beyond all the sons of Noah, by the curse by which we bound ourselves by an oath, in the presence of the holy judge, and in the presence of Noah our father. But he did not hearken unto them, and dwelt in the land of Lebanon, from Hamat to the entering of Mitzrayim, he and his sons until this day. For this reason the land is named Canaan."
So, what's the Noahide laws mean? Like, does that? I assume it means what it says on the tin. Like,
Nah, Noahide laws is completely rabbinical trash. That's not nowhere found in scriptures. They try to point to some of the regulations in Genesis, but the Noahide laws, that's Talmudic, bro. It shows up in the Talmud, and it's specifically for the Goyim.
Ah, right.
Not for them. It's for the Goyim.
Well, it's a death sentence for the Goyim.
Now I don't know, but eventually their plan is to establish that as like their idea is to establish a worldwide government, right? One world currency, a cashless society, and they will implement like a worldwide constitution that's going to be agreed by all the nations. They're going to have to agree on it, or else they'll be left out of this worldwide government system. And if you're left out, you're not going to have any of the benefits that come with being part of this union, right? And there will be some. I guarantee there will be some nations that won't want to be part of this union, but they're gonna be, persecuted by the majority, and you're not gonna receive the benefits, the UBI, you won't be able to buy or sell. And that sounds like conspiracy theory, but I already see it happening. This is in the works, bro. But eventually they're gonna implement these Noahide laws worldwide, bro, and they're gonna try to reinforce them. And if you don't abide by their laws, I see death on the horizon.
Yeah, and the Noahide laws are completely compatible with the Sharia laws.
Yeah.
Well,
that's
one of the laws in the
convenient.
Noahide law is worship of idols is punishable by death, and by definition, being a Christian or a believer in Christ is automatically punishable by death.
They will think that they're doing you a favor.
The Noahide laws are also completely compatible with canon law. So Noahide, canon, and Sharia law all are completely compatible and ready to merge into one. And there you have all three false Abrahamic religions merging into one. And then that could easily merge with Hinduism and Buddhism, without a doubt.
Nah, Christianity gets eliminated, dude.
It merges. Christianity will merge with this one world religion, whatever it's going to be. It's going to
yeah.
Like I just said,
Catholicism isn't Christianity; it's paganism.
one of the laws of the
Paganism
Noahide law.
pretending to be Christianity.
Anyways,
It says in John 16:2, indeed, the hour is coming when whoever kills you will think that they are offering service to God. They're literally gonna think they're on Yah's side. Like right now, they really do think that they're Yah's people. That's the thing. Like they really are deluded. That's just a part of it. That's just part of the game, bro.
The brood of vipers, the sons
Yeah.
of Satan.
Yeah.
Yeah. They are serving their God. It's just they think Lucifer is God.
Well, some of them are openly worshiping Satan. Some of them think that they're doing Yod He Vav He a favor by implementing the Noahide laws. Like they don't know, but I guarantee that the people at the top, like the 13 families, right, and whoever's the true Illuminati at the top, like the 1%ers, they're openly worshiping Satan, no doubt. But the faculty underneath them, they probably have good intentions. They probably think that they're doing good works. They don't know. It's all what do they call it? Compartmentalized. Just like a government, bro. Like there's people in the army really think that they're fighting for good, spreading democracy and liberty. They're just pawns, bro.
Well, what are the main powers in the world right now? Islam, communism, and democracy. Essentially, those are like the three main powers. And then, obviously, communism can be broken up into China, Russia, and the smaller communist states. Democracy can be broken up into essentially Christian states and non-Christian states in democracy, essentially, and then obviously the one Jewish state. And then Islam can be broken up into what did they have there too? Sunni and Shia. I mean, but there's like three main world power bases essentially. Is democracy, is the Islamic world, and the communist world. Those three, and the democratic world is essentially run by Zionism. So you can
Nvidia,
essentially say Islam, Zionism, and communism are the three world powers, being that democracy is Zionism, essentially.
it says Nvidia said on Monday.
Now, how do you get those three? How do you take those three groups, merge them into one group, and have them all agree that Lucifer is God? That's the direction the world is going to go.
To coexist, bro. I mean,
exactly.
Whatever temple that they're making, it's gonna, they're gonna be able to gather all the religions. I don't know how they're gonna do it, man.
Well, yeah, I think that when the Zionist democratic power base essentially, if it goes to war with the communism and Islamic power base make a pact and go to war with the Zionist states, I think they'll have some sort of resolution where they'll be like, yeah, all the heads of religion got together and this whole world war, like, we can't have this world war. And, the Pope met up with the Jewish leader, met up with the fucking Islam leader, met up with the Hinduism leader. They all agreed that they all worship the same God. So, like, and, the world, we're going to have a one world leader. Like, it's prime, bro. The world is literally three fucking pieces. And two of those pieces are already kind of aligned with each other. It's kind of funny. Communism and Islam, you could see them aligning with each other. You can also see that Zionism and communism are owned by the same people. So when Zionism goes to war with Islam and communism sides with Islam, essentially two sides fighting each other owned by the same group. 3 becomes 2 becomes 1. Big bank takes small bank.
So like, believe it or not, Israel is like on the leading front right now on AI. Like there's a couple, like we know China, America, but Israel is really like developing some crazy AI technology. And like right here, it says Fox News, Israel unveils most advanced surveillance plane with AI-powered sensors, unprecedented. So it's not just China. I know China gets a lot of flack, but there's other countries developing AI in their country in AI monitoring systems. And Israel has like one of the most advanced right now. But it's still like they're working the technology out, they're working the kinks out. But there's a couple different news articles I read. This one says there's a couple one. This one says NVIDIA actually says NVIDIA to build Israelis supercomputer, and it's one of the world's strongest supercomputers apparently. I don't know how to compare it, but it says here 1 quintillion calculations per second. I can't imagine that. Can you imagine what 1 quintillion is, dude? Like what? But
I believe quintillion is 3 orders of magnitude larger than trillion, if I'm correct. Million, billion, trillion, quintillion.
the system is called Israel 1. It's expected to deliver performance of 8 exaflops of AI computing to make it one of the world's fastest AI computers, bro. And this is going to be used to monitor and surveil the people. And this is all at the same time that they're developing this this world war currency and all this stuff. But it's all you. I don't know. It doesn't. You don't have to be a prophet, bro. We can see these things already shaping and forming. They're one of the first countries to come out with the green. I don't even know if I can say it, but the green passport.
The green passport. Oh, carbon credit.
No. It's something that you need to enter businesses, and if you don't have the jab, you can't enter
They
business.
already had that in Canada. Let me tell you, they had this QR code that you needed.
Yeah, man, Israel's evil, bro.
Fucking hilarious. Because essentially, if you had the QR, there was you don't have to wear a mask or anything. Well, even if you don't have the QR, you can't even come inside. But essentially, in Canada, it was such ridiculous, like rule changing and shit. It was so funny, man. How are you guys not seeing this? Nobody fucking died. Like, what are you? That's the craziest part. Is nobody actually dying.
I thought the Noahide laws were just 10 commandments. That just shows you how much I know.
It's basically rabbinical opinion. It shows up in the Talmud. I just did a search on it. The doctrine of the Noahide laws. The Babylonian Talmud records the opinion of the school of Rab that a Noahide is to be punished by death only for violation of 3 of the Noahide laws. But it's funny he calls them Noahide, like we're Noahide. Is that like a politically correct term instead of using goyim? It's weird. But it sounds good technically, because it says in the ensuing discussion, the prohibitions of sexual immorality, bloodshed, and blasphemy are identified as the 3 laws in question. Blasphemy is a little ambiguous, right? Like, is worshiping Jesus considered blasphemy to a Jew? It is.
They all kind of sounded ambiguous. What were they again?
The Noahide laws.
Blasphemy. Yeah,
Oh,
blasphemy.
you have so there's 7 laws, but
3 of them though.
Bloodshed, sexual morality, and blasphemy.
Yeah, sexual immorality is also extremely ambiguous.
Pray that they never implement these things worldwide.
Bloodshed's kind of ambiguous too. Like, where does self-defense fit in, right?
Hey, I posted an image of it. There's prohibition of idolatry, prohibition on blasphemy and cursing the name of God, which to them, you can't even say the name of God. It's called the infallible name doctrine. If you're even caught saying the name Yahweh, or Jehovah, you're basically transgressing the Noahide law, right? Because that's a big no-no to them. Prohibition on murder. That's all right. That's cool. Prohibition on robbery and theft. That's cool. Prohibition on immorality and forbidding sexual relations. That could be a little tricky to work out. Prohibition on removing and eating a limb from a live animal. That's a weird one. Requirement to establish a justice system in courts of law to enforce the other 6 laws.
I mean, that second one, blasphemy, that's just common speech now. If you watch Twitch or you watch, any of that generation, certainly Americans, that's impossible to enforce, in my opinion. I was watching I was listening to Ash Logos again. I always fall asleep to that guy's content. I love him. And he was talking about the Essenes, and I know you don't like the stuff I've said before, Lion.
No, it's all good. No, I just tried addressing it before, as in separating the Essenes from the Zadoks. That's all. Go ahead.
I think did you take issue with the guy? What was his name? Josephus or something like that?
No, I mean, Josephus does talk about the Essenes, right? But the ones that were, so John the Baptist was not an Essene. He was a Zadok priest, right? Living in the land that we know where the Dead Sea Scrolls were found. The Dead Sea Scrolls were found literally in Bethabara, bro. Bethabara is where both John the Baptist and Messiah were baptizing people, bro. Was now Messiah an Essene? You know what I mean? But academia continuously does this. They conflate people groups. They do, it's almost, I think they're doing it on purpose, bro, just to hide the
Yeah,
truth. But yeah, go
could
ahead.
be. No, I like your input because to me, it suits my sort of ideas. So typically, I like it because I don't see. Obviously I don't see Jesus as you do or Yeshua. I just see him as a teacher of righteousness, but
A
just a
mystic.
man, just a man. Yeah. So the phrase that I was thinking that I remember just before I fell asleep, he was talking about the Pharisees and the Sadducees, and he says the Essenes describe them as shoddy, like shoddy fence builders. I just really like that. That's the last thing I remember before I fell asleep.
Yeah, the Essenes originated in Egypt, Alexandria, Egypt, and Geniza, Egypt. Pliny the Elder talks about them existing for basically, he says thousands of years or thousands of generations, but he's using hyperbole. Because they basically have been around for a very long time. And they basically had a settlement next to the Dead Sea in a place called En Gedi. They have a temple there that's thousands of years old. It's on a mountain. It's an Essene temple. Now it's 25 miles south of Qumran, aka Bethabara. And any sect that lived near the Dead Sea and that wore white garments and had a solar calendar, academia just dubs them Essene. But it's kind of it's like calling Chinese and Vietnamese the same people, bro. You know, it's very disrespectful, in my opinion, to just kind of blanket label all these people as Essenes. It's incredulity. Yeah, it's just ignorant, bro.
Got an excellent snapshot somewhere where it talks about sort of kings were envious of these people because of the way they lived. I can't. I'll have a look for it. I've took that many snapshots of those videos. Oh my god! I've just got folders and folders.
But yeah, the Essenes are the authors of the Gnostic Gospels and the Nag Hammadi Library. That's why a lot of people like the Essenes. But regarding the Dead Sea Scrolls, not one Gnostic writing was ever found in the Dead Sea Scrolls, nor do they ever refer to themselves once as Essenes. Not once. Only academia does. They always refer to themselves as the children of light. It's the sons of Aaron, the Zadoks. They never once referred to themselves as the Essenes. But I think academia, because of it, you know, the Israeli Museum of Antiquities, alongside the Catholics, the Jesuits, they have a corroborative effort to suppress who the true Zadoks were, because it would not only break down the Catholic paradigm, it would also break down the Jewish paradigm. And they've been consciously conflating them since the discovery of the Dead Sea Scrolls, to try to get Christians to not read them, and also to basically what's the fallacy called? When you pollute, I'm having a brain fart, bro. When you pollute the
Poisoning the
water,
well.
poisoning the well. Exactly. So they poison the well by labeling the Zadoks Essenes, because they would take away their credibility. Anything doctrinal or theological, it would instantly take away their credibility because of who the Essenes actually were. The Essenes were pagan. It's no coincidence to me that the Dead Sea Scrolls were discovered in 1948, the same year that Israel was established, because it points out that that the rabbis, the rabbinical Jews, are indeed usurpers, and it expands on what happened with the Maccabean revolt and how there was illegitimate priests that were inserted into the temple.
That is interesting. I never thought of that. It never even occurred to me. That's super interesting. And what's the story then? Did some child in a cave found them or something like that in a jar?
A Muslim Bedouin shepherd boy literally fell into an opening or something like that, or he's seen an opening and he crawled into it and discovered a jar filled with scrolls, bro. One of many caves that are in the nearby area. There's like 4 or 5 caves.
Do you think it's a made up story?
Nah, it's legitimate, bro. I wholeheartedly believe it to be the truth. But yeah, there's actually prophecies in Isaiah talking about these scrolls that the earth would basically spew forth living waters at an essential time as this, to be able to spread truth, because there's a lot of lies out there, bro. I try to find the verse, but I think it's Isaiah 29. Let me see if I can find it.
Sounds a little bit like you're making it say what you want it to say with that.
Yeah, I know. The thing is,
but I don't mind.
No, like parables and stuff like that are only meant for those with eyes to see and ears to hear, to actually be able to properly discern it. and that's the unfortunate. It's like a catch-22, because if you don't have the Holy Spirit in you, you're not gonna be able to discern it properly. And I know it sounds like, oh well, how do you know that you know what I mean? That's why I'm not trying to be dogmatic, bro. But that's literally what it is.
I agree with that. I went over to Nathan Oakley's and I was talking to Righteous Force, because I listened to Nathan's show for years. So Righteous had just be sat in a different bit of his server, and instead of going and sitting listening to the show, I'd just go and bug Righteous Force and talk about the Bible. And I was talking about something along those lines, and because he's a Bible literalist, and so I was saying to him, there's seems to be many layers to this thing, and I remember he said something like, "Oh, so you're the arbiter of truth, then, are you?" Like that, and I remember I went silent, but one of the moments where you wish you just what you should have said like later. I remember thinking, I think I did actually say yes, but the sentiment later, I thought, yeah, I fucking am. Of course I am. I think I said to him, do I not have the divine spark inside me? I mean, surely anybody that's born is born with that. So, I don't know. But I enjoy getting my Deerstalker on and getting a bit Sherlock Holmes with it all. It's quite the 3-pipe problem and all that stuff. It's fun for me. It's like he says on on Good Will Hunting, where he's describing Beethoven and the piano. If you remember that scene, he's like, he could just play. He says, when I look at a piano, I just see a load of wood and and keys. But when he saw it, he could just play. And I've always felt a bit like that towards these sorts of things. I could just play. But like I said to Bacon earlier, I was looking into centripetal force and all these math equations come up, and I was like, I'm out, because that's an effort for me. That's a chore. So yeah, you're just drawn to what you're drawn to, aren't you? Some people, like my mother, she loves maths, so she finds numbers easy. I was talking to her earlier actually about, because we I was talking about like how I like words better than numbers. You know, it's kind of the same thing in a way when you think about it. Or similar.
Well, it's like words versus numbers is a lot like arithmetic compared to geometry.
Yeah. I suppose you could. Sorry, you could compare music, couldn't you, to mathematics? When you
Sure.
know, in a
There's
way,
like those pairs,
it's kind of cool.
quantity, quality, stuff like that.
But I was thinking about, because North the other day, we were talking about the definition of religion, right? And I remember posting the definition from etymology.com, whatever it's called. And I was thinking about the two letters up front, RE, and just how many words that's attributed to something that you do over and over again. And then I just started thinking about words like that, like revolver or redo, or I can't remember. I must have thought of like 10. And I just thought it was like, stuff like that, or like, that's amazing, So I could see why she would feel that same way about numbers,
Oh, totally. What was that thing that you were doing though exactly with thinking up words like revolver and
like
such?
the front, just to the front of that word religion, because we were trying to define religion and everyone was falling out about it.
Oh, okay.
The part of the definition, it was that something that you do a practice,
Oh, I see.
practice religiously, and you do over and over on a daily basis.
Mm-hmm.
And so I was thinking of words that are like that. That something that I'm not explaining it very well. I'm sorry, my brain's not working too well tonight.
Yeah.
But you get the gist of what I'm saying, don't you?
Have you ever heard? It's been a while since I heard this or looked it up, so I'm gonna butcher the etymology. But have you ever heard the etymology of a religion, like breaks, like almost like on the first step breaks down to the meaning of like bondage?
Oh, right.
To rebind.
Yeah. I just couldn't. I had the word repeat in my head as well. Repeat. You know what I mean?
In the Latin, that's what it means.
Have you ever heard that? Have you ever heard that yoga, also, like the first layer down is like the same meaning as yoke, or like a tool of bondage?
Oh, I think I've got another snapshot of that thing somewhere about that.
Yeah, it's almost like yoga and the word religion have a lot in common.
To be yoked isn't necessarily bad. When you're yoked to the Most High, you're bound to Him. You're a servant to Him. It's kind of counterintuitive, because that's actually freedom. That's liberty according to the scriptures. To be yoked to the Most High is freedom, is liberty. But to be yoked to yourself, or to sins or drugs or lusts, that's bondage. Or even a religion, right? Ritualistic religion, based on mantras and rituals consistently every day, 3, 5, 6, 10 times a day, doing this and that, and lighting candles. That's also considered bondage. Dead works.
See, from my way of thinking, and I probably shouldn't even go into this because I'm not, like I said, my brain's not working too well today, but it's fine. I was sort of thinking you can't really capture truth, because it's alive. You can only you can only point at it. Even that, you can sort of vaguely point at it. It's like
Oh
a
my
finger
God.
point. Yeah.
Yeah, I have so much to say on that, but tell me all your thoughts on that, man. Tell me all your thoughts on that.
Well, I know it
So
goes
brilliant.
it goes against everything North and Light and people like that believe in.
I respect you, bro. You're very kind and patient, and I have no problem
Well,
with you, bro. Go ahead.
I think I can build a bridge real quick.
Okay.
So, you saying truth can't just be delivered unwrapped. A part of it, a small portion of it, has to be delivered packaged inside of something, or just pointed towards vaguely, right? And then it's up to the person to either go there themselves and see what it has to offer, or unwrap the, sort of like Christmas rules, right? You're not allowed to give someone a present that hasn't been wrapped. You got to wrap it first, and then you got to hand them the package, and then it's up to them to unravel it or decipher it or decode it. And I'd say that's probably the reason Jesus spoke in parables.
Yeah, that's along them lines for sure. I just think that the moment you write something down, then it's dead, isn't it? Essentially, it's dead. Because it's. Well, I'm trying to think of like movement. Everything's in this state of ceaseless motion. The moment you write something down, I remember Krishnamurti saying something along the lines of, "Where's the book? Well, it's on the floor. It's over there because it's dead." Do you know what I mean? It was like, oh yeah, shit.
It's laying flat with its spine on the ground.
But that's not to. I don't mean any disrespect to the people. I do sometimes feel quite envious of guys that put so much stock into these things, and they go, no, I'm dying on this hill, because there is so many lies, so much deception these days that this is true. I consider this true. This is the truth of everything. This is the book of books. And so this is me now. And I totally get that. Because it's like it says something like, you're supposed to build your house on a
rock.
stone, stone foundation, yeah, rather than in the sand. And that makes a lot of sense. But you see, I like to think of it more like that Bruce Lee metaphor again. Don't want this to sound like I'm taking the piss. I'm really not. The idea of be like water, be like fluid, that makes sense to me, because
Let's walk through that. What are the catchphrases that water can flow and water can crash.
Well, look, if you jump into the water and try and grab a hold of it, you might die. You just sink to the bottom. The idea is to sort of become the water, so to speak, and to just let go. So
I think that's half the story.
Yeah.
Yeah, they deal with water. Like, I don't think it's not a coincidence that they use water for baptism to represent something important, right? To cleansing yourself.
Well, yeah, because it literally cleanses as well.
We do take showers, like, so we do it every day, right? Or like when we want to wash something clean, like, why is it water we go to, and like, say, not dirt? Why wouldn't it be the opposite way around? Like, oh, I need to take a shower, and then they throw dirt all over themselves. That's not how it works. It's like, but on the other side of the coin, there is animals that do take dirt baths, not for like cleansing purposes, but to keep like certain bugs off of them and stuff. Which that, I don't know. I just heard an echo. But
sorry,
yeah, no, I guess I was just hearing what you guys were saying about religions, and then you guys went on to water, but I just wanted to say, like, for me, dude, I'm not an atheist. I consider myself a theist that believes in God. I just don't attribute him to the God that these people think is the God, and yeah, I've been thinking of like some wild things. I don't know if Andy's still there. Are you still there, Andy?
Of course I am, dude.
Oh, cool, man. Yeah. Because I don't think you're like you're religious, right?
No, not really. Not in the sense of these guys. No, I I don't really know what I am, to be honest. I don't like to
That's
put a
how
label
I
on it.
am. Yeah, dude, I'm the same way, man. And like, there's not really a name for what I am, but it's like, why did like guys like us get looked down upon when we're not the followers? Like, I'm not gonna jump on the bandwagon of some idea or some movement or some group just because, you
Yeah,
know.
it kind of
I
makes sense. It kind of
the
makes
way
sense in some ways, though, doesn't it? It does to me anyway, because I think to myself that we seem predisposed to worship something or other, and I'm just talking about the human condition, you know. And so, from that perspective, yeah, and also it's powerful, isn't it, to hand it over, so to speak, and to that footsteps in the sand metaphor, whatever it is, but also to be part of that group. That's powerful too. Yeah. I see the
We're
why it's
predisposed to
tip.
both.
we even worship people though, so it doesn't even matter if it's an invisible guy that's a spirit, you know. It's like, we'll worship people, we'll worship statues, we'll worship God. I mean, people worship money. Like, it's and it's not like there's some like everything takes care of itself. Let me just put it that way, okay? Because there's nothing you and I that are doing anything to affect any part of our bodies, or like, we can't control nothing. We're not in charge of nothing. Like, everything is like on some like perpetual motion device that never stops. I mean, if that's the way they say this universe is expanding at whatever rate, and it never deviates, it's always the same. Like, I mean, gosh, I get tired, like trying to like deflate like a let's just say I was like trying to deflate a tire, right? Because I needed to take the rim off or something, and I'm getting tired holding the valve stem, right? That little air whatever releasey thingamajiggy, and I'm holding, and I'm getting tired there, and it's like, so I have to stop and reposition myself. The universe is not stopping and repositioning itself for anything. It's constant, always the same cycles over and over. Like, you can't make that stuff up, dude. There's something else going on that we're not being told, and maybe it's designed that way. I don't know if I went off on a weird rant, but do you guys kind of catch my gist?
Yeah, I mean, don't worry about that. It's a slow night, quite clearly. Nobody's really up for talking, so yeah, don't worry about that.
Right. But yeah, do you want to like speak on that a little, or if you guys have something else? But man, I think this is like one of the most crucial things in our lives, man. Like, we put all these, all this energy towards, who knows, like, no proof for this other god or these other things, man. Like, it's kind of just like the there's the thing in the Tao Te Ching, the natural way is just what is, right? The natural things, the natural way of being, right? Or
That's so funny. That's so funny you just said that. I was just thinking about that, and because I always talk about Alan Watts because I love Alan Watts. You know, I listened to all his talks a million times over, and I think a lot of it because he was enabling me because I knew he was a drunk and I was a drunk, so it was like from this. I can't. What am I trying to say? Like this idea of sort of the monk or the master would have the he'd have servant, or the word sort of escapes me at the minute. The person, the follower, following him with a shovel, basically ready to bury him, because he drank constantly. He was also a drunk. He was ordered to just bury him wherever he drops. And so, yeah, I kind of, I don't know. It was a different time, let's just say. I'd already decided I was going to drink myself to death. But anyway, not to bring a downer onto the things, but I was just thinking about Lao Tzu, and I actually wrote this down because I liked it so much. He says, the great Tao flows everywhere, both to the left and to the right. It loves and nourishes all things, but does not lord it over them. And when merits are accomplished, it lays no claim to them. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, hey, is that chapter 8 by the perhaps?
Oh, I have no idea. It's in the Tao Te Ching, but it's not. It's just something. It's something from an Alan Watts lecture. He actually paraphrased it. He didn't get it quite right, but it's fine. It's close enough.
Well, there's this one chapter that sounds similar, and it's my favorite chapter. And there's a translated version of the Tao, and it's by some American dude, and I've shared it many times in the chat, but Eric Dubay does it's on his channel, but he does a narration.
Yeah.
He didn't translate anything. He just narrates, but it says I'm sure I have it memorized. It says Tao is like water. It doesn't think about where it's going. It just oh wait. Yeah. It flows without thinking where it's going. It's good for all living things. And yeah, something like
Yeah,
that, right?
he did it. Yeah, he did a whole thing on. I remember Alan Watts talking about this notion of purposelessness, but in the Chinese culture, it was a brilliant thing. It didn't have the negative connotations that we think of as purposelessness. Yeah, it is super interesting. But I really happy to see that Eric Dubay did the whole. He did the Tao Te Ching in a audiobook, didn't he? And he just read the whole thing. And when I first started looking up his content, I was kind of late to the party on Flat Earth, so it was probably 2017 or maybe somewhere around there. And I was very pleased to see they'd done that. So, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he did a great job. It really impacted me. I'm glad I found that information
Some
when I
people don't
did.
like his voice, do they? Though that's the thing. Some people hate his voice, and I get that.
Well, yeah, dude. He also carries that freaking stereotype over his head that he's a flat earther. And there's a guy who comes in here, and I shared his. He's into the Tao Te Ching, pretty, real big time, right? And his name's maybe I shouldn't say his name. Anyway, he didn't like it because he don't like flat earthers, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. That's the most like easily soluble information that you can digest, right? And I was like, okay, whatever. And then we even went over like some of the chapters, and it's like, that's not even close. And there was even other people like in on the discussion. And it's like, and they could also tell he is being biased because Eric Dubay was a flat earther. But yeah, for the most part, it did turn out really good.
Well, I'm convinced these religions have some common heritage somewhere. I don't know. Maybe I'll never piece it together, but I've said this many times. They say they use this term "the way," which is what the Tao translates back to English as "the way." And the early Christians described what they were doing as the way. And then there's another people, so I can't remember exactly who they were, but it seems to me they're all connected. They were either connected through spirit, which is like some sort of divine inspiration, which is possible, I guess. Well, I don't know if it's possible. Don't choose my words carefully. It's an option. Yeah, it's an option.
Oh.
But another option is that they were all connected because they were all sort of they all knew each other basically, and they all shared their spirituality with each other. So it could be that too. So, but anyway, I was thinking about Eric Debay the other day because I snagged this screenshot from one of his videos. This quote from Henry David Thoreau, and he says, "If a man does not keep pace with his companions, perhaps it is because he hears a different drummer. Let him step to the music which he hears, however measured or far away." What do you think that means to you? Because, the other day when I was thinking about it, I was just thinking about that, let him, march to his own beat sort of thing. There's a few things that hit me. One is that it reminded me of the old, what's his name? Aleister Crowley, "Do as thou wilt" sort of thing.
Yes. Yeah.
But then,
yeah, man, I kind of agree with that, right? Like, I mean, okay, everybody wants to do good, right? But sorry to cut you off. I know
that's all right.
you're kind of going somewhere. Go ahead, man. I'll let you go, man.
Well, no,
I'll
I was
take us
just
somewhere.
I was just going to say that my first thought is it took me back to the Garden of Eden, and because I thought about that story more than any man should, I think, because I don't know, I think about it so much because I think it's steeped in metaphor, and you have this I think it's the Gnostic sort of, maybe, I don't know, I might be wrong about that. They have the attitude that the snake, that's the good guy and God's the bad guy, right? God's, he's trying to control us, whereas, do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, man. Yep.
Relating to this quote, I'm saying. So
yeah,
but I don't know. Maybe I was overthinking it. I don't know. But I was just like, if a man does not, because the other thing is as well, it goes into objective truth. Do we have objective truth? I say yes. I say people that say it's my truth. I don't. I think that's nonsense. I think there's objective truth, and everything else is just, well, that's your opinion. That's how I see it, So
yeah. Well, I don't know, man. I don't see things as like a lot of other people. I don't think anything is like. I don't think there's laws and like rules. I know there are these like underlying rules, but for the most part, I mean, yeah, I know. It's like both, right? Like everybody always wants to be good, but there's bad. Okay, we need bad. It's just the way it is. Like you can't get around it. You can always strive for good. There's an Alan Watts quote because he's talking about Buddhism, and people have Buddhism misconstrued, and like most people don't practice it correctly. But what he's talking about is trying for self-improvement. If you're trying to be better, when you get to the top, there's no place else but back down. So, and there's also other quotes like, the higher you fly, the farther you can fall. Stuff like that, right? Or like with trees falling, there's other metaphors, but the idea is there's both, man. Like there's hot, cold, up, down, left, right. You need both, man. Like everybody always wants, oh, I'm a good guy. Like nobody roots for the bad guy. It's like, come on. We need both. That's all I'm like trying to say.
Fundy's back. I'm glad you're back, dude, because I was going to ask you what you thought about that quote.
Sorry, what I missed?
Do you know the quote in the chat from Henry David Thoreau? I wonder if you give me your opinion, what you think that means to you.
Okay, let's see. I found it. If a man does not keep pace with his companions, Perhaps it is because he hears a different drummer. Let him step to the music which he hears, however measured or far away. Okay, that last sentence threw me for a loop. Let him step to the music which he hears, however measured or far away. I feel like it makes so much sense until like that last half of the last sentence. Because I feel like he's like aiming at something, like he's trying to make a more specific point with that last one, but it feels really unnecessary. I feel like the point's made already. You know what I mean? Yeah. If a man does not keep pace with his companions, that could be taken as like people who go against the grain of culture, right? And it's basically, to me, it's like almost telling the normies, just like, hey, that black sheep in your family or your friend who's like talking about elections being fraudulent, like, don't concern yourself with trying to get him back into like the way he used to operate or how everyone else is operating. It's cool. You should let him. But this can be taken too far. It's like, hey, let people do what they want. It was like, no, you should obviously step in sometimes if the behavior like needs to be corrected. Now that's a fine line, or that's difficult to determine sometimes. The whole issue of like intervening in someone else's life, right? But there's obviously times to do that, and then times to not. So it's kind of a one-sided quote. But both sides of anything are always virtues. Like I was saying about water earlier. Like, oh, be like water. Well, there's times to be like a rock as well. In fact, the human body relies on the dance of the two. It's like, okay, we got flexible skin, muscles, ligaments, but could they do anything without bones being stiff and rigid? But also, you wouldn't want a body made of completely bone because then you couldn't move. But if you didn't have bones, then your muscles would just be a pile of goop on the floor. So it's like, yeah, be like a rock, be like water. In fact, your body is doing both at the same time. And that's the only way anything happens. Like that, like one of the first quotes of the historical Emerald Tablet, where it's like the two work to accomplish the miracles of the one, or the truth, or whatever.
Something excuse me. Something else it reminds me of is a Louis C.K. bit where he talks about he's saying, in America where they basically, when you're a child, they tell you can be anything. You can be a president, you can be an astronaut, and then he's like, but then you go to school and then you find out, oh no, there's 8 things you can do. He's like, this is a place where your ambitions get narrowed down.
Well, yeah, where your ambitions, not your options, but your ambitions for sure.
Yeah, your options. I think that was probably better than ambitions. I don't know.
No. I was saying ambitions is totally the right choice of words.
Yeah.
They can't actually take away your options. They can only narrow they can only put blinders on you and limit your feelings of what you think is possible.
It's such a good bit. Louis was on form for like the early noughties, where he really, he puts in his own words. He'd go out and do his strongest bit, his closer. He'd do it first to really.
You talking about Louis C.K.?
Yeah.
Yeah. He's pretty good. You ever heard his routine about smoking weed in a parking lot with some teenagers after a show?
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Yeah.
I'm leaving now. Oh my god, that one cracks me up every time. Because the way he like speaks his like thoughts aloud, retelling like his thoughts in the moment, he perfectly got into that like the mindset and like relived like all the thoughts that go through your head in that paranoid state of mind. It was perfect. You can tell it's like a real story.
He's like, shall I stand like this? Shall I then he puts his hand like at his side, but he pulls his hand up a little bit. And he's like, no, that's weird. Just put your hand down.
Yeah.
Just put it down face side.
That's weird, and they all know it's weird. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, man. So what did that quote you posted mean to you?
Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, I have a tendency to look at the obvious meaning of something like, well, it just means find your purpose. A little bit like what's his name, Rumi. Rumi said we're all supposed to we're all supposed to do one thing. We do one thing better than anyone else, sort of thing. Like
At least.
like it's already been chosen for us or something like that, you know. And so that's what I suppose ultimately makes me think of. But as I said, I might be guilty of overthinking it and just going down all these other avenues, as we tend to do.
Well, what you just said about like it's almost decided for you, some sort of like disposition you're born into, or a talent, like a natural talent or something, or an aptitude.
Predisposed.
Yeah, and that reminds me a lot of one of the top 3 main themes in the first in the first half of a show called Naruto. You ever heard of it? It's one of
Sorry, the
most
what?
they're one of the most famous animes of all time is called Naruto. And
I never really got into that. Everybody tells me how good it is, but I never really got into that.
Well, one of the main themes of the first half of the show is all of these kids training to be, basically strong soldiers, and some of them have aspirations to be like pretty much the president. Some want to be like respected in their clan. They're all after fame and glory, pretty much, but they have to battle it out, and everyone has something to prove, right? But some of the kids are born of like bloodlines, and they have like natural talents, and they even have superpowers that are genetically inherited that the other kids don't have. And so there's this big theme of the main character who's not so special in the eyes of anyone, and there's also this other character um, who's unable to use magic or like ninja powers when everyone else in the show has the ability to like cast spells, and he doesn't. And so he trains just his like taijutsu, just his like kicking and punching, right? And so him and the main character Naruto, the kind of not so naturally talented people, what they're trying to prove is that hard work can overcome natural talent if you try hard enough. And everyone's telling them that their dreams of being the best aren't worth aiming for, because obviously the people with natural talent are like more suited, and they even get in like the fate, like you're not destined to be the top dog. There's people born with gifts beyond like abilities you'll ever gain, you know what I mean, just born with powers that you'll never attain. So they're obviously more suited to be on top than you. Hard work will never get you as far as being a genius will. And but then he proves them wrong, of course.
Yes, that's interesting too, I guess. When somebody talks along those lines, it reminds me of George Best. He was a footballer in the 60s. He was like one of the first rock and roll footballer, if you will. You know how they attach that celebrity to sports people.
Yeah.
And he was basically a drunk. He ended up being a drunk and died from it as well. He got a liver transplant and just carried on drinking anyway. And yeah, shame. I mean, it must be a terrible thing I know it's a terrible thing, but if you think of all the adulation that he got on the pitch, and everyone loved him so much, and then it's difficult to then transition to just being somebody who's sat on your own, just on your chair. Do you know what I mean? The juxtaposition, I imagine, would be really difficult to deal with. But
yeah, the bigger they are, the harder they fall, right?
And another one as well, Paul Gascoigne. He's a bit more modern footballer. He was the same. He went the same route, unfortunately, and he had all the natural ability that he could ever ask for, and sadly went the same way. And so I'm always reminded of that because I kind of see David Beckham as the opposite. He was the guy that just worked harder than everybody else, and yeah, he showed that he can accomplish if you're that way inclined. If you just put everything you've got into it, sort of thing. That determination. And it's funny though because you can be with the gift of the natural, the genius, as you put it. There's that fine line in there where they haven't got that same. I don't know. It's like. It's hard to explain what I'm saying, but say if we take someone like Lionel Messi, there it seems to be where you've got someone who's got the gift, quote unquote, with the drive, with where the gift meets the drive, sort of thing. Perhaps, I don't know.
Well, one of the messages that isn't so clearly made, but you kind of pick up on it after completing the show is where in the first half of Naruto they're all children, and then in the second half they're all adults. And in the first half of the show, it's sort of like the Matrix 1, right? Like it could have ended there, nice happy story. Neo becomes Kung Fu Jesus, right? There didn't need to be a second one, but there was. But back to Naruto. At the end of the first half, when they're kids, Naruto proves that he's completely caught up to all of the naturally gifted people through his hard work. But then, as adults, the playing field has been leveled, and so at that point, natural talent can only get you so far before the genius needs to start working hard himself and can't just rely on his natural talents. And like you were saying, some do and some don't, because natural talent or genius is only a head start in a race, but then you're still going to have to work hard if someone catches up to you to stay ahead. And so no one can get through all the way on natural talent alone. At some point, you're going to have to start being a hard worker yourself.
Yeah, it's interesting because it could actually be a hindrance, as weird as that sounds, because you don't have the discipline. You don't need, because you think, I don't need it. I'll just go in and, as Paul Gascoigne, and he'd go on the pitch drunk, essentially. If he blew into one of those, it'd fail. It'd fail. So he went on the pitch drunk, and he was so good he could get away with it. Well, until he couldn't, of course.
Until you can't. Yep. Yeah, hard work is always, at the end of the day, hard work is always going to be a requirement. Your head start only matters until someone catches up to you.
This was the other quote I took from the same video. Another Thoreau.
I went to the woods because I wished to live deliberately, to front only the essential facts of life, and see if I could not learn what I had to teach, and not, when I came to die, discover that I had not. I'm reading that like I'm hiccuping. I'm sorry.
No, it's all good.
Hard.
It's a bit, yeah. But yeah, this is what I need to do. Big time. just I love that line though. I wish to live deliberately. Such a good line. But yeah, I'd always talk to Tim. And Tim were like, "Look, you've got to go and," because he were always trying to get me to go to Denmark. You got to come to Denmark, and we'll make a campfire, and we'll catch some fish, and we'll do. You know what I mean? And I'm like, I'm so used to my creature comforts and what Owen Benjamin calls is the what is it, the something and fancy pants. What is it? I can't think what it's called. Basically, just what you, because I've got my vitamin C, I've got all my supplement, whatever it is, you know, and it's just comfortable, and I need to get uncomfortable, if you see, to really just test myself. I think because at the moment I'd fail miserably. I know I would.
Well, like I was saying, you know, like both opposites are always virtues. Like being comfortable, that's great. Being uncomfortable, that's great. And you know, you're gonna want to be both. You don't want to be just one.
Well, I'm very much a product of the society, so I think we all kind of just do, you know, the whatever for the easiest. We go along to get along, sort of thing. That's what we find most folks do, and so I'd love to just
All right,
test
do something right now then.
Huh?
I said, all right, do something right now then. Make yourself uncomfortable. What don't you want to face? I'll make you face it. I'll be your
that right there. I don't want to go, because I think if I went into like a forest in, say, I don't know, in America, or because you got some huge forests in America, but just in a big place, a strange place, I think I'd be in fetal position within about 3 days.
Sure.
I need to be rescued,
Sure, but it doesn't have to be so like physical. You can go into the forest of your mind and
I've done
see
all
how you
that.
survive there.
I've done all that.
Okay.
I came out of that smelling of roses, and I'm happy with because when I told my mother that I would do, I were obsessively studying spirituality of different flavors. She was like, "Well, that's a fucking waste of time." But, and this is from someone who ran a parish, by the way. She ran a parish, but anyway, that's neither here nor there. The point is, that it was very rewarding in the end. But yeah, it's very much, it's like they say in Zen, where there's a point where people get to where they're like, I don't want to talk about that anymore. They're just done with it. They're just done with it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's hard. It's really difficult to explain, but it's like when they're trying to define what Zen is, and even if it's like too on the nose, that it's too contrived. Alan Watts talks about the student, or he snatched up this bullfrog or whatever it was in the garden, and when he went to see the master, because they'd have these periodic things where they'd ask him to define Zen or something like that, they just, without saying anything, he'd just pull out the frog. And there's certain little things like that where it's like it's too contrived,
Yeah.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like my general philosophy to almost like everything is that everything describable, experienceable is on a spectrum, and that's basically reality. And then that spectrum has two absolute opposite sides, that are outside of the spectrum, but those two opposite sides are actually one object that doesn't follow the same rules as the things between them. But then that transcendental object on, one thing on two sides of a spectrum is then wrapped in something that you're not even supposed, that at that point you can't even, like, you just don't even try to speak on that, and it's only like an inner feeling that you can like have an awareness of it, like almost kind of a little bit, because I think that like the highest expressible truths have to be worded in like paradox sentences.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That's
there's like there's and I call those like the universal truths. So there's like the practical truths where you say, there's like the practical level where you're like, things are separate. This is this and that is that. And then a higher level is that transcendental object where it's like, this is that and that is this. And then there's a layer above that where, well, we can't use the words anymore. And so there's really nothing to say. And it's really not even worth bringing up. Like, there's another layer, but I'm not going to say a single thing about it.
Yeah, that reminds me of the poetess. I've got that somewhere as well. I got some brilliant quotes from Huxley's book. What's it called? I can't remember. The Perennial Philosophy is so good. I've got to find that now because it's so good.
You know, it's got to be a good use of time.
What's that?
Thinking up a story, thinking up like a fictional story that holds a lot of like moments of your design that like that really means something to you, and that you think will really mean something to other people, and like just that ability for someone to like make up something like a story and for it to mean something to them, but then also like put that out to the world and have other people like really connect with it. Like, that's gotta be a good use of time. Like inventing a new joke that makes people laugh, right? Like, if you can think of your like, I'm not a joke maker, but some people are joke makers. You know, I watched a compilation on YouTube of like 100 dad jokes. And it's like someone had to make those, and you know what? I think they did a good thing. I think that's absolutely a great thing that they did. Whoever wrote that joke originally came up with it. Good on them. Like, that's a good, great thing.
Yeah, I do wonder if you close to the or closer. This is a funny thing because in my eyes you can't ever be. This is what makes me. I hear things like people like Lion and North and Blaze. They say things like set apart, and I don't see, and nothing can be set apart from God. Obviously,
Right.
it's such a weird thing when it hits my ear. I'm like, set apart. That doesn't sound right at all. But I guess they could they'd have a different explanation. You feel free to jump in anytime, boys, and tell me where I'm going wrong.
I'm with you there. Like, but like I said, there's a level that like I think I'm making a mistake by even trying to describe with adjectives or anything like that. But below that level, where where I feel comfortable to actually speak on it, it has to be done paradoxical, like with paradoxical sentences, and and I think like one of my favorite comparisons to the way I kind of view reality, and in respect of what you were just saying, it's like there's gonna be maybe like you might have like a dream that's like like a POV, right? Like point of view. You're living a dream through the eyes of someone, of some character in your dream. Like you're the main character, just like you are in real life, as it seems. But then there's this other person in front of you, right? Let's even say like there's this woman in your dream that's like trying to seduce you or something, right? It's like, to me, that's still you. You know what I mean? That's like it's it's still just you. That's not like some other entity, this character in your dream. You're not just the one that you're looking out of the eyes of. You're all the characters of the dream, because it's all one. It's all, it's still all the host consciousness, despite like the perspective you're viewing it from through the eyes of like a character or something. Like every character in the dream is still the dreamer. And so I would never, you know what I mean, when I'm saying like I wouldn't give some sort of separation there.
Yeah, I suppose just going back to what I was saying, that it could be a level of awareness, maybe, because to me, like, people are searching for this thing that they all already have. That's the great irony of the whole thing, but they just don't realize it. And
sure, run
it
around the
gets up,
house looking for your keys, and they're in your hand, and you're like,
but
I
it just
can't find
gets,
them anywhere, and you never will find them anywhere because they're already in your hand, but you're
but it
looking
just,
for them.
but it just gets obscured. I mean, that's a good way of looking at it. It gets obscured by the chitter chatter in the head. That's the way I see it.
That thing you're looking for that you already have. Alan Watts also talks about like the dreamer who can dream any dream, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And then goes along and dreams every possibility ever and lives through them, and is left with only one thing that he doesn't have yet, and that's like to be surprised, or to
Yeah.
have something out of his control happen to him, because he's done everything according to you know the one. And then
Yeah.
and so it's sort of like, yeah, this is the end result of what basically just the reset. It's basically the reset button, and then it climbs its shoots and ladders, man. Just you go up, then you get sent back down. I heard I'm not a huge fan. I think the dude just says way too many dumb things, but Bro Sanchez compared it to a game he used to play with his brothers, and it's funny because I played the same game with my brothers, where we'd go to the pool and we'd stand in the shallow end, but we'd turn our backs to the deep end, and one of us would throw a penny over our shoulder, and then you count 10 seconds, and then you all turn around and try to dive to the bottom of the deep end and be the first one to find the penny on the floor and retrieve it and bring it back up. Be like, yeah, I found it. And then what do you do once you get it? You say, all right, guys, ready to do it again? Like, what do we do now? All right, line up again. Let's throw it into the deep end once more. And that's a really kind of playful view of life, that this has just got basically pickup sticks, right? God shattered himself into a million pieces that are gonna collect themselves all up together and reform into a cohesive whole. And then once it's all rebuilt and reformed, what's left is process. But what is gained from that? Nothing materialistically is gained, but what is gained is the journey, is the experience, and maybe that's what it's, and maybe that's all it's, maybe that's what it's all about.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say about the creativity thing, because maybe in that creative space, you could be closer to the divine in some way.
In what creative space?
When when, like, you were talking about some person created these these jokes or whatever it was.
Oh yeah. Well, what? Yeah. Well, what I'll say to that is that I kind of think that there's like like sort of like what Plato says about forms. I think there's sort of like the realm of the actual, which is like here, and then the realm of the potential, and like there's the finite actual, and then there's the infinite potential. And when you create something new, like a joke, you've gotten close enough to pull a little piece of the infinite potential, and down, and bring it back down, and bring it into the actual. You get a little, you go take a little piece of God and bring it down to the mortal realm.
Yeah, that's what I was just talking about, that energy, that it's like I talk about my brother who makes guitars, and he's got so good at it as well, self-taught from YouTube, and this, I suppose this is a long time, well, maybe a year, I don't even know, 6-7 months ago. He brought me on to show me, and afterwards I said to him, "And what now?" And he knew exactly what I meant, because in that creative space, it's like a meditation of sorts. It just feels so good. And when people talk about, well, why would this all-knowing being da 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 da? Why would he even bother? Especially if he already knows the future. He already knows this. He already. Why would he? You know what I'm saying? They go off like how they do. Why would he even bother in the first place? To which I'd reply, why dance? Why do people dance? Why do people dance?
Yeah.
It's the perfect reply. It's the perfect answer. Not that I dance. I should do, but I don't. Unfortunately, I need a partner. I need a.
Well,
I should be doing that now. No disrespect, Fundy. Instead of talking to you.
You don't need a party to dance. Just just do it.
It's like the argument against like utilitarianism sort of style thinking, right? Like what's the point of something if it doesn't like benefit the all towards some sort of specific goal?
Mm.
And it's or why go walking without a destination that you're trying to get to?
Yeah.
And
sometimes the walk is freaking nice and it clears your head, and like you don't always. I think that's the point. Is like when you're like when you think that way, like the way that like I guess like if you think super logically, like too logically, like well you guys I guess got to do it like in moderation, right? Is like if everything has to have a purpose and whatever, then you're never gonna like experience magical shit that just like, whoa, I just randomly decided to go for a walk and then this happened and then that happened, and then you know what I mean? Like I don't know. Sometimes that's like the thing that brings that synchronicities like into your life, Didn't mean to interrupt. Sorry.
Oh no, you're more than welcome. We're just waffling anyway. I was just. It's funny because there is something though because we kind of goal orientated, aren't we? And we kind of forget the journey part of a thing. So I guess that's why it's really important. But this is where I get a bit lost, or not lost. I don't know what the right word is. Perplexed about these scriptures that are supposed to be prophesized, and perhaps the end days are coming, and we've got to build that third temple. And if they've had this in mind for 2,000 years, I mean that's a heck of a thing. That, don't you think? That's like I don't even. It's hard for me to say that could be man's. I mean, look, these Jays, they're persistent. They're persistent people. You've got to give them that. But yeah, I do wonder sometimes. Maybe I'm wrong about the whole thing because I just kind of think it's silly to think that it's God's plan. I think it's man's plan. That's what it seems like to me. But anyway, I keep waffling on about that because I just see a lot of bloodshed. I shouldn't be doing that. I'm casting myself into an uncertainty. I shouldn't do that. But it just seems inevitable to me. Like moth to a flame, people are just can't wait to be annihilated. And and it's sad. But anyway, Rusted Soul, are you the person that's been sending me friend requests or they send me a server? Because I wasn't sure if it was you or some imposter.
Yeah, yeah. No, I did send you a invite to my server.
Oh, that's your server, is it? Right. Okay.
Yeah, I just decided to make. I didn't keep, but I got booted from that Flatman guy's server for talking about something. What was it? Oh, I was bringing up the Mark Sargent, that whole Mark Sargent thing they were going on about. I was like, dude, have you guys looked into this? Like, this dude, whatever his name is, something Sluka, that they were trying to say is the same guy, has like a band, has like live videos on Facebook. I was just like, yo, have you guys looked into this? Because it's not like what you're saying isn't, and like the dude totally booted me. Like I wasn't like yelling, I wasn't calling names, I wasn't like there was no warning. It was just like, nope. I'm like, all right, cool. This guy's a dick. And so I was like, no, I'm just gonna start my own server because I don't know. I felt like he kept trying to the whole afternoon that we were talking. It was like everybody kept trying to gatekeep and like keep us from talking about certain things, and every time the topic would go towards like just anything really other than flat earth, it was like it got shut down. And I'm like, I'm just gonna start my own little server and like freaking whatever, I don't care. Like, not that there's anything wrong with geos here or anything. I mean, I haven't really gotten that vibe like once or twice, not particularly from geo, but just in general. Like I understand the whole live stream. Like sometimes you just don't want to do the live stream conversations because they tend to involve a lot more ego and a lot more like less genuine conversations and whatnot. So, it's good to have little private servers too where people can talk about whatever and not worry about getting in trouble or whatever. And then I looked up that, what is it, TOS or whatever, because everyone keeps bringing
Terms
up,
of
oh,
service.
TOS. Yeah,
Yeah.
and I looked it up and like, I'm like, I don't know if your handlers lied to you and told you that there's some like whatever that you can't say certain things, but it's not. And I've been testing it in my server and I made it public and I was like, everybody post as much vax stuff, as much anything that you can think of that's offensive, and we'll see what's actually, like we'll use my server as the testing grounds to see like what we can get away with. And so far, like nothing's happened. So I don't know what everybody's waffling on about this TOS blah blah nonsense, but I haven't seen anything from it. So
Yeah, I think writing things down is it's like it leaves a record, doesn't it? So I'd say writing something down is very different to posting something is very different to speaking about something. I don't think they're too bothered about the speaking part, but like I say, if you write it down, you've left a record. And so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they have algorithms. But I'm just looking on your server, and yeah, there's one in particular that's initial. Well, I'll just say VP. That looks like a big red flag. That'll probably get you shut down.
yeah.
Um,
Well, I guess we'll see. I'm testing it out. Like, shut me down. Let's see. Like that's why I'm doing it, because I don't believe it, and I think it's just like nonsense that that's just I'm just calling the bluff, basically calling TOS's bluff. What's up, TOS? Come and get me. So yeah, anybody can, I mean, as long as it's not like super, like we're talking like vax stuff and conspiracy stuff, not like some freaky like other stuff. You know what I'm saying? Like I'm not down with like whatever, like people posting pornos or something like that. Like no, I'm not gonna do that. But I mean, as far as like I've gotten booted now from a couple of servers for posting stuff that I'm like, dude, I don't even know how this is offensive to anybody. I mean, it's like a vax related thing. Like okay, so that's why I specifically went over the vax stuff and was like whatever. But yeah, everyone's been posting stuff, saying stuff, and yeah, haven't gotten any kind of messages or anybody showing up at my door like, excuse me, Discord server is disrupting the TOS machine, so we're gonna shut you down. But I don't know. Anyways,
Yeah,
we
I
got
do wonder about that because we've just brought some kind of law in the UK. It's called the Online Safety Bill. So I'm a bit apprehensive about because, like everything else that they do, they bring it under this guise of, health and safety, when actually it's just another layer of control. And so they, I don't, they'll say, well, it's just for preventive paedophiles and that kind of stuff. Which, on the face of it, you're like, yeah, oh, this is clearly a good idea, but you don't. The fine print's not seen. There's a deeper
yeah, that's
ramification.
never who they go after. It's
Yeah, yeah.
just like oh, so they can track and trace everybody with that whatever the C word from a few years ago, but they can't do that for pedophiles. Like, okay, cool story. Not buying it. But yeah, of course, it's always going to be better health and safety, right? It's like it's for your own good. I'm duct taping your mouth because we're saving you from yourself.
You've got to be a good citizen, so they're just like patronizing. They pat you on the head, or she'll hurt your social credit score.
Yeah, are you going to be allowed to buy groceries this week? I don't know. Depends on how many offensive memes you posted.
What if I need something and it's 20 minutes away? Oh, sorry, that's just such a shame.
Yeah, too bad. I just saw this thing on about how apparently like nail polish, I think it's the kind with the acetone. If you put that on a camera lens, it like ruins it. So wink, wink, nudge, nudge. Anybody out there who wants to disrupt some shit,
Just nail polish, not
Yeah.
even the remover.
No, oh, sorry, I meant the remover. That's what I meant. I think it's the acetone nail polish remover. My bad. I mean, I guess nail polish would work too if you just get some like black nail polish and just paint it. That would work.
There was this dude. I was walking down the street. I don't do that too often, but one of these days I was just walking down the street, really with nothing in mind, trying to accomplish. And this dude was like, "Hey, over here," and I was like, "You know what? I got nothing better to do." Dude sitting on a bench 100 feet away, calling to me. I'm like, "All right, let's go see what he has to say." Right, and he started talking a lot about the band Fish for some reason, but then the part I remember is that he was saying, "Man, these girls are getting brainwashed by the chemicals in in their shampoo." And I was like, "Whoa." He was like, "Yep, there's brainwashing chemicals in the shampoo. It's the most direct method to influencing the mind chemically." Just reminded me of your nail polish thing.
Yeah, no, I agree. The chemicals and not just the shampoo, but in birth control pills, it like alters the hormones so much to where they actually. I just saw a thing about it today that like it actually like takes away their sense of fear or something. So like I don't know, like
Whoa.
and then I've also heard of women that like get off of it, like if they're with a partner for a long time while they're on it, sometimes like their pheromones like change so much, or like their sense of smell or whatever, their hormones change that they like are no longer attracted to the way that their like partner smells. And they like break up a lot of time, and it just ends up being this like crazy thing.
Damn.
Yeah. So it makes sense that like, the chemicals do something to your brain, and then if you have enough of them, you're wearing it every day, you're putting hairspray, all these different products and nail polish, and then there's this lady, what's her name, Natasha Campbell. She does a lot of really good talks on like the gut biome and whatever, and she was saying that like the first baby usually like when there's like how like autism doesn't just like run in people's like bloodlines or whatever run in the family is because a lot of times they have what is it called? Like their first kid will be autistic and then their other kids won't be. And that's because the first kid gets like a dump of like chemicals from the mom. Like basically everything like it's like they detox basically into the baby. So like the so
Wow.
yeah, it's fucked up. When I realized that I was like, oh my gosh. So yeah, super if you're ever planning on having kids, like super detox before you like get knocked up so
Absolutely.
you're not just like dumping all this, years of wearing makeup and hair products and all kinds of shit. And then because a lot of times
Mhm.
with their second and third kids, they don't have the issues like that the first kid had because they didn't, yeah. I don't know.
Yep.
Thought that was interesting.
Coast is clear.
Yeah.
On the other hand, great for the mum.
Great. Yeah,
Yeah.
terrible. I know. Well, and that's why I think that like so many women get like hooked on like wanting to have like babies after they had the first one because it feels really good. Like you have this all this energy and you're like, I don't know, your body's like working into like overdrive, like producing all this stuff and it, I don't know.
Hmm.
It's interesting.
I can imagine that.
Yeah. And then once you realize like, oh wow, this wasn't like it's not what the movies make it seem like when like the chicks like screaming bloody murder and it's like blah, like they make it so like scary for chicks and it's totally not like that. Like it's not scary like that. Like it's not dramatic like and freaking it's like your body like women's bodies are like they produce certain hormones to handle that kind of pain. So it's not like, you know, I don't know. It's just they do with everything. They like to over dramatize. They want to scare people away from having kids because they don't want us reproducing. So they're gonna make it look all scary in Hollywood. Like, oh my gosh, having a baby is so hard and so this and so that, and it's all nonsense in my opinion.
Good to know. Because their propaganda definitely worked on me.
Dude, it worked on me too for a long time. I was like, not having a kid, that's scary as hell. Like, look at that. Look at these chicks screaming and hooting and hollering and like, oh, kids
Yeah.
are so expensive and oh, this and that and whatever. Like, yeah, it's expensive if you're stupid. It's expensive if you like if you fall for all the traps that they set for like new parents to like, oh, you have to get this and you have to get that and you have to buy this like shitty, freaking like food that's super expensive and full of like lead and aluminum and weird like even the organic baby food has a bunch of poison in it and it's like I don't know, it's set up to like scare you away from it. Then there's a reason why it's it gives your life purpose. It makes you feel like a connection to something that like is far beyond what they could ever sell you in a store.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that reminds me of a brilliant bit in Graham Chapman's book. Graham Chapman was he was in Monty Python. He was like the guy that died really young, and he was a certified doctor, and he had a brilliant, which I can't remember. I wish I could remember. I used to like that book. And I listened to it quite a few times, and he talks about exactly what you were saying, like how they set it up, and it's all sort of it's not really natural. And I wish I could remember because I'd do it justice. But it's like if you had all these pressures and all this audience, could you shit? Something like that. It's a brilliant because the thing is, like Graham, the reason why it resonates with me is because he was an alcoholic. So he was drinking 2 quarts of gin a day at his hardest. So I think that's 2.5 liters. I think of gin a day. Can you imagine?
That's crazy.
Absolutely. Yeah. That I mean that hardly sounds possible. Like that's absurd.
But yeah,
gotta start early to get that in. Jeez.
Yeah. So it's, I don't know, just the fact that he was a doctor and he's in Monty Python and he did so, and he was quite a peculiar bloke. That's something that Graham would say. But I don't know.
Bloke.
It just makes for a good. Oh, and he was a homosexual. So
very nice.
Before it was sort of accepted, I guess.
Yeah, that's another thing is I've, like back when I was looking into the AIDS hoax stuff, and the fact that like, Fauci has his role that he played in that along with this is like no coincidence. But yeah, like the people that, supposedly came up positive for having AIDS, like all of a sudden were negative after they cleaned their life up, after they stopped drinking and doing drugs and partying and all this stuff. All of a sudden they like no longer have AIDS anymore. And it's like, or like there was another documentary I saw where like they recorded, like in the 90s, they recorded themselves going in to a clinic, the same clinic, twice within one day, and they put gay on their paperwork for, the one that came up positive, and then when they went in later and put like negative down, or not negative, they put that they were straight, the test came up negative. So there's like, another example of the whole false positive, false negative, whatever it's called, tests that they're doing now. It's like, I don't know, it's just crazy when you think about it, all the psyops they've run on us and all the shit they've convinced us of, to be like scared of each other, to be scared of like showing affection towards each other. Also like, like the animals that like die when you don't give them any kind of like, affection or whatever, they die quicker because they're like, isolated, and like that's clearly their goal for us, is to try and isolate us away from each other, self-isolate, and
Yeah, when my grandma died, my grandpa died like 5 days later.
Yeah, I've heard of that happening a lot.
Yeah,
I've heard of people dying at the exact same time, like literally like a couple that like old couple like dying in bed together at the same time. Like, dude, that's freaking wild. Like, you can't tell me
and it's funny because his pickup line was, "Hey, you want to get out of this place together?"
Aww.
It was the first thing he said and the last thing he said. Hey, you want to get out of here?
That's cute.
That's a good line. What's wrong with that line? I've been watching those like Riz videos. And I think they're hilarious. Can't remember the guy's name. Have I done this? Sorry, I'm playing Zelda. You know the new Zelda. Oh man, it's so good.
Tears of the Kingdom.
Yeah. So
yeah,
I've been
it's pretty
distracted.
good.
I don't know if I've done this shrine or not. Maybe not. I can't remember what I was saying. Oh yeah, the Riz videos where they just like chatting birds. I can't remember that guy's name. Francisco. Can't remember. But yeah, some of the lines are very cheesy. But the guy looks like a bloody model, so all the girls are like, oh, it's amazing how they find this dude hilarious. Typically. I just can't think of the pickup lines. I wish I could have. It's really stupid shit like there's that other guy who dressed up like Spider-Man and he's like, how spiders bit Spider-Man and he became Spider-Man. Can I be if you bite me, can I be your man, or something like that? What was the other one?
Love is simple. Like, what? Nah, what? Shit. I'm trying to take a song lyric turn it to a pickup line where it says something about like love is simple like mud. You be the water, I'll be the dirt. All we got to do is touch.
I always
Or
liked. I like that shirt, but it looked better on my bedroom floor.
I feel like there's probably a coffee book that exists that has like all of the pickup lines in it, and if it doesn't, we should totally make that shit.
You should.
There's a few coffee. I want to do like a coffee book of memes, like different categories of memes from. So my phone is like got like 6,000 memes in it, so I'm like, I should do something with this. Like, even if I just like organize them into like categories and like make little coffee table books, I feel like I would totally buy that for like a friend for Christmas or something, you know? Like, I want it, I want to make it just so that it exists so that I can like buy it for people, buy it for myself.
Yeah, there's probably a handful of books that we should make that aren't out there yet, or that we could do better.
Yeah, I want to do like a series of like kids books that are all like not like mainstream, like oh the stars in space and like this and that, like basically like
Or dinosaurs.
yeah. Like
Yeah.
talk about the bone wars and be like, so this guy made so like when they do go to school they're like well equipped to like battle the teacher like put
Oh,
them to shame.
oh, that'd be hilarious.
Right, like just totally do the indoctrination the opposite way and like see what happens.
I mean,
But like you'd have to
for real
educate
though.
them on both, so you have to educate them on like this, so this is what they tell you and this is what another idea. It may not even be true, but you know they should know all of the models really, so like all of the
Absolutely.
sides, all the sides of history, you know, like
You're
I don't
definitely
know.
better off. You know, the more you know, for sure. I definitely want to put together like uh some sort of book or video series for my future child, especially if like I don't know something happens and I don't get around to teaching it like the way I want it taught. There's definitely some, you know what I mean? Like just preemptively create, and also of course it wouldn't just be for my kid, but if I could put together information aimed at being digested by young people, I think that'd be a good thing.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they're trying to do it with like weird trainy shit. Why can't we do it for something that'll actually like help them creatively, help them like build something, or you know, like all the things that they didn't teach us in school, like, you know, that's what we should be, you know, focusing on trying to bring to light, you know.
Yeah, let me post this picture here that I stole. You might have seen it already today since we run in similar circles, but someone posted this earlier in one of these servers. Here it is. It's in Livestream one text.
Some good facial hair. That's just about where mine is. It's just about the same, except his stash is better.
You got the goatee going on.
No, it's like 5 o'clock shadow that just is just always there, you know. Noticed Austin has just joined. He's got a good beard, very good beard, Austin. that made me laugh. I was watching Adam Green and Owen Benjamin. They did a stream together. Like, I think it was yesterday. It might have been the day before. But I watched it live anyway. I streamed it in here. And you know, they made a good what were they saying now? Something about, I can't remember exactly, but it was basically that Hamas was Israeli, essentially. You know, Mossad agents, and they were like, "What? You caught some Muslim with no beard? I'm not buying it." It's so true, though, isn't it? You know, you're not showing me a Muslim with no beard. Hello?
Oh, no way. Hey,
That's funny.
you ever seen a dodecahedral Rubik's Cube?
Not sure.
I'll take a picture and post it. I just found this at Goodwill yesterday, and I don't even. There's probably some YouTube tutorial, teaching you some algorithms and how to solve it. But man, I was like, I gotta get this. It'd be quite the accomplishment if I ever solved this one. You see that crazy contraption there?
Oh, yeah, that's weird. I was terrible at that. My brother's good at Rubik's Cube. I'm terrible at stuff like that.
Yeah, I would be horrible at that too. That looks really cool though.
The only thing I'm good at with stuff like in the moment, like games, is the spot the difference. You put two
Oh,
spot the
yeah.
difference. Yeah, I'm fucking awesome at that.
Nice.
Just without even trying, I can just be like that, like that.
Badass, dude.
I was just thinking about
that's your pickup line at the bar. Hey, girl, I'm really good at spot the difference. You know that game? I'm so good.
She'd be like, "Don't touch me." I was just thinking about, because Adam Green was showing Owen Benjamin's tweets, and he was just saying how it basically he got like 80,000 likes on this tweet. I don't know how old it was. I don't think it was old. I mean, that's pretty impressive, don't you think? I was just thinking about it because of some of the things that I was talking about yesterday, which I'm not going to bring up again, but Zanuck was basically saying I shouldn't be saying such things and da 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 da. The truth's going to come out of it. If you're going to get someone like that who's talking about the same thing and he's got like 80,000 likes on a tweet, the truth's coming out of it, in my opinion. And anyway, I shouldn't turn the conversation on something that we should be speaking about, but whatever. So, yeah,
Andy, I have a really weird question for you.
What's that?
Your profile picture, is that you?
No.
I was like, it looked like a Bob Ross meet, and then like it changed. I don't know. I just get curious. I'm like,
No, that's Bob Ross, obviously.
There was one for like a few days. For a few days, it looked like a normal fella, and I'm like, is that him? Anyway, I was just anyway. Hi, sorry.
The normal fellow was from a TV show called Limitless. You know, the one where they did a movie about it where they take a pill and then they can use all the brain, something like that.
Yeah, gotcha.
And they made a TV show. They only did one season, and it's really good.
Was it a British show?
No, it's American.
Huh. But yeah, generally the good shows they'd never let us keep. I feel like, yeah. But
well, I don't know exactly. I mean, I know there's a lot of wokeness in the writing. So they put a lot of grabble in there, but What am I trying to say? I've got a really good system now on Rotten Tomatoes, which is because Rotten Tomatoes is quite woke, so to speak.
Yeah.
Then if the audience scores it well and the critics score it not too great, like that show, I think it's like 50% critics and 70 something audience, then you know it's going to be worth watching.
Right on. Yeah, it's hard for me to like actually want to watch anything anymore, unfortunately, but that gives me hope a little bit. I really like old British shows, like back like Masterpiece Cinema and stuff like that. I'm an old fart like that. And Turner Classic Movies. I like black and white stuff, but yeah, that's cool. I was just really curious about the photo.
I actually struggle with black and white stuff, even though it's so weird. It's just because my sort of bag when I was a kid, it's like 80s stuff. So I always think that the pacing on an 80s film is just right. And I just love it. I love like John Landis and those kind of directors.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, the pacing, that was well said. That's a very good, yeah, by comparison, it's like, oh my God, can we just all watch National Lampoon's Christmas movie? Because that's like perfect. That's like the perfect movie when I go back to it. Anyway. Yeah, get a, oh my gosh, what's the word? Brain fart. Anyway, good, well said. Yes, I agree. Sorry to get you off topic. I was just curious.
No, it's all good. We're just waffling. What's interesting is it's kind of refreshing to go back and watch a 70s movie because, for a time, I remember saying the only thing that was good that came out of the 70s was me, right at the end, 79. Obviously, I'm an old fuck, sorry. But the truth is, there's a lot of good stuff in the 70s. Marvin Gaye, brilliant.
ABBA, definitely. I liked ABBA.
There's a lot of like trash too, but there's some good stuff. But the interesting thing is, if you like, for me, when I go and watch something old, I have to sort of get myself in that place, or listen to some classical music or whatever it is. I have to put myself in that place, and that helps me like take it in, because it's almost like you've seen it for the first time or something weird. But what's interesting is what I'm trying to say is, like, a good movie, let's say The Poseidon Adventure with Gene Hackman. That's a good movie, that right there. And there's some Grabble in it too, but it's hidden a bit more. It's not quite as obvious. I'm not going to that, but the point is, you can watch it and you realize that people just speak, unlike now, where we have to explain ourselves. There's not to offend, right? Because we say a thing, and then we're like, oh, but and then we forever explaining why we don't want to offend people, because that's what the powers that shouldn't be have done with the PC cancel culture.
I agree. I mean, it's really it's whipped my parents, unfortunately, but I'm really glad it's never whipped me. And I guess that's okay that I'm kind of a loner, but gain wisdom in other ways. But yeah, life's too short, and yeah, I just never gave a fuck about it. It's like, well, if you actually want to be my friend and you don't just kick me out of your bar before I even order a drink because you're a petty woman and you don't know me, then yeah, sure, I'll talk about anything. Sorry, that's just a little rant there to lighten the mood. But always good to see you.
I wouldn't blame anyone for not watching TV ever again, because I stopped.
I haven't. Yeah, I've been like sans TV and movies for over 3 years now. It's been the best, but yeah, gotta fill the background noise with something.
And I felt better. I felt much better. I don't know. I wouldn't blame
anyone. Sounds like you got a bit of reading in too, which is good.
Yeah, I was studying lots of different things. Why I'd messed myself up and exactly what I'd done to myself. That's kind of priority. Let's see if I can start to heal myself and get better. But yeah, I did fall down a lot of rabbit holes which I think is also part of the system. I sometimes talk about how World War II, one thing probably not many people mention is that the suicide rate went down to nothing. Do you think that's interesting? It's because they wanted to see tomorrow's headlines. They couldn't wait to see tomorrow's headlines. And a lot of people of the time, they referred to that skirmish as that phony war. That phony war. That's what they referred to it as. So I don't know if you're finding this interesting, but I find it super interesting. It seems to me that all the world's a stage and each must play the part. And some people get like sucked into it for one reason or another. But the point is that it's one distraction after another, isn't it?
Absolutely.
Do you know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. Quantum of Consciousness half-page explanation of reality starts out with there's a universal like system at work distracting you from yourself.
Yeah. Well, I mean, maybe what's most important, but yeah, I think that's you're sort of always sort of trying to point to the deepest of truths. Which, how old are you, dude?
The fundamentals.
How old are you, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm pretty much like 30.
Oh, right. Okay. Pretty much like 30. So what? You're 29?
Give or take.
Jeez. Can't. He's fine. Sorry. It just seems silly. Straightforward question, but that's fine if you don't want. It's sort of, I guess, doxing yourself maybe on some level. So that's not my intention. But yeah, it's funny when I was just thinking about Gregory over on 24/7 because people give Gregory a lot of shit, and they've sort of talked to me about some, oh, he's this and that, and I have to say to him, look, wait a minute, Gregory's very young. He's like 22 or something. He's super young. I've got to think about what I was like at that age. He's so far ahead of me. I don't even know. I can't fathom it because, yeah, I mean, I could say the same for Witsit. I could say the same for a lot of people because I just wanted to get fucking messed up at that age.
Well, that is what I was doing as well for like all of my sad 20s till like God whipped me in the face at 27, but for the frontal time. But yeah, no, nothing wrong with that. Self-awareness is good.
Well, you're right, man. Like, it's pretty much my goal to really only concern myself with the basics, or you could call it the deepest level or whatever. But I mean, that I'm just trying to set down. You know what I mean? Like that rock to build upon. Like, get your foundation straight. Then, because you don't want to start building upon something that needs you to come back and address it and change it, and then you know what I mean. And then, oh wow, what a bunch of work that pulls you into. Like, all right, well, if that one fundamental truth I just found out is wrong, I got a lot of thinking to do. How to repair all the shit I built on top of it, That's why, like, I'm really concerned with like ontology. Although I can't seem to find anyone making like a from the bottom up ontology chart. The closest one I've found is made by like Aristotle, I guess. Aristotle's ontology chart, but it's like it's really like human centric, and it's really limited, and also I just feel like I would tweak some things, which I have. Do you know the one I'm talking about? I can post it if you want.
Yeah, post it.
Let me find ontology chart. And it could, okay. Yeah, there it is. So this is his ontology of being. Of course, ontology.
You posted it in the wrong.
I haven't
in a
posted
different
it yet.
place. Oh, right. Okay. Sorry.
And in fact, it didn't save, so I'm gonna have to screenshot it instead. Crop it. Just about like 5 seconds. Sorry. save, and post. And loaded. There it is. So I started, like, I already, like, decided this was going to be my goal to, like, make an ontology chart from the bottom up. And it wasn't until, like, a year into it that I even came across this chart, and I was like, oh, Aristotle made something just like it. I was like, okay, I must be making some sort of sense if there's, like, a famous chart by a famous philosopher who did basically the same thing. And our charts do have a lot of overlap, but, you know, mine's larger, I guess, you know? Mine just goes into more layers.
Yeah, you know, I was just thinking that there's something to be said for just doing what Owen Benjamin did. Just going out into the sticks in the middle of nowhere, growing your own food and having a big family.
Uh-huh.
And I do think that's probably, on some level, that seems to be against the... I don't really know what to call it. The enemy. I don't know what to call it.
The not nil.
But you see, we can talk about all kinds of philosophies and ideas, and I think when it all comes down to it, I think we could make a good argument for that is what I just said, having the kids and doing that thing. Like, you could make a good argument that that is a reason for being, you know, because we like to endlessly philosophize, and don't you think that ultimately it's just like mental masturbation, ultimately, and quite meaningless?
If you're gonna call it meaningless, then go ahead and lump everything else into that category as well.
I think we're here to struggle and learn. Maybe I should say, therefore, learn.
Well, I always like that. Like I said, I don't know if I said this the other day, so forgive me if you've already heard it. But the last words of that, the Zen master, he said something like, "From bath to bathtub, I've uttered many a nonsense," or something like that. The idea being that they clean you when you're born and they clean you when you're dead. So from bathtub to bathtub, I've uttered a lot of nonsenses. That's kind of how I feel about it.
You remember the one that's like, I think we talked about this before, but it's like, before enlightenment, carry water, and you know the one, right? What is it?
Yeah.
Chop wood and carry water. Before enlightenment, chop wood and carry water. After enlightenment, chop wood and carry water.
Yeah, Zen's been described as when hungry eat, when tired sleep. And, you know, Almos talks about it. Well, doesn't everyone do that? No. Right. When they're hungry, they think about all kinds of food. When they're tired, they dream, or when they sleep, they dream all kinds of dreams. But still, I just think that we just endlessly yapping. Oh, I do anyway. And I think it's quite meaningless, ultimately. You know, that's why I used to bang that jar, you know, the Asian bowl or whatever it was. It'd be like, this isn't reality. And then he'd bong, that's reality. Or you could tell if he were doing the same shtick, but in a different place where he didn't take the props, so to speak. He'd just clap his hands. He'd say, that's reality, you know?
Do you remember when you said, remember when you did a retelling of that story, when Righteous was like, who makes you the arbiter, right? And you're like, no, I am. Yes. Haha. You know, remember that?
Yeah.
You're kind of going against that notion, because there's the sort of like wisdom that you're expressing about where it's like, okay, it's meaningless. and that's great to recognize. But it's both equally, and if you're not going to use like a god to make things have meaning, then you got to give yourself some credit and say, what's important? Nothing's important, but because you're trying to like determine if something has importance by like from like a handed down or like bestowed from a higher authority. But give yourself some credit. If you think something's important, then it's important because you have that ability. Like you have the ability to deem something important, and you would say, oh, that's just subjectively important. Yeah. Is subjective somehow less legit than objective?
The important thing would be the having the kids and taking responsibility and doing the everyday stuff, and you'd be too busy to be philosophizing and doing the scholarly
No, you
thing.
wouldn't.
You see what I'm saying? That's what I'm
You
saying.
wouldn't be too busy for philosophy while you're doing hard work, making fences, milking goats, all that, right? No, plenty of time and reason to philosophize. It's not just flapping your gums, man. It's just as important. Like a good story. I was watching videos on advice of like how to write a good story, right? And they were saying you can put them in some sort of dramatic like your opening page, right? You're going to want to hook the reader. And one way you can hook a reader is just by putting a character in in a life or death situation, because that's relatable. But she's saying the book's not gonna have any like lingering hook if uh like internal like if like there's an external dilemma, right? Survival, right? But unless the author includes like the thoughts of the people and talk about like their feelings and like their goals and like what they hope to accomplish being cut short by death, then it's really not going to grip you. It's all about a balance of external and internal struggles being conveyed through the story.
Yeah, I mean, look, I hate to throw words, and I love words and I love stories, and but I think what I'm trying to say is that the quote unquote enlightenment is a nonsense. That's what I'm saying. I think if
What do you
you have,
mean it's nonsense?
I
Like,
think
what's the
if
proposition of enlightenment?
I think if you think that you're going to gain some thing that's like I don't know what you're hoping to gain, but if it sounds like a tower
To
of
start glowing with
ultimate.
light and levitating off the couch.
Yeah, if
I asked
that's
you
your
what the
ultimate goal,
proposition of enlightenment is, though.
well, I suppose, but from the Buddha it would be nirvana, wouldn't it? But I'm just saying that I I think you could make a better argument for just doing your daily chores and having a big family in the sticks. I think there's a good argument to say this
You
is
ever
our reason for being.
you ever
Yeah,
y-
I feel
Go
like
ahead, man.
it's important to restate this, even though I'm not trying to sound like a broken record, but we need to ask what the proposition is of enlightenment before commenting on it. Because let's say when someone says a statement like enlightenment exists, what they mean with the word enlightenment is a state of peace. So, like, that doesn't sound like nonsense. There are a lot of peaceful people out there. So,
Some people may mean it like that, but there's no like one universal definition, right?
whatever the definition is, we have to put that definition forward before we could even determine if it has a truth value.
Absolutely.
So,
Yeah.
which definition's nonsense?
Well, I mean, look, if we're going to, what we're going to do, think our way out of this place.
Thinking
No, is our thoughts limited? And the simple answer is yes. Would you agree with that?
Our thoughts? No, that's the part of us that is unlimited.
Oh, right. So, do thoughts come from God then? And it could be anything. You could literally think of anything that thing could think of. Is that it?
Well, the mind is the bridge between the actual and the potential. All right, it takes in from both sides, and it kind of outputs both. You know what I mean? Like, where did the new ideas come from?
Well, the Bible says there's nothing new under the sun, doesn't it?
Is that from the book?
I don't know. I'm guessing.
Hold up. So Andy,
Yo.
what was that statement you said
feel like
before?
definitely
You
a
said we
useful
can't think
aspect.
of ourselves out of this, or something like that. Can you repeat the statement?
Yeah, I do feel like a
There's
little
no
bit like
solving philosophy.
I feel like people are. I remember I was sitting here actually, and I was thinking quite. I thought it was quite like a moment. Like I had like when you get that moment, you're like, oh God, this is like a aha moment. I was thinking about enlightenment and it being like a Tower of Babel, like a back door to heaven.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
it made so much sense to me. I was like, at the time anyway, it's probably nonsense, but in that moment, I was just thinking about that, and we end up in this weird place where we think we can. I don't know. We sort of worshiping the intellect, and
Sure.
I don't think we can, because I've often asked, like I asked Loggy, I said, "What's the end goal? To what end?" And he said, "Enlightenment." I was just like, "This seems ridiculous." I don't know. There's something like it's like a fool's errand. Um,
Exactly. But in a good
in
and a bad way.
I don't know. I don't know. In
The
Zen, they compare enlightenment to tricking a child with like an adult when he's got something in his fist, as if he's got something in his fist, And that's the way I look at it. I think it's I sort of see I recognize my own limitations, and I go, I don't know, I'm comfortable with that, and I see not only that, I see that through those limitations, there'll always be conflict. There'll always be conflict. A
and the
choice.
opposite.
The choice of this and that. And so the good, the bad, the thumbs up, the thumbs down, you know what I'm saying?
Uh-huh.
So this is why I always say that my baseline is stillness, is no thought, no thinking at all. And you don't disappear when there's no thoughts in your head whatsoever. I mean, the time, how can I put the false mind made sense of self is not there. So in a sense, that disappears. So if you think you're that, and what I mean, I'm talking about memory. If you think you're memory and nothing more, that disappears. There's no time in that stillness. So that disappears. But you're more than that. There's much more to you than that, than just memory. And
Sure.
that should,
But you don't want to dismiss your physical material side either.
no, it has its place here. It has its
Yeah.
place, doesn't it?
Yeah.
For temporary.
You're both. You're eternal. You're temporary. You're finite. You're infinite. Deal with it. It's good to be aware of both sides, and that's kind of like the conclusion I've came down to with all philosophy. There's no conclusion to philosophy. All the arguments, all the ponderings, all the points being made, all the arguments. Yeah, it's an eternal war going on, and it's like, okay, what's the point of that, right? That's That's a question. But it's not something that can be solved. There's this movie about golfing. It's like, it's a game that can't be won, only played. And you do have the choice to play it or not play it. And it's like, okay, stillness. You can choose to not play it. Sure. Or you can choose to play it. It's up to you. Because, I mean, not to sound grim, but you can back out of this whenever you want, right? So obviously you see the worthwhileness in this because you're choosing to continue every single moment.
What were you talking? Sorry, Fallen. Was it you the other day talking about? You were talking about objectivity, I think, and you were using this term stance something or other. Was
I was
that you?
explaining to people the difference between things that are stance dependent and stance independent.
It's funny because the guy who was debating Austin the other day, I can't remember the guy's name. The guy with the backwards baseball hat on. He used that term, and I thought to myself, that's the fucking second time I've heard that term in 24 hours or whatever it was. 48. I don't know. It was very close together, and I thought,
what term?
stance dependent. I can't remember the context of the conversation. I think we were talking about objectivity, weren't we? Or subjectivity. I can't remember.
That's another two words you can use, whether something is subjective or objective, right? Objective is stance independent, subjective is stance dependent.
Yeah, this is. I just remember the guy. The guy who was. I can't remember that guy's name. Sorry, everybody. Maybe Austin could chime in and let me know. But yeah, that's the second time I've heard that, and I was like, oh, that's recent. That's like in 24 hours. Stance dependent. Oh, yeah, I have to remember that.
Yeah. It's a concept I think should be teaching since a much younger age. It's kind of sad that schools don't teach any concepts in relation to formal logic or philosophy, because having fundamentals of those can allow you to operate much better and track much better what's going on in a conversation. Or like semantic analysis, for example. That's a thing someone would hear and say, what the hell does that mean? And ironically, that's what semantic analysis is all about. What does someone mean when they say something? That's also important. There's a lot of people that don't realize that the whole concept of language in and of itself is proprietary. And there's not such thing as like vocabularic realism where there's like some objective definitions to words. So having that in mind also helps. None of these concepts are taught to kids or anybody for that matter. You have to go out of your way into certain philosophy communities and hardcore logic communities to gain an understanding of these things. And I think that's a shame.
Yeah.
You ever seen those circles of the components of language? Where like it's like it starts with phonemes, and then phonemes is surrounded by morphemes, and then morphemes is surrounded by grammar, and then grammar is surrounded by semantics, and then semantics is surrounded by pragmatics.
This is a good subject because I need to go pee. I've been holding it for ages. But I don't know how I feel because this is a weird thing for me because I think I see how the Socratic method is so very important so we understand each other. But then there's another part of me that's like that we sort of get lost. We sort of take it. What am I trying to say? We get bogged down by it in some way as well. Where so I'm a little bit torn because I always think, well, as long as you get the gist of what I'm saying, that'll do. As you know, so yeah, this is an interesting topic for me because I'm not. I don't know. I don't know how I feel about it. It depends. I better go pee, then I'll come back. Perhaps we can talk about it more.
So what were you guys talking about? You said stance dependent. That was objective or subjective?
Yeah, if something is stance dependent, you could say that's synonymous with being subjective. And if something's stance independent, you could say it's synonymous with being objective.
Okay, gotcha.
Is what's it gets it here? I'll take that as a no. I'd love to debate them on the shape of the earth.
Damn, you guys are killing me.
What's going on?
What happened to the other guy? He had to step out or what?
He's just taking a leak.
Yeah,
So
sorry about that. I was going to say, like, I think if we're just trying to communicate and hopefully you get the gist of what I'm saying, that's enough. But if you try that wishy-washy kind of stuff with QE or someone like that, then you're gonna hold your feet to fire. You're gonna get mooted. You probably booted out. So
Well, the required accuracy of the communication depends on the situation, right? Because surely, if you're trying to communicate you're angry at someone, there's a million and one ways to do that. But if you're trying to communicate a highly specific concept or a set of instructions for a certain thing, that's obviously going to require a much more fine-tuned communication. And there's going to need to be semantic analysis of what does 0.5 degree protrusion from the anchor point actually mean in this case, things like that. So accuracy you need is just going to depend on how much accuracy is needed for what's trying to be accomplished. Right.
that's a super good point. Well said.
in that chart that I described, do you know why they would put like semantics as an inner circle surrounded by pragmatics?
What did you say?
That chart I was saying, like the components of language, phoneme, morpheme, grammar, semantics, and pragmatics. It's like, do you know why pragmatics would be like that outer layer?
Mm-hmm.
It's like, does anyone have a hard time like following that? I know it's kind of technical terms.
No, why don't you post the chart in the general
I don't have it
chat,
on
though?
hand.
Okay, never seen it, but
But it's basically breaking it down like the components of language. First, there's sounds, just mouth noises, and then those mouth noises can be combined, or maybe one single note, like a. That's one noise, but so it can double up as a morpheme because it has meaning. So like first there's sounds, then there's combinations of sounds that have meaning, like a word, a morpheme, and then the morpheme is arranged grammatically or with syntax into like, okay, there's sounds, now there's meanings attached to sounds, now there's an order of words, syntax, and then there's semantics, which is what those words in the arrangement mean. And then like denotatively, and then pragmatics is like expressions. The final layer of language is you don't actually mean what you said denotatively when you say knock yourself out. That pragmatically you didn't actually mean knock yourself out. You meant have a good time. It's like semantically it has that meaning of like make yourself go unconscious. But then like the final layer added onto language is like indirect meaning.
Yeah.
That's it.
I mean, that makes
I think-
sense for the most part, aside from a couple of things. Yeah.
It's like a phoneme is a sound, a morpheme is a word, syntax and grammar, like the order you put them in, and then semantics is what it all means, and then pragmatics is a human using something that means something in a different way, which has to come later.
I think that would actually still be semantic. I think pragmatics would just be a question. It'd be kind of an orthogonal question, like what is the general use of this word? What's its utility or something like that? That's what I think of when I hear the word pragmatic.
Yeah, it might be better used as like denotative semantics and then connotative after that.
Yeah. By the way, I wanted to ask Europia79 a question because I noticed you posted something in the general chat. You said, "Me personally, I don't get the need of these religious people like fallen to spread their religious beliefs and gain converts." I don't know if that was a typo and you meant somebody else, but you might be surprised to hear. You shouldn't be. I'm actually not religious.
I hadn't heard you say anything religious so far.
No,
Yeah,
me neither. Actually, what's with the name? If you don't mind me asking, interesting name choice.
Europia79.
No, I mean your name.
Oh, dot fallen.
Yeah, it's an interesting choice of name. Why did you choose that one?
I think it's better if I leave it cryptic.
Ooh.
Okay.
But
I mean,
the same name I've had since I've joined the Discord app. I could say that much.
well, I mean, it has religious connotations. My first instinct would say, don't you think?
In the same way that the word blood can have religious connotations.
Sure.
Sure. Dot blood, capital letters.
I heard this Gnostic podcast use this phrase the other day where they're like, yeah, the way Christianity is going to be redeemed and taken more seriously is to get away from viewing it as the story of the redemption of man and view it correctly as the story of the redemption of God. God fucked up and we're here to clean up his mess, basically.
More blaspheming, Bacon. How dare you? Get out.
No, I'm saying you got me. That's a very strong proof right there.
Oh, right, the Bob, yeah. It's always flat. That's hilarious.
I like that one.
Hey, Bacon, I hope you're vegan.
I'm not.
That's not good.
Why you hoped I was vegan?
I don't know. I just had a feeling.
Oh, because I'm called Bacon?
Yeah.
You expect otherwise?
Nope.
So say God was just hanging out by himself and he noticed he had like a little rotten piece of himself. And he's like, all right, I need to address this. I want to be perfect, but I'm not. So I'm going to build a filter and I'm going to make this filter only allow the good parts of me back through. I'm going to throw all of myself into this container, and only the good parts will be able to escape out of it through living a good life. And when they die, they'll get to return back to, heaven or the throne or whatever. And all the bad parts won't be able to make it through the filter, and they'll be trapped and isolated. And I'll be able to, toss it out with the garbage.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting.
I heard it called the Roach Motel theory.
I like that. I like
God's
the.
God's just doing a little self work here,
I like the. Norm. I've mentioned this before, so sorry if you've heard it, but the Norm Macdonald. I think he was on the. It's that Nerdist podcast. I think it might have been on that one. Can't remember, but he talks about how, because Norm was quite a deep thinker. People don't realize that because he was always trying to pass himself off as the dumbest guy in the room. And I love Norm. But anyway, he said something like that. God couldn't create good because that wouldn't be creation, because he's already good. So it would just be expansion. So he could only create bad. But the creation itself, in a cool twist and a godlike way, could then create something good out of the bad. Isn't that's really cool, don't you think?
Oh, that's really fun.
Yeah.
It's like when you're God, there's only downhill from here. It's like shit, I'm perfect. Well, I can't. Okay, I guess there's only downhill from here. I can't go any higher. So might as well, hit rock bottom so I can climb back up. Or, I know what you're saying. Make something bad because only bad can create. Because bad can come uphill, right? There's only downhill from God's perspective, so he has to make something bad in order for anything good to be accomplished or any progression upward. Of course, I think it's a mistake in the first place, giving it like an ego and a anthropomorphism and shit.
So what's your deal, Fallen? Anyway, if you don't mind me asking, we established you're a vegan. That's what I'm guessing. Just off that last comment. And are you an atheist as well, or?
I would say
I like listening to Fallen a lot. This guy's hilarious.
Well,
Sorry to
I
interrupt.
asked him.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I asked him the question.
I would say I'm agnostic.
Okay, so you on the fence a bit, right? Not sure.
It wouldn't be on the fence. It's like I'm unconvinced on the proposition of the existence of a deity. But that's all I can say, right? I can't affirm a negative proposition to any sort of claim.
So far.
Don't get me started, bro.
Like there's a difference between saying there is definitely no deity that exists and saying I'm unconvinced on whether or not a deity exists.
You do know that you're making a claim when you say that, though, right?
Yeah, and the claim is that the claim is that I'm unconvinced, and that's just going to be an analysis of my psychology.
Okay, but you not being convinced has a claim built in. So you're implicitly making the claim that it is possible that all of the order and information, etc., that we observe can exist without intelligent agents. To even take a position that it's possible there is no quote unquote creator is intrinsically making a claim that it's possible that all of this could exist without one. Sorry, I'm at a
No, It's not making a claim. I'm saying that, like, I'm unconvinced that there is a creator. Saying that is also saying that I'm unconvinced that there's not a creator.
But you understand you're
So
saying it's possible that this could exist without one.
I'm unconvinced that it's possible.
I'm not sure the miscommunication.
Are you able to turn the music off?
No.
Well, I think
Yeah,
it's fair to say.
if someone says I'm agnostic on whether Jeremy went to the party, what they're not saying is that it is within the laws of physics for Jeremy to have entered the party or not. They don't even know if that abides by the laws of physics. It's also agnostic on whatever propositions you think are required to get to the proposition that was stated. So in the case of me saying I'm agnostic on whether Jeremy went to the party, if you think that there's any premises that would be required, I'm also just going to be agnostic on those premises, right?
No. You're saying it's possible that Jeremy did go to the party, and it's also possible he didn't go to the party, right? So you understand that if someone says, I'm unconvinced there's a creator, right? I'm indifferent. I make no
No,
claim.
I don't know if it's possible in one direction or another.
Okay.
I
Well,
don't
then
know.
that means that you philosophically tapped out of the discussion. Like you didn't make the philosophical determination. So why not? You might as well, right? You might as well.
If I asked you what color shirt am I wearing, would you say you're agnostic on it?
Yeah, I don't know what color shirt you're wearing, but that isn't analogous.
Would you say that you're philosophically tapped out now due to a lack
Totally
of
not.
evidence
Totally
pointing in
not
any
analogous.
direction?
It's not analogous, right? If I was
I
to be
don't know
able
what
to
the disanalogous is.
right, yeah, we're talking about being able to observe the evidence of this place and then philosophically deduce whether or not it's possible that what we observe could be here without intelligent agency. I'm just explaining that most people they say that it sounds good, but if you say I'm unconvinced there's a creator, you are implicitly claiming it's possible there is not one.
Yeah, so what you're saying is that I'm affirming a negative proposition.
You are saying it's possible.
And I'm also saying it's possible there is one, but not really because I'm agnostic on the possibility. You see the difference? I don't know if it's possible.
Okay, now that's why I
Like
said.
someone could say, I'm
That's why I
not
said that's
familiar enough with the laws of physics to know if an electron can rotate around an atom over a certain mass, right?
okay. Well, what I'm saying is, what you would then do is like if you're like, okay, I don't know if it's possible, you could then use logic and philosophically assess that question, or you could choose to not do that. And so your current position appears to be that you chose to not do that. I mean, it's certainly your own prerogative. I'm just making a point that if someone says that I'm not convinced there's a creator, they are taking the position that it's possible there is not one. I'm not really sure what the miscommunication is.
And they're also taking the position that it's possible there is one. Does that mean
Correct.
does that mean that they hold some sort of contradiction in their head? No, they're
No,
not affirming
no,
both at the same time.
no,
Okay, so
no.
it's not affirming anything.
I'm not saying it is. What I'm saying is, have you ever tried to logically?
Sorry, your mic
Sorry,
cut out.
I got a call. I'm saying, have you ever tried to logically substantiate the idea that this place is possible without one? Like, I mean, can you present to me a logical argument for that? That's what I'm asking. Like, I'm not saying you're making a claim. You're specifically not making a claim. Okay, I get that. I'm just saying. Well, but the claim that you are implicitly making is that it's possible. right? Like if I see a girl, she's a quote unquote girl, but she's wearing tons of makeup and all this stuff, and I'm like, she's got this really strong jawline and Adam's apple. I'm like, it's possible that's a dude. You know, I don't know. I'm not claiming it as a girl or a dude. Yeah, fair enough. I'm not saying you're making a definitive claim. What I'm saying is I would be saying it's possible that's not a girl. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And then I could substantiate it logically. Well, yeah, because a dude can just wear a wig and put some makeup on and blah, blah, blah. So, like, if you can substantiate the idea logically, I would be happy to hear it. I'm more so interested to hear it because I can't do that. And I'm readily willing to say that maybe that's an ineptitude of mine or something, right? I mean, I've just never heard anyone do that.
You don't think that there's information in the universe that your mind wouldn't have access to? Like, if I asked you a question like, is Pat a girl? And you said you're agnostic on it, would that be for you to say it's possible that Pat is a guy? And if so, it sounds like when you're using the word possible, what you're simply saying is that you acknowledge that with the lack of information you have, there could be information that comes to you indicating that they're a guy. Not that
Correct.
it is
Correct.
indeed stands independently the case based on any propositions that there's some laws of physics allowing them to be a guy or whatever. Because like when you say possible, it seems to invoke a modality, and the only modalities I'm aware of are either a physical or logical modality.
This is a philosophical discussion. So
It sure is.
we can look at physical evidence, right? We can look at the physical world and then try to aid our philosophical determination or discussion. But it's intrinsically philosophical. But what I'm saying is every time I get into the specifics with someone that claims to be atheist or atheist agnostic, no one claims to be atheist based. Like they all claim to be atheist agnostic. When I then begin to kind of press them to say, hey, can you like lay that out for me? Like, how is that logically possible? They're like, no, I don't have to do that. I'm just saying I don't know. And I'm like, well, technically you're saying it's possible there's not one, right? Now, whether or not it's personable or some religion's right or it's a dude or a girl or it's even personable at all or if there's multiple quote unquote creators or anything like that, you know, that's all separate. I'm just saying, logically speaking, there's really no philosophical argument for the idea that there isn't a creator. And I stand pretty solid on that position because every time I press someone, credentials aside, I mean, they just cave.
So now it sounds like you're making a claim. And the claim is that it is logically impossible for there not to be a creator.
Correct.
And if I said I'm unconvinced of that, that would not me be putting forward a proposition. That would be me saying I'm unconvinced on that proposition. And then you can try to give me evidence or deploy an a priori argument, and I may or may not find that convincing. Which means that in the end, I'm not making a claim.
Well, you started by making a claim. Now I've made a claim. So in the scenario that I just came and made a claim to you, then you're correct. You can just challenge it. And
I never made a claim. A claim requires me affirming something. Like it would have to be something like, it is raining outside today. The Xbox is white. My TV remote emits radio waves, right? Those are claims, right?
Can I get a third party to weigh in? And I'm going to rephrase what I'm saying one more time. If someone says, I'm currently unconvinced that there is a creator, does the rest of the room agree that you are implicitly claiming it is possible that this place could exist without one?
No, the only claim that's being made is one of my psychology. The claim is that to my knowledge, to the limits of my knowledge, it doesn't seem to be the case that this wouldn't be. So you could say it's a claim about my psychology. I'm making a statement about the fact that I am unconvinced, right? But I'm not making a claim about the actual proposition in any way.
Okay. I mean, I get I get that really what people do is they tap out of discussion and it's your own prerogative. Okay? I'm just saying that I don't understand why anyone would do that. So, for example, do you agree that we observe naturally occurring order and information? Like in this natural world, we observe very meticulously ordered information. For example, DNA, right, is incredibly ordered and sequenced. It's by definition information, right? Genetic code, a sequence. It's meticulously ordered. So we observe that, right? So like everyone can agree, we observe ordered information in the form of DNA naturally occurring. Okay, now we have two propositions. One is that can arise without intelligent agency behind it or intent, right? Or that it cannot. Okay, and so I'm just saying I've never heard anyone explain it like okay, I'll make the claim to progress the concept. I do not think it is possible to have meticulously ordered information reoccurring because random chaotic disorder cannot bring about meticulously ordered information that is reoccurring. Okay, which is what information is, sequential. So like that's my claim. So in order to combat that, someone has to say no. Random chaotic disorder can cause ordered information, right? Like that. I mean, someone can just say they don't want to talk about it or whatever, but I mean, that's different.
Was it you're a little bit off your game right now? I don't know if it's because you're distracted or not, but yeah, you're going a little bit too fast on your arguments, and I don't think he's following at all.
What? What are you talking about? Don't speak for me.
I think he's following. I think that he's a smart guy.
I'm hearing what he's saying. There's two things though. You made me forget actually what the other thing was that I was going to say. But to respond to him, the first thing I would say is I just don't see why it would be the case that a non-intelligent design universe would not be the way that you describe it as. How would I know? Like, what universes do we have to compare it to?
I just explained. Random chaotic disorder cannot result in specific, meticulously ordered information that is reoccurring. Like let's pull it back a bit. Let's pull it back. Let's pull it back a bit. Just check this out.
He literally just proved my point.
Let me ask you this question.
No.
Okay, now you're currently unconvinced and you're indifferent, if you want to say that, right? I don't want to put words in your mouth. But do you agree that if there was a creator, that would be significant? Like that it would be important to your life?
Yeah, totally.
Right. Okay. So it is important. So it's worthy of investigation. Right.
Yeah, totally.
And that's kind of my point, because most people that take the atheist agnostic position, they don't really do that. So it's like, okay, the first question would be,
that's untrue. So let me clarify. When I say I'm unconvinced of something, at no point did I say I haven't looked into it. If anything, it means in spite of what I've seen or observed, I haven't been able to determine anything of it. There doesn't seem to be enough evidence to point me in one direction or another, rather. And another thing, because now I remembered what I was trying to say before, saying I'm unconvinced about something is not me saying that I'm uninterested in a given subject. It's just specifically saying that I have not yet reached a conclusion on a given proposition.
Sure. And just to clarify, I was just acknowledging a generalization, right? I didn't attribute it to you personally. I just said typically people don't actually, examine it or consider. So what I mean by that is very specifically, meaning like the logical antecedents and stuff like that. So the first question that would naturally arise, right, is does anything exist outside of the material world? Right? So we have matter and energy, right? Does anything exist outside of that? That would be one of the first logical questions, right? And so if we were to say no, that we have a philosophy for that. It's called naturalism. And there are different versions of it, methodological naturalism. There are many different versions. And basically, it is nothing supernatural exists. All that exists is the natural world, right? And so that would be a pretty pressing question. We should try to figure that out. And I think that we can figure it out by using natural laws, right? So like, let's just go with like one of the most famous ones ever, the first law of thermodynamics. Matter cannot be created nor destroyed. That's not a theory. No one came up with it. It's just an observation that we made. It seems to always be the case. It can only be transferred, not created nor destroyed. So now we have to try to like understand how that's possible. If nothing exists outside this natural world or this quote unquote universe, okay, then where did the matter and energy come from? Was it always here? Because if it cannot be created nor destroyed, it's either always here or it came from somewhere outside of this place. Can we agree on that? That's kind of the only two options.
Sounds like a vague, abstract, philosophical question. But I was just saying that the question of where did X come from sounds like a vague, abstract type of question.
I'm not really asking where it came from. I'm saying if matter cannot be created nor destroyed, so if matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed, we only have two options to explain the matter and energy we observe. A, it was always here, therefore never created. Or B, it came from somewhere outside of here. Like, if that's a false dichotomy, you can just offer a third option.
Well, that just moves the problem somewhere else. If it came from somewhere else, where did it then come from in that place? Did that place just have a different law of physics where matter can just come from literally nothing? If that's the case, it seems like that solves the problem.
Well, that's a good point. That's a good point. So either we claim it was always here or it came from outside of here. If it came from outside of here, it would be an infinite regress unless there was some source that wasn't confined to that natural law. And that would, by definition, be superseding natural confinement, right? That which is not confined to the laws of nature. That would be supernatural. So when you really press the atheists on this, I mean, they either A, have to claim that it was always here, or B, they have to invoke the supernatural, by definition, something that, something that isn't confined to the natural law. You see what I'm saying? So, like, if we actually apply philosophical deduction to this discussion, we start to get some clarity. I'm just saying that typically speaking, people don't do that. I'm not saying that you don't. I'm just saying. I gotta go in there. I gotta go run the music for a second.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah, I mean, if we're asking a separate empirical question like what amount of rigor has someone put into investigating certain laws of physics or logical possibilities of things, I have no clue. Other people do things that I haven't observed enough. I don't know if there's some documentation or surveys out there asking people this question. Maybe there's not.
Most people don't think about this, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Which is why I would, and here it comes, I'd be agnostic on it.
What's your take on my point?
It sounds like you're saying there's some logical reason as to why God has to exist.
Oh yeah, we're talking about naturalism. We haven't got to a God or not, right? We're just talking about, does anything exist outside the material world?
Yeah, I'm saying, because the original thing you said, it sounds like your proposition is that it must be logically impossible for God not to exist. And the logical contradiction is going to be derived.
That's not what he's saying.
Some sort of.
Well, that is my claim, actually. That my ultimate claim is it is logically impossible.
Yeah, so it seems like you guys are the bad listeners. not me.
Yeah, but that's like you have to break it down a bit though. So that's why we took a step back because I was getting ahead of ourselves, right? So like, take a step back, and then we apply the idea. The first question: does anything exist outside of this place, like outside of the material world? And so we just use a natural law. Like it's a famous philosophy. It's called naturalism. So you can, basically you can pair empiricism and naturalism. Empiricism is ironically self-contradictory, right? Because it's a philosophy, but it's the idea that basically all that can be relied upon or all that exists is that which can be perceived with the senses or scientifically tested. But you philosophize that, so it's ironic. All that aside, bro, what I'm saying is, do you think it's possible that the matter and energy here just was always here? Like, is it possible that this material world or material quote unquote universe was just eternally here? Do you think that that's possible?
To my knowledge, yeah. Sounds like it could be a thing. I don't see why it wouldn't be able to be.
Yeah, and so as much as we've discussed right now, I would agree with. Okay, but then when you apply the second law of thermodynamics, you run into an issue because it's that entropy will always increase. And so what that means is that the amount of usable energy in the universe, quote unquote, is decreasing over time progressively. And so if something is progressing, then it has to have a starting point. And it'll eventually run out of usable energy, effectively ending. And this has been acknowledged for many, many years, right? Like some of the most famous atheists ever. I put this quite elegantly, right? It's Stephen Hawking, for example, compared it to human progression. So, like, if you believe in evolution and you think, well, humans progressed over time, well, then we had to progress from something, right? You have to have a starting point to progress from. So, when you combine the first and second law, you can't really. It doesn't really work to say that the universe has just eternally been here. And so now we have to step back and be like, okay, we're only left with one option, which is something supernatural, something at one point in time had to create the matter and energy, which means that it's not confined to natural laws as we know them. You follow me?
Mm-hmm.
So therefore, say I'm an atheist, I have to now invoke something supernatural outside of this material universe. Sorry, I'm at a hockey game. I know it's. I have to invoke something outside of this material universe that's supernatural, meaning not confined to natural law, right? That created the matter and energy that we observe. Now, does that necessarily mean a god? No, but it has to be not confined to space, matter, and time. Therefore, eternal, external, right? And has to create matter and energy. Therefore, be supernatural. So, I mean, we're getting very close to saying God already. You know what I'm saying?
I'm not so sure because when I think about it, I don't see why the laws of physics couldn't just be such that everything can come from literally nothing for no reason in an instant. In fact, I think I've actually seen some models of physics that allow for exactly that.
Okay, well, you agree that would be creation.
I suppose you could call it that.
It'd be created from nothing. Well, the problem with it is that from our understanding of the natural world, matter and energy cannot be created nor destroyed. So whatever created this, it can't just be nothing. It has to be something that's energy, meaning ability to do work. At least that's how they define it. That's absolutely stupid, but it doesn't matter for intents and purposes. The ability to do the work required to create the matter and energy. So there's some supernatural, energetic, eternal, external source.
Well, that could be just our current non-specified model of physics. It could actually be that it's a little more complicated than that, and there are conditions where something literally comes from nothing. This has happened many times in the world of physics. We have a theory of how things work, but then we make a new observation, and then we do some testing, and a new, more refined theory is formulated with more specificity and more nuance. So
sure, but this is not a
I can only
theory. This
think.
is a natural law. Like, no one theorized this. It's just an observation. It's just, we just described what we observe every time. So if it was a theory, I'd agree with you, right? It's always going to change in science. But
Well, wait,
this is a
theories
natural
are.
law, so you're going to have to claim the natural laws are wrong.
Well, wait. Natural laws are theories. Every natural law that we describe are just theories of how we believe the world around us to work, right? Everything is literally a theory.
No.
And by the way, a theory
No.
is not a guess or something like that. Yeah, that is what a theory is.
It's
an
not, though. Like,
explanation of how the world works.
we're not explaining anything, though. We're just making an observation. We're just saying matter and energy cannot be destroyed. We're just saying energy or entropy always increases. These are just observations that people have made. The
Was it?
natural
Can
laws
you?
are specifically not theories.
Was it? Can you re-explain your point about the second law, please?
Yeah. So if you apply a second law of thermodynamics, entropy will always increase, and what that means is that the amount of usable energy in the universe will decrease progressively over time. And so eventually it'll reach the point where there is no usable energy. And so what happens then? Does it end? Now the atheist will say, I assure you, that, well, no, I mean, just because there's no usable energy doesn't mean that the universe literally ceases to exist. Okay, whatever that means. But the main point is that if it's progressing, if it's decreasing progressively, it had to have a starting point. And that's why I invoke Stephen Hawking, because he said it very elegantly. He used a good analogy of human progression. So if I step into the atheist worldview and I consider evolution, the idea is that we evolved intergenerationally over time, right? So we progressed. Human progression. Well, we're progressing from a starting point. You can't progress infinitely, right? You can't infinitely regress, right? So like if I'm evolving, then I'm evolving from a starting point, right? So same goes for if the usable energy of the universe is decreasing progressively, it's progressing from a starting point. And what that means is that there has to be a beginning to this place. Does that make sense?
Yeah, gotcha.
Yep. So if you apply the first and second laws of thermodynamics, you end up having to say that, well, something outside of this place created the matter and energy that we see. I mean, there's really no other logical alternative. I'm open to hearing one, but I can't think of one.
Could I offer a third option that, for me, I think is a viable alternative, and that's idealism. The idea that more or less material reality is an illusion, and so like the way you're approaching this argument, which I do think is a valid and a very good argument, but it's essentially approaching it from a materialistic mindset, as if material reality is fundamentally true. Where in my viewpoint, it's consciousness and the metaphysical, which is fundamentally true. And if you take metaphysics or your sort of soul, for lack of a better word, to be the fundamental nature of reality, then like trying to prove your soul or the creation story of the quote unquote universe through material means seems like a futile gesture.
Well, that's actually the question we were trying to answer is, does anything exist outside of this material world? Right. That's the question on the table. You invoke the metaphysical, of course, meaning beyond the physical. And the answer to that would be yes, something exists outside of this material world, which I would obviously agree.
Yeah, it's self-evident that something exists outside this physical world. What I would say is it's only what is outside this physical world which actually exists. All material reality is inherently an illusion.
Well, that's certainly an interesting claim, but even if that were true, it just kind of further substantiates creationism, because that requires a consciousness and intelligent agency. So
I agree with that, but not necessarily a god.
Well, intelligent agency is a creator. Whether or not that's a personable intelligent agent is a separate question. That's why the word God is actually kind of misplaced in this conversation.
Yeah, well, I definitely agree with that. I think what ends up happening is everyone believes, like, sort of in some sort of basic level, that there is a metaphysical, there is a supernatural, but like Big Bang sort of people say, like, it's a quantum foam before the Big Bang that existed, which just means something metaphysical. But like my worldview, and it is just a theory, but like, consciousness is the true atom. So we all, like every conscious sentient being, pre-existed before the world, and it wasn't God that created us. We've been eternal. But that's a woo-woo idea, but I do think it's tenable.
And I had a question also.
Okay. Go ahead.
I mean, going back to the first and second laws of thermodynamics, I mean, matter can be created nor destroyed. I don't know. I was kind of thinking of some stuff like the government having like secret technologies, like possible ZPM 0 point modules that they can harness like infinite energy from the ether of the universe, and also going to the example of, for example, Nikola Tesla, who wanted to propagate like free energy wirelessly, and so kind of taking these ideas into account, it really seems like the government and the elites are really against like this infinite, cheap, free energy. Because then otherwise they wouldn't be able to control us as easily.
Yeah, and of course that would be transferring existing energy, or at least potential energy, right?
But
So I do agree
in the case
that
of
they
the
could do
Nikola
that.
Tesla towers, yes.
Well, any quote unquote 0 point module would be actually just tapping into an existing source of potential. And I certainly agree that that's for sure what can be done. But it would be in line with the first law, right? And I will make this point very clear. I don't even necessarily believe in the first and second law, right? I am only invoking them because if someone is to invoke the philosophy of naturalism, they must adhere to those natural laws.
Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking, the first and second law kind of works in their favor to keep us under control, kind of sort of idea.
Yeah, I hear what you're saying, but I mean, technically, the first law wouldn't be violated if you were to harness energy from the ether, because you're transferring it, right? So the idea is that ether or energy cannot be created nor destroyed, only transferred, transformed. And I would say I agree with that in our natural confinement, right? I mean, that's as far as I can tell. I mean, you look at a vacuum chamber, there's energy in it, and energy just pops out of nowhere, quote unquote. Now, if you were in the metaphysical, could it be created? I would say sure, yeah. And then again, you have to actually define energy, and it's the whole thing.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you guys. Your conversation with Fallen is actually done. It looks like Fallen dropped out.
Okay.
And you didn't even get to your argument about information, which is also
Yeah.
a compelling argument.
Well, that's like that's the slam dunk, right? Because if you are to claim that matter and energy is all that exists, information is specifically not either one of those things. So you can't claim that. And so what I had the atheist then says, well, maybe matter, energy, and information exist. It's like, okay, well, information is metaphysical. Information is an ordered conveyance that results in knowledge. It's sequential, ordered, meticulous, right? It's a sequence that conveys understanding or knowledge. So that right there is a problem in of itself to naturalism, right? That not just matter and energy exists, information exists. And that intrinsically invokes intelligent agency, right? Like it's something metaphysical that's ordered. And then you get into the next point, which is, of course, how do you even have that sequence ordered information, right? Unless there was intent that ordered it. And then they will say chaos theory. If they're smart, the best thing they can say is that. And that's, of course, the theory that order can arise from chaos. The idea that I can take the world's most complicated watch, put it in a mason jar, take every little bitty piece, it's got 1,000 pieces, take them all apart, put them in the mason jar, and start shaking it. And if I shake it for long enough, after 1 billion years or whatever it is, that watch will be in the mason jar, right? It'll be a perfectly functional timepiece. All those little pieces will fall in just the right way where they're back to back to back to back to back. It will actually create the watch. And that's absolutely absurd. And to make it even worse than that, you would need millions of mason jars that you started shaking at the same time to all make the watch at the same time, which is also absurd. And of course, they say God of the gaps a lot, but I mean, it's just time of the gaps, right? Because it's an unfalsifiable idea that just, if you have enough time, anything can happen. So anyway, I mean, that's the part where you would just part ways. The atheists will normally dig their feet in. They'll just go down with the ship or whatever, right? But I think that once you reach that point in the combo, it's pretty telling to anyone that's being intellectually honest. So rant over. That right there is the summation of what I consider a reputation of atheism. And, there are many other things, but anyway. And I don't know, if someone wants to, edify me.
I think you're kind of rushing yourself or distracted tonight because I heard this argument from you the other day, and it was a lot more compelling. You're kind of rushing yourself tonight.
Well, yeah, I'm in a public setting, so I'm about to, I'm just like kind of stepped away to have this conversation for a second. So
you're
I
at
don't
a
really
basketball
have
game.
That's a hockey game.
That was well stated, actually, and I enjoyed that. Thanks, Austin.
Yeah. All right,
No
I'm gonna go
screaming.
on mute.
Yeah, no screaming. Nobody got shouted at. Nobody had to get muted. That was very good.
Sorry, I couldn't hear what was saying. I guess he went back to the hockey game.
What's Geo doing anyway? Geo? Is he away for a bit or what? Is he having a holiday?
Okay.
I guess the only thing I can say is that there's a difference between building something up as we do with 3D printing today compared to sculpting where we chip away at something. So in terms of creation, if it's building up, it can be refined over time a lot easier, as it never had a master design.
Building with our own hands is much harder than building with a machine. Like, it's much more artistic. Look at what all the Greeks
It's all right. Sorry.
It's okay. Sorry.
You can talk.
Okay. So, if you look at what the Greeks or the Romans did, that was all by hand, one chip at a time, with a hammer and a scissor. They just chip, 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 very carefully. Today, we can just build that out of a computer animation. We made everything very simple to ourselves today.
What was that guy saying? I missed that.
I was thinking Dan had multiple personalities today or something. You know, I think Witsit makes a really good point, and I really like his argument, but I think it's an argument for the metaphysical or the supernatural, not necessarily for God, as you can have metaphysical or supernatural without a personal deity. That's my take, anyways.
Well, yeah, I mean that's what he said. You know, it's not an argument for like one. It could be more than one God. Gods plural.
Or it could just be a supernatural force, a metaphysical dimension, something like that, not necessarily debunking atheism, just debunking naturalism. That's how I interpret it, anyways.
So, could a DNA sequence start from scratch, or is it a carefully plotted template? In other words, is it a template used for all embryonic stuff? Do smaller things have DNA, like bacteria and stuff like that, or is it? It's not strictly human, right? Is it?
Yes.
Is it protein based? Is that why? Blood based? Maybe?
Most of it is based on DNA. There are still some life forms, specifically viruses, that you'll find that use RNA instead of DNA as their encoding molecule.
So, do you think they'll be able to isolate a blank template and create almost anything they want one day? In other words, do you think when they say map, what do they call it? Mapping the DNA genome? Is that what they call it? Mapping.
Yeah.
Seems really possible.
There's actually a lab right now that's, assuming I understand what you're saying, is actually doing that. They've taken a bacteria. I don't remember what they started with, and they've been stripping out all of the genes in the bacteria to get down to only the most essential genes for the functioning of life. And so they're having a hoot and a blast doing that.
That's just reverse engineering, if you really think about it.
Yeah, I would agree. They're not like creating it from scratch. They're starting with an existing organism and stripping out everything that they feasibly can. It's technically still considered the first artificial life, but I really don't agree with that. I think that's just sensationalizing a little bit.
I agree. If you take a car and strip it down to the chassis and say, look, I created a car, wouldn't everybody laugh at you?
Well, it really kind of depends on, how awesome it looks by the time you're done with it. Are you just stripping it down to the frame and calling it a car? Or are you adding rhinestones to it and cat ears?
Well, from the way you explained it, the car was just left with a shell. So they took a car to be more specific, because I guess, what is it, the lipids Is that the wall? Is that what they call the wall structure, the lipids?
The cell membrane is
Yeah.
made of lipids, yes. It's the
Mhm.
cell wall that is in plants.
Okay, so essentially what you did was you just kept the lipids and you took everything else out. You gutted the cell.
They kept more than the lipids. They also did not manufacture the organelles because there's more than just DNA, RNA, and a cell membrane for these things to function. There's little like organelles inside of the cells that function to actually fold proteins and such. And they also kept a very large amount of the DNA. Like I said, they're just stripping out the non-essentials to get a functioning cell.
So it sounds like they kept everything. What did they take out?
The non-essential genes. That's pretty much it.
Okay, it's still reverse engineering, right? They didn't create anything. They just took a car and took out like maybe the leather interior. They took off the fancy steering wheel, but they left the essential there, the essential workings. Yeah. Okay.
Remember, I started off agreeing with you.
Yeah. This is not confrontational. I just want everybody to understand, right? Because this is complicated stuff.
Now, let me see if I can actually find the name of that project. Let's see.
You guys are really freaking triggering me here.
Why?
Do tell. Let it out. You'll feel better.
I'm also triggered.
And you don't count. You live in New York.
You're always triggered, Jeremy.
I'm a little bit frustrated that you guys are talking about a topic that I'm actually interested in, and I can't freaking say anything because we're restricted by YouTube policies. Really frustrating.
Also, there's no living organism without DNA. Every living organism has DNA in it, unless you count a virus. Viruses don't have DNA, they say. So there's that. But is a virus alive?
Well, that's the question. There's still contention over whether viruses are alive or not because they don't have all of the criteria we have for living organisms. But at the same time, I mean, they still perform a lot of the functions of living organisms. And some viruses do have DNA.
Could you have a virus without a living organism?
It wouldn't be able to reproduce.
Doesn't seem very random to me.
There would just be viruses just laying on the ground, just not doing anything, or like what?
That's my understanding. Yes. Like I said, they don't. Like I said, viruses are in that weird situation where they have some of the qualities of life, but they don't have some of the qualities of life. They're really weird. And I think I did find that cell I was talking about. It's being worked at as a collaboration between the J. Craig Ventnor Institute and the National Institute of Standards and Technology and the Massachusetts Institute Center for Bits and Atoms.
Nice. You sound very educated and well informed on these things. Which part of DNA or cells are random, in your opinion?
I would say that the most random part of DNA would be mutations before they are propagated.
Random in what way? Yeah, go ahead.
So mutations are quite literally just random changes in the DNA. There's several different kinds.
No. I'm not talking about. I'm talking about the DNA themselves, even with the mutations in them. Which which part would be random to you? Like which part of DNA would be a random act? Like how would it be created randomly? You're
Okay, so
talking about the most intelligent form of programming known to mankind. Do you think it's random? Was that close enough to a question?
no, but that doesn't mean it has to be created by an intelligent thing.
Okay, let's take something you can relate to, a computer. You program it, right? Man programs it. Is there
Okay.
ever can you program a computer to make a car randomly? Like, does it just happen randomly? No.
Well, if you're going to do it like evolution does it, then yes, that's kind of
You
called
can't
genetic
do it.
programming.
No, that's theoretical. You can't do it like evolution does it. I don't even know why you brought up evolution when you're talking about programming a computer.
Well,
Well,
that's the way you've taken this conversation. So if you have an issue with it, we can keep talking about other things.
You don't think DNA is programming?
I think
Yeah, that's a yes.
that's
For
a
the audience, that's
weird.
a yes.
That is honestly a very complicated question. It depends on your definition of programming, really.
No, hang
Is
on. Let me respond
DNA
to that.
like the programming we use on computers? No, it's not. Does DNA encode information on a very technical level? Yes, it does.
So it is similar then, right? Did you just double speak, or are you just going to agree with me that it is similar? It's code.
It's
Very
remotely similar.
intelligently, very intelligently designed code. Like most people can't even take a computer programming class and write code. Very
So
intelligently designed code. Would you agree?
no, because you're making the
Yeah.
raw assertion that it's intelligently created.
No, I'm not. Computer programs are definitely intelligently designed.
I said that it's remotely related to, but that it is not the same as computer
You said
programming.
it's very similar.
Remotely similar.
What's the difference? Similar is similar.
Okay. So, when you, how can I put this in a way that's simple?
You seem to struggle on these simple things. You just don't want to admit it, right? Why is that? The audience can hear you. When you say, that's a complicated issue, the
That's
audience,
because these aren't simple things. And
hang on, I'm almost done. I'm going to explain how the audience is not stupid, right? We're all pretty well informed and educated on how the system works. And we know when you say things like that, it's not complicated. You just have to think that it's complicated because you don't want to agree. Many of the audience doesn't want to agree to that fact, but they hear it.
so I'd be interested in seeing if somebody were to time how long I spend speaking and how long you spend speaking and see who speaks longer.
Why don't you hire somebody?
I was thinking about doing it myself. But
Okay,
in any
cool.
case, so these are complicated topics, and trying to relay them in a simple way that doesn't lose critical bits of the topic is extremely difficult. For instance, yes, DNA can encode information, but it encodes information in a fundamentally different structure than what we would call than what we do with programs. When we
Can
have
I
a
just read a
program,
quote? Oh,
when we have a
never mind. I
program,
thought you were done. Go ahead.
when we have a program, we're trying to get as much functionality as we can in as small amount of informational space as we can. And so a program under those conditions is not going to be very fault tolerant to changes.
That is actually
Whereas,
false.
what now?
Hold on, can I read a quote real quick before anyone else goes? Just real quick.
Go
It's
ahead.
from Bill Gates. Bill Gates quote. Oh, thank you. DNA is like a computer program, but far more advanced than any software created. That's a quote from Bill Gates. Here's another one. Hold on a second. How is DNA similar to a computer In a computer code, the information is stored in a base 2 format using zeros and ones. Those zeros and ones are combined to eventually form letters, words, and sentences. Similarly, DNA uses a base 4 format, quaternary, because there are 4 data storage units, CGAT. So, I mean, there's that.
He's smart enough to know all this. He's just trying to deceive the audience for some reason. That's why I pointed it out. Hate deception.
Well,
Still keeping track of time here, sir?
Here's
Let us know
another
how we're doing.
one from homework. Here's another one from homework.study.com. Genetic engineering is similar to computer programming. I mean, that's a whole citation I could read, but that was just the start of it.
So anyway, is it safe for me to start speaking again?
you didn't want to hear why I said it was false?
Yeah, I didn't know who said that, but yes, I'd like to know your reason for saying that.
So it has to go back to your statement where you're talking about computer programming, and you were talking about trying to compact as much functionality in code as possible, right?
Mm-hmm.
But with modern day software engineering, that's actually false because you have a lot of template code, and you have your build systems too, and your error checking systems, test code as well. You have a lot of different systems playing together.
Yeah, but that's
It's
Go
a
ahead.
little bit oversimplistic. That point, I am being a little bit nitpicky here with that statement.
Yeah, and I don't think any of that's really pertinent to this discussion because people like Rakia aren't going to really understand the finer details of that.
Which part don't I not understand, sir? I just exposed you very easily.
But
people have backed me up. Which part of Rakia are you keeping up with? Maybe the time? Let me know how we're doing on time.
So, a lot of the things you specified, I do fully agree with. They will make the code larger than the absolute minimum. But that's more about managing the time of code production. Because if we wanted to make everything as tight as we could, we'd write it all in machine code. The existence of compilers means that things are going to be perfect.
Also, I'm a little bit more familiar with code than I am with DNA. In code, we have test systems at time of compilation, but we also have sometimes runtime error checking codes as well, and mechanisms in place. And I believe people have said that's also holds true with DNA. But like I said, I'm not like an expert on DNA.
Well, the thing
kind
with
of.
somebody
Did
else
you
was
guys
going to
hear
say
the quote
something.
I read from Bill Gates?
Yeah.
Yeah, did you guys hear the quote I read from Bill Gates?
Yes, we
all
did.
heard it.
Okay, just checking.
Okay, so the thing with the DNA is how can I make this comparison clearly?
It's gonna be tough.
When you have a piece of computer code, let's say you make a for loop, okay? The transition from the code to the machine code is pretty direct in terms of, cognitively. There can be some changes that take place, but I'm just talking in a general sense. And the actual operations that take place pretty much directly contribute to the functioning of that for loop. Would you agree with that roughly?
What was your last statement?
So the operations that are taking place in, let's just say the machine code, contribute directly to the to that for loop operating. So if you have Dragon 32 oral and anal operations.
You have a test and a jump, a test and a jump, a test and a jump.
Yeah,
And
exactly.
you have the different compilers outputting different machine codes also. But
Yeah.
and when you get a chance, I think Bacon did want to step in for 1 second.
Well, I will in just a second, but we can agree that there's a pretty direct relationship between there aren't too many stages between the machine code and the for loop, as we would kind of
That's just the for
understand
loop.
Yeah. With DNA, it's very different because there can be multiple stages, different protein fold, different genes will fold to different proteins, and those proteins will interact in ways that can have broad changes. Like, for instance, I think it's the HOX gene has implications for brain development, for the spinal column, and all kinds of other crazy things. To that end, that's what I was talking about when I was saying that you're trying to get as much functionality in as small a space with computer code, whereas with DNA, there's a lot more complexity, and it's, I guess the best word is messier as to what change might result in, well, what change to the base code, the DNA, would result in changes to the final product. I'm done now. Go for it, Bacon.
Well, I was just gonna try to go into that idea that we have testing software, we have testing code, and there's something similar about that in DNA. The more similar thing to that I can think of is there's when the DNA is being copied, there are mechanisms that try to avoid errors in the copy, right? So you have that kind of checking in the DNA. That is very, very different than test codes in programming languages. First, because the testing in programming languages, they like run functions and pieces of the code to see if they are behaving the way they should be behaving. And also, that is not part of like the final software. That is something used in development. It's not something that runs when you're using the software itself. So, I mean, there's some resemblance to the DNA because you have something being checked in both cases, but those are very different mechanisms. Just want to add that.
There are runtime test mechanisms, and as far as the other guy, I was distracted with the last part of his sentence because I was thinking of a Jewish programmer I believe he got run over by a train, and I was distracted because he developed his own operating system. I believe it's called Temple OS, which I mean completely disproved his contrived point. So I was like highly distracted.
Oh yeah, I
When
remember
you
Temple
mention
OS. That thing is crazy.
testing runtime, we're talking about like when you have like test of types, for example, like in runtime languages like JavaScript, where in runtime you have to test if you're retrieving like doing the operation with the correct type and stuff like that. Is that what you're referring to?
So runtime tests. So you can have hardware and software mechanisms. With like I believe it's called ECC. Memory error correcting memory. I believe it's hardware if I remember. I don't remember. But also,
Yeah.
I had to write a piece of software. I don't remember the example, and it wasn't checking types, but it was doing runtime checking because of the
Yeah.
abstractions. Sorry, we're getting into the nitty gritty here.
The ECC would be more similar to what happens in the DNA because you're checking if the information is being copied correctly. But as far as like when you talk about like when you write code to test your own code, you're usually testing if it's functioned, if it's behaving properly, like which is different than stuff like Hamming code. That would be more analogous to what happens in the DNA.
My example was I can't really talk about this, but I was working with a database, and so my example is a database example, which is kind of similar to DNA with information encoding. But I'm not really allowed to talk about the nitty gritty.
Yeah, I don't.
No
This
problem.
isn't worth breaking any kind of NDA.
Yeah. Yeah, well, there's some similarities between DNA and code, but I think there's the way they work is just too different. Like DNA, you encode proteins, and proteins are just like released inside the cell, and they just react to it and do something. Like you don't have stuff like for loops and store this into their memory address kind of thing in the DNA. You know?
Yeah, that's why I said that computer programming and DNA are remotely related because they are both technically storing information. Now, this is very much so outside of my wheelhouse talking about this, but the way I think about it is that DNA is more fault tolerant, but
Oh,
faults
definitely.
have less reliable results because there are multiple stages of, and air quotes, processing that the
You mean
data
less
of the DNA. What now?
You mean less ramifications for disaster?
Not necessarily. Mm, what's a good way?
Can I give you an example of what I think you're trying to say?
Yeah, go ahead because like I said, this is tough stuff to really explain in easy to
Right.
understand ways.
Well, let's say you open the binary of a software you compiled, and then you flip a bit. How likely is that that's gonna fuck up the whole executable?
Yeah.
Yeah, for the DNA, that's very difficult. Like in each person, there's around like from 70 to 80 errors are like that, and people don't just are screwed up because of that. No, like there's
Yeah.
many regions of the DNA where you can just cut it off, or you can just flip stuff there and nothing happens.
Yeah, but I don't really think that that's. I'm not convinced that non-encoding or portions of DNA, at least at that time, non-encoding, or even portions of DNA that you can actively just play with and nothing happens to the organism. I don't really consider that to be evidence that those areas of DNA are unused. Because, and this is where me trying to explain things is difficult. When you have a program, and as you say, you unwrap it and look at the binary of that software, one bit has a lot of sway over what happens in that bit in that software. You flip the bit and you can break something in a way that it no longer functions.
Compared to
And
DNA.
yeah, in DNA, there are areas where you can do that, and that's where you get cancer. But there are other areas where if you flip that quote bit unquote of the DNA, it can affect the way things operate, but because that there's more layers of, say, processing that the information of the DNA goes through in the way that the the folded proteins interact and the functioning of the organism. It's not as direct what changes in the organism that that change in the DNA is going to have. Does that make sense?
Well, shouldn't we first be talking about how this program was written? So before you go into the glitches, do you not agree that the program needs intelligence to be written? Or do you think it just somebody can just write like, you know, uh, battle gears or a game, whatever? You think it could just randomly write itself? A game, a computer game?
Well, DNA, when we talk about evolution, we're not talking about DNA just writing itself. DNA is shaped by external factors. So I guess in a way you could say that the environment that a population is living in could kind of be the programmer of what their children are going to look like several generations later.
No, but that's after you wrote the program. The program's already written. I'm talking about, do you think that it takes intelligent agent to write the program? Or
I don't.
In the case of evolution, you think it just started on its own in a pond with a lightning strike or whatever you want to attribute to the beginning? Which do you think?
Evolution would not have been able to start on its own, but that doesn't mean that it had to have been started by an intelligent creator. I personally am a fan of the RNA world hypothesis, but there's not a whole lot of evidence for any of the various abiogenesis, explanations, and there's a lot of them. But
RNA
I'm also
is self-replicating, isn't it?
What now?
RNA is it self-replicating?
We have shown that RNA is capable of self-replication. Yes, it's been done in a lab.
Okay, so that by definition means there was a code written for that, right? Just like the DNA, but maybe simpler, you can argue, but it's still a program in a sense, is it not?
Well, right now this conversation is pushing both the limit of my knowledge in regards to this, but also the limit of the knowledge that we as a species has about the origin of life.
Not really. Intelligent design is what the conversation's about, not the origins of life. How it was done. How it was done is not what we're talking about. We're talking about if it was intelligently done or not. Maybe you can't follow.
Yeah, that was the question actually that I asked, right? Intelligent design, as opposed to just the DNA just appearing out of nowhere. It would be like the equivalent of the Encyclopedia Britannica just appearing out of nowhere, as opposed to an intelligent design like making it, writing it.
Well, I haven't seen sufficient evidence to sway me towards thinking that a naturalist explanation is impossible.
Have you seen or heard or know the names of all the computer programs that have been written? I would say you haven't, so just answer no. Does that mean they weren't written by man? Because you haven't seen the evidence? Are you kidding me? Who do you think you're dealing with here? Do we sound like we don't know what we're talking about?
So, SC Montreal. Like I said, I haven't seen really sufficient evidence to sway me to believing that a creator is necessary for the origin of life. And a lot of that has to do with we really don't understand a lot of the things about that. That's one of the reasons that this
Creator
is going to
wasn't
trigger some
mentioned.
people.
Creator wasn't mentioned. Intelligent design.
So this is going to trigger a few people. Why we sent a probe to an asteroid to collect a whole bunch of sample and bring it back. That has a fair bit to do with this very discussion.
I think you went off the rails a little bit there, right?
To an asteroid. Take me to the moon.
Well, I mean, it's a complicated discussion. So
Not really. Intelligent design. We know that people very intelligent men, write the computer programs for like these video games and stuff. Just take any example. Any program with code is like crazy, right? Like not the ordinary person can write it. Intelligent designer.
So
very
it could also be that I may be going off the rails because I'm getting sidelined by interruptions.
Not really. You're just using that as an excuse. I'm trying to get it back on track because you seem to be derailing it yourself, all by yourself. How's that timer going, Chief? Intelligent design. is the topic. Would you like to answer the question? Because you haven't so far.
So what was your question, SC Montreal, since apparently I forgot it?
Well, I think I was asking you, do you think it's more probable that the DNA, just like the computer code, the computer game, like pick a game, Gears of War or whatever, do you think it's more probable that the DNA, just like the computer game, had intelligent design, or just random, like you guys think in a lake, single cell struck by lightning, whatever, RNA, DNA, whatever? What do you think is more probable?
I still think it's more probable that it's a naturalist explanation than a creator, programmer, or whatever it is you want to call it, since apparently me saying the word creator is triggering to some people.
Which one? Well, clarify which one you're talking about. The video game?
So.
Are you talking about the video game here?
So.
Just to clarify, sir, can you clarify
that's a fair
what
question.
you're talking
That's a fair.
Yeah, go ahead. SC. He won't answer me, so you ask it, SC.
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. You're talking about the video game, right? Or no?
So an actual game like Battlefield or whatever,
Yeah.
the chances of that randomly coming into just poof existence is not feasible. But that's going to get us into a discussion of evolution if we talk about that, because we're talking
Not really.
We're talking about a more complicated product.
Yeah, so let me clarify. You think the more complex computer program is due to evolution, but the less complicated program is definitely intelligently designed.
So,
is that fair enough?
Can you repeat your question, SC Montreal? Because I keep
Yeah, but hold on, bro.
sidelined.
Why are you cutting Rakia out of the question? I mean, it's not just me and you here, right?
Yeah, I understand. It's that I don't want to talk to him.
Oh, you don't want to talk to him. Okay, I guess I can't force you. Can't force
that's
you.
fair enough. But the question still stands.
I mean, basically,
I know this is kind of awkward. I don't know. Yeah.
Well, so there's two different things going on here. When we're talking about complex organisms like a cat and complex games like a Battlefield, you're not going to be able to just spontaneously get those. They would go through a process. You could, in theory, get Battlefield, the game, if you use a process similar to evolution. You could, in theory, get a cat if you go through a process like evolution. When we're talking about the creation of life, abiogenesis, and all that stuff, the initial life that would be created would have to be significantly less complex. You would need some kind of molecule, in my opinion, most likely RNA, that is capable of self-replication. And then once you have that, then mutations and changes in that basic self-replicating molecule can lead to additional attributes of what's being created. That's what it comes down to. You just need that one specific quality, and then after that, evolution can build it more complex.
So you're basically saying, give me the first miracle, and we'll take it from there, type deal.
Well, we're still trying to figure out what is required for this quote first miracle.
Maybe you're not intelligent enough. Maybe there's a higher intelligence out there. That's the whole point. Can't figure it out. You just have to logically induce. You either that or say things like the less complicated program is definitely 100% intelligently designed. Matter of fact, we can put our finger on the very person who wrote the code. But the more complex, by let's just say 2 times, which I would say it's like you can't even fathom how many times more complex the program is of like a human body, is not intelligently designed because we
So,
don't know how it would be done.
so we don't really know what those minimum criteria are, or what stages could have been, what stages would have been required to create that first self-replicating molecule. So it's really quite difficult to make claims about where it could have come from. If such a thing can just naturally exist, then there is the possibility it could have been created by pure random chance. Can we find ways that it could be broken down more basic so that there's smaller chunks of stuff that could be pulled together to create that molecule? We don't know. How many iterations of molecules being created and destroyed are available at any given second of time in the early Earth? And how long did we have for that to take place? I mean, these are things
See,
we
that's
don't
the
know right
part.
now.
Yeah, I hear you. That's the part I don't get, right? Like, would you say what's more complex, a human being or a car?
I would say a human being.
Okay. Can you ever envision a car assembling itself? Make like just a car popping out of nowhere, like pieces of metal assembling, coming together, making screws, bolts, wires, and then the plan to put it all together, and then the gas. And can you see that happening on its own?
Well, that's not what's being argued from a naturalist perspective at all.
Yes,
But
it
it
is.
is, bro.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is. You said even if we gave you all the tires and parts and valves and gas and computer chips and all that and put them in a room, it still couldn't put itself together randomly. That's how
So,
ludicrous this is.
so SC Montreal, your comparison was between a human and a car. Humans are naturally more complex, and I would agree, neither a human nor a car would just spontaneously be produced from, random chance. That's the
There you
reason I
go.
said, that's the reason I said we're talking about that first self-replicating molecule.
Okay,
That
so
would
at
be,
least you're humble enough to say, or would you be humble enough to say, and I think you are, that we don't know how that first one was created, right?
right.
Can we
That's
agree?
the limit
We can
of
agree on
human
that.
knowledge. Yeah, that's the limit of human knowledge right now. We don't know what the conditions were at that time on the planet, if it was actually only the planet, because there are abiogenesis theories that involve the first self-replicating molecules being created on asteroids. We really do not know a lot of these things. We don't even
Now
know if
that's
the first
ridiculous, bro. Come on, think about it. We
well, I
can't do
was
it here on Earth, and they were done in asteroids and the theoretical vacuum and X-rays and toxicity in space. I mean, think about that.
No,
That's even more
no,
ridiculous.
that's not the claim. The claim is not that life emerged in the asteroids and then got here. The idea would be that it emerged somewhere else, say another planet, for example, and somehow it got into asteroids and it got here. Not that it emerged in asteroids.
Yeah, but
there
this
is
planet, another planet, what's the difference? It still had to assemble itself together.
Yeah, it
there
It
doesn't
couldn't
is
matter
be
where.
here
actually
without a.
there is actually a school of thought that because we're finding the various what is it? Not proteins. I'm gonna have to
Lipids
look it
or
up.
acids? Lipids or acids? One of those two you're looking for.
Yeah, probably the amino acids, right?
Yeah, that's it, amino acid. Because we are able to find amino acids on asteroids and stuff, or well, to be more specific, we theorize we can find them on asteroids and stuff because under similar conditions that we've created in a lab here on Earth, we've managed to generate them. So we are going to look at the samples that we pulled from with OSIRIS-REx to see if they're there. But since those amino acids can, in theory, be created or at least exist on these asteroids, because there's more surface area of asteroids in the solar system than the surface area of the planet, then it's possible that there's more chances for a self-replicating molecule to be generated on an asteroid and then come to Earth by a meteor. That's one of them, but there's like a lot of bottlenecks there, so I'm personally not convinced. But hey, it might be a thing.
That's old news, man. That's like granddad talk in science terms. Got to get with the new program, brother. It's called logic and reasoning. You know, more complex things being intelligently designed instead of just random chance hopping on an asteroid, coming to Earth on, what did you say?
So, just to get back to your question, SE Montreal. Yeah, I don't think that we have a lot of knowledge about that very early genesis of life. Could it have been intelligently created? Yeah, sure. That's a possibility. I'm open to it. But I don't think there's sufficient evidence, largely because we just don't know a lot, to say that it's more likely than a natural explanation.
You think a natural explanation is more likely than a creation explanation? Is that it, or the other way around?
Yeah, I think a natural explanation is more likely than a creation one. As we learn more, that might change. We might find out that life is impossible without intelligent creation. But at this moment, we haven't figured that out yet, or we haven't figured out if it is possible.
Yes, we have.
Just
Who are you
lack
talking about?
information.
We have figured it out. Who are you talking about? Which group are you talking about? You talking about atheists?
I'm talking about humanity as a whole.
No. We have figured it out.
He's talking about the mainstream government-approved religion of science.
Oh, that's just propaganda. But we, as a population, like as a human, like a free-thinking humanity, has figured it out. Whether you believe, right, or put your faith in a God creator is one thing, but intelligently designed things has been figured out for years and years. That's why I said your preconceived notion of we, the science group, it's bankrupt, man. It's gone. It's history. Like you're behind time.
So let's assume for a moment that we were intelligent created. Who created the creator?
Why would there have to be a creator for a creator? It's the creator. Geo points this out very nicely.
Okay.
Why would you assume that? It's above what your way of thinking.
So if there's a creator that doesn't need to be created, then who's to say that a creator is needed for us?
What are you talking about? If you can't figure that out, why would you automatically jump to a single cell organism coming from an asteroid and hitting Earth?
I was describing one of the theories, and remember I said that afterwards when I said that I wasn't really ascribing to that. But what I'm saying is,
you're not describing to it, you're just talking about it?
Yeah, because somebody had mentioned that that I was wrong when I was talking about. Well, anyway.
So you're only hanging up on the creators that there would have to be a creator of the creator?
Yeah, but that is the biggest criticism I have.
So the creator that created, I don't know, the things that hold your shoestrings, that little plastic cap on the end, there had to be a creator that created that person?
if we
Be
assume
careful.
that,
Be careful.
if we use your logic, then yeah.
No,
there
we're
would need to
using
be.
your logic. No, your logic. There has to be a
So
creator that created the creator. It's
if
your
we're
logic, not mine.
Rakia, you're going a little bit too fast for people that have been indoctrinated their
Well,
entire lives.
I'm fine, but
so
I still want him to tell the truth. It's not my logic. It's the logic that you brought up. Remember, creator of the creator of their creator.
so my point was this: if that first molecule requires a creator, then why does that creator not require a creator as well? If that first creator does not require a creator, then why is it that we're saying that that first molecule does?
Well, I would say the molecule is not supernatural, and a creator that can create a molecule is. So it wouldn't go by the same, whatever you want to call it, logic or reasoning or, modes of physics or whatever scientific term you want to give it. We're talking about the creator of all things,
Okay,
the great I am.
so we're no longer talking about the creation of life. We're now talking about the creation of the universe.
Of everything, yeah. Isn't that
Okay.
amazing? So wouldn't that be some type of supernatural that wouldn't need a creator?
So here's my thoughts on that. We have no idea what exists outside our universe, what the laws, the physics, what have you, outside of our universe are. We have no means of saying what is and is not possible out there. So we can really only say one thing, really, in the context of this discussion. Either the universe was created in some way by an intelligence, or it was created in some way by non-intelligence. We can't define the limitations of those methods of creation that the two had, so in theory, we can not even in theory, we can basically say that any mechanism of creation that an intelligence could have used, a non-intelligence could have used, because we exist in a state of complete ignorance about what exists out there.
I agree with that.
Under those circumstances, there's only one difference that we can really quantify between an intelligent and a non-intelligent creator, and that is the existence of intelligence. That makes the idea of an intelligent creator have more assumptions than a non-intelligent creator, and therefore less likely.
That's an opinion.
Okay, yeah, I'm fine with that, but that's
No,
the way
I'm asking you. Is that your opinion?
Yeah, that's the way
Thank
I
you.
look at it.
We love opinions here.
Well, what it comes down to is there's no way for us to know for a fact what is out there. All we can do is use what logic we have to come to conclusions. That's my logic.
And also point out to
about it.
people when they say the best logical instance for life being created is that it was some this, that, and the other we can't prove, struck by some energy source that we can't prove or know how it's created. And then voila, over this time period that we can't prove, we've evolved, which we can't prove, into this species. That's or there's a creator, an intelligent designer.
Yeah, an intelligent designer that you can't define any qualities of, that you think doesn't require a creator, even though life requires a creator. I could go on and I can list all of the problems in your assertion as well. What it comes down to
Not
is
really. If it is a supernatural creator, like a creator that can create anything, then you can't come up with anything that a creator couldn't do.
well, at that point, you've got to prove to me that the supernatural.
Why would I have to do that? It obviously exists if that's how it existed. If that's how we were created, it obviously exists. If not, you have to go into all those other things, right?
Yeah.
Now, right.
I mean,
but you can't list all the things that a supernatural creator, right, could create. You can't say the problems with that because there is no limit.
Yeah, because you can't prove a supernatural creator. You have no qualities for that supernatural creator to actually look at.
Listen up. You ready? Creation is the proof of a creator.
So circular?
No. Factual. TV created. There's a creator. Universe created. There's a creator.
So
Life
you're just
created.
asserting a
There's a
creator
creator.
now. Gotcha.
No, I'm not. I'm stating the fact that every other time we know something was created and we can put our finger on that person, we can name the name, right? And we can touch them and feel them and meet them and greet them and sign their book. We glorify that person.
Okay.
But the creator of that person, we deny.
So prove to me that a rock has a creator without invoking a creator.
Why would I? I would say a rock has a creator because there is a creator.
Then that's circular.
No, it's not. It created the process that you can intelligently pick up that rock and throw it at a bird and use it for food. And that process
So
of using a bird for food was created by a creator. To deny that would deny that you can throw a rock at a bird and kill it and eat it for food. It's weird.
So you assert that there has to be creator because you assert that a creator. Let's see. Good white light. What option did I miss?
However you want to stroke it, man, atheist. Are you an atheist?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why you have to say that. I don't doubt, like I don't disrespect your belief system. I'm just giving the opposite view to people.
Okay. And I don't disrespect yours either. I'm just pointing out that if you can't prove a creator without invoking a creator, that's circular logic.
Who cares if it's circular logic? It doesn't take away the fact that there's a creator that creates things. It doesn't take that away. Just because you don't know who created your TV or your fingernail polish, you don't know that person or that company or that name or where they did it or how they did it, doesn't mean it wasn't created, sir. Not circular logic.
So to respond to Good White Light, give me just a second. There is a paper that I have that states that any expanding space-time results in a singularity for the geodesics. Therefore, the universe is, as we have it here, that we can test and perceive, cannot be eternal. To that end, the universe has to either have nothing prior to it or something prior to it. It can't be eternal.
Man, I jumped in on a conversation and they were the other day, and they were talking about how mainstream science is starting to backtrack on some of their claims. I wish I could remember what they were talking about on that, though.
Let me.
I
There's
don't know.
my
I don't know if you got-
There we go. Inflationary space-times are incomplete in past directions. Let me pop that over to you for reading fun. There, enjoy. It's a little bit thick.
What's this supposed to be?
So Good White Light was saying that what if this place has always existed just like the creator? What if what drives life is God? And I interpret that as meaning that what if what everything that exists right now has always existed infinitely in the past. So no need for a creator because there was no creation. It's always been there. And what this paper is saying is that if you exist in a universe that is inflationary space-time, and we have measured that the universe is getting bigger, then by necessity, backwards in time, there has to have been an origin for that space-time. You can't go back infinitely if it's currently expanding.
Yeah.
And so
And your model.
yeah,
Sorry, I thought you were.
Yeah, sorry. Given that, our universe has to have an origin. That's basically
Right.
what that paper is saying.
Exactly what I was just gonna say. Exactly.
Mhm.
Your
Yeah.
cosmology has to have a beginning. Yeah, correct. Yeah, I'm glad you
Yeah.
admit that. Yeah, yeah.
So, and that's one of the mysteries we haven't answered yet. What is the origin of the universe? But y'all already know that's a mystery. So, but I think that's all of my chat time for now. I got to get back to packing up for my trip.
All right. Good talking to you. Travel safely.
Yep, beach in North Carolina. Yay.
Nice.
So there was some things that we weren't able to address that you guys were talking about. Like SE, are you familiar with like some of the things that they do with the virus research?
No, well, not really. We don't really talk about that stuff here.
Well,
Not
no,
not
no.
because we don't want to.
I'm not
Yeah.
talking about the pandemic. I'm talking about just virology research in general, because I looked up on it, and some of the techniques they use are pretty crazy. Because just to oversimplify it, long story short, they use these computers to take in this massive amount of information to try to piece together like the RNA strands. And so what they do is they take a whole bunch of these pieces to piece them together. And this one person, I believe it was Dr. Sam Bailey, if I remember correctly, I might be wrong on that, was saying that it's like taking like a whole bunch of different books and like cutting up the books and then like piecing together like those little pieces that you cut up. So it's kind of insane. Hopefully I'm not misquoting.
Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, there's like something like 3.2 billion base pairs of code. It's like what? Like somebody could actually think that a human DNA, 3.2 billion base codes, that could like just happen like on its own. Like how many encyclopedias is that? Like 20, 30 encyclopedias of information just spontaneously uh, coming into existence and in order. Like, come on, man. I mean, if that doesn't do it for you, you're just not thinking clearly. I mean, I'm sorry, man.
That's what I said in chat earlier. You know, to to think, just to think like that is that's not thinking, right? That's not logic. I mean, it's so more complex. Like it's more complex than you can fathom. I think they're jealous, right? Of course, they have to deny because they have some fault that they know, they're going to be judged on or whatever. We don't have to talk about that. It's religion or
That's not
whatever,
even it.
right? But they can't make DNA, right? They can program computers, and it's amazing, right? They're very intelligent. The people who do that have to be intelligent. That's why I say it's intelligently designed. Can't even say it, much less do it. But to take something that's 10 times or 1,000 times or 1,000,000 times more complex and know you can't ever do it, like you can't ever do it, but to deny that someone has to be so intelligent to do it, or to go that far to deny it and just say it's a random chance over billions of years, they invoke time as their get out of jail free card because you can't fathom, right, how much time it would take for an airplane to be put together, even if all the parts were in one place randomly. It won't ever happen, man. For someone to tell you that enough time that could happen, they're, I don't know how else to say it. They're full of shit. They've been taught by a fraudulent body of science if they got it from science. Whatever you want to say, that's just not logic. But
Yeah, that
yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
yeah, that was really hard to listen to you guys go back and forth because yeah, I felt like you were being going a little bit too fast for people that have been indoctrinated their entire lives. Because sometimes you really got to slow down to make them understand some basic points.
Yeah, to each their own. But once you start
I
deceiving,
because like
it's over
I
with.
I was also very mad also like you, but I wasn't necessarily mad at him. I was just mad at the fact that some of the stuff we're not allowed to fully get into. So I was really pissed about and frustrated about that.
How long have you been here? Have you been here for months or
Pro-
years or
Probably 4 weeks, I would guess.
right? Give it 4 years, you'll see this type of guy come and go. They come here for reasons, right? They have a purpose, right? Just think about that.
1 second, let me think about that.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's hard to keep your stuff together, depending on the person. I guess some people get other people's goat easily. And yeah, we try to prevent that. But sometimes, it's like we're human, right?
Yeah, because I'm trying to see both sides because yeah, you guys are saying that you get bombarded like time after time again with this type of stuff, and so yeah, I can definitely see the reaction, you know, and then you're saying they come in for a reason, and with them they're indoctrinated their entire lives into this mainstream religion of science, so it's like part of their being, and so they have to like psychologically defend it, I guess.
He's not just defending his science. He's attacking other people's beliefs, making it personal, using names, tagging over and over and over, day and night. This different guy, right? Same script. He even said, "Is it my time to speak now?" Or what I'm saying, some of the same BS that other people say when they get caught up. I've heard it for years, man. It gets so repetitive and old that it just clicks so quickly. Do you know? Let me tell you something. Do you believe that there's groups out there, military groups that sit in cubicles and troll groups like this?
When it's a business, it's called astroturfing. And I believe in militaries, I'm trying to find the word.
It's called
It's it,
psyop.
yeah, psyops and counterintelligence, I believe.
Yeah, but do you believe that's a fact?
Oh yeah. I'm trying to name names, but I'm not sure if I should name names.
No, it doesn't matter who the name is. Just as long as you understand that it happens, right? Like businesses do it, the military does it, for reasons, whatever.
Information warfare.
Absolutely. My nephew was engaged to a lady that was ahead of one of those departments. We talked all about it. She's in the
Uh,
Navy. Well, she was in the Navy. They're both out now.
control the hearts and minds of the people, and you can control their behavior.
So do you get it? I mean, he doesn't even have to be part of the military naval intelligence, right? Trolling this group. But he's sure reading from the same script.
Oh yeah.
There you go. There you go. It's easy to spot once you realize that it it not only could be, but it is. It happens.
Yeah, it kind of goes back to like the idea of cymatics that were like where you program water with sound, and the idea that we're programmable, and so it kind of makes me think about the ways in which I've been programmed.
Yeah, I think the ways are getting more clever. I mean, I think you can't put a limit on it because I think they're always ahead. These aren't,
Yeah.
they're intelligent. It's called intelligence for a reason.
Yeah, the elites and the shadow government, they definitely have a plan, and yeah, and an agenda.
Me and my son had dinner earlier, and he brought we were using the infrared scope that we have. It's amazing, like how far technology has come. I would have never even thought the military had stuff like this. Before I just started getting into it, and now I can buy one.
How much?
This one was 3,500. But we have adapters to our scopes, and like different scopes are different sizes, so you have to buy an adapter for each scope because it mounts to the scope, and then the other part of mounts to the infrared. But it's cool as shit.
Yeah, I'm not really familiar with that type of aspect. I'm trying to think about that the strategy involved. I guess you would have to get like another infrared binoculars and have like a spotter, and that would probably be the best method. Question mark.
Well, it just came up because I'm watching a movie and they're using goggles. But my son was over here tonight, and we had bought one of the. We only have one scope right now, like one infrared scope, but I guess you call it a scope. It's a handheld, but you attach it to a scope. But the handheld unit, you know, you can use for various things. We take it out on the boat, and when we're traveling at night, we use it. Amazing technology is a cool thing. Don't deny science. Love it. Like, I just think it's gotten carried away. Like it's gotten to the propaganda stage so much. It's so evident. They don't even deny it now, right? They don't have to hide what they're doing anymore because they have such control. That's what I believe. That's my opinion.
Yeah, the way mainstream science is conducted takes a lot of funding to, do this research and investigations. And if you're applying for a grant, they're only gonna, give you a money grant to fund your research if you're doing the approved science. And if you're trying to do something outside of that, that's trying to go against the grain or disprove mainstream ideology, then you're probably not going to get funded for your research.
Yeah, I'd say that's one way. That's a huge way they control that part of the system for sure. Funding is a huge part. What's that movie? I saw it when I was younger. They develop a laser and then they take it up in the airplane and they fire it towards the professor's house and they put a big giant aluminum foil full of popcorn in his house and whatever. But they were developing that laser for the military. So that school was getting funding right from the government and they were pushing their students. I think it's called Real Genius. It's an older movie, but that was the first time I had been introduced to, laser power, and that was years and years and years ago. and they were shooting it from an airplane, mounted it in an airplane, and was going to blow up something. But instead, the students found out, so they gave the coordinates to their professor's house and put a big thing of popcorn in his house. It made that pop, which, you know, is just a movie. But what do you know? A laser in an airplane as a weapon.
Yeah, that's what I've heard about some of these fires in California and Hawaii is that they have some DARPA technology. Although I have heard that, they there was an area where they caught some arsonists as well. But some of the like metal being just like absolutely melted was, highly suspicious. I don't know if we're allowed to talk about this or not.
No, I don't get into that too much because it's definitely tough to prove. But are there companies and the government capable of doing these things? Absolutely. Do the weapons exist? I would say yes. I don't think they hide that fact.
No, that's a
Yeah.
fact. They even brag about the first weapon of such is they just installed it recently on one of the American aircraft carriers. So it's an invisible energy weapon, an invisible laser, able to pinpoint. You could even, they were showing it, it's like a video game. There, you can, like, let's say it's a drone, you can target the tail, the front end. Let's say it's a boat, you can target the engine, keep the boat afloat. Crazy like that. That's how accurate.
You want to know the two similarities in 9/11 and the Hawaii event?
Yeah.
Were hurricanes off the coast. Isn't that weird? Why the event was
Hmm.
going on. So they're saying these, I think Judy Wood was the person who brought this out, that they can harness energy from like a large storm like that to create these powerful weapons that do this, that, and the other, whatever they claim that they do, right?
That doesn't sound right to me.
Good. Just which part? That there were there were hurricanes off the coast of each event?
When you say harnessing the power of the hurricanes, I, I don't see why they would need to do that. I mean, I'm sure they have probably advanced technologies. I'm not sure what they have though.
Okay, well, forget that part. Do you think it's strange at all that there were a hurricane off the coast of New York and off the coast of Hawaii at the time of these events that supposedly used lasers?
Yeah, I actually did not hear about that, but if that's true, yeah, that would be surprising. There's a lot of surprising aspects to both those.
Go look it up. Cool.
Yeah, there's a whole bunch of crazy theories on 9/11. I mean, I've heard stuff like the planes didn't even exist; they were like just photoshopped in, and a whole bunch of different crazy theories. So I'm not sure what to believe, but I mean, the Building 7, though, and people think that that caught on fire and the fire brought down the Building 7. I believe that seems kind of crazy. That I don't know what you guys believe about that. But yeah, I mean, the videos, it looks like controlled demolitions to me. Yeah, and then actually, because of that, George W. Bush was able to push for war in Afghanistan and Iraq. So that was going to bring up one of the points that I wanted to ask you guys about, what their plans for the future are, if you guys have heard anything. SE, I don't know if you've heard anything.
Well, it seems like right now they're hell bent on being on the wrong side of two wars. That's what it seems like to me. So I'm kind of worried, I'll be honest with you. Not more the Russia side, because no one's going to mess with the Russians. But the Israeli-Palestinian thing, that's pretty scary, man.
I posted the two hurricanes that were on 9/11 and during the wildfires. That's why the winds were so bad and spread the fires, supposedly. Well, that definitely drove the fires, but the winds were created by the hurricane that was off the coast. Just
Yeah, that's
another strange anomaly.
yeah. I didn't know there was a hurricane off the coast of New York.
Yep.
Yeah, but it's more than that because I believe they had some federal agents, like several federal agencies, like doing drills. Like I believe it was a FEMA drill, and then also like I believe U.S. military was like conducting like air operations drills also, and they were
Yeah,
told to
yeah,
like stand down or something like that. I'm trying to remember correctly.
yeah. That we know. Yeah, coincidence. I'm sure.
We talked about this the other day about the money missing, whatever the amount is, trillions of dollars that Rumsfeld
Oh
announced.
yeah.
And then the next day, that department of the Pentagon gets hit by a plane or whatever you think it got hit by.
It's seriously, it's like, they're playing a game of, who can like steal the most money from the American people and get away with it, because I'm pretty sure you had like during the Bill Clinton era, I'm pretty sure if I remember correctly, you had Hillary Clinton like devise some like creative way to start stealing from the government, and like one guy who found out about it and wanted in on the deal, he got Arkansided. And then there was the George W. Bush incident, and then there was I'm trying to think of some other ones. But yeah, it's like they're playing a game of who can steal the most money. Yeah, so Bush and Rumsfeld and Cheney, they got away with what was it, over $1 trillion? You said?
I think he said it was 2.7 trillion or somewhere in that range of money missing that the accounting offices of the Pentagon couldn't come up with, right? They couldn't account for. And then it said, like, I don't know for a fact, but it said that where the so-called plane hit the Pentagon, where those offices were the accounting office.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
Again, that could be just a story, but that is the story. I guess you could fact check that if you wanted.
No, no, I remember seeing the video of Rumsfeld saying that.
No, I'm saying if the offices where the Pentagon was attacked, if that was the offices where those records were kept, or where who was investigating that money being missing or not accounted for. Because after that, you never hear about it. It's gone, right?
Anyways, good night, guys. I gotta get up early tomorrow. Catch you tomorrow.
Later, Essie.
All right, guys. I'm gonna grab some water. I'll be right back.